Citrak could actually hear it now. A faint, ugly creak coming from the reinforced joints and plated muscles under his skin, as if his upgraded body was protesting every second it stayed in the same room as that power. These weren't ordinary parts either. Every modified component had vibranium mixed into it, even if only a little. But in front of this force, that little vibranium might as well have been decoration. The Winter Soldiers moved, not because they were brave, but because fear had been cut out of them long ago. With their minds locked under commands, they charged without hesitation. Bang! They dropped low and rushed straight at Hold, and the coordination was clean and ruthless. One covered the flank, one aimed for the legs, one went for the throat. The moment they closed in, they would strike like thunder. But the instant they crossed an invisible boundary, everything changed. It was like the air became thick syrup. Their sprint turned into slow motion. Their arms and legs lagged behind their intent. And then, at the edges of their bodies, something dark began to peel away. Limbs, armor, even a shadow under their feet, all of it started breaking down into fine black particles, drifting upward like ash. Not only them. The lab itself began to unravel. Tables, cables, steel cabinets, even the concrete walls. Anything brushed by the Phoenix's presence dissolved into the same black dust and scattered into the air. In seconds, the laboratory filled with a heavy cloud of particles, like a night fog made of broken matter. Ew, you're that mysterious person. Citrak's eyes bulged as the scene stabbed into his memory. Orchard Beach, the live stream, objects vanishing piece by piece around that unknown figure. He'd thought it was some trick, some special effect. Now he was watching it happen again, in his own facility, and the one holding that power was standing right in front of him. At last, everything clicked. Why Hold knew Wanda? Why he was connected to Ghost Spider? Why he walked with the confidence of someone who didn't fear any organization? Besides Citrak, Yu Lien went stiff. Mysterious person? She hadn't even considered it. To her, this wasn't ability anymore. This was catastrophe wearing a human shape. And the terrifying part was simple. The person with that power was standing close enough for her to breathe the same air. Her throat tightened. Thank God, I didn't stand against him. If she had chosen the wrong side, she wouldn't even have a corpse left behind. Just nothing. Wait. Citrak's legs finally gave out. He slammed down onto the steel floor with a heavy clang, dropping to his knees. Let me go, he begged, voice cracking. I'll give you anything. Anything you want. He wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what the difference was between him and Hold. His wealth, his weapons, his modified body, his private army. None of it mattered if the other side could melt reality like wax. He swallowed hard, words pouring out in a panic. I have money, connections, top-level research. I can build you anything. Make you famous. Make you untouchable. Make you. Are you finished? Hold's eyes were cold enough to cut. He looked at Citrak the way you'd look at a stray dog that had bitten someone you cared about. Money? Fame? Influence? Hold already had what he wanted from life. And from the moment Citrak laid hands on Gwen, his ending was sealed. The black particles around Citrak thickened. The steel beneath his knees softened, bubbling like it had turned into liquid. Then it gave way. In an instant, the floor opened into a dark pit, and a breath of scorching heat rolled upward from below. Citrak dropped. He barely caught the edge with his fingers, arms trembling as lava light licked his face from beneath. The heat warped the air. His modified plating hissed and bent, failing faster than it should have. No! His voice tore apart in panic. And then he saw them. In the specimen room behind him, shapes began to rise. Figures that shouldn't have moved. People who should have been dead. Shadows stitched together by hatred and pain, crawling forward with broken bodies and hollow eyes. A sound like an abyss breathing filled the lab. They dragged themselves toward him. Citrak's mouth opened, but no words came out. His entire soul went cold. Hold stared down at him with no warmth at all. Strack, he said, voice flat. These are the ones you turned into experiments. Enjoy your reunion. He didn't watch the end. He turned away with Gwen in his arms and walked toward the exit without looking back. Behind him, Citrak finally found his voice. "Help me, please. I don't want to die." The screaming didn't last long before it was swallowed by the howling dark, and the lab door slowly shut, sealing the sound inside like a coffin lid. Back on solid ground, Yi Lian leaned forward, hands on her knees, breathing hard. Her lungs felt like they'd been squeezed under a weight she couldn't see. Even the way she looked at Hold had changed. Fear sat behind her eyes now, and she couldn't hide it. "That, just now," she asked carefully, voice smaller than before. "Was that magic?" Hold glanced at her, indifferent. "What does it have to do with you?" Yi Lian flinched, but didn't dare argue. Gwen coughed softly in his arms, eyelashes trembling. Even though the toxins were gone, the fear clung to her like a stain. She was exhausted. Yi Lian swallowed, then forced herself to speak anyway, trying to be useful. She was injected with a neurotoxin. It disrupts the brain's control over the body. Usually it takes time to fade. If the person is healthy, they recover faster. Hold didn't look up. "It's fine," he said, eyes fixed on Gwen's pale face. "She's already better." Yi Lian's gaze snapped to his wrist. She remembered it clearly now. Underground, when Hold lifted Gwen, a faint green light had flashed. Her breath caught. "So it's real. Magic artifacts, all of it." Her shock pushed words out before she could stop them. "You really are that mysterious sorcerer." "Don't speak loudly." Hold frowned. "Don't wake Gwen." Yi Lian immediately clamped her mouth shut. After what she'd just witnessed, she didn't want to test his patience. Not even once. But Gwen's eyes opened anyway. Slowly, the first thing she saw was him. The face she'd been trying not to imagine in the dark. Warmth flooded her chest, so suddenly it hurt. She nuzzled into his shoulder without thinking, like she was trying to confirm he was real. Hold's voice softened. "How do you feel? Anything wrong?" Gwen swallowed, her ears turning faintly red. "I feel much better." She didn't move away. Even healed, even safe, she didn't want to leave his arms yet. His chest felt like the only solid thing left in a world that kept turning ugly. Hold looked around the ruined facility. "We're leaving," he said. "There's nothing left here." "Wait." Gwen stepped down, wobbling but steadying herself. Her expression sharpened. "There are still people imprisoned down there. I heard them. There are more." Hold paused, then smiled like he'd expected it. He reached out and patted her head. "Yeah, that's my Gwen." He glanced at Yi Lian. "Take us down," he said casually, like giving directions to a cafe. "We're clearing it out." Yi Lian nodded immediately. "Understood." Gwen's eyes flicked to Yi Lian, and her body tensed. "You." Her tone turned guarded. "Who are you?" Yi Lian raised both hands quickly. "Don't misunderstand. I was undercover. That's why I arrested you. I'm not your enemy." Gwen hesitated, then looked up at Hold, silently asking if it was true. Hold didn't answer with words. He just nodded once. And with that, they turned back toward the stairs leading underground. Gwen hesitated, still not fully ready to forgive Yuliana. Hold noticed the stiffness in her shoulders and calmly raised both hands like it wasn't even a debate. "Yeah, she's undercover." Gwen's eyes narrowed, but she didn't argue. "Not yet." "All right," Yuliana said quickly, seizing the opening. "I'll lead. We get the people out first." She moved ahead, and Hold and Gwen followed at a slower pace. With the guards already wiped out, they walked straight through the main entrance. The earlier chaos had been loud enough that most of the researchers had realized something was wrong and ran. A few didn't. A few stayed behind with that sick researcher focus in their eyes, refusing to stop even when danger was pounding at the door. Yuliana didn't give them a second chance. She stepped in, clean and efficient, shutting them down before they could react. Gwen's stomach churned as they passed operating rooms and cold, stainless steel tables. "They're cruel," she whispered, voice tight with disgust. Even after hearing explosions and screams, those people hadn't fled. They kept cutting, stitching, and tearing into bodies like it was normal. And the worst part was the bodies were shaped like people. Humanoid. Familiar. Wrong. Hold exhaled, then gently patted Gwen's head. "There's always a dark side," he said quietly. "That's why the world needs heroes who don't look away." Gwen bit her lower lip, eyes burning. "I just want people to live in peace." And one day, Hold said, not mocking her hope, they will. Maybe not all at once, but it'll come. For safety, the elevator system didn't go straight down. Multiple lifts, multiple checkpoints, the kind of layout built to trap anyone who didn't have a right clearance. If Ileana didn't have top authority, they would have had to tear the place open. 3 elevator changes later, the doors finally slid apart, and the air hit them like a slap. This level wasn't like Gwen's cell. This was a warehouse for human lives. 3 rows of iron cages stacked like shelving. Steel bars, tight spaces, people packed in so tightly they could only lie down curled like animals. Feeding troughs lined the front of each row. No toilets. The whole floor stank of sweat, waste, and despair that had been sitting there for months. The prisoners didn't even react when the doors opened. No surprise, no hope, just blank faces staring through bars. They'd watched too many people dragged out and never brought back. Resistance only meant torture or being moved to the front of the test list. Whatever that loud noise upstairs was, it wasn't rescue in their minds. It was just the next round of suffering. Hundreds of eyes locked on a Hold, Gwen, and Ileana, not with curiosity, but with the same numb calculation. Which one of you is here to pick us? Gwen's whole body trembled. Goosebumps rose along her arms. This is her voice cracked. This is treating people like livestock. Children were in the cages too. That part hit her like a punch. These people are monsters, she said, shaking with anger. Ileana lowered her head, shame and exhaustion twisting together. This is what happens here every day. Hold turned to her, his expression hard to read. So you watched it? Ileana's jaw clenched. I tried, she forced out. I really tried. But I'm not like you. I don't have power. For 3 years I was undercover, and every time I moved too early, people died faster. Her voice turned raw. All I could do was survive long enough to bring the whole thing down. For a moment, the silence between them felt heavy. Then Ileana straightened. I'll go to the control room. I'll open the cages. Hold didn't stop her. He just lifted a hand. A thin strand of dark red light slipped from his fingertips like a thread of heat. It swept across the rows of locks. Every lock it touched crumbled into black particles, dissolving like ash. Click, click, click. One after another, the cage doors fell loose. Gwen stepped forward, voice loud enough to cut through the numbness. Come out. You're safe now. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then one woman whispered, shaking, Are we really saved? A man's face broke like cracked stone, tears spilling out of nowhere. Someone actually came. Voices erupted. Sobs. Choked laughter. Shaking hands reaching for the open air. I want to go home. I don't want to die. People crawled out, bent over and stiff, backs ruined from being forced to live folded for so long. They clutched each other like they were afraid the doors would close again. Ileana exhaled, already switching into action. I'll handle the aftermath. I'll notify the right department. They'll take them in, treat them, and send them home. She hesitated, then added softer. The kids without families will go into government protection. Adoption process, proper records. No more disappearing. Hold nodded once. Good. It's on you. That should have been it. But then Hold heard it. A faint sob. Not from the crowd. From deeper inside. His brows knit. Someone still back there. Gwen nodded instantly. I heard it too. From the very back. They exchanged a glance and moved together, fast and focused. Past the stacked cages, past a corridor that felt colder than the rest, they found a separate cell. Not a dog cage. A real room with reinforced walls. A girl was curled in the corner like she'd tried to fold herself out of existence. Green hair. A pale, exhausted face. 17, maybe 18, but thin enough to look younger. Hold stopped short. He recognized her. Lorna Dane. Polaris. Magneto's daughter. And Wanda's half-sister. His eyes narrowed slightly, surprised more than anything. So she exists in this universe too. Lorna looked up, terrified, arms wrapped tight around her knees. Tears clung to her lashes. Her whole body shook as if she expected needles and straps the moment she blinked. Who are you? She whispered. Hold crouched a little, keeping his voice gentle. We're here to rescue you. Everyone from Hydra is dealt with. You're safe. Lorna's eyes widened, disbelief flickering through the fear. They're dead? Hold nodded. Yes. Her lips parted. A breath hitched in her throat. Then her voice came out small and desperate. Can I leave? You can't, Gwen said immediately, stepping closer. We'll get you out. Hold stepped aside from the doorway, giving her space. We'll take you home. The word home made Lorna freeze. The hope in her face collapsed into something hollow. I don't have a home, she said quietly. Not anymore. Gwen's expression softened instantly. She tugged Hold's sleeve, eyes shining with pity. She's so alone. Hold's mind raced. He couldn't hand Lorna over to the system. Not after what he'd just seen. The moment her abilities surfaced, she'd become property again, just with cleaner paperwork. Gwen hesitated, then made the choice for both of them. Hold, can we take her with us? Lorna looked up sharply, tears rising again. You would? Hold stared at Gwen for a beat, then nodded slowly. If you want her safe, he said, then yeah, we'll take her. Lorna's shoulders shook. She didn't speak, but her eyes said everything. Footsteps rushed from behind. Ileana jogged into view, breathing a little hard. I contacted the people above, she said quickly. They're sending a team to take over. You need to leave before they arrive. Hold's expression tightened. Then we go now. He glanced at Gwen, then at Lorna. Let's move.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
I'm fine. Wanda's expression suddenly calmed down, and a red light emanated from his body. When people are extremely sad, they activate their psychological self-protection mechanisms. The next second, she soared into the sky with terrifying power. She should have realized long ago that someone like Holt could not possibly belong to only one person. Moreover, she had no reason to stop at all. Their relationship has always been ambiguous, but she has always been unwilling to admit it. Now that she has seen it all with her own eyes, she has completely resigned herself to her fate. Perhaps she doesn't deserve love at all. I'm sorry, Gwen. Hold grabbed Gwen's shoulder. Things are a bit complicated. I'll explain to you another day. After saying that, he suddenly soared into the sky and chased after the direction in which Wanda disappeared. Anyway, we have to keep an eye on Wanda now. No one knows what she might do in this state. He knew that Wanda's mental state was very fragile. Huff! Wanda sensed the magical fluctuations coming from behind him, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. The red light burst forth again, and her flight speed suddenly increased. He was like a shooting star, streaking across the night sky with a dazzling red light. Mom, look, there's a shooting star in the sky. A little girl, wearing a thick windproof coat, pulled her mother's hand and pointed to the sky. Yes, there are 2 more. Make a wish. Maybe it will come true. The woman looked up at the sky and saw the streak of crimson light flash by. Looking up at the gradually darkening sky, 2 shooting stars streaked across the sky, one scarlet and the other deep red. People on the street were drawn to the light and looked up. When they saw this scene, they all involuntarily closed their eyes and made a wish. This was the first time in their lives they had ever seen 2 shooting stars appear at the same time. Many people even took out their phones to take pictures, a rare sight indeed. High in the sky, in the suburbs. Woof! Wait for me! Huda gritted his teeth and chased after Wanda with all his might, grabbing her wrist in one go. He has to admit that after spending these past few days with Wanda, he has fallen for her. Although she's a little arrogant at times, she'll agree to any request he makes. Having witnessed Wanda's soft side, he was unwilling to give up. Let me go. Wanda abruptly shook off Huda's hand, a glint of red light flashing in his eyes. His once gentle face now exuded a dangerous aura. Buzz! The next moment, a large amount of crimson light swept towards Hold. The dazzling light resembled fireworks blooming in the night sky. Listen to me. Actually, With a wave of his right hand, Hold unleashed a barrier of phoenix power around him. He could sense that Wanda was truly enraged. The intense crimson light continuously coiled around him, tightening like a snake. Even the barrier he created with the power of the Phoenix began to crack. I don't want to hear your explanation. You damn liar. Wanda took a deep breath and pulled hard. Holt was slammed to the ground like a bowling ball. Bang! Dust flew up, and the ground trembled slightly. Watching Holt being smashed down, her heart clenched. But she knew that with Holt's strength, this amount of power wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Sure enough, Holt immediately took to the air again. I've already told you. Stop bothering me. The crimson light emanating from Wanda erupted once more, and dazzling rays flashed across the sky. The energy crashed into Holmium's barrier with a loud cracking sound. Woof, I know you hate me, but I really can't help it. Holt roared through gritted teeth. Wanda, who was already somewhat worried, flew into a rage upon hearing this. This guy, at a time like this, is still thinking about other women. The chaos magic in her hands intensified, forcefully pressing hold and the barrier of Phoenix power into the mountain. This girl is really angry. Holt lay on the ground, feeling the impact of the crimson light on the power of the Phoenix, and shook his head helplessly. But he didn't expect that Wanda would search for him everywhere and just happen to witness that scene, leaving him a loss for words. He could even sense that the power Wanda was releasing now was even stronger than when he dealt with Agatha. Call! Wanda withdrew the crimson light and gasped for breath. She was so angry she was practically boiling with rage. She was torn at that moment, wanting to harden her heart and give up on Holt. But when she thought of how good Wanda had been to her, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. But if things continue like this, she feels unwilling to accept it. Woof, I really can't help it. People from our family are indeed in good physical condition. With a flash, Holt appeared in front of Wanda. That wasn't entirely untrue. After all, the things the system gave him did indeed give him a bit of a thrill. You're shameless. With red light swirling around his right hand, Wanda slapped Holt hard across the abdomen. But as she got closer, she didn't see Holt dodge and instinctively withdrew the red light. Snap! A slap landed squarely on Holt's stomach, sending him flying. Boom! With a loud bang, dust flew up and instantly buried Holt. Why isn't this guy dodging? Wanda gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed tightly. She had actually stopped using her strength just now. But to her surprise, Holt didn't even try to block. She couldn't help but look down at the ground, but there was no sound at all. Is he all right? As Wanda watched the dust slowly fall, his heart suddenly clenched. This isn't right. She didn't use much force just now. The red light has even been withdrawn. For an ordinary person, being hit by it would only cause a brief pain. Moreover, Holt's body is as sturdy as vibranium. He should be fine even if he falls from a height. Stop pretending, get up. Wanda took a deep breath and shouted down. But there was no reaction at all. Could he be dead? This thought suddenly popped into Wanda's mind. If Holmium's power needs to be actively triggered, then falling down could really cause serious injury. What frightened her even more was that she could not sense any life at all. Out, her heart leaped in her throat and then quickly plummeted downwards. Although she hated Holt's character, she really didn't want to see him get into trouble. If something really happens, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Just as she was about to land, she waved her right hand, creating a gust of wind that blew away all the dust. Holt lay motionless on the ground, his mouth still. It seemed as if it had truly lost its breath. Out! Wanda's expression changed drastically, and she pounced on him. She could sense that Holt's life force had completely disappeared. She was extremely panicked. As she lay on top of him, ready to listen to his heartbeat, Holt suddenly moved. Immediately afterwards, a warm embrace held her tightly. You lied to me again. Wanda tried to break free, but her hands were too weak. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she slowly closed her eyes. After a while, Holt finally let go of her. You tricked me again. Wanda's anger had subsided considerably. Enraged, she punched Holt hard. It really hurts. It hurts terribly here. Holt pressed his hand to his stomach, looking at Wanda with a pained expression. Can you hurt me? Wanda didn't believe it at all. She knew Holt's physical condition best. This guy was tough and resilient. How could he possibly be in trouble? Besides, that attack just now wasn't even his full strength. If you don't believe me, touch it and see. Holt feigned pain, clenching his teeth and trembling all over. Seeing that his expression was quite realistic, Wanda reached out and touched his abdomen with some skepticism. Is it here? You're not angry anymore? Holt laughed out loud as he was touched. You lied to me again. Wanda was furious, but the gloom in her heart had lessened a bit. Actually, I love you very much, but Huda hugged Wanda and said earnestly, I'm sorry, but I can't give up on Go-One. Wanda bit her lip, struggling internally, but every time she saw Huda's face, her heart softened. After a long silence, she whispered, I don't care about you anymore, but you absolutely can't abandon me in the future. She knew she couldn't let go of Holt, so she had no choice but to accept her fate. I just hope that Holt won't abandon her in the end. Don't worry, I swear. Holt grinned and solemnly raised his hand to swear. No need to swear. I believe you. Wang Dei grabbed his hand and pouted as she spoke. As the moonlight shone down, they unknowingly flew to the edge of Strait. So what do you think of this place? The scenery is nice, and there's nobody for miles around. Huda's words had a hidden meaning, and Wanda immediately blushed when she understood. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, two figures were engaged in fierce combat. Their movements so fast, it was dazzling. The two collided repeatedly, making a series of sounds. Finally, the two simultaneously raised their legs, kicking each other away, and each took a few steps back. Yeliana, what are you doing at Nyoyue? Natasha watched the familiar figure opposite her warily. It turned out to be her younger sister, Yeliana. She had just received news that someone had spotted Yelena in Manhattan, so she rushed over immediately. I am a law-abiding citizen and entered the country legally. Yeliana spread her hands, shrugged, and said nonchalantly, Besides, is this how you treat tourists? I won't believe a secret agent. Natasha knew her sister's personality. She wouldn't come to Nyoyue for no reason. It would be strange if there wasn't some conspiracy involved. I'm looking for someone. Yilian raised her red lips slightly, lifted her eyebrows, and said mysteriously. After returning to the organization yesterday, she was assigned to investigate Holt, even to get ahead of the Divine Shield Bureau and other organizations. It was obvious that neither Natasha nor the Divine Shield Bureau knew Holt's true identity. She could have used this time to find out Holt's true identity first. If the organization can build a closer relationship with Holmium, it would be a great thing for them. Ooh, Natasha frowned and asked warily. But Yeliana spread her hands and said in a provocative tone, You guess. On the morning of the second day, a ray of sunlight shone on the sea. The seawater shimmered like fish scales in the sunlight. Though a bit dazzling, it appeared exceptionally calm. Holt and Wanda lay in bed, their faces slightly red from the sun. They looked at each other, smiles on their lips. You're a bad guy, but you're right, Wanda said softly. Although she was a little reluctant, she thought it wasn't so bad. Anyway, she'll have one more sister to chat with from now on. She didn't have many good friends in the Avengers either. Neo, which you're so kind. Hudei hugged Wanda and kissed her on the cheek. He's so lucky to have met such a wonderful female witch. After breakfast, Holt remembered that Lorna was still at the manor. All right, I have a surprise for you, Holt said in a low voice to Wanda, who was leaning against him. He hadn't forgotten Lorna. After all, she's Wanda's sister, so she must be very happy. Nuwu values family and friends the most, and she has always felt very lonely. Surprise. Wanda paused for a moment, then sat up straight and looked Huda up and down. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Do you have other women you haven't told me about? She just wanted another sister, but hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble. If that were the case, she really wouldn't be able to handle it. Although she only hoped not to be abandoned, she couldn't go too far. Well, Holt's lips twitched slightly. In short, it's a surprise. He couldn't understand how this woman could be so accurate. It felt like she had some kind of precognitive ability. Before he even opened his mouth, I could already see through his thoughts. This left him speechless, and he was momentarily embarrassed. I hope so. Wanda pouted and glared angrily at Huda. Buzz. At this moment, the hand on the table. who day hugged Wanda and kissed her on the cheek. He's so lucky to have met such a wonderful female witch. After breakfast, Hold remembered that Lorna was still at the manor. "Oh, right, I have a surprise for you," Hold said in a low voice to Wanda, who was leaning against him. He hadn't forgotten Lorna. After all, she's Wanda's sister, so she must be very happy. Nuwa values family and friends the most, and she has always felt very lonely. Surprise. Wanda paused for a moment, then sat up straight and looked Hoda up and down. "Are you sure you're not kidding me? Do you have other women you haven't told me about?" She just wanted another sister, but hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble. If that were the case, she really wouldn't be able to handle it. Although she only hoped not to be abandoned, she couldn't go too far. Well, Hold's lips twitched slightly. In short, it's a surprise. He could understand how this woman could be so accurate. It felt like she had some kind of precognitive ability. Before he even opened his mouth, I could already see through his thoughts. This left him speechless, and he was momentarily embarrassed. "I hope so." Wanda pouted and glared angrily at Huda. Buzz. Just then, the cell phone on the table suddenly started vibrating. "Okay, I understand." Wanda answered the phone, said a few words with a serious expression, and then hung up. "What's wrong?" Hold noticed that Wanda's expression had become serious and asked in confusion. Because Wanda rarely shows this kind of expression. "Natasha just said she has something urgent to discuss with me." Wanda grasped Hold's hand, her face showing apology. "I'm sorry. The surprise will have to wait until I have time." Natasha's tone was so serious. It must be something serious. Although she said she wanted to stay with Holt, she clearly couldn't let go of things related to the Avengers. Perhaps they're facing a very difficult problem right now and need her help. "Okay, then you can go ahead and get busy." Although Hold was somewhat reluctant, he knew Wanda's personality. Moreover, this matter should be related to the mission of the German government. After all, Captain America is now on Dumbin's side, and who knows how things will develop next? The only thing that could make Steve lose his mind is probably Dombin Baki. "By the way, can't you tell me what this surprise is beforehand?" Wanda turned around and asked with a curious look on her face. She really wanted to know what surprise Hold had prepared. This surprise. Hold adopted a mysterious air, a smirk playing on his lips. "I'll tell you when you come to the manor tonight." He believed that when Wanda saw Lorna, he would be greatly surprised. "Tise, fine, I won't tell you then." Wanda snorted, hugged the bear with both arms, and looked disdainful. She suspected that Hold was trying to trick her into staying at the manor. This guy is like a calf. He can't stand not working for a day. "All right, you can go ahead and get busy." Hold touched Wanda's fluffy hair. After dealing with Wanda, he finally felt relieved about something that had been weighing on his mind. "See you tonight." Wanda didn't refuse any longer and flew away from the balcony. "It seems I should go back too." Watching Wanda leave, Hoda stretched and slowly walked downstairs. This is his villa by the sea, which is almost never inhabited. Although the sea view is nice, the sea breeze was damp and sticky, so the manor was more comfortable. Before leaving, he called Maida and asked her to come and clean the house. After all, very few people live here, and it's usually cleaned only once every 3 days. In the manor, Hold emerged from the dimensional portal and arrived at the southwest corner of the courtyard. He unlocked the door with his fingerprint and was about to go in when he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He instinctively stepped to the right and quickly grabbed with his left hand. He caught an iron bowl that was emitting a green light. He looked up and saw Lorna stretching out her hand, staring blankly at him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Holmium. I didn't mean to." Lorna greeted him somewhat awkwardly, scratching the back of his head as he said, "I just wanted to test my abilities." Previously in the lab, although she knew she had this ability, she didn't have many opportunities to test it. "Fine." Hold grinned and casually placed the iron bowl on the table next to him. "But you look much better." He had just noticed that Lorna's complexion looked much rosier than yesterday. "I haven't slept this well in a long time, and I have to thank Sister Maida for this." Luo Na fiddled with her hair while staring at the ground with a flushed face. She has always been introverted and didn't even dare to look directly at Holt. And to be honest, she hadn't slept in such a comfortable bed in a long time. If you like it, that's fine. Hold walked over and patted Lona's head. He actually quite liked this little girl. Although she looked a little shy, she had a very well-behaved appearance. By the way, Mr. Holmium, my name is Lorna. As if suddenly remembering something, Lorna quickly introduced himself. Because I fell asleep in Hold's arms after coming back yesterday, I forgot the most important thing. She knew Hold's name because Yunmita told her. Okay, for now on we're family. Don't be too nervous. Seeing Lona clutching the hem of his clothes, Hold couldn't help but laugh. By the way, what abilities do you have now? Hold suddenly remembered that Lorna had just been trying out his abilities, and this question came to mind. He was also curious about how different the current Lona was from the Polaris he knew before. My ability is to control magnetism. Lorna looked up and hurriedly replied. To be precise, I can only control metal. It's like they'll scold you if you answer too slowly. Magnetic control? After hearing this, Hold only paused for a moment before understanding. Lona is currently unaware of his true power. Logically, this should be called magnetic field control, but because she is young, it has not been fully developed yet. Actually, you have more abilities than these. Hold bent down and said gently, Try again. I'll teach you. This is the future Polaris. He just hasn't figured out how to use his abilities yet. Question mark. Lona looked confused, not quite understanding what Hold meant. Try again, and I'll see if I can explain it to you. Hold stood next to Lorna, so he could see her more clearly when she used her powers. In addition, he himself has already mastered this ability, so it will be easier for him to teach. Okay. Lorna nodded vigorously, slowly stretched out her hands, and clenched her teeth. Before long, the iron bowl in the distance was lifted up, wobbling precariously. It was as if an invisible hand was supporting it, but that hand seemed rather unsteady, and the bowl could fall from the air at any moment. After a long while, Lorna finally put the floating bowl down with a serious expression. Call. After she finished doing all this, she looked at Holt beside her with satisfaction, her face full of anticipation for praise. Excellent. Very well done. Holt chuckled and patted Lorna's head, then said, Let's get something heavier, like that iron statue outside. Seeing Lorna's contrasting appearance, he couldn't believe that this was the same person who would later become the Mad Polaris. However, he also understood that the Polaris family all suffered from mental illness. They were usually fine, but their condition would change once certain triggers were triggered. For example, Polaris actually has 2 personalities, which is why she became so crazy. Lona looked in the direction Hold was pointing, pursed her lips, and hesitated before saying, That's too heavy. I can't move it. She had tried before, and at most she could only make things float. She didn't have much power. It's already good enough if it can be maintained for a period of time. It's simply impossible to achieve precise control. Not to mention something that's so heavy, it's impossible to move it at all. I believe in you. You can give it a try. Hold looked at Lona with trusting eyes. Her abilities go far beyond these, so he believed she could definitely do it, but he lacked enough confidence. Really? Lona met Hold's encouraging gaze, and a glimmer of confidence flashed in his own eyes. Since this gentleman said it was possible, then it definitely is. She was willing to believe this man, who gave her a strange sense of attraction, because she felt that this person would never lie to her. Her eyes narrowed, and a soft, eerie green light emanated from her right hand. Green light flowed in her hand, and the iron statue in the distance began to sway slightly. It really works. She gritted her teeth, and the iron statue, weighing over 100 tons, trembled and slowly rose. Although it was only about 1 centimeter, Holt could see it clearly. Keep pushing, go even higher. Lorna gritted his teeth. Bang! The next second, the heavy iron statue slammed heavily onto the ground with a loud thud, sending dust flying. Even the eagle's wings carved on it are constantly flapping. I can't take it anymore. Lona frowned, panting, and shook his head with a helpless tone. She had already given it her all. This is already the limit she has ever reached. You still have a lot of room for improvement. Hold pinched her cheek. and comforted her. He knew how strong Lorna was. This was less than 1% of her power. However, this was within his expectations. After all, she was only a teenager. It's already quite impressive that they've accomplished so much. Moreover, he did not intend to enhance Lorna's power by causing her to collapse. The power is only so that she can protect herself in the future. Thank you. A hint of resentment flashed in Lorna's eyes as she continued. However, the demons in the lab said that my abilities won't improve much. She had already done the test before, and even with continuous training, the best she could do was become more proficient at the operation. It's just that it can control some not too heavy things to attack others. This ability is not even comparable to a single shot, so she never thought she would become stronger. It would be great if they could help out more often. Even if she was unwilling, this was already her limit. In her opinion, Hold was just trying to comfort her. Who said that? Hold withdrew his hand and said calmly, "Your ability is magnetic field control, which is one of your most powerful abilities." Magnetic field control? Lorna was stunned for a moment. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She never imagined that her ability wasn't magnetic. Moreover, judging from the extent of the earthquake spread, it extended for a full 60 to 70 kilometers. This is no longer something that can be controlled by humans. In the manor, looking around, apart from the villa behind him, everything in front of him had undergone an extremely terrifying change. The ground was turned upside down, and many decorations were swept directly into the ground. The surrounding trees were leaning to one side, and the ground was uneven. It was as if they used brute force to pry everything off. Some trees were even caught in the ever-expanding cracks. Some decorations and trees were buried in the soil, with only half of them showing. Is this true power? The girl stared blankly at everything before her, unconsciously swallowing her saliva. She never imagined that she possessed such immense power, a power akin to a natural disaster. In just a few seconds, the scene before my eyes completely changed. This force seems capable of destroying the entire planet Earth. She was absolutely certain that if the man in front of her wanted to, he could easily destroy a city. This power could even cause an entire city to disappear underground. Moreover, the entire process only lasted a few seconds. She even noticed that Hold had no expression on his face while doing these things. It was as if he had done something insignificant, something so trivial that he didn't even bother to look up. This is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to magnetic field control. Hold waved his hand and said calmly. Although he felt it wasn't quite enough, he knew he couldn't continue using that power. He deliberately controlled the direction of the force. Otherwise, the aftershocks alone would have been enough to throw Nyoyu into chaos. Although he wasn't a good person, he never intended to destroy a city. However, it must be admitted that this force is terrifying, especially if it were to truly spiral out of control. He could even use magnetism to make the seawater engulf an entire city. This is the power of magnetic fields. So using magnetism is just the most basic method. Only Lorna didn't know. After all, the power of steel has its limits. But magnetic fields can change many things, and that's the ability Lorna needs to master. That's amazing. The girl was stunned, and she stammered as she spoke. If she could be that powerful, then no one would dare to bully her anymore. And those damn demons were no match for her at all. She had thought that this was how her life would be, but Hold opened a whole new door for her. She was completely surprised to learn that magnetic fields could be used in this way. It completely overturned her understanding of the world. Her life changed at that moment. Hold never imagined that this girl would become so terrifying in the future. So don't underestimate yourself. You're actually very capable. Holt touched Lorna's hair and gently comforted her. Sometimes, a single word from someone can change a person's destiny. Those so-called experimenters? They themselves don't even have this ability. How could they possibly understand the horror of this power? Calling it magnetism? That's a joke. Will I be able to do that in the future? Lorna excitedly grabbed Hold's sleeve, her eyes sparkling. She already understood how to use this power when Hold demonstrated it. In other words, she will be able to do the same thing very soon. No, Hold extended his index finger and waved it lightly in front of Lorna, his expression serious. Question mark. Lorna's excited expression immediately collapsed. She thought she could possess such power, but she didn't expect it to be impossible. It seems there is still a considerable gap between her and Hold. But then Hold added, "You can't use this power casually unless I'm around. Otherwise, who's going to help you mow the lawn?" Mowing the lawn? Lorna was taken aback for a moment, then understood what Hold meant. It's not that she can't do it, but rather the problem of cleaning up the mess afterwards. She looked at the chaotic scene before her and pouted. It seems that it will definitely cost a lot of money to repair this place. These cracks seem to stretch on and on. Hold smiled and casually waved his hand, and a dark red light immediately appeared. It spread rapidly into the distance like a tide. On the previously cracked ground, it was as if time had reversed. Everything began to regress, and things buried underground returned to their original positions. After the dark red light passed through, the cracks slowly healed and the grass grew back. The whole scene became quiet and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Lorna looked at the man in surprise. 11.7%, 21-23. Girl date, Bronx District. At the entrance of Imperial Taiwan University, a gleaming black Aston Martin DBX slowly pulled up in front of the school. The driver's eyes were vacant, but his body was ramrod straight. The car door slowly opened, and a woman in a dark brown dress stretched out her snow-white legs. She was wearing a brown trench coat, carrying a stylish small leather bag, and wearing dark sunglasses. Hella stood at the school gate, a slight smile playing on her lips, and snapped her fingers lightly. The driver behind him was startled and looked around in confusion. "We've finally found it." Hella took off her sunglasses, and a smile appeared on her lips. She has been recovering her power recently, and now she has recovered most of it. She is now searching for the aura of the Phoenix power. The Midgards hid their presence too well. But after searching for many days, they finally caught a trace of the power of the Phoenix here. The familiar power of the Phoenix. Hella strode forward, heading into the campus. When she appeared, everyone around her couldn't help but be drawn to her. This woman possesses an irresistible charm that seems to draw people in effortlessly. Following the scent, Hella walked into the teaching building and casually put her sunglasses into her small handbag. This should be it. She could clearly sense that the aura was coming from a classroom upstairs. Although it was very faint, she was certain that it was the power of the Phoenix. In the classroom, Gwen Sidzi, the female professor, wearing round-framed glasses, began calling roll. "Gwen Sidzi," she called again. At this moment, a girl with short, light blonde hair raised her hand somewhat absent-mindedly. "Here, Gwen, you look tired." The female professor looked at Gwen. This girl left a deep impression on her. She was very attentive in every class. But today, she seemed listless the whole time. At the same time, Hella gracefully walked out of the classroom. She quickly glanced around and soon fixed her gaze on Gwen, who had just been called out. "Gwen? So it was coming from you." Hella wasn't surprised to see Gwen, because the Phoenix Force was extremely rare. More accurately, it was only a tiny trace of the power of the Phoenix. What is certain is that this person must have had contact with that man from that day. Once we figure out the relationship between this person and that man from that day, we can find him quickly. Very good. Richard Gerald. After the female professor finished calling out the remaining students according to the list, she nodded in satisfaction. It seems that not many people came to class today. As she turned her head, she caught a glimpse of a maturely dressed woman standing at the classroom door. "Excuse me, are you Miss Sally?" She was taken aback at first, then adjusted her glasses and asked, "What's wrong?" Hella, who was standing outside the door, was staring at Gwen inside. After hearing the female professor's words, she frowned and asked a question. "I've been waiting for you to come to class. The previous teacher is sick, so I'm asking you to substitute for me for a week." The female professor explained in a slightly helpless tone. She was just there to substitute teach. The other teacher hadn't come for over a month due to personal reasons. So the school hired someone else to take her place, so all she knew was the substitute teacher's name. Substitute teacher? Hella hesitated only for a moment before flashing a bright smile. That's right, I'm here to substitute for a class. She also wanted to get to know this girl named Goen, and now she had the opportunity. So I readily agreed. Then I'll leave it to you to teach these children well. I've already prepared the materials. The female professor's face relaxed after hearing this. Finally, she doesn't have to attend classes on her own anymore, since she still has her own classes to attend every day. After handing the lesson plan to Hella, the professor left in a hurry. Dear students, I will be giving you a lesson today. Hella walked into the classroom in high heels and casually tossed her lesson plan onto the podium. Her heavy eyeliner swept over the group of curious Midgardians below the stage. This teacher is quite pretty. Yeah, but the eyeliner is too dark. Does she like rock music? Who knows? Anyway, he's just a substitute teacher from another school. However, I heard that she has a lot of teaching experience and has taught many outstanding students. The students in the classroom had all heard of Ms. Sally. I initially thought she was a conservative old lady, but I never expected her to be such a trendy woman. Although the eyeliner is very heavy, it will definitely look especially good after removing the makeup. This even excited the boys present. After all, she's a stunning beauty. Who wouldn't want to have a romantic relationship with her? Lecture. Hella paid no attention to the students' stares and whispers and casually opened her lesson plan. The top of the sign had a line of large characters. In-depth analysis and exploration of pathways for achieving a sustainable energy system through clean energy technology innovation and industrial synergy. What is this thing? How could Hella, the goddess of death, possibly understand the Midgard's teachings? After flipping through a few pages in frustration, she angrily threw the lesson plan into the trash can. She had no intention of teaching these people at all. If she were to teach, it would have to be a biology and anatomy class. Congratulations on meeting me. Hella tilted her head back slightly, looking at the students below the stage with a hint of disdain. So you'd better stay in the classroom and review for the rest of class. What's going on? She's not planning to give a lecture? I haven't even passed this course yet. Don't drag me down. Didn't we agree to talk about energy knowledge? This is so irresponsible. If you're not going to class, then hurry up and leave. We don't need to study. The classroom erupted in chaos. Imperial University of Taiwan is a prestigious university, and its students are much more self-disciplined than those at other schools. Upon hearing this news, I was immediately unhappy. They pay money to study here, not to study on their own. Shut up, all of you. Seeing the classroom in such a mess, Hella showed a look of disgust. A roar rang out, and the entire classroom fell silent instantly. An indescribable aura permeated the air. The students' expressions changed drastically, as if something was pressing down on their bare mouths. The oppressive aura of the goddess of death spread wildly throughout the classroom, and everyone stared at Hella in terror. All right, the world is quiet now. Hella smiled slightly and clapped her hands in satisfaction. Sure enough, I'm quite suited to be a teacher. Everyone is quieted down now. Hello. Just then, a puzzled voice came from outside the door. Hella turned her head and saw a woman who looked to be in her 50s holding books, standing at the door, constantly looking at the students in the classroom, as if she was thinking about something. Hella immediately realized that this must be a substitute teacher. A barely perceptible green glint flashed at her eyes. Excuse me, I've gone to the wrong place. Miss Sally shook her head with a dazed look in her eyes, apologized, and then turned and left in a daze. Hella found a stool, sat down, crossed her legs, and looked at the students below the stage. Her gaze occasionally met Gawain's. But at this moment, Gawain was lying on the table, listless. So, what exactly do you want to do? Holt pulled Gwen behind him and looked at Hella warily. Although he was very strong, he was worried that his opponent would attack Gwen. He wasn't sure if the other party had other methods. What I want to do, don't you know best? Hella looked up at the azure sky, spread her arms, and said intently, word by word, Of course I want to invite you to join me and conquer the universe together. As long as the Phoenix Force is in her possession, it's only a matter of time before she conquers the universe. In her view, this place was nothing more than a cage that restricted Holt's future. With such immense power, it's a complete waste of time to be stuck on this damned blue planet. She could give Holt women, money, and power. He could even control countless civilizations. This is far superior to a tiny blue planet. I'm not interested in your plans. Holt frowned as he looked at Hela and snorted coldly. Not to mention, you can't even defeat a Midgardian. You want to conquer the universe? Moreover, if he truly wanted to conquer the universe, he wouldn't need Hela's help at all. He has a system, which is already the most terrifying power in the world. Moreover, unless he's so bored he's gone mad, he would never side with a crazy woman. This is either conquering the universe or conquering the world. He wondered if the woman had been driven mad by being locked up. Midgardian, I only just broke out of that damn cage last time. Besides, my strength hadn't recovered before, so dealing with you now would be a piece of cake. Hela spoke calmly, explaining that although she had been badly beaten last time, it was only because her power hadn't recovered. Although the man before him possesses the power of the Phoenix, he certainly cannot control it properly. And she happens to have the method to control the power of the Phoenix. So this time Holt is definitely no match for her. Moreover, she also planned to teach Holt a lesson and show him who is truly worthy of her loyalty. Do you want to get beaten up again? Holt sighed helplessly. This was practically deliberately making trouble for him. Traveling all this way just to have some fun is utterly absurd. But her confidence also gave Holt a headache. Although he had a way to suppress Hela, he really didn't want to waste too much time. He has always hated trouble the most. How will you know if you don't try? Hela put her hands behind her head and swept them back. The hair on top of her head was piled up, forming a helmet that looked like spikes. Her clothes had been transformed into a tight-fitting combat suit, and a slight smile played on her lips, her eyes revealing a hint of excitement. I don't have that much time to waste with you. How about we make a bet? Holt shook his head. If he got addicted to fighting, wouldn't he keep pestering him in the future? And who knows if she might take action against the people around him. Since that's the case, it's better to just resolve it completely and avoid future trouble. Bet. Hela paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Interesting, Midgardian. In that case, tell me what kind of bet you're making. She found the man in front of her increasingly interesting. This was the first time she had ever heard of someone wanting to make a bet with her. I'll hit you 3 times. If you can hurt me, I'll go with you to conquer that damn universe. Holt expressed his thoughts. After all, fighting Hela was pointless, and he didn't want to see Hela in that sickly state. Good. Hela agreed without hesitation. For her, it was an easy thing. As he spoke, Holt conjured a rune in his left hand. This is a loyalty contract. If you lose, you'll have to be my assistant. Hela, who had been all smiles, froze instantly upon hearing these words. The mighty goddess of death is actually working as someone else's assistant? If you don't dare, then forget it. Holt spread his hands, looking at Hela with a hint of disdain. Hela, who had been hesitant, gritted her teeth and nodded after hearing this. Okay, this was a sure win. She didn't believe that Holt could withstand her attack. Even Odin wouldn't dare stand still and take 3 blows from her. As Gowen listened to their conversation, his face gradually turned pale. Even if she were incredibly naive, she could tell that this person wasn't a substitute teacher at all. But they are Holmium's enemies. Sorry. Gwen looked at Holt apologetically and apologized. She really didn't expect things to turn out this way. It's all right. She just gave me a chance to stretch my muscles and relieve some boredom. So, Holt smiled and patted her head to comfort her. She's just Hela, the goddess of death. Let's go. Let's find a quieter place. Holt took the lead and walked toward the spot not far away. After all, this place could still be seen by others. Bring it on. After telling Gwen to step back a little, Holt stretched his body and beckoned with his finger with a provocative expression. The dark red phoenix power swirled and solidified around his body, forming a barrier that protected him. I hope I can't knock you down in one go. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Hela's eyes, even though she didn't think Holt was anything special. but she still understood the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. Moreover, the young man in front of us is quite strong. Drink! With a roar, she opened her hands like eagle claws, and deep green energy spread through them. Click, click, click. The nearby mountains emitted terrifying roars, as if some monster was about to burst out from the ground. Immediately afterwards, the entire mountain began to crack, and was actually lifted up by Hela. The mountain peaks, swirling in the sky, resembled a giant rock dragon, crashing down fiercely towards Hold. Meanwhile, the people in the camp also noticed this scene and were all stunned. A monster! How did the mountain fly into the sky? Run! What's going on? Stop packing your things. Your life is more important. Everyone cried and ran away into the distance. The terrifying scene terrified them, even from a great distance. Ow! Seeing this from a distance, Gewin's heart jumped into his throat. She deeply regretted bringing this person to this place. Moreover, this guy's strength is already ridiculously high. They actually managed to lift a mountain. At that moment, however, Huda simply stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at the mountain crashing down with an easy expression. As the mountain was about to crash down, Hold remained standing still. Rumble. The next second, the entire mountain, with immense force, buried Hold completely. Call. Hela breathed a sigh of relief. Mobilizing such a large mountain was a considerable burden for her. I reckon this kid's already buried in the ground and can't move anymore. Crack. Just then, a crack suddenly appeared in the mountain. Immediately afterwards, a surge of dark red energy erupted out, and the entire mountain was cleaved in two. Holt stood with his hands in his pockets and a slight smile on his lips. It can't be that bad, can it? I haven't even stretched my muscles yet. When Gewin saw that Holt had come out unharmed, he finally felt relieved. You want to die? Hela never expected that Hold could calmly withstand such an attack. She suddenly stretched out her hands, and two sharp blades appeared in her hands, with green energy constantly gathering between the blades. The energy accumulated more and more, and its power became increasingly terrifying on a completely different level compared to before. This is a move she rarely uses because it takes too long to charge up. She clasped her hands together sharply forward, and the green energy shot out like a sharp sword. This clearly demonstrates that all the power is concentrated on one point. Whoosh! With a loud bang, that point slammed into the barrier formed by the power of the phoenix. The surrounding trees were torn to shreds by this force, but the barrier remained completely still after the impact. How is this possible? Hela's eyes widened in disbelief. You forced me to do this. A glint of death flashed in Hela's eyes. The world instantly turned dark. The ground was filled with a dark, pungent odor, and the whole place seemed to have turned into hell. From the dark aura emerged dark, ghostly figures, the souls of the dead from the earth. What is that? Gewin felt a chill run down his spine, and his whole body went cold. A torrent of dark energy shot straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky covered the entire forest. Those who fled nearby all saw the eerie, blackish aura. Go to hell. Hela was furious. Hold actually humiliated her, the goddess of death. Now, she will use her best methods to make Holt understand the real gap. What a coincidence, I know that trick too. Hold remained calm and snapped his fingers. Snap! Suddenly, the spirits of the dead turned around and pounced on Hela. Damn it! Hela was utterly astonished. She was the goddess of death. How could I be bitten by the very spirit I summoned? As more and more spirits of death approached, Hela retreated in fear. The next moment, countless spirits of death engulfed her. Bang! Until Holt snapped his fingers again. Huff! Only then did those spirit tablets completely disappear. Hela knelt on the ground, trembling, muttering, impossible. Tada! Hold walked over, his loyalty mark solidifying. Shall I do it? Or will you do it yourself? Hela gritted her teeth. I'll do it myself. 12.2%. 21:25. The realm of the gods, Ashgard. In the realm of the gods, within the celestial palace. Father, what brings you here? A man with a full beard, long blonde hair draped over his shoulders, and wearing armor strode in. Every movement he made exuded a rugged and imposing aura, and his voice seemed to echo throughout the hall. He was preparing to attack the Torchmen, but his father called him back halfway. "Thor, I have something I need you to do." The man sitting on the throne was Odin, the king of the gods. His expression was solemn, and his tone left no room for doubt. Judging from his expression, he was in a bad mood at the moment. "Father, just tell me, I'll do it." Thor patted the bear's chest, his armor making a thumping sound. His expression was flamboyant, and his tone was full of confidence. But he was also a little confused as to why his father hadn't even let him deal with the torchbearers, but had instead called him back. "Actually, you've always had an older sister who was sealed away in Norway in Midgard many years ago." When Odin finished speaking, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. His feelings for this daughter were conflicted. "I also have an older sister." Thor was stunned, never expecting that he actually had an older sister. Moreover, Odin never mentioned this matter. What shocked him even more was that this sister was actually sealed in Midgard. This could only be Odin's order, but he couldn't understand why his father would be so cruel as to lock her up. Odin nodded slowly and continued. "She committed a grave error, so she was sealed away. She was supposed to remain imprisoned, but she escaped ahead of schedule." He knew Hela's personality. Once released, she would definitely cause a huge mess. Therefore, he must deal with this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, Hela will definitely cause a huge disaster. "So you want me to—" Thor looked puzzled, though he really wanted to know the reason behind it. But seeing Odin's sullen expression, he ultimately didn't ask. If his father really wanted to tell him, he would have done so long ago. "I want you to find Hela's whereabouts." Odin took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, "We can't let Hela run amok outside anymore. Of all these people, Thor is the most suitable candidate. Although he is not as strong as Hela, finding someone shouldn't be too difficult for him." "All right, I'll take care of this." Thor readily agreed. It was simply a matter of bringing back the sister he had never met. For him, it was nothing. Therefore, he must deal with this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, Hela will definitely cause a huge disaster. "So you want me to?" Thor looked puzzled, though he really wanted to know the reason behind it. But seeing Odin's sullen expression, he ultimately didn't ask. If his father really wanted to tell him, he would have done so long ago. "I want you to find Hela's whereabouts." Odin took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, "We can't let Hela run amok outside anymore. Of all these people, Thor is the most suitable candidate. Although he is not as strong as Hela, finding someone shouldn't be too difficult for him." "All right, I'll take care of this." Thor readily agreed. It was simply a matter of bringing back the sister he had never met. It was not a problem for him at all. Moreover, he was quite curious about what this so-called older sister had done to be sealed away in Midgard by their father, etc. Just as Thor was about to turn and leave, Odin's voice suddenly came from behind him. Thor turned to look at his father with a puzzled expression. "You must be careful when you go over there, because Hela's power is very strong. Even if you find her, don't act rashly. Notify me immediately." Odin solemnly warned him, knowing Thor's reckless nature. Once he fought Hela, he was no match for her at all. Therefore, he had no choice but to personally take action and reseal her. "Yes, father." Thor nodded casually, then strode outside. He didn't take Odin's words seriously at all. Even though she's my older sister, how much stronger can she be? He is Thor, the god of thunder. No one can rival him. Watching Thor's reckless figure disappear into the distance, Odin, sitting on his throne, lowered his head, let out a long sigh, and looked worried. This matter is far more complicated than it appears on the surface. He knew that Hela could not possibly escape on her own. Although his own power has been somewhat unstable recently, and the seal is not very secure, there is absolutely no way he could escape. But then a strange force appeared, causing Hela to break through the seal. He really couldn't figure out who this force was. What was that person's purpose? All of this was giving him a huge headache. After all, he didn't know when such a powerful figure had appeared in Midgard. Everything seems shrouded in mystery. I just hope we can successfully bring Hela back this time, and that nothing goes wrong. Blue Star, the girl wants to meet in the suburbs. The surrounding area was a complete mess, a truly horrific sight. The surrounding trees looked as if they had been hit by a Category 15 typhoon. They had all fallen down, and the ground was covered with towering trees. The once lush green grassland has long since disappeared, leaving only a patch of yellow earth that resembles a desert. Even more terrifying, the original mountain peaks mysteriously disappeared, and the entire mountain range moved to another location. It was like being lifted up and put back down. It was practically a miracle. A large number of police officers surrounded the area, even setting up a cordon that stretched for several kilometers. Most of the police officers in Nyoyue were transferred here. My God, what on earth happened? Hey, Widow Natasha looked around, speechless with surprise. Putting everything else aside, the mountain alone was enough to terrify her. Although she had seen that mysterious person make a move before, this time it was even more unbelievable. The visual impact was even more terrifying. She had no idea how it was done. Even if we brought the largest mining truck from the SeaTac group, it would still take at least a day to move this mountain. Not long ago, they received a notification that something big had happened here. Some people said they saw the mountain fly up and initially thought they were seeing things. I never expected to witness such an outrageous scene after arriving here. This is more than just a big deal. Damn it, the Winter Soldier thing is annoying enough, and now this weird stuff keeps happening in New York. War Machine Rod looked at the scene before him, not knowing what to say. Not to mention that the relationship between Tony and Steve has become increasingly tense lately, with every meeting ending in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, strange things are happening all the time in Nyoyue, with chaotic magnetic fields and frequent energy fluctuations. Those who don't know the situation might think the end of the world is coming, and all these troubles just happen to happen near Nyoyue. He had to come and investigate every few days, but he never found out anything. The situation here, Natasha seemed to notice something out of the corner of his eye, squatted down to examine the marks on the ground carefully, and frowned slightly. There was some dark powder on the ground, but it was so fine that if you didn't look closely, you might mistake it for ground blackstones. Judging from the texture, the powder has been ground so finely that almost no particles are visible. The more I look at it, the more I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Where exactly is it? I'm sure I've seen these things before. Natasha gritted her teeth and quickly recalled the events in her mind. Just then, her eyes widened suddenly, and a place came to mind. That's the Orchard Beach. Is this the work of that mysterious person? Or perhaps the strange things that have been happening recently are all the work of that mysterious person. So, is there anything wrong with these things? Rod, who was standing nearby, also noticed that Natasha's expression had turned serious. It seems she has discovered something extraordinary. I think these. Natasha was about to voice her guess. Boom! A huge rainbow beam of light descended from the sky. The blinding light made everyone present squint. Then, the person slowly walked out of the blinding beam of light. Judging from his somewhat bulky physique, isn't this Thor? Natasha and Rode were both very surprised to see Thor. Wasn't this guy doing just fine in Asgard? How did he suddenly end up on Earth? Long time no see, everyone. Thor opened his arms and walked enthusiastically toward Rod, giving him a firm hug and a hearty gesture. How did you end up here? Natasha asked with a questioning tone. After all, Thor wouldn't just show up here if he didn't have something on his mind. Oh, stop talking, my sister Hela is missing. Thor didn't hide anything, simply spreading his hands and looking at the two of them with a helpless expression. God! Natasha and Rod immediately sensed that something was wrong. Last time Loki disappeared, he almost ruined his date with the girl. Now that Hela is gone, is she going to ruin the whole of Nyoyue? These people from Asgard are not to be trifled with, and the two of them immediately felt a headache coming on. I'm not sure how to say it, but using the word disappeared should be correct. Thor shrugged and answered casually. He felt that his so-called older sister wouldn't cause any major trouble. So what are you doing now? Rod asked, his face full of questions. If they really came to find their sister, why would they come here? I sensed Hela's presence here last, so I came directly from the Rainbow Bridge. After all, such energy fluctuations are too great. Even if you're not careful, you absolutely can't avoid them. Wait, you're saying your sister's presence disappeared here? Natasha looked surprised. She had previously found evidence of the mysterious person's appearance here. Yes, judging from the surrounding situation, it must have been my sister who did it. Thor looked around, sighed, and clearly felt this was a serious matter. But you can rest assured, our divine realm will take full responsibility. This is no longer a matter of taking responsibility. Natasha was a little dizzy for a moment, as the blue star was already in complete chaos. Now, things are even worse. Before the matter is even resolved, it's dragged into the matter of the divine realm. To make matters worse, the mysterious man seems to have gotten into a fight with Thor's sister. Judging from the mess on the ground, it must have been quite a commotion. Buzz. Rod's Bluetooth headset suddenly started flashing. After the call was connected, his expression instantly turned extremely serious. What happened? Natasha, seeing Rod's grim expression, immediately felt uneasy. Could it be that something else has happened before we've even finished dealing with this? Steve took Sam and a few others to Germany. Rod gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. He had absolutely no idea what had happened. Moreover, it is estimated that it is almost certainly related to the situation in Bahrain. How is Tony now? Natasha knew without a doubt that Tony would be furious upon hearing this news. Tony is also preparing to go there now. Luo sighed deeply, his face looking very grim. Tony's emotions have been very unstable lately, and given the situation, he might do something crazy. It seems Tony must be furious. Natasha shook her head helplessly. I just hope that nothing goes wrong. Recently, the internal conflicts within them have become increasingly serious. If a fight really breaks out, the consequences are simply unimaginable. What are you talking about? What's wrong? What happened? Thor stroked his beard, watching his sister's every move. Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, he walked over casually. There's no time to explain now. Rod shook his head. He had to get back quickly. That's fine then, let's talk on the way. Thor didn't think much of it and quickly followed. On the plane. What? You two broke up? Thor suddenly stood up, causing the cabin to shake. He stared at Tony in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. Thor, breaking up is used to describe the relationship between a man and a woman. Rhodes looked at Thor as if he were a fool. While explaining, he couldn't help but shake his head. Oh. Thor's lips twitched before he said sheepishly, actually, it's about the same. Shut up. Seeing Thor constantly nagging, Tony suddenly shouted angrily. He was in a terrible mood. He never expected Steve to run away with his men. Tony, where are we going now? Thor scratched his head, completely ignoring Thor's tone. The final order to capture Winterbin was just given on May 9th, but Steve actually ran away with Winterbin. Tony gritted his teeth, his voice sounding as if it were being squeezed out from between his teeth. He was trembling with anger as he spoke. He really didn't expect this guy to be so bold, to go to such lengths for one person. Tony, we can't just resort to violence to resolve this, can we? Natasha frowned and hesitated before speaking. She didn't want to see her former comrades in arms suddenly turn against each other. She simply cannot accept this kind of thing. Moreover, this time it wasn't just Steve alone. Sam, Ant-Man, Hawkeye, and so on. Once a fight breaks out, it won't be easy to end it. She hopes everyone can sit down and have a proper talk. Natasha. Tony whirled around, staring angrily at her, and said, word by word, whose side are you on? He paused for a moment, then walked towards a corner. There sat a young man with dark skin and an air of nobility. This is Chala. Hey, leopard, Tony said. Everyone, I am here to avenge my father. Hey, Chala's eyes were filled with rage. Bucky killed my father with his gun. He loved peace so much. Upon hearing this, the cabin fell silent immediately. No one spoke, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Even Thor, who is usually carefree, fell silent. Sitting in the corner, Wanda didn't say a word, just watched the scene before him, his face full of sadness. She had friends on both sides, so she couldn't choose which side to stand on. Boom! Smack! The ground collapsed instantly, and a large crater was blasted into the concrete within a 30-meter radius. Shards flew everywhere, and Thor was buried in the ground. Stop! Stop hitting him! When Wanda saw Thor being beaten up one-sidedly, he couldn't help but shout out. She knew Holder wouldn't let Thor die, but if things continued like this, even if he didn't die, Thor wouldn't survive. Moreover, continuing like this is pointless. Thor is completely unable to fight back now. With a thud, Hela landed next to Thor, who was lying on the ground, unable to move, her high heels stepping on his head. It's no use asking him. You have to ask him. Hela smiled and turned back to look at the person on the tower. After all, she wasn't in charge. She was just ordered to stop them from fighting, and the simplest way was to defeat them all. Cough, cough. On the tower, Hold coughed softly. Upon hearing the sound, Hela immediately lifted her foot and took a few steps back with a smile. Thor, finally able to lift his head slightly from the ground, gasped for breath. He couldn't understand why there was such a vast difference between himself and his sister. The situation had become a one-sided, crushing defeat. Although he could now control some of the power of lightning, he was still helpless. He lay on the ground, trying to stand up, but his bones felt like they were falling apart. He could only turn his head to the side, glaring angrily at Hela in the distance. "What idiot! You'll never catch up to me." Hela looked at Thor lying on the ground with disdain. Thor's strength wasn't even enough for her to handle. Not to mention, if it weren't for Hold's orders, she could easily have wiped out everyone present. These people were nothing but insignificant Midgardians, less than weak insects in her eyes. Although Thor and the others saw his disheveled state, they were also seriously injured. For example, Thor's mech was almost completely destroyed and rendered useless. And Steve, although he managed to get up, had completely lost his ability to fight. They could only stare in despair at the figure atop the tower. Bathed in sunlight, the figure appeared exceptionally mysterious. "Everyone, there's no need to risk your lives for meaningless things." The voice seemed to echo directly in their minds. The figure slowly ascended, as if climbing stairs, treading on thin air as he approached them. Everyone calmed down. Holt stood atop them, stepping on the void. Everyone squinted and looked up. The dazzling sun was directly overhead. Even squinting, they could only vaguely make out his outline. They couldn't even make out what he was wearing. A dark shadow. Who is this? Tony's eyes widened. Even though the dark fog had dissipated, he couldn't make out the person's face. No matter how he looked, it was as if shrouded in mist. It was a strange feeling, as if he had seen him and then forgotten him. But strangely, this person gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. The other Avengers members also tried to make out his appearance, but the result was exactly the same as Tony's. Because he couldn't see anything at all, and even if he did, he would forget it immediately. As he spoke, the surroundings seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious power. This power calmed his previously restless mind. The one most affected was Tuoni, who felt the tranquility and recalled everything that had just happened. "What am I doing? I clearly had many ways to solve this problem, but I chose the craziest one of them." The sound seemed to purify their hearts. But the more they saw this, the more shocked they became. This force was so terrifying that they couldn't even think about distracting thoughts or emotions. As the light from the sky shone down, the mysterious figure, like a dark cloud, enveloped their hearts. If Hela's despair was just now, then this mysterious person brings fear. A kind of unfathomable fear. Even the powerful Hela has to obey his orders. This shows that this person is far more capable than Hela. They couldn't even defeat Hela, let alone this mysterious person. Ironically, they had even held a meeting specifically for this mysterious person. That is, how to deal with him once you oppose him. It now seems that no matter how hard they struggle, they are no match for this person. At this moment, only one person stood still. That's Wanda. This guy still loves to pretend. Wanda looked up at Hold in the sky and shook his head helplessly. Her every move makes one think she's a god. Oh no, now even Hela, the goddess of death, listens to him completely. Just how many secrets does this guy have? He's getting more and more mysterious, Wanda thought to himself. Every time she thought she had seen through Holt, she would find another layer of mystery. Buzz. Holt flicked his right hand in the air, and a dazzling golden dimensional gate opened. A figure suddenly fell from the sky, 3 meters high. Snap! The man fell heavily to the ground, letting out a painful cry. When everyone's attention turned to him, they discovered he was a German man. But the man's clothes were tattered, and his skin was covered in scars. It's obvious that he's been through a lot lately. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many injuries. Haven't you been looking for the mastermind behind everything? This is it. Holt shrugged in the sky. He really enjoys watching a good show. As someone who has read comics and traveled through time, watching a live performance can add more fun to a boring life. Moreover, if this were a movie, it would be quite excellent. The mastermind behind it all? After calming down, Tooni turned his gaze to that person. At this point, he also realized that something was wrong. It seemed as if they had always been controlled by someone else, and their every move carried an indescribable eeriness. While Steve may be on his friend's side, the likelihood of him lying is very low. Maybe it really had nothing to do with Bucky back then. Hey, Leopard frowned. He still didn't understand what had happened. But judging from the mysterious man's tone, things seemed far more complicated than they appeared. Chala, this man orchestrated your father's death in the police station. However, this matter actually has nothing to do with Bucky. As for Bucky losing control later, it was because Zemo had control commands left by Hydra on him. Zemo did this because his family died in the Battle of Sokovia. Holt calmly recounted the whole story. To be honest, Zemo is quite pitiful. Losing a loved one due to a single mistake. No wonder you're angry. After listening, many images flashed through Hey Leopard's eyes. His forehead veins bulged, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. If he weren't so badly injured, he would have loved to rush over and tear the guy named Zemo to pieces. Wanda and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. Because they were the cause of this incident, Zemo lost his family. For a moment, everyone fell silent, and no one spoke first. Everyone lowered their heads, simply watching everything in front of them in silence. This guy is your responsibility. After Holt finished speaking, he turned to Hela and said, Hela, let's go. Good. Hela nodded and was about to fly into the sky when suddenly Thor's hoarse roar came from behind her. Hela, come back with me to see Odin. He shouted as he endured the pain and got up. Sweat poured down his forehead. The battle had left him severely injured, but he still refused to give up, only wanting Hela to go back with him. How stupid. Hela scoffed, go back? You can have Odin come himself. Otherwise, I'll return to Asgard sooner or later. She never imagined that her younger brother would be so foolish. Go back, unless Odin willingly abdicates and dies in front of her. Otherwise, she would never go back. The thought of being imprisoned for hundreds of years filled her with rage. You're going to remain stubbornly deluded. You're no match for your father. Thor covered the bear's mouth and roared. If Odin really comes, Hela's only fate will be death. That will be even better. He'd better kill me, or I'll kill him. Hela simply finished speaking and flew directly towards Holmium in the sky. She didn't want to say anything more to this useless guy. Even if he is her brother, strength is the only true measure of success. Exclamation point. Thor gritted his teeth. His mouth was already full of blood. His legs were bent, the veins on his thighs were bulging, and his eyes were full of anger. This time, his target was no longer Hela, but that high and mighty, mysterious person. Although he didn't understand why Hela obeyed this man's orders, he decided to fight to the death. Thor, don't go over there, come back quickly. You are no match for him. The Avengers all looked anxious. No one expected that Thor would choose to fight to the death at the crucial moment. He can't even beat Hela, let alone deal with this person. The figure drew closer, and lightning flashed on Thor's fist. He still has energy. Holt looked down at Thor charging towards him, a slight smile playing on his lips. The people of the divine realm are indeed physically strong. They can still struggle and fight back even after being beaten like this. With a gentle press of his right hand, an unimaginable pressure instantly enveloped Thor. Thor immediately felt a terrifying force pressing down on him from above. Swoosh! Bang! With a loud bang, Thor was forced into the ground, with only his head sticking out. Click, click, click! The surrounding ground began to contract, trapping Thor firmly underground. How stupid! Hold coldly watched Thor being dragged away. What was detected on Friday? While holding onto the broken earphones that could fall off at any moment, Tuoni gritted his teeth and asked, "Boss, the test results show that this power is the same as the residual power from the last." Upon hearing Friday's words, Tony's face turned extremely pale. He had noticed something was wrong before, so he had it checked. However, since they found that his power was inconsistent with that of the previous mysterious person, they did not suspect that person. But he never expected that the person would possess such terrifying power. That's a level 8. Power enough to easily destroy a city. This made Tony look at Hold with even more apprehension and fear. This person exists in the world like a natural disaster. It could even be said that they were no match for this monster. Let's go. With a wave of his right hand, a golden dimensional gate appeared above his head, accompanied by a flash of light. Then, a golden halo swept past the two of them, and they vanished instantly. Watching the departing figure, everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That was really dangerous. The goddess of death is terrifying. But what's even more terrifying is that mysterious person. We have no idea what his purpose is. It seems like he might be trying to help us, but the way he's doing it is really strange. I really can't think of anything in the world that could keep him in check. The Avengers collapsed to the ground, secretly relieved to have escaped death. Although, if they had thought things through properly back then, there would have been no internal strife at all. I acted too impulsively in this matter. Roar really made me. Steve shook his head, admitting his mistake. After all, we're all teammates. There's no need to escalate things to this point. All right, that's enough. Natasha stepped between the two, tidied her hair, and said excitedly, "Hand the person over to Rosie. Let's go back for dinner." In any case, this mission can be considered complete. Seeing everyone reconcile, Wanda's lips curled up slightly. This is the scene she most wanted to see. Back at the Avengers base, everyone quickly treated their wounds and sat down around the dining table. Everyone seemed to be in a good mood, except Thor, who was silently eating his cookies with his head down. "Woof, who exactly is your boyfriend?" Tuoni couldn't help but ask. He had already guessed that the other party had come to help them. Otherwise, how could they have caught Zemo and figured out everything? But the more this happened, the more he wanted to know this person's identity. What kind of person was he that could make even the goddess of death, Hela, obey him? I don't know how to say it. I'll introduce you to him sometime. Wanda's expression was somewhat conflicted. Although they have now confirmed their relationship, Holt's romantic history is far too complicated. She even suspected that Holt might have already subdued Hela, the goddess of death. I hope that day comes soon, and I will prepare a grand banquet. Tuoni's face showed excitement. This mysterious person is too powerful. It's simply unimaginable. If we could bring him into the Avengers, everyone's strength would be greatly enhanced. Everyone, I'm skipping dinner. I'm going to the divine realm. Thor stuffed a waffle into his mouth and suddenly stood up. After saying that, he ignored everyone else and jumped out of the window. Everyone sighed as they watched Thor's figure disappear. They understood that Thor had suffered a significant blow this time. Asgard, the realm of the gods. You saw her. Odin looked at the dejected Thor and roughly guessed what had happened. However, he was not surprised, as his son still had great potential. It's understandable that they can't defeat Hela right now. I saw her, but Hela seems to be working for a Midgardian. Thor told Odin everything that had happened. The more Odin listened, the uglier his expression became. He knew that Hela was an extremely proud person who would submit to others and even become their assistant. You have to understand, even I can't make her bow down, and I can't even seal her away. If that's the case, the person who rescued Hela is very likely that mysterious person. Odin concluded that this was highly likely. Father, what should I do next? Thor gritted his teeth and looked at Odin with a resentful gaze. Odin didn't speak, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I'm back. Hold waved his hand, dispelling the mist that was obscuring his face. He didn't reveal his identity because he didn't know what Wanda was thinking. That's why he didn't say a word. Ode, can we go out for dinner today? Hela looked at the familiar courtyard, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. Although she hadn't been there long, she was already tired of it. She's always been restless. Staying here is practically killing her. You want to go out? Hold glanced at Hela beside him and finally nodded. Then let's go out for a meal together. After all, Hela performed quite well today. Although everyone got a lecture from her, it was a lesson for them. He actually hoped that the Avengers could protect the world, so he wouldn't have to worry about these things. Good. Hela agreed without hesitation. Going out to eat, instead of staying in this awful place, made her even happier than if she had beaten up Thor. Lorna. Hold entered the room and called out. Hearing the sound, Lorna ran out of the living room. She was initially very happy, but stopped when she saw Holt, bowed her head and said, Mr. Holt, you're back? You must be bored at home, right? Let's go out for a meal. It has to be said that, looking at the introverted Lorna, Holt couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Although Gwen is also youthful and cute, compared to her, Luona appears to be more shy and reserved. Really, Lona's eyes widened, her gaze flickering as she blinked repeatedly. After receiving an affirmative answer, she immediately ran back to her room and changed her clothes. Holt drove his Bumblebee directly to a restaurant on 33rd Street in New York. He ordered some familiar dishes and was about to eat when the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Your decision has successfully prevented the outbreak of the Avengers Civil War. Reward: Phoenix Force Fragment, no willpower. It seems I guessed just the same. Previously, Holt had been very interested in how to obtain Phoenix Force Fragments. After careful consideration, he discovered that as long as he participated in special events, there was a 13.1% chance of receiving a reward. Moreover, the greater the changes to the original storyline, the richer the rewards will be. For example, in the Avengers Civil War, if he hadn't intervened, Tony would have eventually found out that his father was killed by Bucky. From a certain perspective, this can be considered a change in the course of the plot. Phoenix Force Fragment, 4/12. The moment he obtained the fragment of the Phoenix Force, a warm power flowed through his body. He could clearly feel the newly acquired Phoenix Force merging with the previous one. The power within his body rapidly increased, and if he focused his mind, he could even perceive the entire blue planet. A trace of Phoenix power emanated from his body, though no unusual phenomena occurred. But Hela, who was sitting opposite her, suddenly stopped eating. The fork in her hand fell into the plate with a crisp sound. She suddenly looked up at Hold, her eyes wide with surprise. Her heart also quickened slightly, because she had just clearly sensed that Hold's strength had increased again. Moreover, this improvement is much more significant than before. She made this judgment because she noticed a hint of aura emanating from Hold. Given Hold's strength, it would be difficult to make him lose control, and the slightest leak of his aura could only mean one thing. That means his strength has suddenly increased. In that instant, he didn't have time to control his power at all. Moreover, she could confirm from that aura that Hold had become even stronger. What's wrong with this guy? Do Midgardians get stronger just by eating now? Hela's lips twitched, her heart filled with mixed emotions. This is absolutely devastating, not just because his strength far surpasses hers. Moreover, she personally witnessed that Hold was not a particularly hardworking person. He was enjoying himself for 24 hours a day, and she couldn't understand how someone like that could have such strength. Although Hold noticed that Hela's expression was a little off, he didn't ask her anything. Instead, he looked at Lorna beside him and asked, "Is it delicious?" Lorna eats like a cute little rabbit, always eating very carefully. This tastes much better than I expected. At first, Luo Na refused to eat dishes containing offal. But once you taste it, you realize it's really delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. If it's not enough, order some more. Hold now treats Lona like a little sister. Although I've gained a little weight since moving in recently, I still look very thin. No wonder Wanda thought Lorna was a minor when they first met. With those timid eyes and malnourished figure, it would be strange not to mistake her. Good. Lorna nodded excitedly and continued eating. Horde, whose strength is unfathomable. Is it your little lover over there? Hella finished a slice of salad, waved the fork in her hand, and said irritably, Why? Holt sighed, looked up and said, Yiliana, do you really enjoy stalking people that much? In fact, he noticed Yilian had been following him the moment he arrived. Although she changed her hair color and makeup, that familiar aura is still there. Moreover, after arriving, she pretended to be nonchalant and turned on her phone to record audio and video. He simply ignored Lorna because he was having dinner with her. Haha, I didn't expect you to find out. The woman at the next table was momentarily embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. She changed herself from head to toe and even wore sunglasses. Even so, it was still discovered by Holt. She really put a lot of effort into tracking Holt. If Holt hadn't driven out himself, she might not have run into him. It's you. When Luo Na looked up and saw Yiliana, she was taken aback at first, but quickly recognized her identity from her aura. After all, Yilian had appeared once before. Although appearance can change, personality and temperament are hard to change. Even you recognized me? When Yiliana saw Luo Na greeting her, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She's starting to wonder if her disguise skills have gotten worse. Come and sit down. Hold gave her a wink, signaling her to sit down. I just happened to run into you, so I came over to take a look. Yiliana pouted, picked up her bag, and sat down next to Huda. Although she was recognized, she vehemently denied that she was stalking Hold. So you came for Natasha? Hold tapped the table lightly with his index finger, a slight smile on his lips, and turned to look at Yilian. Although his expression appeared calm, Yiliana's anxiety grew increasingly intense. This person possessed unimaginable power, right? Yiliana tried to calm herself down and nodded. Oh, a cold glint flashed in Hold's eyes, and his tone suddenly changed. Stop pretending. If you follow me again, I won't hesitate to make Red Room disappear from this world. As soon as he said that, Yilian felt as if she were being stared at by a ferocious beast. Goosebumps rose all over her body, her heart raced, and even her pupils trembled. She simply couldn't understand how Holt could see through her intentions so easily. Because to avoid being discovered, she had only installed surveillance cameras where Holt was driving. She hadn't actually gone there herself, but had someone else handle it. Even so, he still found out. Sorry. Yiliana's face turned pale, her voice trembled, and she immediately lowered her head to apologize. She knew very well that Holt was not joking. She still vividly remembered what happened at the Hydra laboratory. I don't want it to happen again. With a calm tone, Holt casually picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and put it in his mouth, saying indistinctly, Eat it. It tastes pretty good. In fact, he had known for 2 days that Yilian had appeared at Nyoyu. Not to mention his senses, the Red Queen had already reported the news to him. So he knew without even thinking that her purpose was definitely to see him. I understand, Mr. Holmium. Yiliana quickly picked up her chopsticks, lowered her head, and began to eat, not daring to say a word. Now, she dares not disobey whatever Hold asks her to do. This is the oppressive feeling that comes with strength. At the nearby intersection, a dark SUV was waiting at the traffic light. The driver's gaze swept across the area, then suddenly stopped. Wait, isn't that Yiliana? Agent Maria Hill recognized Yelena, who was eating with her head down, with just one glance. Although she was wearing makeup, the two had dealt with each other quite a bit. So how could she not recognize her? Shouldn't she be in Poland right now? Hill looked confused, completely unexpected that she would appear in Yoyue. Last week, the Hydra laboratory in Poland was destroyed. The person in the passenger seat was a bald, black man wearing an eye patch, looking sideways at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Chinese restaurant. That man was Nicholas Fury. Destroyed. Hill couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with shock. Who has the audacity to do this? That's Baron Strickland's territory. Previously, the Divine Shield Bureau had been considering whether or not to deal with Baron Citrak. His pupils contracted sharply as a figure rushed out of the door and tackled him to the ground. The two tumbled down the stairs to the first floor. This caused Wang to gasp in pain, groaning incessantly. These people are not to be trifled with. They used to be the thugs here. Unexpectedly, they all followed Cassilia and joined Haydark. He quickly got up from the ground. Although he was a bit chubby, he moved with unusual agility at that moment. With a flick of his golden shield, he sent two people flying. Even so, the others immediately surrounded him and entangled him. The one who was in the most sorry state was Shurdi. He ran wildly through the temple corridors, creating some distance between them. He quickly brought his hands together, forming a hand seal, and fiery red light flickered in his hands. This type of corridor is best suited for the use of flames. But just as he was about to release it, Cassius had already strode up to him. With a single swing of his sword, he interrupted the spell casting. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Stephen couldn't help but curse. Cassilia was too powerful. She didn't even need to use much magic. She just used her magic longsword to defeat him without any chance to fight back. He narrowly dodged the blow. Then with a flick of his wrists, his magical whip suddenly wrapped around the longsword, attempting to snatch it away. Before he could react, he was kicked away. No, I can't beat him. Shurdi gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, got up, and ran as fast as he could into the depths of the temple. He needs to hold off Cassilia now, and once the king has dealt with the others, he'll surely be able to come and rescue him. Cassius hissed as he watched Steve flee, a faint smile playing on his lips. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, pulled it back, and rotated his palm clockwise at the same time. The walls on both sides of the corridor crumbled rapidly, and at the same time, the walls on both sides of the room were constantly moving. The floor tiles beneath Steve's feet slid backward like a treadmill, carrying him toward Cassius. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Steve was terrified and rushed forward desperately, but his body was getting closer and closer to Cassia. So, this is the mirror space. Hold, who had been hovering behind Cassilia and observing, couldn't help but nod and sigh upon seeing this scene. It must be said, this spell is indeed very powerful. Although some dark magic can also alter reality, it is still far inferior to the mirror dimension. Horde, save me. As Steve ran, he kept looking back and realized that Hold had been standing quietly behind Cassius. What's even stranger is that Cassilia seemed completely oblivious to his presence, and no one else bothered Hold, as if he didn't exist at all. This situation is too bizarre. Don't rush. Wadei flashed to the edge of the mirror space and carefully observed it. He was clearly standing to the right front of Cassilia, but Cassilia acted as if he didn't see him at all. From the moment Cassilia appeared, Hold immediately used his mind control ability, causing everyone to subconsciously ignore him and not even feel his presence. Help me! Ignoring all pretense of saving face, Shurdi shouted loudly. This guy is still watching the show. Watch out behind you. Without turning his head, Hold waved his hand, observing his surroundings as he gave a reminder. Buzz! Stephen felt a chill run down his spine and quickly dodged to the side. The magic sword grazed just past his body. If he hadn't heard Holt's reminder, he probably would be missing a section of his waist by now. Damn it! Shurdi cursed angrily, and with a flick of his right hand, he also cast a spatial spell. The entire room twisted and deformed, turning his gaze toward the ceiling. As the floor continued to recede, it created distance between him and Cassius. Call! Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Steve saw Cassius casually spread her hands. As the air rippled, his eyes widened in surprise. This is clearly a technique of spatial folding. He turned around abruptly, his pupils contracted sharply, and then he crashed directly into the spatial fold. He fell heavily to the ground. This almost killed him. He nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Buzz. Before he could even get up, a loud bang sent chills down his spine. Stephen rolled over on the ground to dodge the magic sword that was slashing down. Just as he was about to stand up, Cassius was already in front of him. Cassilia's magical longsword was blurred and pierced straight towards Steve. Sure, Defen gritted his teeth, but before his hands could even form a shield, the sword was already upon him. His pupils suddenly contracted to a thin slit. The Emperor's division. When Wong saw this, he shouted anxiously, but it was too late. Mordo could only watch from the sidelines as everything that followed unfolded. Call! At the critical moment, space suddenly twisted and deformed. The surrounding objects formed a transparent barrier between the two, instantly separating them. At the same time, the stairs also began to rotate and move. Spatial magic? Steve got up from the ground, looked up at Cassius above him, and shouted in disbelief. At this moment, there was a plane between him and Cassius, which was clearly a mirror space. His head was buzzing, and he had no idea what was happening. He subconsciously looked around, thinking that Master Gu had arrived. But when he turned his head, the expression on his face froze instantly. A person was seen floating in the air, with his hands emitting a faint golden light, and everything around him was constantly spinning and twisting. It made a rustling sound, just like the pages of a book. The walls and windows were also changing wildly. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The person who actually used such a move is a Hulk? Stephen's eyes widened. How'd he learn that? Could it be? He suddenly remembered that the guy hadn't made a move earlier because he had been observing the mirror space and had even learned it. Hey, what on earth is going on? Modu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had no idea how this person could use the mirror space. If he really just learned it, then he is a genius who is rare to see even once in hundreds of years. He originally thought that hold wouldn't be of any help. I didn't expect to be proven wrong so quickly. Get lost. Wong unleashed his full power, and with a single punch from his right hand, the light shield sent the last enemy in front of him flying. He rushed to check on Stephen's condition and witnessed this scene. This guy's talent is terrifying. Although he had seen Hold display his talent before, he thought that at least books or scrolls would be needed. But now it seems that they completely mastered the mirror space just by watching one spellcasting session. This kind of talent is simply unheard of. Learning magic by watching others cast spells is an extremely difficult task. Even the simplest spells are rarely mastered through observation. Hold actually did it and succeeded on his first try. Is this guy, Gu Yi's disciple? Standing on the high ground, Cassia frowned and looked at Hold with a puzzled expression. He was certain he had never seen this person before, or even heard of him. But the fact that this person can use the mirror space is clearly illogical. What bothered him even more was that he seemed to have been ignoring this person's existence all along. If it weren't for Holder using mirror space, he probably wouldn't have noticed it by now. Mirror space, is that all? It doesn't seem that great. Hold looked at his hands and muttered to himself. Just now, when he was observing this technique, it was as if he understood its usage in a flash of light. However, the actual results were far worse than he had imagined. But he wasn't too disappointed. After all, the Book of Ashani mainly contained white magic and defensive spells. They are mostly used to protect themselves and their surroundings, and rarely used for attack. This guy, when Wong and the others heard Hold's mutterings, they felt a pang of disappointment. They wanted to learn about mirrored spaces, and it took them quite a while to even get started. Hold grasped the essence with just one glance. Moreover, judging from his movements just now, he was already very skilled at it. Who exactly are you? Cassilia looked up at the face in the air and asked with a frown. This person's appearance is too strange. Logically, someone with his abilities shouldn't be able to ignore others. But that's exactly what happened. Is it because you've been staying up too late and your eyesight is failing? Hold raised his head and met Cassius's gaze, a half-smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, Cassius's expression immediately turned ugly. Hold's nonchalant attitude was practically a mockery of him. Although it was unclear how the young man had done it, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Although it uses mirror space, it's still far inferior to hay magic. Young man, you shouldn't get involved in this battle that doesn't belong to you. Cassilia swiped her right hand, and the energy of her magic sword caused the air to distort slightly. The next second, he suddenly leaped up, and the entire mirror space changed accordingly. As if floating in the force of gravity, he was instantly in front of Holt. A ferocious glint appeared in his eyes, although he didn't know who the other person was. But this young man is exceptionally talented. We must not allow him to grow up. You watch your step. Holt rolled his eyes when he saw Cassius leap up. With a flick of his finger, Cassius was sent crashing into the constantly rotating wall in the mirror space like a thrown discus. So weak, yet you dare to make a move? Holt looked at the enemies in front of him with disdain, his eyes full of contempt, as if they were just some annoying insects. He really thought these people were too weak. If he hadn't wanted to learn more magic, he would have sent them to hell long ago. Damn it! Cassia struggled to her feet and gave orders to her men. Buzz. As soon as the order was given, the 4 people beside him split up to the left and right and rushed towards Holt. Their hands were still gleaming with golden light, and the next second, they all drew magical whips. The moment they surrounded Holt, they swung their long whips, aiming straight for Holt's hands and feet. Whoosh whoosh. With a whooshing sound from magical whips wrapped around Holt's body. They pulled hard at the same time, and Holt was thrown into the air as if he were being torn in two. Go up and help. When Mordo saw this, his expression changed drastically. He was about to rush over when Wong stopped him. Don't rush. Wong had already noticed the smile on Holt's lips. Although he didn't know what his trump card was, he believed that the Gaigu he had his eye on would never lose to these people. Thunder of Bozat. Cassilia seized the opportunity, purple lightning flashing continuously between her hands. He suddenly jumped up and shoved his palms at the bound Holt. A dazzling burst of electricity erupted from his palm, roaring like a dark purple dragon as it charged toward Holt. As the lightning streaked across the sky, cracks appeared in the surrounding air, even tearing open another dimension. Ow! Sherdiefin's eyes widened, and his heart tightened. Call. Holt turned his head slightly and looked at the 4 people. At just one glance, the 4 of them sensed that something was wrong. The next second, a powerful force came through the whip. With a sudden jerk, the 4 whips binding his limbs shattered instantly. In the blink of an eye, he caught the purple lightning bolt and turned it to ashes. Sherdiefin and the others were all dumbfounded. If they weren't mistaken, Holt actually caught Bozat's lightning with just one hand. Just what kind of monster is this kid? Wong's voice trembled slightly at this moment. Although he could handle that move, it would be far from easy for him. Moreover, this wasn't just one Bozat's lightning. Holt also directly tore off the 4 magic whips. This has completely overturned his worldview. Not far away, Modu stared wide-eyed, almost popping his eyeballs out. He knew very well how strong Cassilia was. But even this all-out attack was easily defeated by Holt. Cassilia opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then said, I hope there really is an afterlife. He looked up at the ceiling, as if he could see the sky. He relentlessly pursued power, not because he wanted to live forever. Rather, it was because Dormammu had promised him that if he released him, he would be able to reunite with his wife and daughter. But now it seems that I have no choice but to go there and see them myself. Sizzle. A chill ran through him, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Instantly, the walls and the ground were stained red. Cassius collapsed to the ground, her face devoid of fear, replaced only by a faint smile. It seems he has already seen his relatives in that world. Be a good person in your next life. Holt shook his head, and the magic sword in his hand slowly disappeared. He smiled and turned to look at the people. Sorry, I might have to trouble you to clean up. It's okay, thank you. Without saying much, Sherdiefin waved his right hand, and a golden dimensional gate opened. From here, you can clearly see that the hospital is on the other side. As soon as the door opened, Sherdiefin immediately carried Gu-E into the hospital. Teacher, you must hold on. After rushing into the hospital, Steve grabbed a doctor and asked, Where's the emergency room? The doctor next to them was stunned when he saw several people suddenly rush out of the door. After realizing what was happening, he quickly led Steve to the emergency room. Several people stood outside the emergency room, and the lights went out in less than 10 minutes. The doctor in the white coat walked out with a somber expression. The patient has passed away due to excessive blood loss. Stephen was clearly unable to accept this result, and his eyes instantly turned red. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her legs began to tremble. He staggered back a few steps and sat down on the iron chair in the hospital. His shoulders were trembling uncontrollably. He was clearly having an emotional breakdown. "Your teacher is over there." Holt walked over and sat down next to Stevens, gently patting him on the back. The next second, both of them simultaneously left their bodies. Upon seeing this, Stephen was first taken aback, then seemed to realize something. He turned around abruptly and saw Gu-E, dressed in a yellow robe, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing at the bustling city through the hospital's floor-to-ceiling windows. "You still haven't changed your mind." Holt sighed and shook his head helplessly. He was actually fully capable of saving Gu-E, but he knew Gu-E didn't want him to do so. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have deliberately used a strong wind to block his path. The reason she refused was probably because of the Dormammu mark on her forehead. "For me, death is not the end, but a relief." Gu-E slowly turned around, looked at the two of them, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. She has completed her final task, although she knew that this would be a huge blow to Stevens. But things can't keep dragging on like this. "But you..." Stephen gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment, as if he wanted to say something. But Gu-E interrupted him directly. "I've lived too long and seen too much. That's enough." To be honest, she hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. After all, she had been carrying a lot of pressure, and she was really exhausted. That's about it. Gu-E looked up at the sky, as if remembering something, and looked at Holt earnestly. "Holt, I beg you to be the godfather of Stevens." She knew very well that Holt's strength had far exceeded her imagination. It will take a long time for Steve to grow up safely. But with Holt around, none of this will be a problem. "What? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I would never let someone younger than me be my godfather." The previously sorrowful Stephen suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly in an angry tone. To have someone like that as his godfather is utterly absurd. "Stephen, didn't you understand what I said?" Gu-E frowned and reprimanded in a low voice. Stephen Smith's expression froze. This was the first time he had ever seen Gu-E so angry. "I beg you, hold me." Gu-E turned to Holt again, her eyes filled with a pleading look. Although she had put down the responsibilities on her shoulders, she was still somewhat reluctant to let go. After all, this was something she had dedicated her entire life to, and she could only continue to protect it once Stephen became truly powerful. But it's clear that this will take a long time. Stephen wanted to refute, but seeing Gu-E's serious expression, he ultimately kept quiet. I think it sounds pretty interesting, I agree." A mischievous smile appeared on Holt's face. He initially thought it would be quite troublesome, since he had to protect an older man. And this guy likes to show off. Just thinking about it is annoying. But then I thought about it again, and the feeling of having Steve call me Dad didn't seem so bad. When Steve saw the amused expression on Holt's face, he already knew what Holt was up to. He clearly wanted to hear me call him Dad. He was already inferior to Huda in every way, and now he actually had to call him Dad. Who could swallow this insult? Seeing Gu-E's expression and remembering that this was Gu-E's instruction, he finally sighed and nodded. Seeing this, Gu-E finally showed a slight smile. She slowly turned around and transformed into a golden ray of light, flying into the sky. As the golden light gradually disappeared, Stephen sighed helplessly. After Holden brought Steve back in his body, he said, "Let's go." "Where to?" Stephen raised his head, feeling much less sad, because he knew that this was Gu-E's wish. If that's the case, he has no reason to object. "Let's go find Dormammu and tell him to stop harassing Earth." Holt shrugged and said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After all, Dormammu is definitely still trying to find a way to deal with Earth. He didn't want to run around every day. Just thinking about it made him feel tired. Let's just resolve this completely, so we don't have to be bothered by the dimensional demons every day. Question mark. Sure, Defen was stunned, never expecting that Hudo would say such a thing. That's a dimensional demon god. What's the difference between telling someone stop bothering Earth and telling a dog not to pee indiscriminately? Why are you so surprised? Do you want to go? After saying this, Hold's eyes darted around, and he continued, By the way, I'm your father. Seeing the pained look on Steve's face, Holt laughed even harder. What you just did. At this moment, Mordo and Wong walked over, their faces looking somewhat sad. They had previously seen Holder and Steve enter the spirit body state. Just now, Master Gu. Steven recounted everything that had just happened, then added, and Holder said he's going to find the dimensional demon god. Upon hearing this, the two were completely stunned. Go find the dimensional demon? What's the difference between that and suicide? I absolutely disagree. Wong immediately stood up to object. Going to find the dimensional demons is something no mortal can do. Although I know you are very strong, the dimensional demon god is an extremely powerful being. Modu felt a chill run down his spine whenever he heard that word. He never imagined that he would ever see someone so bold in his life. You guys are really not going? Then I'll go. Hold's lips curled up in a smile, his face full of anticipation. He had always heard of dimensional demons, but had never seen one. This is a good opportunity to go and take a look. As for who is in danger, it's still uncertain. After saying that, he waved his right hand and directly opened the portal to a dimension beyond reality. At first glance, another world appeared as a pitch-black expanse, filled with strange lights and floating planets. A chilling, dark fog swirled within, looking utterly bizarre. This was the first time the other three had ever seen what the dark dimension looked like. But when they sensed the aura inside, their expressions immediately turned extremely ugly. If you guys aren't going, fine, I'll go. Hol didn't bother arguing with them, and simply stepped through the door. The remaining three looked at each other, and finally gritted their teeth and followed. Upon entering the dark dimension, the most obvious sensation is the boundless darkness. Immediately afterwards, small floating planets appeared all around, each radiating dazzling starlight. However, this light was dizzying, and you could even see some tentacles moving around. In contrast to the three men's vigilance, Hold seemed as relaxed as if he were on a picnic. He wasn't afraid at all, and even had a slight smile on his face. Because he now possesses the power of the Phoenix, enough to make even Dormammu wary. I'm betting my life on this with you. You'd better be absolutely certain. Sure, Defen gritted his teeth and spoke slowly and deliberately. He didn't want to come in once and never be able to get out again. 13.6%, 2133. I'm already starting to regret coming in. Wong gritted his teeth, his fat face trembling. He really regretted it. Why did he come in? Mordo's face was filled with despair. We're finished. Because once they entered, they could all clearly feel the oppressive atmosphere of the space. Don't worry. Hold spread his hands, his tone reassuring. We're just here to warn Dormammu, not to kill him. The scribes were stunned. What difference did it make? No matter what, aren't we just sending them to their deaths? Rode, 13.6%, 2133. Rumble. A strange, loud noise was heard, and the surrounding planets began to shake violently. Although these planets are not large, each one emits light of various colors. This is an indescribable sense of oppression. Upon hearing the sound, they couldn't help but turn around to look. What came into view was a giant eye. Those eyes emitted a purple light and were much larger than the small planets beneath their feet. Upon seeing this scene, the expressions of the three of them froze instantly, as if their heartbeats had stopped. Can humans really defeat this monster? If it weren't for the fact that it was already too late, they would have turned around and run away immediately. The purple eye slowly receded into the distance, disappearing into the distance. Suddenly, they saw another purple eye appear in the dark universe. Then, a huge and terrifying face slowly appeared in front of them. It was a huge humanoid creature, but its face was covered with deep dents, like the surface of a planet, resembling solidified brown waves. And faint red marks can be seen on the edges of its body, as if lava is constantly rolling. Those terrifying eyes stared intently at them, creating a sense of oppression they had never experienced before. Only then did they truly understand how vast the gap was between themselves and the demons of this dimension. Intruders, you have trespassed into the dark dimension and will be subject to irreversible punishment. Dormammu opened his terrifying maw, his voice deafening, filled with rage. He had just noticed these damned intruders. As long as it's in hay, as long as he is in the dark dimension, he can perceive everything. Wait, you're from Kamataki. Dormammu's terrifying eyes widened considerably. He never expected that the people from Kamataki would actually come to him on their own initiative. So what if it is? Sure, Defin gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Now that he was here, there was no turning back. Ha ha, you insignificant insects. How dare you enter my dimension to die? You're courting death. Dormammu let out a low laugh. He was extremely excited. He hated the people of Kamataki to the core. Since someone had come to him, he was naturally in a good mood. If it weren't for you, Master Goo, he wouldn't have died. Steve Rogers harbored deep resentment towards Dormammu. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Unconsciously, power began to gather in his hands, and a golden halo swirled around him. What? Goo is dead. Upon hearing this news, Dormammu raised his head slightly and burst into laughter. The deafening laughter made even their ears tremble. Even the ground on the planet trembled with his laughter. Young man, have you come to bring good news? For Dormammu, this was absolutely fantastic news. Once Goo is dead, no one on Earth will be able to stand against him. Seeing Dormammu's smug expression, Steve and the others became even more furious. Speak, you foolish little things, how do you want to die? Dormammu approached them and looked at these ant-like creatures, asking them questions. But no one spoke. They just stared at him with angry eyes. But Dormammu saw this as a challenge to his authority. With a thought, countless purple rays shot into the sky and swiftly crashed down on the four people. In an instant, dust billowed as enormous energy erupted on this tiny planet. How incredibly boring. After Dormammu finished doing all this, he was about to disappear into the darkness. But at that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief, for he clearly sensed that the four little ones were still alive. When the dust settled, he saw them standing unharmed in the same spot. The person at the front had a slight upturn at the corners of their mouth, a hint of mockery on their face. So, is that all you're capable of? Hold stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Dormammu with disdain. To be honest, he was quite surprised when he first saw Dormammu. It wasn't that I was scared, but rather that this guy looked too strange. He would believe it even if someone told him he was building a house on his head. After all, those potholes and uneven marks are enough to make one's heart tremble just by looking at them. You little brat, how dare you mess with me? Dormammu hadn't expected that these people could withstand his casual attack. And this person, who was like an ant in his eyes, actually dared to resist. His eyes turned cold, and the rocks on the surrounding small planets instantly transformed into enormous stone pillars, shooting wildly towards Hold and the others. Stand behind me. Hold remained completely calm and simply made a light sweeping motion in the air with his hand. A dark red barrier instantly surrounded the four of them. The moment the stone pillar struck the barrier, it shattered into a pile of powder and fragments. Dormammu was furious. He had never encountered such a formidable ant before. He could easily block even this move. What angered him even more was the man's gaze. Although he was smiling, there was more contempt and mockery in his eyes. Roar! He opened his mouth, and a terrifying purple light continuously condensed within it. Any planet that gets close to this force will be instantly destroyed. Be careful. Wong's forehead was covered in sweat. Although he did not directly participate in the battle, the pressure on him had reached its peak. This guy is definitely going to go all out. Baron Mordo was also extremely nervous, even though Hold had just accepted the challenge. But clearly this is not Dormammu's full power. Moreover, this guy is already enraged, so this attack will definitely be incredibly powerful. This guy's breath is so strong it could spit out a purple ball. Hold remained calm, even letting out a lazy yawn. Can you hurry up? How much longer do we need to build up our strength? It has to be said that Hold's words were incredibly sarcastic, and even the people behind him didn't expect him to dare to speak up and attract attention at this time. Boom! The next second, a purple beam of light shot out from Dormammu's mouth, instantly enveloping the four of them. The planet's surface cracked open, and even nearby asteroids were affected by the purple beam of light. In this dark space, the pillar of light was exceptionally dazzling, like a divine pillar of creation. It even pierced through multiple planets without showing any sign of stopping. Dormammu only revealed a slight smile after the purple light disappeared. Those annoying little bugs finally died. But at that moment, his gaze suddenly froze. Because despite this planet-destroying force, a small piece of land still floated on the surface. The people on it were none other than Hold and his group. How was this possible? Dormammu gritted his teeth, his voice filled with shock. He never imagined that these insignificant insects could withstand such terrifying energy. Amidst the rising dust, Hold waved his hand, a red protective shield flashed, and he stepped out with a frown. Seriously? Are you just tickling me? Fine, you guys can just watch from the sidelines. After saying that, Hold suddenly waved his hand, and the wrecked planet was instantly moved to another planet. They were surrounded by red shields, clearly preparing to face Dormammu alone. I must say, you Ant, your strength is indeed quite impressive. Although Dormammu was very unhappy, he had to admit that Hold was much stronger than he had imagined. Yours isn't bad either, it's just a bit disgusting to look at. In response to Dormammu's words, Holder's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the behemoth. Is this the true strength of Holmium? Sure, Defen stared blankly, muttering to himself. He now finally understood why Master Gu insisted on having Huda as his mentor. This guy is terrifying. He had never heard of anyone being able to fight Dormammu head-on. Moreover, the whole process seemed exceptionally relaxed, as if nothing was on their mind. I finally understand how vast the difference is between people. This isn't just the difference between a person and a dog. It's an absolute world of difference. As Wang Yi spoke, his eyes twitched incessantly, because he felt that Hold was now extremely arrogant. Judging from his expression, Holt wasn't serious at all. He seemed more like a tourist. Dying. Dormammu fell silent. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. Countless energy swords condensed in the void, shooting towards Hold with terrifying power. These swords move as fast as light, too fast for the naked eye to see. All that could be seen were afterimages flashing by, and once these swords struck Hold, they would explode one after another. Even more terrifying, more lightsabers appeared in the sky. Looking around, the entire dark universe was surrounded by these densely packed energy swords. In the darkness, Dormammu's power is almost limitless. The energy swords flying everywhere were like a galaxy, covering the sky and displaying a variety of colors. But they all have one thing in common. No matter which one they use, none of the three of them can stop them. 0. Shirdi swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Is Holt really all right? I'm not sure, but I guess there probably won't be any problems. Wong answered tremblingly that if something happened to Hold, they would definitely have to stay here too. The thought of this gave him a terrible headache. Although I'll never see this scene in my lifetime, it's truly breathtaking. And if I'm not mistaken, in less than 10 seconds, hundreds of millions of energy swords shot out from the void. Call! Even Dormammu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after the attack ended. Although he possesses boundless strength, he is not immune to fatigue. Moreover, with this kind of attack method, that humans simply couldn't withstand it. Just then, Hold emerged from the illusion, his body glowing faintly red. He stretched his neck and said impatiently, This doesn't even qualify as a massage. The three of them, including Shirdi, were completely stunned. They thought Hold might survive, but they didn't expect him to do it so easily. It felt like I just got a massage, took a shower, and came out. And this is Dormammu. How can you be so casual about it? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Dormammu's voice echoed in the dark space. The terrifying roar even caused the surrounding planets to begin to crack. Look at you, why are you so angry? Hold smirked, spread his hands, and said, if you're not convinced, keep fighting. Before he could finish speaking, countless purple tentacles emerged from various planets, quickly reaching out to grab Hold and attempting to shatter the dark red protective shield on his body. All right, I don't like this kind of thing. A fiery red glint flashed in Hold's eyes as he pulled his right hand out of his pocket and flicked it lightly. The power of the Phoenix rippled through the void. The moment the tentacles touched the power of the Phoenix, they instantly turned into dark powder and dissipated. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Is that the Phoenix Force? Dormammu asked in shock, for he had clearly felt that power just now. He was all too familiar with that power. It was the legendary power of the Phoenix. He knew that the Phoenix Force was one of the oldest and most powerful energies in the universe. But he never expected that this guy in front of him would possess such terrifying power. At that moment, he finally understood why Hold wasn't afraid at all. It turned out that Hold was relying on this terrifying power. With a wave of his hands, Hold's body suddenly erupted with terrifying energy. The dark red light surged out wildly as if it had found a breakthrough. This terrifying power and oppressive feeling even made Dormammu feel a sense of fear. What frightened him even more was that after the Phoenix power began to overflow, this power actually began to destroy the dark dimension, gradually turning everything into nothingness. The Phoenix Force. Stephen Smith was taken aback for a moment, then understood. So that's how it is. No wonder you're so talented. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Moreover, the reason why Hold was able to appear here was because of the power of the Phoenix. This guy's body can actually withstand such strong force. Wong's voice trembled slightly, his face full of shock. It's important to understand that the power of the Phoenix is extremely strong, and not something an ordinary person can withstand. If one's physical body is not strong enough, it is very likely that the power of the Phoenix will burst one's body. Moreover, it is extremely dangerous to use, but holders seem to be able to handle it with ease. Dormammu saw the Phoenix Force destroying the dark dimension. No, die. He tried to stop the Phoenix Force from eroding the dark dimension, but whenever his energy touched the Phoenix Force, it would turn into dark particles. All right, and this guy as long as... Thinking of this, he prepared to deal with Hold. But then it suddenly occurred to me that no matter what method was used to attack, Holder remained unharmed. Young man, you've won. Dormammu watched as the dark dimension dwindled, and his voice began to tremble. Once he loses the dark dimension, he will be devoured by other demon gods outside the dimension, because all his power comes from the dark dimension. The power of the Phoenix is devouring the dark dimension, which is of no benefit to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Shirdi and the others were all shocked. Dormammu actually begged for mercy. Dormammu raised his head with a face full of resentment, staring at the person in front of him. I promise you. He has no other choice now. Either they fight Hold to the death, which is obviously not good for either side. Taking a step back and compromising became the last resort. Moreover, human lifespan is short, so it's not too late to invade reality after this human dies. In any case, the lifespan of a dimensional demon is almost infinite. You made a smart choice. Hold did not continue to pressure Dormammu. Although he can now contend with Dormammu, this is the dark dimension, which is of no benefit to him. Moreover, his condition was simple. Dormammu just needed to stop bothering the real world. Dormammu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched Hold and the others leave. This guy is more like a Dark Lord than he is. Ding! You have reached a deal with Dormammu. Reward obtained. Ancient Destruction Bloodline, high quality. Oh, looks like my luck is pretty good. Holt was somewhat surprised. After all, this ancient destructive bloodline was too terrifying. Ancient destruction bloodline, high quality. This is a processed, ancient, destroyed bloodline, pure and unadulterated, perfectly compatible with anyone, and will not cause any rejection reaction. He knew very well how impressive this reward was. What is the ancient destruction? Let's start from the beginning. The most terrifying thing about the ancient destruction was that it allowed for infinite resurrection, a being that is almost immortal. Although it can't compare to the silver superpower, its uniqueness is what makes it so terrifying. Because the ancient destruction was able to constantly adapt to various environments and battles, and then continuously evolve. In other words, if someone kills it with fire, its fire resistance will be greatly increased after it revives. That's what makes ancient destruction so terrifying. Compared to Captain America's, "I can spend all day with you," ancient destruction is the bloodline truly suited for sustained combat. This near-invincible setting made Holt's heart race. Although he already possessed the ability to continuously heal and regenerate when he obtained the 12 Zodiac Talisman. But it is ultimately different from the destruction of antiquity, and it cannot adapt to it. If you can't adapt, you'll only be defeated time and time again when you encounter a strong enemy. What excited him even more was that this ancient destructive bloodline had been conditioned, meaning he didn't have to worry about his appearance being deformed. More importantly, it has no side effects. Just as Holt was contemplating the reward, a pair of eyes were staring intently at him. He must be the strongest person on Earth, right? Steve looked at Holt's cold profile and thought to himself. It must be said that the battle just now left a very deep impression on him. The one who can make Dormammu beg for mercy, and that's from the Dark Dimension. He knew very well that Dormammu was equivalent to a supreme god in the Dark Dimension. No one can threaten him. He had been thinking about how he would survive if he were in his shoes. That's right, he was just thinking about how to survive. There's only one way. Time reset, but that's useless against Dormammu. Moreover, this is not without its costs. Although they can be resurrected indefinitely, some traces will still remain. Not only Steve, but even the King and Mordo were stunned for a long time. They had seen the Phoenix Force, but they never imagined that anyone could use it to make Dormammu submit. This kind of thing is unheard of, but now it has actually happened. Wong looked at Wanda with a complicated expression. Now, he finally understood why Master Gu he had been so polite to Wanda. This guy is the truly terrifying being. If he's in a bad mood, he could easily destroy the entire planet. Modu is even worse. His mind has completely stopped working. This force actually has its eye on their Book of Ashani? How utterly shameful. While the Book of Ashani is indeed very valuable, it is utterly insignificant to such beings. This is someone who can overpower Dormammu. Such a powerful person has remained on Earth without making a sound. From a certain perspective, Earth has been quite lucky. What's wrong? Is there something you want to say? Holt noticed that Stevens was staring at him with a strange look. He smirked, thinking that what happened today must have greatly shocked Stevens. Stephen opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and finally shook his head. No. After all, he had many questions he wanted to ask, but didn't know where to begin. My mind is a complete mess. It's like a 1-year-old child fighting Tyson one-on-one and beating Tyson to the ground. Hey, you won't even call me Godfather. Holt spread his hands, feigning disappointment. I'm leaving now. Godfather. Stephen blushed and shouted through gritted teeth. Let them call him whatever they want. Anyway, the other party is such a powerful person. Having such a wicked godfather is quite a bargain. And he secretly wondered to himself, who knows if Holt is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. Besides, Holt really helped him a lot this time. At least they won't have to fear Dormammu anymore. My good son. Holt felt a sudden sense of relief when he saw the oddball calling him Godfather. Although I'm already very strong now, I am still a little happy to see my former idol call me Godfather. This is a kind of perverse sense of humor that is hard to describe. Looking at Holt's mocking expression, Stephen couldn't lift his head any further. I'm already so old, and I still have to call a young man my Godfather. Their teeth were clenched so hard they were making a grinding sound. All right, there must be a reason why the master chose Mr. Holmium as your godfather. Wong grinned, walked over to Stevens, patted him on the shoulder, and then turned to Holt. Mr. Holt, would you like a cup of tea? Although it's unclear why Holt has been hiding his strength all this time. But judging from his actions just now, Holt should be protecting Earth. Moreover, he always trusted the master's decision, so it must be the right choice. Can. Holt stretched, though he found the dark dimension quite novel. But after a while, it's just another dark space. If he's left inside, he'll probably go crazy in no time. Strength is not everything. What truly matters is the ability to enjoy life. He sat cross-legged at the antique tea table, and the person opposite him was no longer Gu Yi, but Wang. He tried his best to imitate Gu Yi's previous manner, awkwardly brewing tea. Do you have many questions you want to ask? Holt took a sip of tea, a slight smile playing on his lips. He sensed that Wang seemed to have something to say, but remained silent. Wang paused for a moment, then gave a simple, honest smile. No, I know a lot, but I don't want to ask. Just trust the master and do your own thing. Sometimes, being too curious is not a good thing. Not long after, Baron Mordo walked in, looking serious and holding a book in his hand. Mr. Holmes, this is the book of Ashanti that you requested. He just wanted to retrieve a copy of this book, because such a powerful being would probably be interested in its contents. Moreover, Holt has already solved a major problem for them. Because Gu Yi is no longer here, the position of the Sorcerer Supreme is still vacant. If Holt does nothing, it's only a matter of time before Dormammu invades this universe. Therefore, presenting this book of Asani was both a gift of gratitude and an apology from him. This is the book of Vishanti. Holt flipped through a few pages, his eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared on his lips. It must be said that the content was much more interesting than he had imagined. Although they're all white magic and defensive magic, they might come in handy sometime. Steve and the king stood together, tacitly approving of Baron Mordo's decision. It's getting late. Holt finished his tea in one gulp and said, "This tea is good. I like it very much. It's time to go back." After saying that, he stood up, opened the dimensional gate leading to the manor, and disappeared in the golden light. The estate has many houses, including Holt's main house and many independent villas. These houses are specifically for entertaining guests. Considering Hella's special circumstances, a villa was specially arranged for her. Although Hella is now considered one of their own, Holt is still a little unaccustomed to it. After all, Wanda occasionally stays here, and Goen might come too in the future. From a certain perspective, is indeed a bit awkward. After all, the soundproofing of this house is not good, and it cannot block his ability. Back inside, Holt originally wanted to call Wanda over for a chat. Of course, he didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted Wanda and Luana to talk more. After all, although we met once last time, we didn't have time to say a few words properly before I left because of the time constraints. But when he called, Wanda said she was very busy and had no time at all. Holt wasn't too surprised. After all, Baron Zemo had caused quite a bit of trouble last time. The authorities will certainly ask the Avengers to assist in the investigation of this case. Although no one came over, Wanda kept pestering Huda to make video calls all night. Holt was very suspicious. Was he afraid that he had a relationship with Hela? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. If he really wanted to, the evening was certainly not the only time. However, he didn't hang up and chatted with Wanda until late at night. Sometimes, in addition to physical communication, spiritual communication is also very important. The next morning, this ancient damage is really interesting. Holt lay on the chair enjoying the sun and could clearly feel the changes in his body. After the sunlight shone on him, it gradually seeped into his body. The surface cells are also changing rapidly, offsetting the side effects of ultraviolet radiation. However, that makes it difficult to get a tan. Holt sighed helplessly and shook his head. After all, while ancient damage can avoid side effects, sunburn is still a side effect. However, this also brings some benefits. Namely, one can feel the ancient damage continuously nourishing the body with the temperature. The potential to change one's appearance from the inside out will, in the long run, definitely lead to stronger physical fitness. Just as Hold was enjoying this leisurely life, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he looked up at the distant sky. Dark clouds filled the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Deafening thunder and lightning followed one after another. And who is it? Hold vaguely sensed an energy gathering in the dark cloud, and he was quite familiar with this energy. Rainbow Bridge. The next second, he remembered the source of this energy, because when Thor appeared before, he sensed that Neo had also had similar energy. The energy this time is exactly the same as last time. He couldn't help but stand up in surprise, squinting as he looked into the distance. With just one glance, he could see the sky more than 10 kilometers away. People from the divine realm. At the same time, boss, we've detected abnormal energy fluctuations. At the Avengers headquarters, Tony was signing documents while munching on a lollipop when he heard this, and his brows immediately furrowed. Where exactly is it located? Where are the energy fluctuations like? Tony frowned and asked, "You've only rested for 2 days, and something else has happened?" Intense energy fluctuations, high danger level. On Friday, the situation was reported immediately, and the reply was given in a serious tone. Good. After learning the location, Tony immediately dispatched a small team to investigate. At the same time, on the vast plains outside the city, thousands of golden-armored warriors stood there in neat rows. They exuded an extremely powerful aura. From a distance, it looks like a piece of metal foil shimmering with golden light. At the very front of this large army stood a figure. The golden-armored warriors behind him all stared intently at the figure with reverence. It was as if no one could stop them once this person appeared. The man was dressed in armor. His hair and beard were all white, and he rode an 8-legged horse. He was tall and imposing, and exuded a suffocating aura. This man is none other than Odin. Thor, is this the place? Odin pulled on the reins of the 8-legged horse and asked in a calm tone, "Father, Hela's presence is nearby." Thor frowned, and after sensing for a moment, nodded affirmatively. He was very familiar with Hela's scent. Even if there was a slight distance, it wouldn't be much different. Good. Odin snorted and jumped off his horse. He clenched his right hand in the air, and a golden light instantly appeared in his hand. As soon as the golden light appeared, the surrounding trees and ground seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, and they all flew away in all directions. This is Odin's weapon, the eternal flame. He suddenly lifted the whisk and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, a terrifying force spread rapidly. Boom! Centered on the eternal blaze, the ground began to crack and scatter. A golden wave of energy instantly swept across the surroundings. In an instant, the entire earth trembled. Odin took a deep breath and roared majestically. "Hela, the All-Father has arrived. Come out and see me now." This shout traveled thousands of miles and echoed along the east coast. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken apart. Boom! Soon, a figure streaked through the air and crashed to the ground. The surrounding soil exploded instantly, and a woman with a voluptuous figure wearing a black bodysuit appeared before everyone. Her eyes held excitement, but also an indescribable anger. "Odin, I can't believe you old codger, actually came. I thought you were hiding like a coward." Hela's lips curled up, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The person she hated most was Odin. That damned thing dared to seal her away. "Hela, shut up. How dare you not kneel before the father of the gods?" The moment Thor saw Hela, memories of being bullied in the past flooded back. He stared at Hela with a ferocious expression. If Odin hadn't been there, he would have rushed up and attacked her long ago. He would never forget that humiliation. "Oh my, isn't this our Thor? Did you run home crying for your mother again?" Hela held the bear in her arms, her lips curled up, her chin raised, her eyes filled with mockery and contempt. Seeing her so-called younger brother trembling with anger, her mood immediately improved. "You!" Thor's voice trembled, his eyes filled with rage. It has to be said that Hela's words made his face turn very ugly instantly, because he truly cannot control lightning without a hammer. Despite being called Thor, he still has to rely on Mjolnir. However, Hela was telling the truth. Without Mjolnir, he couldn't unleash the divine power within him. While the hammer brought him convenience, it also became an invisible constraint. Once he loses it, he will never be able to awaken the power within him again. Frigga is dead. Just then, a hint of sadness flashed in Odin's eyes, and he uttered these words. Upon hearing this, Hela's initial anger suddenly turned into depression, and she fell silent. She had no idea that Frigga had already passed away. Although Frigga was not her biological mother, she was always the only person who cared about her. No matter what injustice she suffered, Frigga would always stand up for her. Even when she was sealed away, Frigga pleaded for her life. Therefore, she felt particularly heavy-hearted after hearing the news. "You deserve to die. You failed to protect her." Hela vented all her anger on Odin. In her view, Odin had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father at all. "Hela, I didn't expect that after all these years. You still look the same." Odin frowned as he looked at Hela. Although he knew her personality, he still felt uncomfortable seeing this. "You immortal fellow, as long as you kneel down in front of me, I'll immediately become gentle." Hela gave Odin a cold shoulder, her heart filled with endless rage. What she most wanted to see was Odin die in front of her. Only then could she vent her hatred. "Damn it! How dare you say such things to my father?" Thor, unable to bear it any longer, gripped the battle axe he had hastily acquired and roared at Hela. "Shut up, you idiot!" Hela spread her hands, and her hair instantly transformed into a helmet resembling horns, while a sword of the night sky appeared in each of her hands. The dark blade gleamed with a ghostly green light, as if it had been coated with poison. Boom! Without hesitation, she launched her attack, her two swords shooting upwards one after the other, aiming straight for Odin's bare mouth. The moment the sword flew out, the surrounding air was stirred up, creating a gust of wind. Even the grass on the ground was overturned, resembling two giant thorns. The soil rushed forward rapidly along with the sword blade, like two spears capable of piercing through everything. "Let me!" Upon seeing the fierce attack, Thor leaped in front of Odin, his eyes revealing unwavering determination. Lightning began to spread from his hands, and dazzling flashes continued to gather. He charged towards the two spikes like a cannonball. He flashed past from the side, his right hand suddenly grabbing the end of the first night sky sword. At the same time, he unleashed astonishing power, his left hand lunging at another sword. The veins on his arm bulged, but the moment he touched it, a dark green light suddenly exploded. This powerful force sent Thor flying, even dozens of meters away. He rolled on the ground several times before he could barely stand up. However, because of his obstruction, although he failed to stop the swords of the night sky, they still deviated from their course. They flew off to the sides, instantly kicking up dust and sending countless bits of dirt flying everywhere. Even the trees were shattered by this energy. "God of hammers, you're too weak." Hela raised her right hand, and the night sky swords that were stuck in the ground on either side immediately flew up. It spun in the air, carrying green energy, before suddenly returning to her hand. She glanced at Thor, who was glaring at her from a distance, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "You should be glad you're not me, and that you didn't have to fight every day and live with death every day when you were a kid. But your comfortable life has made you lose the fighting spirit that a warrior should have, and you have become decadent and weak." As Hela spoke, a look of reminiscence appeared in her eyes, and her tone was full of emotion. She had struggled on the brink of death. Those were days she simply couldn't bear. Although she grew stronger and stronger, this experience was something she could never forget. Darkness, death, despair, pain, wailing, these emotions haunted her like fear. "Father!" Thor stood up, and looked at Odin with a puzzled expression, because he realized that what his sister said was not nonsense. But it really is true. If so, then his father doesn't seem to be as benevolent and wise as he imagined. Odin merely glanced coldly at Thor, his right hand gripping the eternal blade stuck in the ground. Enough! Hela, since you won't listen to reason, don't blame me. Odin slowly pulled up the eternal flame, and with it came a terrifying pressure. The surrounding ground felt immense pressure and collapsed in concentric circles like ripples. It felt as if an invisible weight was constantly pressing down on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. As the pressure intensified, the surrounding ground sank by more than 10 centimeters. Odin walked towards Hela step by step, his steps filled with arrogance and anger. He was radiating a golden light, and anyone who knew him could tell at a glance that he was completely enraged. He is the king of the gods and will never allow anyone to question his decisions. It's time to settle our scores. Hela watched Odin approach step by step, her eyes filled with more vigilance and seriousness. This is nothing like her silly little brother. This is Odin. His strength was terrifying. She had to be completely focused on dealing with him. She gripped the sword of the night sky tightly, her body sinking slightly. A dark green light enveloped her entire body, enhancing her speed and strength. Boom! The next moment, the spot where she was standing suddenly cracked open. Soil and withered grass flew everywhere. Her speed at that moment almost surpassed that of light. Only a faint green shadow could be seen flashing by. Hela slammed her right hand down, and a huge green beam of light appeared in the sky, heading straight for Odin. At the same time, she used this momentum to quickly approach Odin. The beam of light crashed down, slicing across the ground and leaving scorched marks and deep craters. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. Call! Odin suddenly raised the eternal blade and swung it towards the sky. Golden light swept towards the beam of light. A strange sound was produced the instant the two forces collided. Buzzing. The green beam of light was actually cleaved in two by the golden light. The golden light spread rapidly, engulfing the pillar of light in the blink of an eye. In the distance, a figure was sitting in a brass chair, smoking. He crossed his legs, looked relaxed, gazed intently into the distance, and smiled slightly. He looks like a high and mighty monarch. Those red glowing eyes seemed to see through everything. He quietly observed everything before him, his expression calm. Hold originally wanted to take action himself, but Hela volunteered to fight instead. She wanted to end this battle with her own power. After all, it was a revenge that spanned thousands of years. With this in mind, Holt did not intervene immediately, but simply watched quietly from the sidelines. Bang! At this moment, Hela seized the opportunity to rush in front of Odin. The eternal blade and the sword of night sky clashed fiercely, unleashing a powerful aura between the two. The weapons clashed, producing a loud metallic clang. The shock wave even caused the surrounding golden-armored warriors to cover their ears. They simply cannot participate based on strength alone. As the force surged, the ground churned and exploded in all directions. The two stood in the center, glaring at each other with nothing but anger in their eyes. The eternal flame is indeed much stronger than Thor's hammer. Holt leaned back in his chair, speaking in a relaxed tone. He could clearly sense the difference between the eternal flame and Thor's hammer, as expected of a weapon that has been verified by the Celestials. Back then, the Celestials planned to use the 9 realms as a testing ground, but Odin fiercely resisted. At that time, Odin, relying on his destroyer armor and wielding the eternal Gungnir, fought a great battle against the ancient Celestials. Although Odin was seriously injured in the end, several members of the Celestials died. It was this battle that made Odin famous throughout the universe and allowed him to ascend to the position of God King. Soon after, Hela began to be at a disadvantage because Odin was experienced, while Hela had not fought in a long time. Hela suddenly used the force of her weapon to force herself back, leaping dozens of meters away. Her entire body released a dense, dark divine power that continuously spread outwards. The surrounding air was fluctuating, and even space itself appeared distorted. Even the air itself seemed to carry a strong scent of death. It was an indescribable stench, accompanied by countless wails and cries. As the sound spread, the ground began to crack, as if hell was about to return to the human world. Countless spirits of the dead crawled out from the ground. This was her death god. These spirits struggled painfully to break free, their resentful cries echoing in the sky, as if helping Hela vent her endless rage. Odin looked serious. He had to take Hela, who was wielding the power of death, seriously. He gritted his teeth, a blinding golden light flashing in his eyes, and concentrated his immense divine power into the eternal blade in his hand. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, and the eternal flame trembled as if it had been infused with life. Odin took a deep breath and hurled the eternal flame at Hela and her army of the dead. At that moment, the eternal flame, filled with boundless divine power, shot out like a shooting star. With a roar, it hurtled straight toward Hela, and that terrifying power arrived in an instant. This force was too great even for the spirits of the dead that crawled out of the ground. Even at a distance of more than 10 meters, it was torn apart by this force. Hela felt a tightness in her chest, but she wasn't afraid. She gripped her twin swords tightly, gritted her teeth, and raised the Sword of Night to try and strike down the incoming eternal blade. With a loud bang. However, when the eternal flame fell, a tremendous energy erupted, and golden light spread everywhere. This golden light enveloped everything, like a circular barrier that kept expanding and spreading in all directions. This force pushed away the ground and the surrounding spirit pillars. When the spirit of death encountered this golden light, it let out an extremely terrifying roar. Like a bulldozer, the golden light spread, covering an area of 2 kilometers with its terrifying radiance. When the golden light faded, all the spirits of the dead were completely destroyed. A huge crater appeared on the plain, looking as if it had been bombarded by countless artillery shells. The pit is over 40 meters deep. Hela was seriously injured and collapsed to the ground. Blood seeped from her skin, and blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth. The golden eternal flame lay beside her. If she hadn't dodged just in time, she probably would have been pierced by that terrifying weapon. Even so, she's not much better off now. She had been sealed away for many years, and her divine power was no longer what it used to be. She was no longer able to fight Odin. Odin calmly raised his hand, and the eternal flame, sensing his power, flew back into his hand. He put away his long whisk and strode toward Hela. Hela, in the name of the Father of the Gods, in the name of the ancestors of the gods, in the name of the 9 realms, I judge you. Odin walked into the pit, looked at Hela lying on the ground, strode over, and began to read the verdict. Whoosh! Before he could finish speaking, Odin suddenly sensed a dangerous presence rapidly approaching, and his eyes widened abruptly. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared beside Hela. Thor was stunned, not even seeing how the person appeared. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable sense of fear washed over me. Because it was moving so fast, he couldn't see it at all. He was certain that this was not magic, but pure power. Hela is mine now. The man, with his hands in his pockets, made sure Hela was all right before slowly walking up to Odin. The man in the black shirt stood less than half a meter from Odin and said firmly, "Did you ask me about this?" Odin frowned, and his heart began to race. Because this young man exudes a terrifying power. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. How? Thor recognized him because he had seen a photo of the 2 of them together in the Avengers office. It's worth noting that Tuoni rarely puts other people's photos in prominent positions. He had casually asked about the name at the time, so he remembered it very clearly. The person's name was Hold. Tony's praise for Hold far exceeded his expectations. He had never seen such a proud fellow as Tony praise someone so sincerely. And this person is Hold. So when he saw Hold, he immediately recognized him, etc. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why is Hold here? In addition, there's his attitude towards Hela. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Was Hold the mysterious man? Bang! Before Thor could figure it out, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Hold. Dark red energy surged from his body like a tide, continuously spreading outwards. This aura was something even Odin could not resist. It was this terrifying aura that confirmed Thor's suspicions. A dark red aura contained boundless and terrifying power. The moment this power appeared, the world seemed to change color. The soil beneath our feet kept collapsing, turning into black particles. Looking around, everything was slowly disappearing from the edges. This was only a slight leak of energy. Even so, the surrounding scenery was changing rapidly. The dark red waves, like ripples on water, spread outwards from Holt as the center. The dark clouds in the sky also changed at this moment. They could even clearly see that these dark clouds were gradually turning red. The entire sky expanded, and all that could be seen was a blood-red hue. It was like being in another world, where all the light was replaced by this terrifying red. The slowly rising dark particles involuntarily alarmed the golden-armored warriors. They experienced many horrific scenes and witnessed the Torchmen destroying the earth. But I have never seen anything like it before, that just a tiny bit of leakage of energy could change the color of the sky and earth. Even their king, Odin, the All-Father, could not match this level of terror. The scent of death permeated the air and lingered in their hearts. They instinctively gripped their weapons tightly, as if they were seeing the most terrifying enemy in the world. The red light that illuminated the earth fell upon them like fresh blood. It made everything feel oppressive and lifeless. Odin felt this heavy force, and divine power formed a golden halo beneath his feet. His gaze grew even more serious, because he knew perfectly well what this power was. But he never expected that a Midgard could wield such terrifying power. Judging from Hold's expression alone, it was clear that he had completely taken control of this power. After a long while, Odin finally managed to utter a single sentence. "You are the one who possesses the power of the Phoenix?" Because the power of the Phoenix is too conspicuous. Once released, it will either destroy everything or cause continuous rebirth. Moreover, the Phoenix Force possesses a unique sense of oppression and can even destroy the universe. Even the Gangnir in his hand tightened its grip, as if it were ready to launch an attack at any moment. This guy was actually sent by Hela. Thor could clearly sense his father's apprehension. He hadn't felt this kind of emotion from his father in a long time. Because Odin is the father of the gods and the most powerful being, yet he is now exhibiting this reaction. He also discovered that although his father was standing ramrod straight, he was actually ready to take action at any moment. What surprised him even more was that the person in front of him was so young. His strength was so great that it inspired fear. He even subdued Hela. "Odin, I'm giving you a choice." Although Hold's eyes were cold, his tone of voice was like that of someone issuing a command. "You can leave here," which is Blue Star. He didn't have a good impression of Odin, but he still felt that Odin was useful, so he didn't plan to just kill him outright. "Midgards, this is a battle between gods." Odin gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging, like a subject bowing and scraping before a king. He admitted that the Midgardian before him truly terrified him, as the opponent was far stronger than he had imagined. Even if he makes a move, it's not certain that they can achieve a draw, not to mention the other party's indifferent attitude, which fueled his anger. He is Odin, the All-Father, who ended the existence of the Celestials and defeated and sealed away the Torchman. But this damn Midgardian actually spoke to him in that tone. "Gods," Hold scoffed and said, "Hela shouldn't have died." In his view, the so-called gods are nothing more than a label that the strong put on themselves. Only those with true strength deserve the title of god. Those so-called gods are nothing more than a facade to inspire awe. No, you don't understand Hela at all. Although Odin saw the disdain on Hold's face, he still gritted his teeth and retorted, Hela is cruel and bloodthirsty, and will stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Nonsense. I wasn't the only one who fought and did bad things with us back then. But after you reached the summit, you abandoned us without hesitation. You are truly cold-blooded and heartless. Hela's eyes were red with anger. She was once just Odin's sharpest blade, constantly waging war. But she was ultimately just a weapon. The one who truly held the power of life and death was not her, but Odin. But now, some people are actually accusing her of being cold-blooded and cruel. She may have actually done that later, but it was all because Odin forced her to. Reality was too cruel, leaving her with no way to defend herself. This is just slander against her from a position of superiority. Shut up. Thor roared and interrupted them. He would never allow anyone to insult his father. In his eyes, this was clearly disloyalty to his father. As long as you are loyal, you will not be abandoned. This is clearly slander and insult. Thor. To Thor's surprise, his father interrupted him in a serious tone. I don't deny what you're saying. I did indeed do those things before. But when I became the father of the gods, I realized that true power does not lie in living for oneself. And everything you did back then was necessary, but that doesn't change your ruthless and cruel nature. Odin raised his head, his eyes revealing indifference and an indescribable determination. He always felt that what he had done was right. More precisely, as a king, this is what he should do. Everything he does is flawless. That's the pride and confidence of a true king. Ha ha. So, this is the conclusion you, Odin, have reached after killing countless lives and being covered in blood. Hela's face was full of anger, with an enigmatic smile that seemed to mock her. She knew perfectly well what Odin truly thought, and that statement was practically a joke. This was merely the executioner putting away that hateful knife after completing his task. Even if he puts on a facade of kindness, he cannot hide the filth deep within his heart. What disgusted her most was that Odin never thought he had done anything wrong. That is why her only feeling towards Odin is anger and dissatisfaction. Hela, you don't understand at all. You've been blinded by the killing. Odin gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. Even his eyes held a strong hint of murderous intent. Odin, you haven't awakened. You've just realized you're not strong enough. Your intense desires will ultimately limit you to the 9 realms. You can't even handle Hela, yet you're afraid that as her power grows stronger, she'll one day threaten your position. You don't understand. You're just afraid. Hold looked coldly at Odin, a mocking smile on his lips. His words were like a knife, tearing open Odin's disguise and exposing his most vulnerable side. This was indeed Odin's true thought, but he didn't expect the people of Midgard to know it so clearly. You could even say that even Hela didn't understand her that well. But the more this happened, the angrier Odin became, and his expression hardened, because he didn't even know how to defend himself. Indeed, he was never satisfied with only being able to control the 9 realms. His ambition was to cover everything he could see. However, due to his lack of strength, he could only suppress his crazy ideas in the end. He transformed himself into a qualified king through sheer willpower. That's all he could do. Father, is all of this true? Thor noticed Odin's unpleasant expression and asked in a trembling voice. He couldn't believe that his father, whom he had always tried so hard to protect, had such a despicable side. This truth pierced his heart like a steel needle, causing Thor to begin to doubt his own father. Because what the other party said sounded quite true, as if the father was really in the wrong. Over the years, the image of his father in his heart has completely collapsed. My father was neither a kind father nor a wise ruler. Enough! Those damned Midgardians dare to spout nonsense. Odin roared, his voice deafening, and terrifying power erupted from his body in an instant. The lightning in the sky also began to flash wildly. His eyes turned golden, and endless light shone from within them, like an inexhaustible ocean of energy. It was bottomless, as if it could devour everything. Energy pulsed continuously within the armor on his body. As the momentum built up, Even the eternal Gangnir began to radiate a dazzling golden light. The light spread outwards, even tearing open a gap several meters wide in the area shrouded in red light. The bulging veins on his neck showed that he was extremely angry. That damned Midgardian actually said the truth he least wanted to face. The more this happened, the angrier he became. It was as if his dignity was being trampled and rubbed into the ground. Moreover, even his son Thor sensed something was wrong with just that one sentence. But the more this happened, the angrier and more afraid he became, worried that this damned Midgardian would reveal more secrets. Seeing Odin's fury, Holder's lips curled into a slight smile. "So you're getting angry because I hit the nail on the head?" He couldn't help but sneer as he watched Odin's furious expression. In his view, Odin never seemed like a king, because he believed that a true king should have unwavering convictions. Even if he is wrong, even if everyone criticizes him, he still thinks he is right. But Odin has been hiding his true self, which is not something a king should do. Moreover, even if it's covered up now, it can't be covered up forever. Perhaps, in the years after Odin's reign, the people of the Nine Realms regarded him as their savior. He has many followers and is revered by thousands. He is the living totem of the divine realm. Therefore, he understood that Odin was the way he was now because only the victor could rewrite the past. This is also why Odin is so famous in people's minds. Moreover, the power of discourse always lies in the hands of the strongest. Even those who had lost their homes believed Odin to be a good god. In fact, Odin committed countless killings in his attempt to unify the Nine Realms. He was even afraid of Hela, so he sealed her away just to prevent others from knowing what had happened in the past. So in his view, all of this was just pushing that poor daughter out to take the blame. He's even willing to give up more if he can reap enough benefits. Those so-called dangers, bloodshed, and brutality were merely a facade Odin had put on Hela. This outer layer has been covering up everything that happened back then. Hela's current appearance is entirely due to Odin's actions. Foolish. You've been so misled by Hela that you can't distinguish reality anymore. The universe is in the present tense, not the past. Odin's voice was deep and hoarse as he stared solemnly at Hold and said, "As the father of the gods, representing the supreme deity of the Nine Realms, I declare that you have broken the seal of the gods, plunging the universe in a crisis once again. Your existence shames the world and countless living beings. In the name of the priest." Boom! As Odin uttered the last word, the earth began to shake and crack. Odin radiated golden light, as if he were enveloped in holy light. There seemed to be an invisible force in the sky trying to break through the red light. Moreover, Odin at this moment was completely different from before. He had unleashed all his power. The energy around him completely enveloped him, and he, who was already radiating golden light, looked like a saint exuding holy light. "People of Midgard, accept your death sentence." He raised the eternal blade and pointed it at Hold with terrifying power. Whoosh! A piercing sound rang out instantly. Tom seemed to freeze at that moment. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light shot out like a meteor. It was incredibly fast, and, at the same time, it possessed terrifying power. This power was strange and unusual, and even the space itself began to fluctuate violently. The surrounding earth trembled and cracked continuously. "Horde, watch out!" Seeing the fierce attack coming from behind, Hela immediately issued an urgent warning. She could clearly sense that Odin was now burning with rage. Moreover, this attack was clearly launched by Odin with all his might. Although she always wanted to kill Odin, she understood how powerful Odin was. The energy of this attack could easily destroy her. Boom! Despite this terrifying energy rapidly approaching. But there was no fear on Hold's face. Instead, he appeared calm. It was as if this blow was nothing more than a ball of soft cotton. The celestial father level. Hold smiled slightly and stood firmly in place. He suddenly grabbed the tip of the eternal Gangnir with his right hand. Although the key ingredient was successfully extracted, a terrifying energy also erupted from it. Immediately afterwards, a massive energy output swept over, enveloping Holmium in an instant. The energy bursting forth from the golden, eternal flame exploded in all directions. These energies, like countless thin threads, surged wildly towards Holmium. The energy within the eternal Gordner erupted violently, sending a sharp shock wave crashing towards us. Despite the relentless onslaught, Hold remained completely unfazed. He emanated a dark, red energy, yet his hair was still a mess from the strong wind. But ultimately, it was no use. The eternal gauntlet flashed twice before finally stopping. Is this the so-called father of the gods? He seems much weaker than I imagined. Hold casually tossed the eternal grenadier back in front of Odin, the sharp tip of which stuck directly into Odin's feet. This is clearly an extremely contemptuous provocation. Now, with his physical strength combined with the power of the Phoenix, he can easily catch this spike. Although their strength is decent, it's far inferior to my own. Although this pickling tool is a divine weapon, it still has its limits. So strong. Hela's eyes widened in surprise. She had tried 3 moves before, but failed to injure Hold in the slightest. However, this is actually quite normal for Odin. But judging from the current situation, Holder can at least fight Odin to a draw. Keep in mind that Odin is a godlike being, yet he didn't even manage to harm a hair on Hold's head. This truly lives up to the reputation he had set his sights on in 503. Even when faced with such a dangerous situation, she remained calm and composed, displaying unparalleled elegance. He actually caught my father's eternal flame. How is that even possible? Thor's eyes widened. He knew perfectly well that Odin had acted in anger. Even the Celestials would have to dodge this attack from their father. But the man named Hold caught it with ease. It was like a dream. He couldn't understand what was going on no matter how hard he tried. It can be said that since his birth, no one has ever been able to catch Odin's eternal blade. Moreover, after Hold caught it, his expression remained calm, and there was even a hint of a cold smile on his lips, clearly a provocation to Odin. Because throwing the weapon back is itself an insult. Even the golden-armored warriors behind him were stunned. Many of them had followed Odin in battle for many years. Therefore, they knew how powerful Odin was. This strike could even easily pierce through the bear's mouth of the flame Torchman. But it was completely useless against this Midgardian. How can this Midgardian be so strong? King Odin definitely didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, how could that guy have stopped him? I never expected there to be such a capable person in such a remote place. 6. A murmur arose from Odin's army. When these words reached Odin's ears, his face turned red. Looking at the eternal Gungnir stuck diagonally in front of him, he felt even more humiliated. This is clearly telling him that even if he were given weapons, he still couldn't defeat him. He had faced countless enemies, but never had he encountered an opponent who so scorned him. This made his face turn red, and an indescribable anger welled up inside him. "Damn it, you filthy thing!" Odin's voice echoed like thunder across the vast heaven and earth. He gripped the eternal blade tightly in both hands, golden light leaping around him like lightning. The remaining single eye gleamed with golden light, and the spot where he stood began to crack. Golden light shot out from the crack, as if an earth dragon were churning the ground. Even more terrifying, the golden light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the dark red sky and forming a dazzling golden pillar that enveloped him. This force was like a torrent capable of destroying everything, and the surrounding scenery was swallowed up by the golden light. Even the air was torn apart, scattering like shards of glass, radiating a golden glow. "Midgard, you have angered me." Odin gritted his teeth and glared at Holder not far away. He had to make Holder understand that the dignity of the All-Father was inviolable. He abruptly pulled up the eternal Gordnir from his hand, and as it touched the light, like a vortex, it begins to absorb energy, emitting a low hum. Seemingly sensing Odin's anger, Qiangjin trembled slightly. The next moment, Odin moved. With a single movement, the space shattered, as if this world could not withstand his power. He hurled the eternal flame at Hold while stomping his right foot heavily on the ground. Instantly, dust rose more than 10 meters high, and the roar spread out like waves. With just one action, the world underwent a dramatic change. The eternal Gungnir that flew out seemed to be able to travel through time and space. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Hold, and he could even see the golden light about to pierce his eyes. This looks quite interesting. Is this the power of Odin? Hold saw that the eternal flame was only 1 centimeter away from him, but he showed no fear. It was as if he had entered slow motion. The world seemed to stand still, and he was the only one who could easily dodge. With just a light touch of his hand, he touched the tip of the eternal flavor. When the dark red light touched the tip of the hot pot, it created ripples. Like a pebble falling into a lake, even though it's just a tiny ripple, it easily catches the impact. At the same time, Holdii grabbed the eternal flame that was about to fall. It must be said that this attack was much more interesting than the previous one, and it even required the use of the Phoenix Force to block it. Boom! Odin then let out a violent booming sound. Even air couldn't stop his astonishing speed. One could vaguely see the air forming a streamlined trajectory around his body. He was like an unstoppable meteor, rushing straight towards Hold with tremendous momentum. It was clear that Odin wanted to use the eternal flame Gungnir to distract Hold and take the opportunity to get closer. Although Odin was incredibly fierce, Hold had to admit that Odin's fighting spirit was indeed very strong. Moreover, if they were facing other enemies, they might not even be aware of Odin rushing towards them at such a rapid pace. Upon seeing this, Hold's lips curled into a slight smile, and he casually tossed the eternal flame aside. His eyes flashed with golden light, and then boundless power condensed within them. The golden light in his eyes was like a pillar, and 2 terrifying beams of light shot directly toward Odin with great power. Wherever the eye falls, the ground is completely pierced, as if it were cheese cut by a hot oil knife. The red liquid began to flow, accompanied by violent energy surges, like a raging torrent. Even the surrounding air began to fluctuate violently, churning endlessly like boiling water. The air temperature rose rapidly, reaching over 1,000 degrees in just an instant, and even the surrounding sand began to slowly melt. As the temperature continued to rise, the golden-armored warriors not far away noticed that their armor was beginning to soften. When the golden light shone on Odin, the 2 powerful energies collided violently. In an instant, the whole world seemed to stand still. All the colors faded, leaving only a dark white. Even time seemed to be frozen, and everyone's senses seemed to have stopped. The power released by these 2 energies seems capable of destroying even time itself. In an instant, a loud bang shook the entire earth, and dazzling golden light broke through the oppressive red light. At this moment, everyone involuntarily closed their eyes. Click! Boom! The aftershocks from the collision of these forces spread outwards from the center. The ground cracked open instantly, then rose slightly. Immediately following was a violent tremor, and the ground exploded, sending debris flying in all directions. Countless clods of earth rolled and surged outwards like ocean waves. Get out of the way! Thor gritted his teeth and roared at the golden-armored warriors. Even the aftershocks of a battle of this magnitude are beyond their capacity to withstand. They immediately ran wildly into the distance. The blasted earth was so intense it blotted out the sun, and even created waves of earth hundreds of meters high. The original plane collapsed rapidly, and a single impact created a huge circular crater. The ground was also pressed down by this terrifying force, sinking dozens of meters. Hela had thought she would be caught in the aftermath, but just now she realized that Hold had been distracted and moved her to a distance. This was an extremely breathtaking scene, with a huge golden mushroom cloud slowly rising into the sky. At this moment, Hela finally understood just how terrifying Hold's power was. It can be said that Holder has never truly shown his strength. She stared at the dazzling golden light, unable to even open her eyes. Even the sun's brilliance cannot compare to this terrifying light. Is this the power of my father? Thor stopped and looked back, his heart pounding. He originally thought Hela was already very strong, but compared to his father, she was not even on the same level. He had never seen Odin use his full power since he grew up. But this time, he truly realized how terrifying his father was. What surprised him even more was that the man named Hold also possessed such terrifying power. At the same time, high in the sky, the Cohen fighter jet roared in. But just then, a sudden gust of wind swept in, causing the fighter jet to shake violently in the air. What happened? What exactly happened over there? Tuoni felt the violent tremor, and his expression immediately turned serious. This is his most prized Cohen fighter jet, which can fly steadily even in typhoons. But I never expected to encounter such severe turbulence today. The next moment, a huge golden pillar of light suddenly rose from the horizon, shooting straight into the sky. The blinding light shone in through the cockpit window, and everyone instinctively squinted. Boss, there's an energy fluctuation ahead. The data was reported immediately on Friday. What is the energy level? Looking at the dazzling golden light, Tuoni suddenly came to his senses and asked in a hurried tone. Detection showed that two energy bodies collided, and the impact was no less than that of hundreds of torpedoes exploding simultaneously. When the result was announced on Friday, everyone turned pale. Hundreds of torpedoes exploded simultaneously? What could possibly cause such a destructive force? Niue has really had a lot of bad luck. Does God want to destroy this sinful city? Rod frowned and complained because this energy fluctuation was simply too astonishing. I have absolutely no idea what this energy is all about. Natasha took a deep breath, her eyes filled with fear. She didn't even know if she would have any chance of survival if she got involved in such a battle. What's going on? Could it be that mysterious person? Suddenly, the image of a person appeared in Tuoni's mind. Of everyone present, only Wanda's expression looked unusually strange, because her intuition told her that it could very well be Hold. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang came from the sky. The golden light gradually faded. The next second, a thunderous roar rang out again. A figure was seen falling from the sky and crashing heavily to the ground. The earth trembled, and dust flew everywhere. The falling figure generated a tremendous sonic boom due to the immense impact. You could even see white shockwaves spreading outwards, the land being overturned, and debris flying everywhere. In the deep pit, a disheveled figure lay on the ground. Odin below watched as Holder struggled to raise his head, his usually meticulous beard now covered in dust. Her once neat hair was now a mess, and she looked utterly disheveled. He knew that Hold was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Eternal flavor. Odin roared and summoned the eternal blade, which instantly returned to his hand. He gripped the lever tightly, continuously channeling his power into it. The eternal flame in his hand gradually grew longer, eventually becoming a 1.5-meter-long flame. Odin, holding the divine weapon, transformed into a rainbow of light that shot straight into the sky. Hold charged forward, and the two clashed once more. A storm swept in. Perfect timing. Hold's lips curled into a slight smile as he forcefully withstood the Odin's power that was constantly erupting from the eternal flame. He gritted his teeth, a dark red aura surging from his body, and with a sudden swing of his right hand, he clashed violently with the eternal blade. In the next instant, Odin was blasted away by this force. Seeing this, Odin's face was filled with disbelief. Before he could react, Hold kicked him far away again. At that moment, inside the Kuan fighter jet, Tuoni was looking into the distance through the screen. High in the sky, the figure remained motionless. That figure... Tuoni's expression was somewhat flustered. That figure looks so familiar. Rode. 14.4%, 21:37 reply. It's him again. Although the distance was still far, Tuoni recognized the familiar figure at a glance through the footage transmitted by the camera. Unexpectedly, it was this mysterious person who caused trouble again, which made Tuoni a little worried for a while. Almost everything that has happened recently is related to this person. Can't you just be quiet for a little while? Tuoni's face turned extremely helpless, because this is a battle they cannot intervene in. But he couldn't just ignore it, which gave him a real headache. Who was his opponent? Wanda leaned over, squinting as he tried to see the person on the screen clearly. How could someone fight him to a draw when he's so good? Moreover, the scene just now made her a little worried. I don't recognize him, but he looks somewhat familiar. Steve frowned as he stared at the screen, a flicker of memory crossing his eyes. He felt like he'd seen this person somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. The only thing that is certain is that this person is extremely powerful. Friday, scan the other party's identity. Tony did not hesitate to start testing on Friday. Anyone who can fight against a mysterious person must be quite powerful. Whatever the reason, he had to find out who the other person was. Boss, the scan is complete. According to the data, the mysterious man's opponent is very likely Odin, the God King of Asgard. A response was given quickly on Friday, but when she said those words, everyone present was shocked. No one expected that this mysterious man's opponent would actually be the God King. Everyone here knows Norse mythology, and the more you learn about it, the more you understand how powerful Odin is. He is the most powerful of all the gods. Even Thor has said many times that Odin is his father. Even Thor himself admitted that he could never defeat his father. This shows just how strong the opponent is. But now, Odin has become the enemy of the mysterious man. So, why did they start fighting? Steve asked the most crucial question. After all, although the mysterious man was powerful, he had never intentionally harmed humans. It could also be that they want to use their own strength to fight against others. There's usually a reason for every occurrence. Judging from his every move, this person should be on the side of humanity. But unexpectedly, this mysterious man has now clashed with Odin. Something just doesn't look right. Moreover, even if they wanted to intervene, they wouldn't know which side to take. I think this is very likely related to Hela. Thor noticed a figure on the screen and pointed at it, saying, Thor probably brought Odin here to deal with Hela. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately understood. They all knew that Hela was the mysterious man's subordinate, and that they needed the mysterious man's permission to take her away. The mysterious man was arrogant, so the two sides probably started fighting because of this. This mysterious person is too powerful. He started fighting Odin without saying a word. Rod sighed, his tone full of complex emotions. Logically, they should be on the side of the mysterious person. If it weren't for him, they would have fallen apart long ago. Koter was, after all, their comrade, and they had no idea how to get involved in this kind of battle. Even getting close is difficult. We'll be all right. Wanda looked worriedly at the fierce battle in the distance, silently praying in his heart. Although she knew that Hold was very powerful, he was none other than Odin, the All-Father. That strength must be extremely powerful, perhaps even having experienced countless battles. Even if it were a god, even without getting close, Wanda could clearly feel the terrifying energy emanating from him. What do you think will happen in the battle between the mysterious man and Odin, the king of the gods? Seeing the worried expression on Wanda's face, Natasha took the initiative to ask. Everyone wants to know the current situation. Although the mysterious man is very strong, he chose the wrong opponent. His opponent is none other than Odin, the king of gods. Steve did not think highly of the mysterious man, even though his strength far surpassed theirs. But Thor has already brought the most powerful person in Asgard. How could they possibly defeat Odin? He is a powerful being who can rule the 9 realms. I think so too. After all, how could we humans possibly be a match for the gods? Rod nodded thoughtfully. Although the mysterious man was very powerful, he was still ultimately within the realm of humanity. Hearing his teammates' comments, Wanda became even more worried. Even so, she could only watch helplessly because although she knew chaos magic, it was of no use in a battle of this level. It could even be said that just enduring the aftershocks of the battle was already quite strenuous. Boom! At this moment, the dust that filled the sky was dispersed, golden light shone, and endless radiance dispelled the darkness. The boundless heat wave rolled in, and the earth trembled slightly. No, Odin is actually at a disadvantage in this battle. When Rod saw Odin being slammed into the ground, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He stared at the scene, completely stunned. Is this even human? That's Odin, the king of the gods. The fact that they could knock him straight into the ground was completely beyond his expectations. Amidst the rising dust, Odin, the king of the gods, who had fallen earlier, walked out looking disheveled, his eyes filled with suppressed rage. He had never imagined that a human from Midgard could possess such terrifying power. Even in using the Phoenix Force, he was far more powerful than he had imagined. Even among all those who possess the Phoenix Force in the entire universe, they are absolutely among the very best. Young man, I admit you are indeed very strong. The one eye of Odin, the king of the gods, gleamed with golden light, growing brighter and brighter. Although he had just been slammed into the ground, there was not a trace of frustration on his face. Although he had used all his strength, he still had some trump cards up his sleeve. He just didn't want to use that method, as it would cause some side effects to his body every time. But if it's to deal with this young man, even if he's reluctant, he has to take action. Old man, you're still all right. Hold raised the corner of his mouth and gently landed on the ground. He put his hands back in his pockets and stared intently at Odin. However, his words still carried a sarcastic tone. It seems like I just casually stretched my muscles a bit. He even couldn't help but yawn, every movement a provocation to Odin. However, he had to admit that Odin was much easier to fight. Even if you're stronger, you don't need to worry about being killed by Odin. This is a rare, top-tier punching bag. If it were anyone else, that blow would probably have been fatal. I hope you'll still be able to stand and talk to me from now on. Anger flared in Odin's eyes. It must be said that Hold's words had indeed enraged him. He took a deep breath, gripped the eternal flame tightly. His expression immediately turned solemn, and he muttered, "For the 9 realms, for Asgard, may the gods and ancestors grant me supreme power, so that an old man with faltering steps may once again dedicate himself." As he spoke, golden light emanated from Odin's body, exuding boundless power. "What are you babbling about over a broken cigarette?" Hold looked at Odin with amusement, and instead of interrupting him, he quietly watched what Odin was up to. What he found most amusing was that it took so long to explain how to use a skill. But he didn't care. He just wanted to see what would happen next. Just don't let him down. Boom! A terrifying aura, like that of an ancient behemoth, suddenly erupted. It unleashed a massive shockwave that swept across the area. Amidst this raging wind, there was an irresistible, oppressive force. It was clear that Odin's body had changed at this moment. His originally short stature had grown slightly taller, and his pale hair had turned golden as if he had been rejuvenated, and his eyes had become exceptionally sharp. If Odin previously carried a hint of melancholy, he is now like a newly unsheathed sword. That sharp aura spread outwards like a blade. This aura, in the distance, Hela's face turned pale. She sensed this terrifying aura. Even her legs began to tremble involuntarily. 14.6%, 2137. Father's divine might. She could clearly sense just how powerful and terrifying this force was. It could be said that she had never experienced such terrifying power. If a comparison must be made, it was a long time ago when Odin displayed such power when fighting against the Celestials. Thor's eyes lit up, and he suddenly raised his right hand and roared, "Asgard! Asgard will prevail." He originally thought his father was no match for Holt, but he never expected his father to actually fight at this moment. That terrifying aura was something he had never seen before. From a distance, Odin looked like a bottomless abyss. It was impossible to perceive just how strong this power was, as if it were an endless ocean. That powerful force continued to spread outwards, indicating that victory was assured. After all, this was Father using his true strength. Even the celestial gods were no match for him. What's more, the other party is just a Midgardian, Ashgard. Ashgard will prevail. The warriors in golden armor behind them also raised their weapons and shouted along with Thor. Is this the God King? Inside the Kuin fighter jet, Tuoni felt that even breathing had become difficult. This was an extremely terrifying power, so powerful that he didn't even dare to have the thought of resisting. At this moment, Odin, the king of the gods, looked like a deity standing between heaven and earth. I never imagined that this was Odin's true power. Looking at this almost invincible being before him, Steve felt as insignificant as an ant. He had always believed that he was no worse than anyone else, but at this moment, that feeling emerged with unparalleled clarity. This is a force that humanity cannot contend with. Horde, you should be all right? A red glow unconsciously emanated from Wanda's body. She wanted to help Huda, but she knew very well that if she got involved, she would not only fail to help Holt, but would also become a burden to him. Not bad. It seems like this is finally getting interesting. The lazy look in Hold's eyes now held a hint of fighting spirit. He had already planned to go all out. Although we encountered Dormammu before, dealing with a guy who can resurrect infinitely is really not very interesting. However, Odin seemed much more interesting, and he wanted to see Odin's true power. After all, Odin was clearly giving it his all, and he couldn't just keep slacking off. The next second, a dark red light emanated from his body. Beneath the clothes covering his body, the 12 zodiac animal talismans shimmered with light. If he weren't afraid of being too shocking, he would have wanted to try that ancient, world-destroying technique long ago. Another point is that there's no need to intentionally throw your life away when dealing with Odin. He's not looking for trouble, so why would he send people to their deaths? Boom! For the glory of Ashgard, Odin roared as he charged toward Hold, brandishing his divine weapon. With a single movement, a powerful energy was unleashed, and countless golden rays swept towards Hold, covering the sky. This terrifying power instantly destroyed everything around it. The rocks shattered, and the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart, turning into rain that fell. Under the dark red light, it looked as if blood was raining down. Boom! Herd was enveloped in dark red phoenix power, and his body suddenly flashed. In an instant, a loud bang exploded, and Hold's speed was so fast that it carved out a rain-free space in the rain. The next second, the two collided. A dark red streak and a golden streak shot straight into the sky, each occupying half of the sky. It's over. Odin has definitely won. Hela gritted her teeth. She had known all along that Odin possessed this ability. It will recover to its strongest state within a certain period of time. It just takes time to cast the spell. Behold had no intention of interrupting him. Once Odin unleashes this skill, he will become extremely terrifying and will no longer appear as a frail old man. Father will definitely be able to kill that Hold. Thor clenched his fist in excitement, and golden and red light intertwined in the air, like countless rays of light constantly colliding and separating. Inside the Kuin fighter jet, the Avengers wore complex expressions. They absolutely do not want to see the two sides fight. It would be a bad thing no matter who wins. The next second, the two figures disappeared almost simultaneously. The light rays collided faster and faster, and the red and black energies clashed continuously. The sky was constantly shaking, and the air could even be seen to be distorted due to the high temperature. Odin continuously poured power into the eternal flame, and with a flick of his wrists, the flame instantly unleashed boundless power, whipping up fierce winds and creating visible shockwaves. In a split second, Shun Chong stabbed a Hold. Faced with this powerful blow, Hold's eyes burned with fighting spirit, and he directly threw a punch to meet it. Bang! The moment the flesh met the metal, a buzzing sound accompanied it. Odin's arms suddenly went numb. How is this possible? This is a divine artifact. Odin's expression changed drastically. and he was enraged, swinging his long spear repeatedly. 1 strike, 2 hits, 3 hits. With each strike, the power accumulates, becoming increasingly potent. But Holtek endured it all with his bare body. It seems the gods can't help you. Holder's lips curled into a slight smirk as he looked at the eternal flame in Odin's hand with a hint of mockery. The eternal flame? It's nothing special. Odin trembled with rage at Holder's nonchalant attitude, channeling all his power into the eternal flame. An endless aura of destruction spread out. That sheer force was enough to instantly dissipate the dark clouds in the sky. Odin poured all his power into the flask and swung it fiercely. A golden torrent gushed forth from Qiangjian, its golden light spreading across the sky and enveloping the entire land. 14.6%, 2138. Golden light shone upon the earth, containing an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, half of the sky was covered in golden light. From a distance, it looks like fiery red cumulus clouds and golden clouds are facing off. Like a cascading golden waterfall, it rushed straight towards Hold with astonishing force. This was an attack brimming with destructive power. Everyone was shocked. Because of this single burst of heat, the entire earth trembled violently. Boss, the power of this attack has been detected to be equivalent to a magnitude 10 earthquake. Report the situation promptly on Friday. With that kind of power, they simply couldn't allow the Kuan fighter jets to get close. Let alone getting close. Even staying here could potentially affect us. This shot, isn't it the meteor shot? Thor was stunned. His father was finally serious. How many people in the world have actually seen the meteor shower or the lost divine spear of the celestial realm? Unexpectedly, at this moment, my father used such a powerful move. He had only heard his mother mention that Odin's strongest attack was the meteor shower, but he had never used it because this move was almost equivalent to his last trump card. To unleash this move, one must consume at least most of their internal energy. It is said that Odin only resorts to this move when victory is impossible. It could even be said that this move could easily penetrate the earth. How? Hela, the goddess of death, changed her expression drastically upon seeing this. She leaped up suddenly, and the green light in her hand began to gather. Because this move was so powerful, she had to rush forward to help immediately. But just as it flew into the air, the violent aftershocks came crashing down. The energy she gathered was simply no match for these attacks. After all, this was Odin's all-out attack, which she simply couldn't withstand. Moreover, she is currently seriously injured, and it is already very difficult for her to stand up. Therefore, trying to withstand Odin's full-force hurl meteor spear is practically a pipe dream. Even at their peak, they could barely withstand the aftershocks. Inside the Kuan fighter jet. What should we do now? Steve asked with a serious expression, because they should have been on the side of the mysterious man. After all, the mysterious man would at least help them protect the planet, while Odin would not care about the survival of the planet at all. What's more, the mysterious man is Wanda's boyfriend. If he hadn't appeared earlier, their relationship would have already fallen apart. That's why Steve has decided to side with Mystic. What else can we do? Do you think we can intervene in this battle? Tuoni looked at him with a complicated expression, gritted his teeth, and shook his head with a helpless look on his face. Even if he deployed all his mechs, he wouldn't be able to intervene in such a battle. This level of competition is simply beyond the reach of the Avengers. He also knew that all they could do now was wait. Although he felt powerless, he really had no other choice. This is reality. Those without sufficient strength are no different from ants. Let me down. Wang Dei gritted his teeth, quickly walked to the front of the Kuan fighter jet, and prepared to open the rear hatch. She sensed that terrifying aura and worried that Holt might be affected by it. Although Holt had always given her the feeling that he was omnipotent, this time was different. This is Odin, the king of the gods. She absolutely cannot stand idly by. Woof! Calm down. Tuoni immediately stood up and stopped her. Get out of my way. I need to save my boyfriend. She didn't know what would happen to her after she went down, but even if they died together, she couldn't bear to see Holt in danger. Moreover, she possesses chaos magic, so even if she can only help a little, it might alleviate some of the pressure on Holder. If you really want to help him, don't go and make things worse. Tuoni gritted his teeth and said in a heavy tone, he can't concentrate at all right now. Your presence will only distract him. It has to be said that Tuoni saw through the current situation at a glance, although it is unknown whether the mysterious person can win. But all they could do was watch helplessly. It wasn't that they didn't want to help. Instead, acting rashly could make things worse. Moreover, all of them combined are no match for Odin's single move. In this situation, letting her down wouldn't make much difference. But Wanda gritted his teeth, his eyes slightly reddening. Woof, I know you're worried, but you have to think about the current situation. At this point, Rod also spoke up to offer advice. Boom! At the same moment, Odin unleashed a powerful blow at Hold. The moment he threw that shot, it seemed as if only that golden light remained between heaven and earth. The golden light, like a bolt of lightning, flew towards Hold in an instant. As this golden power pressed down, everything around them changed. The dark particles, which were originally like thin, dark lines, were blown away by this terrifying force. From a distance, it looks like a patch of dark mist, which is blown away by the impact of the golden light. This single blow is enough to destroy everything. The entire earth collapsed, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused all the surrounding plants to wither and disappear. Even the entire northern hemisphere was shaken. The ocean began to churn violently, with powerful waves even reaching tens of meters high. The fish on the seabed swam desperately to the depths, but they still couldn't escape and were swept away by the waves. As a result, a tsunami struck the east coast. At this moment, everyone in the northern hemisphere can feel that intense tremor. Although it was only for a brief moment, everyone on the street lost their footing. Even vehicles on the road lost control, resulting in a series of rear-end collisions. But people didn't care about any of that. They all instinctively looked up at the sky. A golden light flashed across the horizon, a light that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. They saw it clearly, and their hearts were immediately filled with fear, because it felt like the end of the world. What exactly is going on? Is this the end of the world? What exactly was that golden light? Those who met with Neo, you could see it all very clearly. The beam of light seemed to pierce through the heavens and earth. They couldn't see its end at all. The only thing that could be seen was that the golden light had covered the entire sky. Around the beam of light, the clouds spun rapidly like a vortex. As the golden light gradually faded, a desolate land appeared on the ground, and the divine force tore open a huge canyon that stretched straight to the horizon. A scorching heat wave swept through the area. Although it was just the aftermath of the battle, melting rocks and scorched earth could be seen in the huge crater. It felt like it had been bombed by countless bombs. The canyon stretches as far as the eye can see. However, above the canyon, amidst the sweltering heat, a figure stood quietly. A subtle, indescribable smile played on his lips. I didn't expect your move to be so interesting. It almost hurt me. Hold slowly walked out, a smile on his face, and gently brushed the dust off his clothes. Unfortunately, still not strong enough. To be honest, he could have dodged that attack, but after thinking about it, he realized he couldn't really destroy half of the planet. So he simply stood in front of that energy, and besides, he wanted to see just how powerful it really was. It must be said that Odin's strength is indeed impressive. If he hadn't obtained another fragment of the Phoenix Force, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack. Unfortunately, there aren't that many what-ifs in the world. The mysterious person actually accepted. Steve jumped to his feet, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. If he wasn't mistaken, the mysterious man directly took the attack head-on, and he didn't even move. Not only were his hands clean, but his clothes were also spotless. I never imagined that this mysterious man's power would be even greater than Odin's. Tuoni's voice trembled slightly, because this force was truly terrifying. It even exceeded his imagination, This kind of power was simply beyond human capabilities. Although he thought the mysterious man was very strong, he never imagined that he could not only withstand the attack, but also emerge unscathed. This means that this mysterious person's strength far surpasses that of Odin. He actually caught it. He actually did it. Wanda covered her mouth, her eyes slightly red. She had just thought Odin was about to collapse, but it turned out that Holder was perfectly fine. This shows that Hold's power far exceeded her expectations. You must know, that's Odin, the king of the gods. They're already the strongest beings in the world. How did he do that? That's impossible. This is the power of a meteor shower. Even the Celestials couldn't withstand it. The meteor's flames can pierce through everything, but they have no effect on Holmium. Hela was completely stunned. She had witnessed Odin's battle with the Celestials. Odin used a meteor shower to decide the outcome of the battle. But now, this attack, which Odin was most proud of, was completely ineffective against Hold. She looked at Hold with trembling eyes, her gaze filled with complex emotions. In other words, even so, no one could do anything to Hold. She never imagined that she would end up following such a powerful person. Even Odin, whom she had always hated, was no match for Hold. Impossible. Am I seeing things? This is absolutely impossible. Father is the strongest. So how come this guy was able to withstand it? Could he have used the power of a demon god? But even a demon god couldn't have blocked it so easily. Thor was even more incredulous. He simply couldn't believe that his invincible father had actually lost. So strong. After Odin used this move, his energy rapidly dissipated, and his once youthful face aged considerably in an instant. He weakly planted the eternal flame in the ground, his legs trembling, and he almost fell over. He was too old to use his divine powers anymore. Odin has completely exhausted his power. He looked up at Hold in the sky, his mind filled with doubt, not understanding why his powerful attack had been blocked. You should know that this was the move he was most proud of in his life, yet it didn't even hurt a single Midgardian or cause any damage whatsoever. He had fought countless enemies, but he had never felt so powerless. In fact, from the very beginning of their exchange, he realized that this person hadn't really made a move at all. It was as if he was just practicing moves with him, with a hint of contempt on his face. Even when his invincible fist struck the opponent, he only felt that the opponent's body was exceptionally solid. You should know that he can easily shatter vibranium, but he is helpless against Hold. However, Hold landed on the ground as if nothing had happened, hands in his pockets, looking at Odin with a relaxed expression. He walked slowly toward Odin as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard, a smile on his lips, as if greeting an old friend. You lost. I did lose. Odin looked dejected, his body swayed, and he knelt down on the ground. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the facts were undeniable. The atmosphere froze the moment Odin knelt down on one knee. Thor couldn't help but take a step back. Although he was unwilling, he could only bow his head and admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and slowly knelt down. The army that Odin brought also knelt down. Since you have all lost, Hela is the new queen of Asgard. Hod said calmly. He said this not because he wanted to harm the people of the divine realm, but because he wanted to help them overcome the impending crisis. Hela would be a good ruler now, and more importantly, this might prevent Ragnarok from happening. He didn't want to have to go and save these so-called gods again. Moreover, although Hela has always hated Odin, she is not unaware of what to do. Good. Odin looked at Hela not far away with a complicated expression, his eyes revealing a hint of sadness, exhaustion, and indescribable emotions. He propped himself up and handed the eternal flavor to Hela. I was really wrong. Maybe you're right, Odin said, bowing his head. Hela took the eternal blade, looked at the weapon in her hand, and gazed at Hold with a complicated expression. Hord, I'll be going now. After she finished speaking, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Don't worry, I'll come back after I've taken care of things. After seeing Hold nod, she turned and left. She gathered everyone together and activated the rainbow bridge to teleport away. Hold watched them leave. How? Suddenly, A familiar voice came from behind me. Hold turned around and saw Wanda flying over and pouncing on him. She clung to him tightly, like an octopus. Woof! Hold felt the warm, soft body in his arms and asked in surprise, "How long have you been here?" "It's been around since almost the beginning." Wanda pursed his lips and said with some dissatisfaction, "With such a big commotion, it's hard not to notice. The authorities have already started making arrangements." "Arrangements?" Hold was taken aback when he heard this. "Yes, Tony has notified the authorities to prohibit any outsiders from entering this area." Wanda nodded seriously. "This is quite a commotion. Wait, have the others arrived too?" Hold suddenly thought of something. "Now that Wanda is here, does that mean the other Avengers aren't here? Do you want me to bring them here?" Upon hearing this, Wanda's eyes widened, a hint of excitement in them. Actually, she herself was also struggling with this issue. After all, Holt still has Gwent, so it's a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. But if Holder were to proactively introduce himself, that would be a completely different story. This means that Hold wants to meet her friends, and she no longer needs to do it secretly. Who wouldn't want their boyfriend to be able to introduce them openly and confidently? So after Wanda finished speaking, he stared straight at Huda. She was worried that Holt would refuse, but she also really wanted her friend's blessings. No one knows Hold's identity right now. It would be best if Hold were willing to reveal it himself. Tony, Steve, and Natasha were her best friends. It would be great if everyone could get to know Hold. "I'll do whatever you say." Hold didn't think much of it. After all, he had been hiding his identity for Wanda's sake. Another reason is that he doesn't want to attract too much attention because of his identity. Otherwise, just dealing with them would be troublesome enough. He came into this world to enjoy life, not to meddle in so many other people's business. Take Tony, for example. If he hadn't become Iron Man, he might still be living a life of debauchery. But everyone's life is different, and Holt knew very well that he didn't like that kind of life. The reason for dealing with Dormammu was because I promised the Ancient One that I would take good care of Steve. Otherwise, he would never have gone to the Dark Dimension. He has always been someone who hates trouble. Of course, he wouldn't mind if some key events were accomplished. After all, this way you can get better rewards from the system. Oh, Wang Da's excited expression immediately dimmed. She had originally thought that Huda had brought up the matter on his own initiative. But to his surprise, Hold just asked a casual question, without showing any emotion on his face. She always felt that if she wanted to be with her partner for a long time, the two of them had to be closer. Both parties should get to know each other's friends and introduce them to each other. But Holt didn't mean it that way at all. He seemed completely unconcerned about the matter. "What's wrong? You seem unhappy." Holt noticed the disappointment on Wang Da's face and asked her in a puzzled tone. After all, her expression was too obvious. "Fine." Wang Da shook his head and continued. "The others are doing logistical support right now. I'm not in charge of that, so I came over first." Since Hold didn't bring it up, it's probably because their relationship isn't close enough. Moreover, although she hopes that Hold can integrate into her circle, she will not bring it up if Hold is unwilling. The other Avengers didn't come because they were intimidated by Holt's power. They desperately wanted to find out who Hold was, but he was too powerful, and he had covered his face last time. Even if they were very curious, they didn't dare to go over rashly. If the mysterious person gets upset, they're finished. The so-called logistical support is just an excuse. They didn't want to create an enemy they couldn't defeat for no reason. For the Avengers, Mysterio is currently a variable that is stable for the time being, but difficult to control. If they anger him by knowing his identity, their entire alliance combined wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, they witnessed Odin being beaten so badly he couldn't stand up, and even the gods kneeling before the mysterious man. It goes without saying how serious the situation is. That's why they didn't come. "Oh, I see. That's wonderful. We haven't seen each other in so long." Hold grinned, his eyes gleaming. He took a step forward and hugged Wang Da tightly. He's been busy dealing with trivial matters lately and hasn't even had time to have a proper chat with Gwen. Seeing Wang Da now, I naturally miss him very much. "Did you miss me?" The hug eased Wang Da's earlier sense of loss. Actually, she missed Hold a lot during this time, but there were too many things to do with the Avengers. Although there's no need to go to the battlefield, there's no shortage of miscellaneous tasks. Of course I miss you. Holt winked at Wanda, and Wanda immediately understood what he meant. As expected, you pervert, you weren't even thinking about me. Although Wanda muttered a curse under his breath in displeasure, he was secretly a little happy. Regardless of the circumstances, what was on Huda's mind was always her. By the way, have you had dinner? Holt put his arm around Wanda's waist and said meaningfully, "Today I can make you a Western meal like hot dog sandwiches and milk." As soon as she said that, Wanda's face turned red. But looking at Huda, who was so close to her, she couldn't help but nod slightly. She had also heard from Natasha that when people are hungry, they can't help but want to go out and buy something to eat. Therefore, you must eat your fill at home so that you won't go out to eat random things. Shall we go back now? Seeing Wanda's shy expression, Holt smiled. It has to be said that as they got to know each other better, Wanda's reactions became more and more enthusiastic. He was even starting to get restless. Wanda hesitated for a moment, glancing at the police officers not far away. Although she came to negotiate first, there must still be a lot of things to deal with on site. The impact of this battle was too great. Not to mention, even in U.S. City, many people were injured by the sudden tremors. Many cars were also hit by the commotion. There are also a lot of things to arrange and handle on the sea. This battle involves far too many people. It's all right. With Tuoni and the others here, there won't be any problems. Although Wanda didn't say the specific reason, he saw through her concerns at a glance. Without a word, he waved his right hand, opening a golden dimensional gate. "Let's go." Before Wanda could say anything, he had already put his arm around her and led her into the manor. It seems that no agreement has been reached yet. In the distance, Tuoni watched the two pass through the dimensional gate and shook his head helplessly. I asked them to call Wanda over just now, hoping they could introduce him. He genuinely hoped this mysterious figure would join the Avengers. After all, this person was much stronger than they had imagined. If we can win him over, we won't have to worry about any accidents when we encounter danger in the future. That's normal. Why would someone like that want to join in a child's game? Rod stood to the side, shrugged, and had an expression that said he had expected this. In fact, he had already guessed that the other party had nothing to lack. With such power, money, status, and fame are easily obtained, joining the Avengers would only be asking for trouble. It's such a pity if only such powerful energy could be used to protect Earth. Steve sat on a fallen tree, shaking his head with a hint of regret. He was somewhat disappointed with the result, because with greater ability comes greater responsibility. But the other party clearly doesn't want to take on these responsibilities. Forget it. Don't think about it too much, brothers. We still have a lot of things to take care of. Tuoni clapped his hands and was the first to turn and walk towards the Kuan fighter jet. The work at the scene has now been handed over to the police. Since there were no injured residents nearby, they might as well go elsewhere to help with disaster relief. At the manor, Lorna, wearing a short skirt, lay on the sofa watching TV, humming a song from time to time and swinging her legs. For her, this kind of life was simply too comfortable. She could eat whatever she wanted. Buzz. Lorna. With a buzzing sound, Lorna turned around sharply upon hearing the sound. Hold, with Wanda in his arms, walked directly into the living room through the dimensional portal. Mr. Holmium, sister. When Lorna saw the two people, he froze. She hadn't expected Hold to return at this time, and she had been so casual about it. She even forgot to eat her potato chips, immediately sat up straight, and her face turned as red as if it were burning. It's okay. You don't need to be so nervous. Hold smiled. In his eyes, Lorna was actually quite cute. Although she had been here for some time, she had never relaxed in front of him. When he's home, she spends most of her time hiding in her room. It's quite rare to see her so relaxed in the living room this time. Lorna. Wanda looked at his half-sister, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. It has to be said that after getting closer to her younger sister, she developed a special feeling. It felt like we were connected by blood, or like we had known each other for a long time. Elder sister. Lorna was clearly very reserved, She didn't even know how to face this relative. I felt both happy and a little scared, as if I could be abandoned at any moment. Go and have a good talk with your sister. Hold patted the spot where the drum had risen and said with a smile. With a smack, Wanda's face instantly turned red. She glared at Huadei, both angry and annoyed. What are you doing? My sister is still here. She was visibly embarrassed when she was suddenly attacked in front of her sister. However, it was precisely because of this that she felt much more relaxed. The two sat on the sofa and chatted about their experiences. It must be said that they all have similar experiences, and they all became what they are now because of Hydra. Half an hour later, Lorna suddenly seemed to remember something, slapped her forehead, and said, Mr. Hold, sister, you haven't eaten yet, have you? No. Wanda nodded subconsciously. After all, they arrived immediately after the incident, so they definitely didn't eat anything. However, Hold's expression turned very bad, even a little ugly. He suddenly felt uneasy, with a sense of foreboding. I specially cooked a meal today, so my sister and Mr. Holmium can have a taste. When Lorna finished speaking, Hold's heart sank. Although he had already guessed what would happen next, he still felt like his whole body was about to crack when he actually heard it. Looking at Lorna's expectant face, Hold could only sigh in the end. He really wanted to refuse, but it was, after all, a token of Lorna's affection. Besides, Wanda was also there, so it wouldn't be good to refuse directly. Lorna led the two to the restaurant and quickly took out the prepared food from the insulated box. I made a total of 10 dishes this time. Although they weren't perfect in terms of color, aroma, and taste, they at least looked good. Just in terms of appearance, it's so much better than last time. Lorna, did you do all this? Wanda asked in surprise, as she wasn't very good at cooking. I never expected my sister to have such great cooking skills. Pretty much, Sister Imeda helped me a lot. Lorna scratched his head sheepishly, because when she first started making them, almost all of them were either burnt or undercooked. Fortunately, Imeda was there, which is why she was able to cook so many dishes. Lorna has really improved a lot. Buddha was so moved he almost cried. He made up his mind to give Imeda a raise no matter what. Without her, Lorna's score today would probably be 2 points higher. While everyone was eating and chatting at the dinner table, Wanda inadvertently glanced at Huda beside him. Under the light, his angular face appeared much softer. She unconsciously placed her hand on Hold's thigh. After an unknown amount of time, she finally felt at home again. All of this was brought to her by Hold. Hold felt the slender hand and looked up to meet Wanda's gaze. The next second, a meaningful expression appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, sometimes Wanda is even more proactive than him. Lorna, you eat first. Your sister and I have something to do upstairs. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo froze. What's up? Before she could ask, she saw Huadei put his arm around his sister and quickly walk upstairs. Mr. Holmium and his sister are truly in love. Lorna looked at their affectionate display with envy. However, as long as her sister is happy, she is happy. After some commotion upstairs, Horde, shall we go have some fun in a few days? Wanda stretched, feeling sore all over. Sure. Where do you want to go? Hold casually agreed, since he had nothing else to do lately and was just killing time anyway. Instead of staying put, why not go out for a walk with Wanda? Maybe we can find some fun. I want to go to Shijing Town for a vacation. It's a small town I saw when I passed by before. The scenery is beautiful and the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Wanda spoke his mind without hesitation. Hold didn't expect that Wanda would want to go to Shijing Town. Shijing Town, in the original story, was a place Wanda had always longed for. She once dreamed of settling down there with her lover. In other words, Wanda has now completely accepted herself. Let's drive there then. We can enjoy the scenery along the way. Wanda grabbed Hold's hand, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. Hold nodded, agreeing to follow her arrangements. It was getting late, and the sun was setting. Hold took Wanda to the balcony of the room to watch the sunset. You can see the sunset from here. Suddenly, the alarm went off at the manor. Master, there's an intruder outside. The Red Queen's voice suddenly rang out. Intruder? With a thought, Holt immediately sensed everything within the manor. The next second, he noticed that Gowon, wearing the ghost spider armor, staggered and tumbled into the wall. She looked disheveled. She had just climbed over the wall when she collapsed to the ground, motionless. It's Gowon. She's not doing well. Holt and Wanda immediately got up and went downstairs to find Gowon. In the courtyard, Gowon lay on the ground, groaning softly, his battle suit covered in dust. Even the hood had a tear in it, clearly indicating that it had been in a fight. Got it. Holt quickly stepped forward and picked her up in his arms. Wanda quickly followed and led Gowon to a messy room. After placing her on the bed, Holt carefully removed her hood. The pain had soaked Gowon's hair with sweat, and his face was full of pain. Her body trembled slightly, and her fair cheeks were covered with bruises. Damn it! Who did this? Upon witnessing this scene, Holt frowned, his anger burning. He never imagined that anyone would dare to target Gowon. Moreover, Gowon's injuries were very serious. According to his examination, even his internal organs had been severely damaged. It can be said that Gowon was able to get here entirely because of her willpower. Without this perseverance, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. She looks like she's in so much pain. Wanda bit her lip, feeling a little sad. The person who attacked him was too ruthless. Otherwise, with Gowon's skills, he wouldn't have suffered such serious injuries. Holt placed his hand on Gowon's hand, and the horse charm on his right hand began to glow. Green energy is continuously injected into Gwen's body through contact. With the input of energy, Gowon's injuries improved rapidly, and his previously painful expression gradually relaxed. Lona, go get her a glass of water. Wanda turned to Luo Na beside him and said. Although Wanda had many questions she wanted to ask, she also knew that now was not the time. Moreover, she had no idea what the little girl had gone through. With her excellent skills, how could she have suffered such a serious injury? After the energy within his body healed Gowon's injuries, Gowon suddenly opened his eyes. Her eyes were filled with fear and dread. But when she saw Holt, her fear and wariness vanished instantly. How? Gowon immediately threw himself into Holt's arms, his eyes instantly reddening. Her voice trembled. The enemy she had encountered this time was truly terrifying, and she even thought she might not make it back. Seeing Gowon's actions, Wanda's jealousy slowly disappeared. After all, she was just a poor little girl. She at least had allies in the Avengers, while little Gwen has always been protecting everyone's safety all by herself. It's all right, it's all right. Holt gently patted Gowon's back to comfort her. He could tell that Gowon was now terrified. I almost didn't make it back. Gowon's nose twitched incessantly as he spoke, his voice trembling with tears. She really thought she couldn't hold on any longer, and with her last bit of consciousness, she was still desperately trying to get towards Holt. Thankfully, she eventually made it. What exactly happened? After Gowon calmed down a bit, Huda finally spoke. Since someone dared to mess with Gowon, he naturally wouldn't let them get away with it. But the most important thing now is to figure out exactly what happened. I've been investigating a guy called Vulture recently. I found a lead after school this afternoon, but I was ambushed while I was following him. With red eyes, Gowon told her everything he knew. The opponent wasn't particularly strong in combat, but he could fly and carried many weapons, making him impossible for her to handle. If the other party hadn't been careless, she would have been dead long ago. Vulture, when Holt heard the name, he was taken aback for a moment. Although this world was very different from what he had imagined, he never thought he would encounter vultures in this universe. The vulture's name is Adrian Tumsh, and he runs a recycling company in New York. Holt was so surprised because Vulture was Liz Tumhurst's father, who was also the father of the object of Spider-Man Parker's crush in another world. But this guy is actually quite pitiful. He spent all his money and finally obtained a permit to recycle Chitauri waste. Then they used these scrap materials to research alien technology and made a lot of money. No one expected that the establishment of the Damage Control Department, led by SeaTac Industries, would lead to the unilateral cancellation of the original cooperation agreement. As a result, he faced bankruptcy, began to harbor resentment towards the Avengers, and hid the Chitauri remains he had previously recovered. Unexpectedly, This guy just happened to run into Gwen. Although Gwen was quite strong, he was still a step behind Vulture in terms of equipment. Not to mention, the Vulture's suit not only allows it to fly, but also has many other functions. If you were to face Tony, you would definitely be beaten without any chance to fight back, but Gwen is too weak, which is why he is bullied. Are you a Vulture? Wanda gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger. Don't worry, I'll take care of this guy for you. Although Gwen was her love rival, she has now let go of him. Moreover, she also felt quite sorry for the poor child. Later, after she went back, she specifically looked up Gwen's background and learned about all the things she had been through. At such a young age, she has to bear so much pressure, taking care of her father while fighting crime. This is an enormous burden for a girl who has just entered university. Are you going? Holt was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wanda to offer to help Gwen. After all, there's indeed a somewhat delicate relationship between the two. Are you surprised? Wanda hugged the teddy bear, her tone discontented. I'm not that petty. Helping is helping, but it doesn't mean I want to share a bed with her. She had actually guessed that Gwen was Yiling Jiju after their initial contact. Moreover, after defeating the barbarians, the two of them most likely went on a secret date. Just thinking about it made her angry, but she didn't blame Gwen. In her opinion, Holt was not a docile person. Haha. 21:40. Holt scratched his head awkwardly. Gwen, you haven't eaten yet, have you? He didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer. Yes, I want to eat pork chops. Since Gwen had recovered, he immediately forgot about what had just happened upon hearing this. In front of Holt, she was like a little child. Another reason is she doesn't know how to face Wanda. She had tried to confront her inner feelings while she was in the park. But unexpectedly, he met Hela at that time, and in the end, he still didn't tell her. She wanted to speak, but with Wanda beside her, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Okay, then I'll cook it for you. Holt originally wanted to pat Gwen's head with a smile, but seeing Wanda next to him, he could only laugh awkwardly and withdraw his hand. Pork ribs are a very simple dish to make, and it wasn't long before they were served to Gwen. Phew, I'm full. Gwen smiled, so hard his eyes narrowed into slits. She'd been craving Holt's cooking lately, but with so much going on at school and chasing bad guys, she simply couldn't find the time. Today, she was finally going to enjoy a proper meal cooked by Holt. Go take a shower after you finish eating. Wanda smiled and said to Gwen. Gwen's combat suit was covered in dust, and such tight clothes must be very uncomfortable to wear for a long time. Good. Gwen agreed without hesitation. She was indeed feeling a bit stifled, having sweated a lot after the fight. After she changed out of her battle uniform, Wanda took the clothes downstairs to the laundry room, intending to check for any holes after washing and have the maid mend them. Wrong. Just as Wanda was about to put Gwen's battle suit into the washing machine, she suddenly realized something was wrong. The crotch area of the combat uniform showed signs of repair. In an instant, the events of that night resurfaced in her mind. Could it be no way? Her face instantly turned ugly, and she carefully lifted a corner of the opening. Although the same color thread was used for the mending, the stitches can still be seen if you look closely. This is exactly the same spot where he was torn when he was with Holder before. In other words, last time Wanda's face flushed red. She never expected things to turn out this way. How? Wanda took a deep breath, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. She never expected things to turn out this way. Now, she finally understood why Holt had acted like he was on steroids that day. It turned out to be Gwen's battle uniform. That damn guy managed to sneak in by accident. What's wrong? Just as Holt was coming down the stairs, he heard Wanda's suppressed voice and asked in confusion. The next second, his expression froze because he saw that Wanda was holding the spider combat suit. My dear Mr. Holmium, can you explain what's going on? Wanda forced a smile and shook the battle suit. What? I think I forgot to ask Inmeda to tidy up the room. Holt scratched the back of his head, pretending to be nonchalant as he tried to slip away, but the next second his stiff smile crumbled. That day, could it be? Wanda lowered her head and saw the stitches more clearly. No wonder you had so much fun. You could hear the suppressed anger and shyness in her tone. Her face was burning red. and even the tips of her ears were flushed pink. This is no longer simple cosplay. It's practically like putting on a battle costume and performing live. And surprisingly, Gowen put on that outfit again. This made Wanda's expression grow increasingly grim. Huda stammered awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, unable to speak for a long time. The evidence is all there. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? What surprised him even more was that Gowen didn't throw away the battle suit. Instead, he patched it up and continued wearing it. If he had known this would happen, he would never have given the suit to Gowen. So this is the battle suit I wore that night. I was wondering where it had gone. Wanda's tone was full of anger, and you could even hear her gritting her teeth. Calm down. You chose this yourself, and you said it's comfortable. Holt raised his hand, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. Besides, aren't you quite happy too? He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't even imagine how shy Wanda was right now. Ow! Wanda reached out and grabbed him. Stop talking. She couldn't even imagine what it would be like if Gowen found out about this. She'll be too ashamed to face anyone then. You can wear it again if you like. After saying that, Holt turned and ran away. The two ran around inside the house. Lona swung her feet in the living room, watching this scene, and couldn't help but sigh. My sister and Mr. Holder have such a good relationship. In the guest room, although Gowen's physical injuries had healed, she was still mentally exhausted, so she slept in bed for several hours. After waking up, she groggily opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Wanda, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately turned her head and looked over, her face instantly turning bright red. What's wrong? Gowen touched his face, looking at himself with a puzzled expression. Why does Wanda make this expression as soon as he sees her? Nothing. Wanda nervously waved his hands repeatedly. Hold, I want to go find the vulture. Gwen walked up to Hold and said through gritted teeth, Is my battle suit washed? Having suffered such a huge loss, how could she possibly let it go? Good. Hold patted Wanda, who was sitting next to him, and grinned mischievously. Where's the battle suit? Hurry up and put on Gwen. Wanda glared at Huda. Then, remembering what she had done while wearing the suit, her face flushed. Okay. She went into the laundry room, took out her battle suit, and her heart started racing as she stared at a certain spot. She never imagined that she had unknowingly done such a thing. What's wrong? Gwen looked at Wanda strangely, feeling that she was being somewhat evasive. You should change your battle suit. Wanda took a deep breath, his tone pleading. After all, this outfit was worn before. Moreover, she felt embarrassed and uncomfortable just thinking about it. Although it's been a long time, every time she sees it, she's reminded of what happened that night. What's more, the main character of that night was right downstairs, making her blush even more. No need. As long as it's wearable, it's fine. Gwen declined Wanda's offer. She sniffed the suit. Hey, Mr. Holmium, didn't you use heather-scented laundry detergent this time? Cough, cough, cough. Hold, who was drinking coffee, turned bright red and began to cough violently. Behind them, Wanda lowered her head and pinched Huda's waist hard. Damn Holmium, that guy's a monster. You should know this is Gwen's battle suit. She's absolutely terrified. And he actually lied to her that it was a cosplay outfit, which was clearly intentional. Gwen, where should we go first? Hurd suppressed a laugh and waited for Gwen to change into his battle suit before preparing to set off. The clue I found is at the Grunfos warehouse in Queens. This time it's not Manhattan, but Queens. Hole nodded casually and waved his right hand. A golden light flashed and the dimensional gate opened. A warehouse appeared on the other side. Yes, this is it. Gritting his teeth, Gwen crossed the dimensional gate. Hold stretched and said casually, Let's get started. The warehouse is in the suburbs, surrounded by quiet. Gwen carefully observed the movements around him. No need to look. There's no one here. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he immediately sensed that there was no sign of anyone moving around in the warehouse. He's not in now. Gwen frowned. According to the information she had gathered, the vulture should be here. Let's go in and take a look. Hold walked ahead, striding towards the warehouse entrance. After taking a few steps, a smile appeared on his lips. I didn't expect this guy to be so cautious. What? Gwen didn't quite understand what hold meant and looked at him with a puzzled expression. With a flick of his right hand, hold caused the surrounding soil to churn up rapidly. After all the soil was removed, 5 single-bin landmines were revealed. This guy actually planted landmines in front of his own warehouse. Gwen's eyes widened. If it weren't for hold, she might have actually stepped on it. She never imagined that vultures would be this cautious. It seems vultures are quite interesting. Holt clenched his right hand, crushed the landmine's detonator, and casually tossed the landmine aside. It must be said that the vulture is very aware of its own weaknesses. So even at home, I'm extra careful. There wasn't even a trace of anyone passing by. The warehouse door was the traditional kind, with a large padlock hanging on it. The lock alone is as big as a head, so it seems that what's inside is very important to the vulture. Before Hold could even make a move, Wanda proactively used chaos magic to turn the lock into soft Play-Doh. The moment Holt pulled open the door, the contents were immediately revealed to everyone. Inside, there were military green boxes. What are all these? Gwen stepped forward, casually opened a box, and found that it contained some damaged weapon parts. The writing on the box clearly indicated that the Chitauri had previously discarded these weapon parts. This guy actually used old Chitauri parts to assemble weapons. Gwen's eyes widened. She still couldn't understand where the vulture's weapons came from. It turns out it was made from parts that the Chitauri had thrown away. It's not that simple. Hold raised his right hand and gently hooked his index finger. All the boxes in the warehouse opened automatically. Most of the items inside are discarded weapon parts from the Chitauri. Come quickly and take a look. When Goen walked to the southeast corner of the warehouse and saw the parts inside, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Inside, there were high-tech weapons. This guy actually managed to modify all these weapons. Wang Dao walked up to the box, and upon seeing the weapons inside, his pupils contracted sharply. It seems that the smuggler that Tony has been investigating recently is Vulture. She had also recently heard that Tony had been investigating a case of weapons smuggling. These weapons were left behind by the Chitauri and were greatly enhanced in power after being modified. Moreover, each batch of weapons that leaked out caused enormous harm to civilians outside the country. However, the other party's transportation method was too covert. They couldn't even solve the problem of removing mud. Because he didn't have time to react, the goods had already disappeared. If you're investigating smuggled weapons, then it's most likely the batch you're looking for. Goa took a deep breath and solemnly stated his guess. Because she had been investigating Vulture, she discovered that he had been involved in smuggling. Because we couldn't find this place, we weren't sure what he was smuggling. This is perfect, saving Taoni from having to search everywhere again. A slight smile appeared on Wang Da's face. After all, the Vulture had been hiding too well. The Avengers are also very busy and simply don't have the time to investigate. Now, everything's been resolved. I wonder where that guy went. Goen frowned. He couldn't just wait here forever, could he? Let's go down and take a look. Suddenly, Hold said, "There's another space below." If he hadn't used his senses, he wouldn't have discovered that the Vulture was hiding something else down there. Led by Hold, the two quickly arrived at a carpet. This rug looks dark and dirty. You can no longer tell its original color. Hold raised his hand and pulled, lifting the carpet to reveal an iron door underneath. This is clearly the entrance to the basement. This is a combination lock. Goen squatted down, opened the lid, and said with a frown, "If it's a combination lock, there's no way to get in." Password. Hold put on his Bluetooth headset and said, "Red Queen, this password. Although it can be pried open by force, it is still a network device. If you open it by force, you're likely to alert the people inside. Master, it's been untied." Within seconds, the password in front of me was entered automatically. "Mr. Holmium, this is..." Goen looked surprised. She hadn't expected it could be done this way. "It's just an AI." Hold did not elaborate on the origins of the Red Queen. Goen didn't pay much attention and went into the basement immediately after opening the door. Once the lights were on, the interior was completely exposed. The warehouse below is entirely made of steel and is filled with all sorts of materials. This is clearly an underground laboratory, probably over 300 square meters. Although it wasn't very big, it was filled with all sorts of equipment. The materials were clearly weapon parts, and some weapons were not yet assembled, but they were still clearly Chitauri weapon materials. This guy modified all his weapons here. Wanda was somewhat shocked, knowing that the Chitauri's weapons were extremely complex in design. This guy called Vulture actually managed to assemble it himself. From a certain perspective, vultures can be considered scientific geniuses. After all, the Chitauri are an alien civilization, and many of their technologies are different from those of Earth. But he still managed to figure it out. Laser cannons, automatic sights, laser beams. Holt stood in front of a pile of scattered weapons and immediately recognized their purpose. To his surprise, these weapons were almost all cobbled together, and many of them were even modified by himself. "Come and see." Gowen stood in front of a computer and greeted the two of them in a hurried tone. The two walked up to her and saw what was displayed on the screen. Bank robbery plan. Upon seeing the title, everyone immediately understood the Vulture's next plan. They're going to make their move tonight, but with so many banks, there's no way to pinpoint their target. Looking at the project proposal, Gowen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Judging from the content, this not only arranged an escape route, but also planned the path for disposing of the stolen goods. Moreover, the time of the operation is clearly written, indicating that the operation will take place tonight. The target was a bank in Queens, but no specific bank was mentioned. There are only some blueprints for bank vaults. However, based solely on the blueprints, it's impossible to determine which bank the vultures intend to attack in a short period of time. "Let me call Taoni." Wanda hesitated before speaking. "If we ask Taoni to help us find them, we should be able to locate them quickly." "No need, I have a way." Holt waved his hand, stopping Wanda, and said directly, "Red Queen, help me locate where Vulture is right now." Although he could use his perception range to search, it was still a bit difficult if he couldn't determine the other party's aura. In comparison, the Red Queen is more efficient. It can immediately lock onto any location with a camera, no matter where it is. "Master, we have located the Vulture. He is in the alley to the right of the Gasik Bank branch." In less than 3 seconds, the Red Queen located the Vulture's position via the network. "We found the Vulture. Should I go or you?" Holt turned to ask Gowen beside him. If he were to take action, he could make the Vulture disappear even without being present at the scene. That way, there's no need to go there in person. "I want to do it myself." Gowen took a deep breath and looked at Holt with a determined gaze. If she hadn't been ambushed by the Vulture, she wouldn't have been so easily defeated. Moreover, she didn't want to stay under Holder's protection forever. She believed she could also take care of the Vultures. Outside the Jerswick Bank in Queens, 5 figures appeared in the alleyway next door. One person stood out the most. He had a pair of huge mechanical wings on his back, and his coat was covered with various weapons. What's most striking is the mask on his face. Unlike the hoods worn by others, his mask was shaped like a bird's beak, like that of a medieval doctor, but much smaller than the traditional ones. The people around him, armed and with serious expressions, awaited the Vulture's orders. "Is everything ready?" The Vulture raised his hand, checked the time, and asked. Seeing the others nod, he pressed the button in his hand without hesitation. Drop. The bank's electronic doors slowly opened. In the dead of night, the door opened silently, unnoticed by anyone. This was precisely the program the Vulture had pre-programmed. As soon as he pressed the button, he could immediately cut off all network connections in the vicinity. This means the police cannot view the surveillance footage in real time. More importantly, all network doors inside the bank will open automatically. "Boss, you're amazing." One of his subordinates couldn't help but praise him. This saved them a lot of trouble. Putting aside everything else, it won't be discovered for at least a short period of time. "Stop rambling." With a cold expression, Vulture led the way into the bank and said, "We only have 10 minutes. Although cameras have been installed, the police's detection system is not to be underestimated. It will be discovered in 10 minutes, and the nearest police station is only 8 minutes away. Therefore, Everything must be completed within 20 minutes in order to leave safely. The vulture had studied the route to the vault countless times and arrived at the vault without any effort. The 4 men he brought didn't need him to say anything. As soon as they saw the vault, they immediately put the on the door. Boom! After several loud explosions, the vault door was blown open. The safes inside were all exposed. Boss, we really hit the jackpot this time. After rushing inside, the group couldn't help but let out a sharp cheer. Although cash and other valuables are taken away at night, this bank's most distinctive feature is that it stores a lot of personal belongings. These personal belongings are priceless, and the amount of luxury jewelry is countless. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. The vulture frowned and gritted its teeth as it rebuked him. He strode towards one of the safes. His goal this time is not just money. If it were just about money, he could easily sell weapons. What he really wanted was some confidential information hidden here by a shareholder of the Sea-Tacker company. His target was that document. Just as he was about to take out the documents, footsteps came from outside the vault. Looks like you guys are pretty efficient. Hold walked in with Wanda and Gwen. Looking at the mess on the ground, Hold couldn't help but sigh. After all, this speed is just too fast. As planned, the vault door was opened in less than 3 minutes. Even professional robbers couldn't have done it that quickly. Vulture, you'd better wait until you get caught. Gwen lowered his body and assumed a fighting stance. I wonder who it was, but it turned out to be Yuling Jiju. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Upon seeing Gwen, the vulture let out a low laugh from beneath its mask. I'm sure I won't die, but you might not. Gwen gritted her teeth and stared intently at the vulture. This time, she would not be careless again. Moreover, we're inside a vault now, which, although spacious, is far better than being on the street. At least she can deal with the vulture's flying ability. Wait, are you Hold from Sea-Tacker Company? At that moment, the vulture suddenly noticed Hold next to Gwent. He knew this so clearly because he hated the Sea-Tacker Company to the core, and he remembered all the information about the shareholders perfectly. Right? Do you need an autograph? Hold raised the corner of his mouth, his tone laced with sarcasm. Go to hell. The vulture didn't give anyone else a chance to react before striking. But before he could pounce, Gwen had already rushed forward. 2 strands of spider silk flew out and stuck the vulture's wings to the ground. Meanwhile, the other 4 were preparing to pull out the weapons that the vulture had given them. A flash of red light appeared, and their weapons instantly began to melt. In just a few seconds, these people turned into a pile of ashes. Damn it! Vulture couldn't help but curse. If those people had acted a little faster, they wouldn't have ended up like this. However, he was powerless to do anything about it. These 4 people were just people he randomly picked to take the blame. Worse still, Gwen has already figured out his weaknesses, so she immediately glued his wings shut. The next second, Gwen had already moved up the wall and appeared behind him. Click! A piercing sound rang out, and the wings behind were ripped off by Gwen. Inside the vault, the wounded vulture lay on the ground, its mask tossed aside. His mouth rose and fell slightly, and his eyes had become incredibly dejected. He originally wanted to force his way out using his armor, but the Fiona which simply waved her hand and pulled him back into the vault. What awaits him next is nothing more than being beaten up unilaterally. In such a confined space, there was no way to use the wings, and the wings had already been destroyed by Gwen immediately. Gwen, it seems you've become quite capable again. Hold couldn't help but step forward and rub Gwen's head. I have to say, Gwen's performance just now was really unexpected. Compared to before, her reactions and movements were much more agile, and she made full use of the terrain, using spider silk to firmly bind the vulture and give it a good beating. In a direct confrontation, the power of the grenade far surpasses that of the vulture. Ow! When Wanda saw Hooter ruffling Gwen's head, her lips involuntarily pouted. This used to be her exclusive privilege, but now Gwen has taken it away. What's wrong? Seeing Wanda's expression, Hold pulled her into his arms. I have to say, it felt really good to have someone rubbing my head and hugging my waist at the same time. You scoundrel! Wanda gritted her teeth and twisted Hold's waist hard. Judging from the expression on Hold's face, this guy was definitely up to something bad. We must not let him succeed, no matter what. So what should we do with this guy? Gowen raised his chin slightly and pointed at the vulture on the ground. We can't just leave him here and ignore him, can we? It seems. Just as Holt was hesitating about whether to take the person to the police station, police sirens suddenly sounded outside. The police are here. Gowen raised his head and looked towards the door. This saves us a lot of trouble. Wanda's lips curled up slightly, his tone tinged with smugness. After all, the bank doors are wide open, and if they leave like this, who knows if someone else will rush in. After all, this is a dating site, a free place where all sorts of people can appear. Let's go. Hold withdrew his hand, then waved his right hand in the air, and a dazzling golden light appeared. He wrapped his arms around Gowen and Wanda's waists and stepped directly into the dimensional gate. He didn't want Wanda and Gowen to stay here and be questioned by reporters. I finally have some free time to cultivate our relationship. I can't waste it on this vulture. Anyway, once the police arrive, they'll definitely arrest that guy. Day 2. A news report is playing on the television in the manor's living room. The fiery witch and the ghostly spider join forces to punish criminals. The images also show photos of Gowen and Wanda. I didn't expect these police officers to actually be of some use. I can't help but say this while watching TV, Holt said. It's normal to recognize the little spider, since there's spider silk everywhere in the vault. But recognizing the Fiona Sid is not so easy. After all, Wanda's power is somewhat different from before. I deliberately let them know that it was me who did it. Wanda proudly raised his head. Although the Avengers' reputation has been restored, we still need to get more media exposure. She had anticipated this. After all, there are still quite a few people who have doubts about the Avengers. She wanted to use the news to let everyone know who was protecting them. Because Hold once told her that sometimes heroes should let people know when they do good deeds, rather than remaining unknown. The reason why Gowen needs to keep a low profile is because she is still a student and must hide her identity to avoid affecting her normal life. Besides, she doesn't make a living by being a hero. It seems our little dog is quite smart. Hold approached Wanda with a smile, saying, "So, shouldn't I give you a reward? Get out of here." Wanda raised an eyebrow. To deal with who, duh? She had deliberately gone to sleep with Gowen yesterday. It was to let him know the consequences of wearing the wrong battle uniform. But you two have really become a hit as a duo. Look how popular you are. Hold looked up at the online comments about the two of them, which were almost all praise. Of course. I'm very close to my sister, Gowen. Wanda stood up, sat down next to Gowen, and hugged her tightly. After chatting last night, the knot in her heart has been loosened a lot, and she grew to like this silly, cute little sister more and more. But these reporters just love to create sensational news. Gowen is used to this kind of reporting. These people make a living by creating hype. There has been a lot of hype surrounding her in the past, and there have even been people impersonating her. How about we go to Shijing Town for fun? Hold leaned back on the sofa and spoke first. He remembered that Wanda had always wanted to go there to play. Since we have nothing to do now, why don't we just take her out for a walk? Moreover, Wanda rarely has free time, so it's a good opportunity for him to rest. Really, upon hearing this, Wanda's eyes lit up, and she immediately pounced on Huda. She originally thought it would be a long time before Hold would have time to spend with her. Unexpectedly, he plans to set off today. There's no time like the present, since everyone's free anyway. A slight smile played on Huda's lips. He never forgot the promises he made to girls. As a seasoned player in the dating scene, he naturally understood this. Once I promised, I will definitely keep my word. Moreover, he wanted to please both Gowen and Wanda at the same time, in order to gain double the happiness for himself. Very good. Wanda excitedly kissed Huda on the cheek. Seeing Wanda's bold move, Gowen quietly took Hold's hand. She wanted to do that too, but she was still a little shy. By the way, Gowen, why don't you come along too? Hold turned to look at Gowen, remembering that Gowen should not have any classes these 2 days. Bringing her along will also help to build a closer relationship. Just as Gowen was about to nod, he suddenly remembered something and hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? Hold noticed the change in her expression and asked in confusion. I don't know if my parents will agree. Gowen said with some difficulty. She was able to stay here yesterday because she told a little lie, saying she was staying at a classmate's house. If I don't go back today, it's definitely not okay. It's okay. I'll ask them for you. Hold didn't seem to care much and stood up with a smile. Let's go. We'll go to your house together, and you can pack some things while we're there. After all, Gowen's parents are quite understanding, so there shouldn't be any problem. This was a road trip, so Holt didn't drive as Bumblebee. Instead, he chose an Mint Palazzo. This is a motorhome, one of the most expensive motorhomes currently available. It is not only spacious, but also fully equipped with everything you need. If we go out together, the car is too small, and it's not very comfortable to drive. The key issue is that there are very few highway service areas in the United States, so traveling a motorhome is still quite necessary. Once the car starts, it looks as if the entire body is made of gold. From the outside, it's shiny and attracts a lot of attention just by driving it out. After all, cars like the Mint Palazzo are quite rare. To avoid giving Daisy and her husband any reason to overthink things, Wanda stayed in the car alone on the way back. Meanwhile, Jerwin and Hold went to Jerwin's house. The door opened immediately after I knocked. Ford, you've arrived? Helen was taken aback when she saw Hold, before noticing her daughter. Hello, Aunt Helen. Where's Uncle Xiaoji? Hold greeted them first and also noticed that Xiaoji didn't seem to be home. He went to work. Helen smiled and invited Hold in. However, after glancing at them, a subtle smile appeared on her lips. It seems my daughter has secretly learned to lie. Otherwise, why would I have said yesterday that I wanted to stay at my classmate's house? You should know that Gowen never says he wants to stay out at the last minute. Even if he wants to stay at a classmate's house, he will tell them in advance. I guess that girl went to stay at Holt's house last night. However, she didn't care too much since she was quite satisfied with Holt, because Hashiji had already investigated the situation regarding Holtek. He's rich, handsome, and seems very gentle with Gowen. Mom, I want to go out and play with Holt for a few days. Gowen tugged at his clothes, speaking hesitantly. She didn't know if her mother would agree. After all, she has strict family discipline. Otherwise, she would have called the police in a panic if he didn't come home last night. By the way, Aunt Helen, I'd like to take Gowen out for a walk. You don't need to worry about safety. At this moment, Holt also quickly spoke up. After all, it's normal for Daisy and her husband to be worried about taking Gervais out. All right, you guys go have fun. To Gowen's surprise, Helen actually agreed immediately. Helen agreed because she trusted Holmium. Besides, it's a holiday anyway, so staying at home is pointless. When Xiaoji had his accident, Gowen never dared to travel far from home. It's time for her to relax a bit. Moreover, this can also improve the relationship between the two people. After packing her luggage, Gowen excitedly got into the car. With the launch of Mint Palazzo, Hold, along with Wanda, Gowen, and Lorna, set off in a car onto the highway. Shijing Town is located in a remote area. It takes a whole day to drive there. Although the journey was a bit long, the flat fields along the way made one completely forget the length and tedium of the trip. Along the way, the group jumped around excitedly. And you don't need to worry about driving, because the Red Queen is there for you. As the world's most powerful artificial intelligence, this little thing is nothing to the Red Queen. One day later, Mint Palazzo slowly came to a stop in front of the villa that had already been purchased. Because I bought it a day in advance, everything inside was prepared. Niwa, the place you chose is perfect for resting. Sitting at the entrance of the villa, looking at the scenery outside, Hold couldn't help but say something. This kind of leisurely life is what he likes best. Of course, after hearing this, Wanda let out a long sigh of relief. This vacation will definitely not disappoint. The 9 realms are the lower levels of the world tree. Nidavid, with a rumble, a blue barrier of light lit up in the sky. A mothership, resembling a steel behemoth, loomed over Nadavi. For pairs of enormous steel wings, seemingly capable of covering the entire city. People on the ground all looked up at this horrific scene. Their faces were filled with terror. They had no idea what was happening. Bang! Before they could react, a loud bang occurred. The center of Nivida, a house in front of a fortress, was hit by a shell and collapsed instantly. Run! Enemies! What's going on? The dwarves scattered in panic, their faces filled with terror. Although they are dwarfs, their adult size is even similar to that of the Hulk. Even so, it couldn't hide their inner fear. Rumble! But before they could run out, another terrifying explosion came from ahead. 5 figures, each leading an army, surrounded them. The dwarves tried to break out, but to no avail. Brothers, follow me and charge out. One group of dwarves picked up their weapons and gritted their teeth, preparing to break through from the front. Just as they were about to charge, a tall, slender man with refined manners slowly walked out. He simply raised his hand, and countless stones floated up, turning into sharp spikes that pierced them all like sieves. With just one move, he killed dozens of dwarves. Damn it! One of the dwarves quickened his pace, raised his weapon, and leaped up to attack Ebony Maw. But just as he was about to strike Ebony Maw, a piece of metal blocked his attack. The next second, a tremendous force pierced through both buildings. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure leaped into the air and stomped heavily on the bear's mouth. This was clearly Hey Dwarf Star. He calmly drew his weapon, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. Although other dwarves tried to break through, they were all blocked by the 5 generals of Hey Yao and could not break through at all. In the end, all the rebellious dwarves were captured, and these captured dwarves were all beheaded by General Corvus Glaive. Blood flowed on the ground, and the scene was extremely tragic. Suddenly, the fortress gate was smashed open by a figure, and the huge dwarf crashed heavily to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. King Etri, the dwarf, screamed in agony. Then, a purple figure carrying a giant sword stepped out. Every step he took was incredibly heavy, but he was not flustered. Instead, he appeared exceptionally calm. This person is Thanos. Eric, stop struggling and just make me the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos slowly walked up to Etri, raised his giant sword, and placed it against the Dwarf King's neck. I will never agree to something like this. Etri was well aware of Thanos' intentions. If he actually agreed, the universe would descend into chaos. Even if I destroy the entire planet of dwarves, it doesn't matter. Let me remind you, Odin will no longer protect Nividar, and the people of Asgard can barely protect themselves. Thanos had already seen through Etri's thoughts, his eyes cold and ruthless. Before Etri could answer, Thanos nodded to one of his men. A dwarf was dragged over, and with a slash, his head slammed heavily to the ground. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, Etri could only helplessly lower his head and give in. Thanos stood atop the highest point of the Nidavellis Mountains, overlooking everything, with a vast army and the Hellfire generals behind him. Ebony Maw approached Thanos, knelt on one knee, and raised the newly crafted Infinity Gauntlet high. Your subordinate swears to be loyal to you to the death. You are the most powerful being in the universe. Thanos took the Infinity Gauntlet, a cold smile appearing on his lips, and slowly put it on. After putting it on, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and he clenched his fist tightly. Next stop, the central court of the 9 realms. Shijing Town is a very suitable place for recuperation. Although it is currently the off-season for tourism, the many farms along the way have planted wheat, so you can see golden waves of wheat rippling across the plains, creating a scene that looks like a fairyland. Just being here makes one feel relaxed and happy. Autumn has arrived, the weather is slightly cool, but it is the most comfortable temperature. Ding! You have successfully checked in at one of Monway's famous attractions. Reward: 1 pot of unlimited refills of peach and plum fragrance wine. Dashing was sitting in the courtyard drinking pu'er tea. Such a place is perfect for enjoying tea and appreciating the scenery. This pleasant feeling made him let out a long sigh. In fact, he has never had any lofty ideals. He is already very satisfied with being able to enjoy life. He wasn't too surprised when he heard the system notification. After all, this was the Enjoy Life system. Every kind of enjoyment has its own definition. The system rewards him based on his mood. He felt very comfortable, gazing at the distant scenery and inhaling the aroma of the pu'er tea beside him. A hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand, gave it a gentle shake, and an antique-looking jar appeared in his hand. 1 pot of peach and plum fragrance wine. Unlimited refills are available. The wine is clear and transparent. Drinking it can exercise the body and internal organs and is beneficial for health. This stuff is actually pretty good. Huda shook the wine in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. If we let Wanda and the others try it too, after all, my body is getting stronger and stronger. If they don't exercise their bodies properly, how can I hold on? As for himself, having half the skill level of the audience is already quite impressive. Out! As Hold casually placed the wine jug on the table, a delicate and beautiful face peeked out from it. 520, Hold squinted, looking at the face against the sunlight. Isn't that Wanda? At this moment, Wanda's lips were slightly upturned, and he had a smile on his face. Is there something you need? Hold reached out and pulled her head down, kissed her deeply, and then looked at Wanda. Only in moments of peace can one truly appreciate how wonderful life is. Over the past year, he had done everything he could, only to find out that what he liked most was this kind of leisurely life. Are you planning to lie here all day? Wanda pursed her lips, smiled, and brushed her blonde hair behind her ear. Hold has been lying there ever since he arrived. Although she also enjoys this peaceful life, she doesn't want to waste her precious time looking at the scenery. She wanted to explore the surrounding area further. We're tired from the journey. Let's rest for the night and go out to play tomorrow morning, okay? Hold casually pinched Wanda's cheek and asked in a gentle tone. Although he wasn't driving the whole time, he was basically just moving around in the car. Moreover, Wanda and Luana's bodies are far inferior to Gwen's. Gwen is very strong, so it's okay for him to rest for a while. In addition, I was a bit tired from being in the car the whole time. How about we go soak in a hot spring to relax later? Wanda's eyes were bright and sparkling as she blinked her big eyes and pouted, acting cute. She had already figured it out. Hold was someone who responded better to gentle persuasion than force. The gentler you are, the easier it will be for him to agree. She also checked and found a nice hot spring nearby. I heard that you feel much more relaxed after soaking in it. Hot spring. Hold paused for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. That's a good idea. Perfect for a break. Mr. Holmium, what are you talking about? Seeing the two talking quietly, Lorna pulled Gwen over. Because Lorna and Gwen were about the same age, they had a lot of fun along the way. We were discussing whether or not to go to the hot spring resort in Shijing Town. Hold turned to the two lively people and told them about their conversation. Spot. Lorna's eyes widened, her long eyelashes making them even brighter. Can we go to the hot springs? She had only ever seen them on TV, and just thinking about it made her incredibly excited. I've never been to a hot spring before, and I want to go too. Gwen nodded repeatedly, having read many reports about hot springs before. Although she later won first place in a beauty pageant, she never had time to rest properly. So even when she had the chance, she never went to a hot spring. She was so excited to find one here that she stood on tiptoe and her body swayed involuntarily. Just by looking at her, you could tell she was incredibly happy. All right, since everyone wants to go, let's pass it unanimously. After saying this, Hold casually picked up his phone. Red Queen, book the tickets for us. It has to be said that with Red Queen around, he basically doesn't have to worry about these things anymore. The Red Queen can handle anything that happens online perfectly for him. 15.5%, 2142. Let's go. Hold waved his hand and opened a dimensional gate, which was clearly a door leading to the manor. He slowly drove the bumblebee out of the car. After all, the road is quite bumpy, so the Eliamint Palazzo isn't really suitable for driving in such places. At the Shijing Town Hot Spring Resort, considering Wangda's status, they did not go to the public areas, but instead booked a large hot spring room by themselves. Inside, there's a small living room where you can eat and drink. Pushing open the balcony door, you are greeted by a view of high walls on both sides. You can see most of the scenery of Shijing Town directly in front of you, but because of its remote location, you can only see a small part of it. What comes into view is mostly a dense birch ridge, with golden leaves that look exceptionally beautiful. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Gawain couldn't wait to walk over here, looking at the scenery outside with excitement. Soaking in a hot spring while enjoying the beautiful scenery is an absolute delight. Although her family was not poor, she had never been to such a luxurious private room before. You could even say it looks better here than in the promotional pictures online. Because there are so few people, you can hardly see anyone. All you can see are forests covering the mountains and plains. The trees provide ample shade, and the autumn wind rustles through them, creating a soothing and comfortable atmosphere. Gawain, Lorna, let's go change into our swimsuits first. Wanda, like an older sister, urged the two of them to follow her to change clothes. After they went inside to change, Holt simply threw on a pair of shorts in the room. After taking off his shirt, his muscles were revealed. This is what is known as looking slim in clothes, but muscular when undressed. His muscles looked as if they had been meticulously sculpted with a chisel. You could even say that if you painted it with gray paint, it would look just like a perfect statue. His muscles are perfectly proportioned, almost like the golden ratio, so he could easily win first place in a competition. These three haven't changed yet. Holt shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the difference between boys and girls became apparent. Never mind. I'll enjoy it by myself first. He slowly walked down the steps by the hot spring, and as soon as he stepped into the warm water, a warm feeling enveloped his entire body. The hot spring water gently enveloped him, filling every inch of his skin with comfort and warmth. The water flowed softly over him, as if all his worries and stress had vanished with the ripples. The rustling of leaves and the gentle murmur of flowing water were incredibly soothing to the ears. He casually found a large rock by the pond and sat down, quietly savoring the tranquility and peace. That's right. Holt suddenly remembered something, and with a swift pull of his right hand, peach and plum wine immediately appeared in front of him. At the same time, he casually took out the wine cup and tray he had obtained earlier and placed them by the hot spring. The tray gently swayed on the water. Upon opening the bottle, a rich aroma of wine wafted out, as if one were in an orchard. The sweet and enticing fruity scent made Huda unconsciously take a deep breath. Excellent, truly fine wine. He couldn't wait to pour himself a glass, the pink liquid sliding into it like silver threads. After drinking it, a faint taste of alcohol mixed with the sweetness of peach flowed down my throat. Although it was slightly spicy, the spiciness was quickly masked by the fruity aroma. A warm current surged through his body, but because his physique was now too strong, although he could feel some changes, they were not obvious. It seems there must be something special in this wine. Holt quickly realized that the wine was more useful than he had imagined. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. If that was the case, taking a bath might help. He raised his hand and kept pouring peach and plum wine into the hot spring. Because he kept pouring, the hot spring water turned slightly red in less than 5 minutes. Holt could clearly feel a faint energy slowly seeping into his skin, gradually improving his body. Sister Gawain, hurry up. Lona, having changed her clothes, skipped and hopped in. She was wearing a cute one-piece swimsuit in a dark brown color. Although it looks ordinary, it's clear that it still has room for growth. Holt turned his gaze toward the main hall of the private rooms. Gawain and Wanda walked over, blushing and pushing each other. Ga changed into a white one-piece swimsuit, which perfectly accentuated her figure. Although not particularly voluptuous, she possesses an indescribable beauty. Wanda, on the other hand, wore a sexy red swimsuit that made her look like she was about to jump out of it. However, her face was already flushed red, and she secretly glanced at Holt. Once inside the hot spring, Holt stared at Wanda without any attempt to hide it. It has to be said that this outfit was even bolder than he had imagined. Woof, come sit here with me. Holt patted the large rock next to him and grinned mischievously. I'm not going. Wanda immediately saw what Huda was up to, and she was determined not to go over there. After all, This is definitely not a good thing. TSK, I didn't expect this. Hold continued to stare at Wanda, and with the faint scent of alcohol in the hot spring, a wicked smile crept onto his lips again. You scoundrel! Wanda blushed and turned her head away. Hold, however, turned his attention to the other two. It must be said that everyone has their own charm. Feeling embarrassed by the stares, Gawain shrank back in the hot spring, only half of his head sticking out as he gasped for breath. Lorna didn't care at all and didn't take it to heart. What did you put in? Wanda smelled a scent of wine, which became even more pronounced in the steam of the hot spring. This is Tealixiang, a fine wine. Please have a sip. Hold stood up, carried the tray to Wanda's side, and poured her a cup. Wanda looked curiously at the wine in Huada's hand, took a sip with a puzzled expression, and his eyes immediately lit up. It was sweeter than any wine she had ever tasted before. After finishing one cup, Noah wanted another, her cheeks slightly flushed. This tastes really good, like a beverage, but with a hint of alcohol. Wanda opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. Moreover, she felt as if her whole body had been washed clean and all the soreness in her body had disappeared. Mr. Holmium, may I give it a try? Seeing her sister enjoying her drink so much, Lorna came over and asked cautiously. She had also smelled the strong aroma of the wine. No, you're too young to drink alcohol. Wanda refused outright, stating that drinking alcohol is illegal for anyone under the age of 21. I want to try it. Kagwin had already quietly walked over, picked up the cup, and drank it down. After only a few sips, her face turned red, her cheeks felt hot, and her head started to spin. Stop drinking. Holt quickly snatched the cup from Gowin's hand. Although the wine could enhance physical fitness, he originally intended to absorb it by soaking in hot springs. Ord, give me just one more bite. Just one tiny bite. Gowin swayed and lunged at Hold, her soft body pressing against him. Hold almost lost his composure. Enough. Wanda glared at Huadei, quickly pulled Gowin away, and poured her a cup of tea to calm her down. She had clearly seen that familiar expression on Hold's face, and she knew without a doubt what he was up to. But I still want a drink. Gowin blushed, his eyes darted around, and he pounced on the wine jug. Hold shook his head helplessly and snapped his fingers to put the wine jug into the system. What? It's gone? Hold, you tricked me with magic. Teach me magic now. Gwen suddenly remembered that Hold had said he would teach him. Maybe next time. This time, I'll show you something else first. Holt's lips curled into a slight smile. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light shot into the air and exploded, transforming into a firework that formed the shape of Gowin. What about mine? Wanda pouted and asked unhappily. Okay, you have one too. Hold also gave one to Wanda. Lona watched this scene, wanting to say something but holding back. She wanted it too, but didn't know how to speak. They could only watch longingly as their little fingers kept twitching. Horde, I'm hungry. Can you get me something good to eat? Wanda rubbed his flat belly and asked pitifully. Okay, I'll go out and get some now. Hold also wanted to eat something, so he got up and went out. Wearing a bath towel, Hold pushed open the door and immediately saw a familiar figure. His eyes turned cold, and he pounced on the man, pinning him against the wall. Yeliana, were you following me? The person he was holding was Yeliana. Don't frame me. Yelian shook her head innocently. She wasn't stupid. After being warned by Holt last time, I never thought of following him again. Then what are you doing here? Holt asked, frowning. Yelian didn't intend to hide it from him and told him the truth directly. She was there to investigate a strange incident, completely unaware that Holt was also present. Holt realized she wasn't lying, but his gaze involuntarily drifted downwards, fixed on Yeliana's sexy swimsuit. This design leaves key areas untouched, making it particularly alluring. Yelena noticed his gaze, but was quickly drawn to Hold's abs. This guy has such a great body. Oh, what's wrong? Wanda and Gowin heard the commotion and ran out in their bathrobes, just in time to see this scene. Damn it, they'd only been gone for half a minute. That jerk has hooked up with another one. 15.5%. Gee, 21.43. Holt was stunned for a moment, and then realized that his posture was a bit ambiguous. He didn't pay much attention when he rushed over, just thinking that this way he wouldn't be easily noticed by others. Yes, that was definitely his true thought. He didn't actually want to see how slim Yulian's waist was. After letting go, he pretended nothing had happened and tried to put his hands in his pockets, only to find that the bathrobe had no pockets at all. "My dear Hold, you seem to be very happy." Wanda forced a smile, his expression stiff as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Although her smile seemed natural, Hold could still sense the murderous aura emanating from her. "No, you've misunderstood." After speaking, Hold immediately stood next to Wanda and introduced, "This is Ileana. She's here to investigate a new case." Ileana shook her head helplessly after hearing this, a meaningful smile appearing on her lips as her gaze swept over Huda's faintly visible bare muscles. Just now, she was actually a little reluctant to part with him. It would be quite interesting to have something happen with such a powerful person. Besides, she could definitely feel the strong hormonal aura emanating from Hold. Thinking of this, she unconsciously bit her lip lightly. But when Wangda saw this action, his expression was clearly off, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. It has to be said that although this woman is not as beautiful as her, who knows if Hold might find wildflowers more appealing. Moreover, these wildflowers really have a certain charm. Just the way they bite their lips is enough to make you want to take a second look. "So it was you." Gwen recognized Yelena and turned to Hold, saying, "I thought you had other women you hadn't told us." They had worked together before, so Gwen was quite familiar with Yilien. "You two know each other?" Wanda initially thought that Huda was lying to them, but she didn't expect that Gwen actually knew this person. It seems that she really might be here to carry out a mission. Even so, she did not let her guard down. Instead, she quietly grabbed Holt's arm, as if to assert her dominance. Ileana naturally saw this scene, helplessly spread her hands, and smiled. "It seems my little action just now made someone unhappy. Would you like to go in for a soak in the hot springs?" Gwen walked over and took Ileana's hand. She hadn't seen Yilien for a long time, so naturally she wanted to invite her in now that she saw her. Ileana initially wanted to refuse, but after glancing at Huda, she inexplicably nodded. She didn't know if it was subconscious or what, but she always felt like she could get something special from him. After all, the more you learn about Hold, the more you are attracted to such a strong person. Although she knew that the relationship between Gervin and Hold was unusual, she still had some different thoughts in her heart. Inside the private room, "Phew, that feels so good." As Ileana soaked in the hot spring, her keen senses as a special agent made her realize that this hot spring was quite different from others. Not only does it have the aroma of fruit and wine, but it also makes me feel much more relaxed. "Mr. Hold." Yelena noticed Hold looking at the scenery not far away and carefully moved over. "What's wrong?" Hold looked at Ileana, who had sat down opposite him, with a puzzled expression. The next second, his eyes changed, and he clearly felt something slide across his leg. When he saw Ileana's expression, he immediately understood. Because the water in the hot spring is constantly being changed, is constantly churning, and with the addition of minerals, it looks somewhat murky. But this might fool others, but it won't fool him. This person actually deliberately provoked him in front of everyone. I don't know if Wanda sensed something, but she sat down next to Huda. "Honey, what are you talking about?" Wanda smiled through gritted teeth, her right hand gently resting against Huda's waist. Although she didn't know what had just happened, she had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Moreover, that little hussy's expression just now was clearly off. You could sense from her emotions that Yilien seemed a bit agitated. "Nothing. I just wanted to say, shouldn't we go get dinner?" Hold's lips twitched. Of course, he dared not mention that Yilien had touched him with her toe just now. If Wanda finds out, the water in this pool won't be pink anymore. It will be blood red. He didn't think Wanda couldn't do it. The whole family was quite emotionally fragile. "Yes, I was indeed hungry, so I wanted to eat." Yilien didn't say it aloud, but just smiled meaningfully. Then he stood up, revealing his toned and beautiful physique honed through exercise, and walked upwards. Hold was completely mesmerized. It was simply too tempting. Is it pretty? Wanda was so angry she could hardly breathe. That look was just too lewd. No, Holden absolutely couldn't admit it. So he quickly explained, I was just thinking about what to have for dinner. Only after the explanation did Wanda reluctantly believe that he hadn't actually looked at it. It was almost time, so Hold took everyone to the banquet hall of the hot spring resort. Although the food here isn't as good as in Holland, it has many specialty dishes, such as fruit puree and hot spring eggs. The taste was so, but the main appeal was its freshness. Thank you all for your hospitality. I have to go now. After finishing her meal and drinks, Yuliana stood up and thanked them with a smile. She didn't want to spend more time with Hold, but she didn't forget that she still had a mission to complete. Then you go first. Hold smiled and waved to her as she left. Mr. Holmium, I'll go put the plate down. At that moment, Lorna suddenly stood up, her eyes devoid of any emotion. No need. The waiter will come to collect it later. Hold asked with a hint of doubt, because they were distinguished guests, and this was not the main hall. There's no need to put plates out there. It's okay. I'm used to it. After Lorna finished speaking, Hold could only nod. Lorna is such a good boy. Wanda watched Luo Na leave, a relieved smile on his face. She also noticed that her younger sister was usually quiet and would hardly speak unless she was talking to someone she knew well. Moreover, he usually follows Huda around, or more accurately, he likes to sit where he can see Huda. It must have been after leaving Hydra that he developed a deep dependence on Hold, which led to this situation. Outside in the corridor, Yuliana was about to leave when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her and instinctively turned around. Buzz! Before she could react, a beam of green light, carrying immense force, slammed her against the wall. He was lifted high into the air, and panic involuntarily showed in his eyes. Luona's hands glowed green, and he walked towards her step by step with an icy expression. I'm warning you, stay away from Mr. Holt from now on. Mr. Holt belongs to my sister. Lona's face was grim, his tone icy, as he warned, word by word. She increased the pressure in her hands, her eyes filled with murderous intent. If anyone dares to steal Mr. Holt, she wouldn't mind taking care of them. Actually, she had seen everything that had just happened, but she hadn't planned to take action directly. Yuliana was pressed down by this force, and a painful expression appeared on her face. She never expected that this seemingly quiet little girl would suddenly take action. Moreover, her methods were completely different from the information they collected from the underground laboratory. According to the information in the Red Room, this child named Lorna can only manipulate very light metal. But no one expected that she would be able to lift her up directly. Speak up, or you're not leaving. Lorna stared at Yuliana, her eyes growing increasingly impatient. Okay, I won't steal your sister's holmium. Yuliana sensed the intense killing intent emanating from the other party and immediately nodded repeatedly. She had no choice at the moment. Even if she didn't want to, she had to agree. After all, she didn't believe she could handle such a powerful ability user under these circumstances. That would be best. Lona let go, and Yulien fell to the ground. She turned and left without hesitation the moment she opened the door to the private room. Her previously gloomy expression instantly turned into a smile. Mr. Holder, I'm back. The speed of this transformation is astounding. You can hardly believe he was just a gloomy guy. You're back. Come sit here and watch me perform a fun magic trick for you. Hold waved to Luo Na, urging her to sit down quickly. Lorna smiled happily and quickly walked to Hold's side. Let me put on a play for you. With a wave of his hand, the water in the pool next to him turned into a thin line and flew onto the table. The water flow slowly formed several small figures, and the features of these figures were clearly visible. Aren't these Thor and Loki? Wanda recognized him at first glance. She never expected that Hold would choose these two characters to transform into. The conjured Thor was seen embracing Loki, who was lying on the ground. I'm actually a very hypocritical and cunning person. Loki's voice carried a hint of struggle as he stared at Thor with a complex expression. No, You believe I will tell father about your bravery." Thor looked pained, and his voice trembled. No, it wasn't for him. The two of them were still repeating the sentimental lines over and over again. It has to be said that all three of them were completely engrossed in this scene, especially Wanda, whose lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Ding! Your performance has won over a group of loyal viewers. Reward: Ice Elemental Power. There's even a reward for this. Hold muttered to himself, an incredulous expression on his face. He never imagined that there would be a reward for something like this. Although I have participated in many dangerous activities before, such as mountain climbing. But I was still a little surprised to find that I could get a reward for performing in a play for someone for the first time. Looks like I'm really lucky today. I got 2 rewards at once. Hold couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and this wasn't just a small amount of money. One that can continuously exude wine and also strengthen the body. The other elemental power of ice is even more powerful. He had to admit that today was a lucky day. The power of the ice element allows one to manipulate ice, freeze everything, and with practice, even freeze molecular structures. This is comparable to an Omega-level Iceman. More importantly, this ability can produce very powerful effects. It is said that it can even freeze time. Although he also possesses the power of fire element, the two have completely different applications. Why are you suddenly so happy? Is something good happening? Wanda sensed that Hold's mood had suddenly improved and couldn't help but glance at him again. Because Hold's emotions rarely fluctuate, apart from that aspect, he is usually very calm. I feel especially honored because you all enjoyed my performance. Hold smiled and touched Wanda's face. I must say, the feeling is as soft and delicate as ever. His gaze inadvertently drifted downwards. Because it was a private space, her bathrobe wasn't fully covered. Seeing Wanda's impressive figure, would have suddenly felt his mouth go dry. It's about time, we should head back. With a wave of his hand, Hold sent the water back to its original position. Going back so soon? It's only a little past 7. I'm a little reluctant to part with Gwynlona 803. They hadn't had enough fun yet, and originally planned to come back for another soak in the hot springs after their meal. You rascal, really? Wanda could tell what Huda was thinking just by looking in his eyes. She secretly pinched Hold's thigh hard under the table. This guy really only wants to eat when he's full. My mind has never been normal for a single day. But because of Holder's demands, they had no choice but to go back. Although the hot spring resort had accommodations, Holt insisted on returning to the villa. After all, hot spring resorts are all low-rise buildings, and most of them are made of wood. So the sound traveled very clearly, and he didn't want anyone listening right up against the wall. After everyone returned to the villa, it was already 9:30 p.m., so they all went to their rooms to sleep. Although they went to bed early, they were still quite tired after soaking in the hot springs all night. The villa is large, and everyone has their own room. Even Wanda has his own room. Late at night, the door opened gently, and a figure quickly slipped in. Ord went is right next door. Wanda immediately recognized it as Hold, and tried to push him away because Gowon was right next door. What are you afraid of? We won't be discovered. Holt didn't take it seriously at all. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, so what was there to be afraid of? Meanwhile, Gowon, who was dozing off next door, suddenly heard a noise from next door. Strangeness? It was a panting sound. Is Wanda still exercising so late? And why does this voice sound so familiar? It's like I've heard it before at Holt's house. The next morning, at the dining table, Wanda emerged with a rosy complexion, but her eyes betrayed her exhaustion. Gowon wasn't much better off. She couldn't sleep all night because of strange noises. Gowon's sister, what happened to you two last night? Luana looked puzzled. She went to bed early last night. So why did the two of them look so tired? Woof, were you working out all night? You kept me awake. Gowon couldn't help but complain that Wanda was still exercising at night, and he didn't get a good night's sleep. Moreover, the sound had a rhythm, which made it even more annoying. Holt watched them with a wicked grin. Wanda glared at him fiercely, then said apologetically, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful in the future. Knock, knock, knock. While I was having breakfast, there was a knock on the door. Who's up so early in the morning? Hold stood up to open the door. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by a bald man and a woman with an outstanding presence. I am Nick Fury. When Nick Fury saw a young man open the door, he paused for a moment and subconsciously asked, "Does Wanda Maximoff live here?" He received news yesterday that Wanda was in Town. But why did a man open the door? "Woof, a bald guy is looking for you." Hold turned around and sat back down at the table with an indifferent expression, thinking that this bald guy was probably here to find Wanda again with a mission. After only 2 days of rest, this guy has come knocking on my door again. Upon hearing this, Nicholas Fury's lips twitched slightly. He's the former director of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, who dares to call him bald. He watched Hold leave speechlessly, silently complaining to himself. "The bald guy is looking for me?" Wanda stood up and muttered to himself as he walked. Where did that bald guy come from? Could it be that one of her fans noticed her? "It's me." Nick Fury stared at Wanda with a grim expression, his already dark face turning even more gloomy. The bureau chief? When Wanda saw Nick Fury appear, he was stunned. "I never expected him to show up here, and he'll even came along. Long time no see, woof." Nick Fury smiled. "Come in." Wanda invited them into the living room. She knew in her heart that this matter must be related to secrets. Upon entering the house, Nick Fury was stunned, for he saw Gwen and Lorna. The Shinto Bureau had a record of these two people, and he remembered them very clearly, but he never expected them to appear here together. It's surprising that a mutant who was once captured by Hydra and a ghost spider, two people who shouldn't have met, were sitting together. He had absolutely no idea what was going on, and Gwen and Lorna were chatting and laughing with the man who opened the door. Their relationship seemed quite close. With the addition of Wanda, there are now 3 superpowered individuals in the house. He couldn't help but glance at Huadei again, wondering why these 3 people were mingling with an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the group had just finished breakfast. After sitting down on the sofa, Wanda immediately introduced Hold and the others. "This is my good friend Hold. This is my friend Gervin, and this is my sister Lorna." She introduced them to Neck Fry, so he would know they had a good relationship. Otherwise, we'll have to find a place to talk privately. After all, the Shinto Bureau has a lot of secret information. "Hello." Nick Fury gave a brief greeting, and since the other person was Wanda's friend, he didn't pay much attention to it. "Chief, is there something you need from me this time?" Looking at Nick Fury's serious expression, Wanda took the initiative to ask. She wouldn't believe it wasn't something serious that she came all this way. "What's more, even Agent Hill has come." "Hill?" Nick Fury looked serious and straightened up to look at Hill beside him. Hill nodded and took out a tablet and a stack of documents from his bag. After turning on the screen, a bizarre scene was displayed. A group of wicked people formed a circle, chanting incomprehensible words. Because of the dim lighting, it was hard to see clearly. I could only see the image flash briefly before suddenly turning into a blur. "What's going on?" Wanda frowned as he looked at the strange ceremony. Something just doesn't look right. Even though it was through a screen, she felt something was very wrong. Even the patterns drawn on the ground seemed to be drawn with blood. We recently discovered that some evil forces are performing some kind of ritual, which is related to supernatural phenomena and has caused many people to go missing. As Hill spoke, he took out some documents from his drawer and handed them to Wanda across from him. Wanda opened the document, glanced at it briefly, and his expression grew increasingly serious, because the names of the missing persons are clearly listed above. Moreover, there were quite a few people involved, and the amount of data was very thick. "We've come to you this time hoping you can help us solve this case." Nick Fury revealed the purpose of his trip. "This is so strange. They can hardly find any clues. Although there is video footage, it captures very little content. It seemed like the other party could detect the cameras and always managed to easily evade their surveillance. That's why I specifically asked Wanda for help. The reason they didn't contact other Avengers members was because the whole thing was too bizarre. If we could use some magical methods, the effect would be even better, which is why we sought out Wanda." Meanwhile, Hold, standing to the side, thoughtfully stroked his chin, looking at Nick and Hill. Because when Ileana went to carry out the mission yesterday, she mentioned that this might be a strange event. In other words, Yuliana is probably also investigating this matter. Wanda looked hesitant. If it were before, she would have agreed immediately. But he had only been with Hold for a short time and hadn't even had a proper rest before he had to go out on a mission again. I was somewhat unwilling. I know it's rare for you to get a break, but I really need your help right now. Although the other Avengers are also available, their abilities and magic are no match for yours. And some people have other commitments and simply can't leave. Nick Fury earnestly begged Wanda for help. Moreover, this matter cannot be resolved by technology or brute force. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a special trip to find Wanda. Wanda hesitated for a long time, but finally sighed and reluctantly agreed. I can go with you, but I have to bring Hold with me. Anyway, I can't just leave Hold alone when I go there. If no one is watching him, this guy will definitely go and flirt with women again. Even if Gowen keeps an eye on him, it won't help. The girl is too soft-hearted. She might be easily appeased by Huda. Besides, this weird thing sounds like it's related to magic, so it's perfect to bring Hold along. After all, Hulda was a great mage. Although I also knew some magic, I was far inferior to Hulda. If we can get it done sooner, we can get some rest sooner. Take him with you. Nick Fury turned to Hold, his brow furrowing. Isn't that inappropriate? It might make the mission more complicated. In Nick Fry's view, Hold was nothing more than a nuisance. Even if he is skilled, he won't be of much use in this situation. Worse still, it might distract Wanda from taking care of him. If you don't bring Holmium along, I'm not doing this mission. You'll have to find someone else. Besides, Hold is my good fortune. I absolutely won't agree to not include him. Wanda's tone was clearly angry. She immediately understood that Nick Fury was simply treating Hold as a burden. Otherwise, why would someone say something like that? Now, in Wanda's heart, Hold is the most important person, and no one is allowed to look down on him. Nick Fury himself didn't expect Wanda to be so excited. As a result, his tone of voice became exceptionally stern. Sigh, then I'll do as you say. Nigel Fry had no other choice. If Wanda really quits, there's really nothing he can do. He knew he had no way of solving this problem. Therefore, they can only rely on Wanda to complete the mission. Let's meet tonight. Nick Fury didn't linger and prepare to leave. The reason we didn't set off immediately was because these monsters only appear at night. So they could only wait until night to have a chance to find clues. Good. Wanda nodded in agreement immediately. Just as Nikolai was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, turned back and said, "Put your vacation plans on hold for now. Make sure you prepare well in advance. These monsters are more complex than they imagined. Therefore, the compiled materials must be studied carefully." Wanda casually agreed. After getting into the dark SUV outside, Nick Fury turned to Hill and asked, "How about it? I just checked Holmium's information in our database. This person has a wealth of information. He has not only tried many extreme sports, but also won numerous awards. He is also a generous philanthropist and a major shareholder of the SeaTac Group. In addition to that, he has many other titles, and from a certain perspective, he can be considered a genius." Hill looked at the information on the tablet and couldn't help but say something. "But no matter how capable you are, you're still just an ordinary person at heart." Nick Fry didn't care about Hold. Such people are rare, but they do exist. Compared to the Avengers, they are nothing. Even Hill could easily handle ordinary people like this. "So what should we do?" Hill hesitated for a moment, then asked. After all, judging from Wanda's attitude just now, Hold is quite important to her. Just have someone keep an eye on him. Nick Fury waved his hand and said casually, "As long as we make sure this guy doesn't get into any trouble, that's fine." Inside the villa, my lovely little witch is so kind-hearted, still thinking about the mission at a time like this. Hold hugged Wanda from behind, jokingly whispering in her ear, "Stop making fun of me. This isn't funny at all." Wanda turned her head, pouted, and complained unhappily. "How can that be funny? I think a female witch with a strong sense of justice is especially charming." Hold kissed Wanda's cheek and said gently, "Actually, he didn't care about having any missions. There is nothing in the 9 realms that can truly threaten him now. In his view, Wanda's mission was like a vacation. Since it's all just for fun anyway, I might even be able to teach her some experience. Although Wanda is already very strong, there's still many people who are better than her. Moreover, her chaotic magic cannot be acquired simply through practice. She still needs real-world experience, and he can protect her from the sidelines. Really, a happy expression appeared on Wanda's face. She felt guilty because she rarely had time to spend with Holt. Of course, it's to protect others. Holt nodded seriously, although he is rather lazy and has no intention of protecting Earth. But someone in this world has to do these things. He may choose not to do it, but he will not laugh at those who work hard, because there have always been people working hard in silence. Woof, I want to go too. At this moment, Gowen approached unhappily. She had originally hoped to be taken along on a mission. Surprisingly, neither of them was mentioned. Gowen, it's not that I don't want to take you. It's just that there are too many people, and I'm afraid I can't take care of them all. Wanda had actually considered whether to bring Gwen and Lorna, but they weren't very familiar with magic. But I want to go too, and I definitely won't hold anyone back. Gowen held Wanda's hand, pleading and begging, and looked at Hugh pitifully. I will definitely be obedient. Nothing will happen. Woof, why don't we bring them along? Otherwise, they'll get bored at home. Holt looked at Wanda hesitantly. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Nick Fury, so the decision had to be made by Wanda. Seeing the pleading looks on Gowen and Luo's faces, Wanda could only nod helplessly in the end. Very good. Seeing that Wanda agreed, Gowen and Luana shouted excitedly. It's not evening yet. How about we play Ludo? Holt suggested playing a game together, making a total of 4 people. Ludo is actually quite boring, but having fun with 3 top beauties is a completely different experience. The winners are rewarded, and the losers are punished. Holt almost always wins. They played until noon. In the afternoon, they went to the most famous restaurant in Shijing Town for lunch, and then strolled around Peach Blossom Garden, taking many photos. Gowen and Luo Na were very playful and extremely happy. Wanda almost completely forgot about the mission. As evening approached, the sky gradually darkened. Nicholas Fry and Hill, along with several agents, were waiting behind the alley where they had agreed to meet. Nick Fry glanced at his watch. No one had come. Has something happened? When they came over, those bad guys probably noticed them too. Just as Nick Fury was hesitating about whether to have Hill call to find Li Zhao, the sound of Wolf came from not far away. Chief Fury. For people were seen walking towards them from the other end of the alley. Just as Nick Fury was about to scold Wanda for being late, his face immediately darkened when he saw the other 3. Wolf, what's going on? Why are they all here? Nick Fry gritted his teeth and asked word by word. They simply don't have enough manpower to take care of these people right now. This is clearly just creating trouble for myself. Gwen could barely be considered a helper, but Holt and Lorna, these 2 have almost 0 combat power. Chief, I'd like to bring them along. Wanda took a deep breath and said without backing down. She's already agreed. Woof, how could you do this? Nick Fury wanted to yell at her, but after glancing at the time, he sighed and said, just tell them to be careful. Time is of the essence now. I don't have time to argue with Wanda about these trivial matters. If something really goes wrong, they can only blame their bad luck. By the way, did you see the documents today? Nick Fury asked about this. Because the contents are related to the tasks to come. I went out to play today. Wanda blurted it out unconsciously. Nick Fury was stunned. You've been out playing all day? Upon hearing this, he immediately flew into a rage. Chief, the mission is urgent. Seeing that Nick Fury was about to get angry, Hill quickly calmed him down and then explained tonight's mission. We detected energy fluctuations at the Skris couple's house, so we're going to stake out there tonight. Because there were too many people, everyone was divided into 3 vehicles. Inside the car, Nicholas said seriously to Hill, we must keep a close eye on that guy named Holder tonight. Wanda is special. We can't let anything happen to him. Outside the detached villa area in Shijing Town, the 3 cars slowly came to a stop outside. This is it. Nick Fury got out of the car and carefully examined the villa, his hand unconsciously reaching for the weapon at his waist. 2 days ago, we detected unusual energy fluctuations here. Hill immediately stepped aside and began to explain the situation. Other agents quickly stepped in front of Holt and his group, as their primary mission was to protect them. Wanda nodded calmly, but his gaze fell on Huda beside him. In this situation, we definitely need to ask Holt's opinion first, since he knows the situation best. There's nothing seriously wrong. Go inside, Hode said in a calm tone. He had already noticed the situation inside the house when he got out of the car. It was an invisible cloud of dark mist that enveloped the entire villa, rolling around it like a dark cloud. But there is nothing unusual to be seen with the naked eye. It is certain that this family has indeed encountered trouble. Hearing Hold's words, Nick Fry, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but frown. He never expected that Wanda would trust an ordinary person so much. But since we've already come this far, there's no other choice. Thump, thump, thump. Nick Ferry walked to the stairs and knocked on the door warily. We must not let our guard down until we have a clear understanding of the situation. Not long after, the villa door opened, and a middle-aged couple stood in the doorway. Their faces were pale, and they looked exhausted. Agent Fury, because they had been notified in advance. The Skris couple had been waiting for them. Upon seeing their arrival, the two men visibly relaxed. Let me introduce you. This is Wanda. Nick Ferry turned to the side and introduced Wanda, who was wearing a dark red dress, to them. You must be Fei Hong Nu Wu Wanda. The moment the Siskelsi couple saw Wanda, a look of relief immediately appeared on their faces. They knew that this was an Avengers superhero, and with her here, nothing should go wrong. Wanda quickly realized that Nick Ferry hadn't introduced Hold and the others. But she didn't show it. She just frowned slightly. She could tell that Nick Fury didn't take Hold and his group seriously at all. Please come in. The Skris couple quickly opened the door and invited everyone inside. As soon as he entered the house, he carefully examined it. It must be said that the interior decoration of this detached villa is very different from other places. The decor here is very retro, even a bit Native American style. The floor was covered with a carpet made of animal fur, and a huge deer skull hung on a shelf. Not far away, various animal specimens were displayed, indicating that the Siskelsi couple enjoyed hunting. The books casually placed on the table were all about hunting techniques. Mr. and Mrs. History, could you please explain in more detail what exactly happened? After sitting down, Nikolai immediately asked about the current situation. Although they have said this before, the situation may change over time. Sai, here's what happened. The two of them took turns telling each other about what had happened recently. Starting 2 days ago, they would hear someone whispering every time they were about to go to sleep. The voices sounded like some kind of spell they had never heard before, but because the voices were intermittent and very faint, they couldn't make out what was being said at all. And it wasn't just the two of them who could hear it. Their daughter could also hear the whispers clearly. They asked their daughter, who said that every night someone whispered in her ear, telling her to leave. That's why they're becoming more and more afraid. It wasn't just because of their daughter's condition, but also because the sounds they heard every night were becoming clearer and clearer, as if they were getting closer and closer to them. After saying this, the couple trembled with fear, their eyes filled with terror. If it weren't for their daughter, they would have run away long ago. But now they have no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere. Don't worry, I will protect you. Wanda spoke with a serious expression and a calm tone. It has to be said that this is indeed very strange, but she is more inclined to believe that it was caused by magic, because there are many terrible spells in magic. However, until we figure it out, we don't know what the reason is. Then I'll leave it to you. Upon hearing this, the couple felt as if they had seen a savior. Their biggest worry was their daughter's safety. Where is your daughter? I want to go see her. Wanda made a demand because the problem should lie with their daughter. Only she could hear what the other person was saying, so we had to start with her. No problem. My daughter is on the second floor. The Siskelsi couple quickly led everyone to the second floor. Arriving in a room, they took a deep breath and slowly pushed the door open. On the large white bed in the center of the room lay a pale-faced little girl. Although the room was decorated warmly, a chill was still running through it at that moment. The little girl, Sarah, lay on the bed, looking like a corpse about to be buried. Sarah hasn't been sleeping well these past few days, and her health has deteriorated. The mother quickly walked to her daughter's side, looking at her daughter lying on the bed with a worried expression. During this period, Sarah has been having nightmares and often wakes up in the middle of the night. Exclamation point. Just then, Sarah, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. It's here. The commotion nearly startled everyone around. What's wrong? Wanda smiled and walked over to the little girl, gently comforting her. Soothed by Wanda, Sarah closed her eyes drowsily again and lay back down on the bed. What happened? The lady asked anxiously. Why did you lie down again when you were perfectly fine? Don't worry. Sarah probably woke up because she was too frightened. I used magic to let her rest. After carefully tucking Sarah in, Wanda said, she should be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. Hearing Wanda's words, the Psycholisi couple felt a little relieved. Now, they could only place their hopes on Wanda. All right, you can go out now. The energy fluctuations are mainly concentrated in the room next to the salad room. Nicafuri spoke up first, explaining that because the energy fluctuations had appeared in Sarah's room earlier, she had been moved to the next room. After the Srikesi couple left, he had the relevant personnel bring in the equipment and began to inspect the room structure. How do you feel about the current situation? Nicafuri looked at Wanda. They didn't have many clues at the moment and could only pin their hopes on her. Perhaps she could provide some useful information. I sensed that Sarah was in a bad mood just now. Something was affecting her. Wanda gritted his teeth and expressed his thoughts with a somewhat puzzled expression. That's all she could sense. It is an evil spirit. Holt, standing nearby, calmly said, and it came from Sarah. Evil spirit? These words surprised both Nick Ferry and Hill. Are you kidding me? Hill looked at Hold with a strange expression. Evil spirits? Isn't that something from legends? Although there are indeed many rumors about evil spirits in the world, she prefers to explain everything using scientific methods. Mr. Holmium, we hope you're not misleading us. Nick Fry stared at Hold with a grim expression. Bringing him along was troublesome enough, but this guy acted like he knew everything from the very beginning, which only made things worse and ruined everyone's mood. Director, Holt wouldn't say that for no reason. At this point, Wanda did not continue to follow Neckfry's lead. She believed that what Holder said must make sense. Hold remained expressionless in the face of Neckfry's questioning. They were ultimately not the same kind of people, and he didn't want to waste his breath arguing with them. Talking to stupid people is a waste of time. He always felt that communicating with stupid people would only make the conversation superficial and fall into their rhythm. The instrument is responding. At that moment, one of them shouted urgently. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the instrument. The instrument kept shaking and even started to make a buzzing sound. At the same time, the light outside the window became increasingly dim, as if it were shrouded in a thin mist. No, this energy fluctuation isn't here, it's next door. Nicafuri immediately noticed something was wrong, and next door was the salad room. In other words, all of this was clearly aimed at salad. At that very moment, Nicafuri and Hill instinctively looked to Hold. What are you looking at? Holt shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his voice. You guys should go check out the salad bar next door. Upon hearing this, Nick Ferry realized that their attention should indeed be focused on salad. They immediately rushed to the next room. But as soon as they opened the door, they saw a horrifying scene. Sarah, wearing a white dress, was opening the window. The wind blowing in from the window stirred her skirt. Don't! As soon as Nick Ferry shouted, Sarah jumped out. This terrified everyone, and they immediately ran to the window to look down. I'm fine. Wanda's expression suddenly calmed down, and a red light emanated from his body. When people are extremely sad, they activate their psychological self-protection mechanisms. The next second, she soared into the sky with terrifying power. She should have realized long ago that someone like Holt could not possibly belong to only one person. Moreover, she had no reason to stop at all. Their relationship has always been ambiguous, but she has always been unwilling to admit it. Now that she has seen it all with her own eyes, she has completely resigned herself to her fate. Perhaps she doesn't deserve love at all. I'm sorry, Gawain. Hold grabbed Gawain's shoulder. Things are a bit complicated. I'll explain to you another day." After saying that, he suddenly soared into the sky and chased after the direction in which Wanda disappeared. Anyway, we have to keep an eye on Wanda now. No one knows what she might do in this state. He knew that Wanda's mental state was very fragile. Huff! Wanda sensed the magical fluctuations coming from behind him, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. The red light burst forth again, and her flight speed suddenly increased. He was like a shooting star, streaking across the night sky with a dazzling red light. "Mom, look, there's a shooting star in the sky." A little girl, wearing a thick windproof coat, pulled her mother's hand and pointed to the sky. "Yes, there are 2 more. Make a wish. Maybe it will come true." The woman looked up at the sky and saw the streak of crimson light flash by. Looking up at the gradually darkening sky, 2 shooting stars streaked across the sky, one scarlet and the other deep red. People on the street were drawn to the light and looked up. When they saw this scene, they all involuntarily closed their eyes and made a wish. This was the first time in their lives they had ever seen 2 shooting stars appear at the same time. Many people even took out their phones to take pictures, a rare sight indeed. High in the sky, in the suburbs. "Woof! Wait for me!" Huda gritted his teeth and chased after Wanda with all his might, grabbing her wrist in one go. He has to admit that after spending these past few days with Wanda, he has fallen for her. Although she's a little arrogant at times, she'll agree to any request he makes. Having witnessed Wanda's soft side, he was unwilling to give up. "Let me go." Wanda abruptly shook off Huda's hand, a glint of red light flashing in his eyes. His once gentle face now exuded a dangerous aura. Buzz! The next moment, a large amount of crimson light swept towards Hold. The dazzling light resembled fireworks blooming in the night sky. "Listen to me. Actually, With a wave of his right hand, Hold unleashed a barrier of phoenix power around him. He could sense that Wanda was truly enraged. The intense crimson light continuously coiled around him, tightening like a snake. Even the barrier he created with the power of the phoenix began to crack. "I don't want to hear your explanation. You damn liar." Wanda took a deep breath and pulled hard. Holt was slammed to the ground like a bowling ball. Bang! Dust flew up, and the ground trembled slightly. Watching Holt being smashed down, her heart clenched. But she knew that with Hold's strength, this amount of power wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Sure enough, Hold immediately took to the air again. "I've already told you. Stop bothering me." The crimson light emanating from Wanda erupted once more, and dazzling rays flashed across the sky. The energy crashed into Holmium's barrier with a loud cracking sound. "Woof, I know you hate me, but I really can't help it." Hold roared through gritted teeth. Wanda, who was already somewhat worried, flew into a rage upon hearing this. This guy, at a time like this, is still thinking about other women. The chaos magic in her hands intensified, forcefully pressing Hold and the barrier of phoenix power into the mountain. This girl is really angry. Hold lay on the ground, feeling the impact of the crimson light on the power of the phoenix, and shook his head helplessly. But he didn't expect that Wanda would search for him everywhere and just happen to witness that scene, leaving him a loss for words. He could even sense that the power Wanda was releasing now was even stronger than when he dealt with Agatha. "Call!" Wanda withdrew the crimson light and gasped for breath. She was so angry she was practically boiling with rage. She was torn at that moment, wanting to harden her heart and give up on Hold. But when she thought of how good Wanda had been to her, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. But if things continue like this, she feels unwilling to accept it. "Woof, I really can't help it. People from our family are indeed in good physical condition." With a flash, Hold appeared in front of Wanda. That wasn't entirely untrue. After all, the things the system gave him did indeed give him a bit of a thrill. "You're shameless." With red light swirling around his right hand, Wanda slapped Hold hard across the abdomen. But as she got closer, she didn't see Hold dodge and instinctively withdrew the red light. Snap! A slap landed squarely on Hold's stomach, sending him flying. Boom! With a loud bang, dust flew up and instantly buried Hold. Why isn't this guy dodging? Wanda gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed tightly. She had actually stopped using her strength just now. But to her surprise, Holt didn't even try to block. She couldn't help but look down at the ground, but there was no sound at all. Is he all right? As Wanda watched the dust slowly fall, his heart suddenly clenched. This isn't right. She didn't use much force just now. The red light has even been withdrawn. For an ordinary person, being hit by it would only cause a brief pain. Moreover, Holt's body is as sturdy as vibranium. He should be fine even if he falls from a height. Stop pretending, get up. Wanda took a deep breath and shouted down. But there was no reaction at all. Could he be dead? This thought suddenly popped into Wanda's mind. If holmium's power needs to be actively triggered, then falling down could really cause serious injury. What frightened her even more was that she could not sense any life at all. Out, her heart leaped in her throat and then quickly plummeted downwards. Although she hated Holt's character, she really didn't want to see him get into trouble. If something really happens, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Just as she was about to land, she waved her right hand, creating a gust of wind that blew away all the dust. Holt lay motionless on the ground, his mouth still. It seemed as if it had truly lost its breath. Out! Wanda's expression changed drastically, and she pounced on him. She could sense that Holt's life force had completely disappeared. She was extremely panicked. As she lay on top of him, ready to listen to his heartbeat, Holt suddenly moved. Immediately afterwards, a warm embrace held her tightly. You lied to me again." Wanda tried to break free, but her hands were too weak. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she slowly closed her eyes. After a while, Holt finally let go of her. "You tricked me again." Wanda's anger had subsided considerably. Enraged, she punched Holt hard. "It really hurts. It hurts terribly here." Holt pressed his hand to his stomach, looking at Wanda with a pained expression. "Can you hurt me?" Wanda didn't believe it at all. She knew Holt's physical condition best. This guy was tough and resilient. Because that place was locked from the inside, if you really went out from there, the door should have been open. What on earth is going on? Nick Ferry's face instantly turned ugly. He never imagined that the other party would disappear into thin air. That's impossible because they came in through the front door. But there's no sign of Salad here. Could it really be a ghost? Although they had seen many monsters, this was the first time they had encountered something so bizarre. "Let's split up and search. Maybe she's in another room." Nick Fry gritted his teeth and gave the order. "That's all we can do now." The group began rummaging through drawers and cabinets in the surrounding rooms. But the salad seemed to have evaporated, leaving no trace. Nick Ferry's face turned even uglier. At this moment, Holt slowly walked to the southern corner. He lifted his foot and stomped it twice lightly. "Stop looking, it's here." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury immediately led the others over quickly. "Pry open this floorboard. There's another space underneath." Holt looked calmly at the ground and said, "Pry it open." Although Neckfry was not entirely sure, he had to admit that this guy had some skill. The agents took out their tools and forcefully pried open the gap in the floorboards. With everyone pulling together, the floorboards were lifted up. A hole about 1 meter square appeared before them. It was a stone staircase that extended downwards, and it looked very old. "There's actually an underground passage down here." Nick Ferry was a little embarrassed. They had searched for a long time without finding it, but this ordinary person had found it instead. This made the agents appear particularly clumsy. "Let's go." Nick Ferry took a deep breath, pulled out a flashlight, and walked in front. Since there's a secret passage here, Sarah is very likely inside. Nicholas Fury and Hill walked in front, with the 3 agents bringing up the rear. Holt and his group walked in the middle. "Horde, how did you find out just now?" Wanda lowered his voice and whispered to Holt. She had clearly used her senses, yet she hadn't discovered the secret space below at all. "Someone has set up a smokescreen here, which is why your senses were deceived," Holt said casually. Although the other party hid it very well, it was impossible for him to hide it. This kind of thing can only fool ordinary people. If Wanda is willing to focus his attention and search a certain area carefully, he will eventually discover this tunnel. As they were about to reach the bottom, torches suddenly lit up on both sides of the passage. The faint light flickered in the damp, dark passageway. Although it didn't illuminate much, it was enough to make out the surroundings. Chill. Nick Fury raised his hand, made a fist, and switched off his flashlight, whispering, "There's someone talking up ahead." After everyone stopped, they could hear strange whispers coming from ahead. The sound was extremely eerie, as if it came from the depths of hell, and one could vaguely make out that several people were muttering something. "Let's go take a look." Nick Fury drew his weapon and led everyone quietly toward the end of the passage. When they reached the corner at the end of the passage, a terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. A huge space unfolded before them, probably more than 500 square meters. What's even stranger is that the room was full of people, all with their backs to them and facing the stage. Several cult members dressed in black robes were sitting together on the stage, whispering something. In this dark and deep night, the stars have disappeared and all things are silent. I, your humble and loyal believer, in this land where shadows intertwine, offer you the supreme demonic nightmare, the most devout respect, and the highest sacrifice. Your existence is like the most hidden star in the night sky, invisible yet omnipresent, guiding the lost into the deepest secret realm of the soul realm. The cultist in the black robe spoke with a pious yet insane tone, his voice hoarse yet shrill. Hold and his group appeared here, but the cultists who were performing the ritual were completely unaware of it. Although the people in the audience had their eyes closed, the corners of their mouths kept turning up. Only those black-robed cultists act as if they're the true gods. As the black-robed cultists whispered, their bodies trembled involuntarily. An increasingly eerie smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen what he longed for most. These people must have been mentally controlled, Wanda said, frowning. She could clearly sense that these people were being manipulated. Yes, they're performing a ritual. A hint of disgust flashed in Hold's eyes, as if he were looking at a nasty cockroach. These guys are truly fearless when it comes to achieving their goals. Could they be planning to sacrifice all of these people? Hill's eyes were filled with surprise. They had never understood why so many people had disappeared. So all of these people were here. Moreover, judging from their complexions, they clearly hadn't eaten for several days. "Look, the salad is over there." Lona, who hadn't spoken until now, pointed to a corner not far away and whispered. Behind the crowd, Sarah stood with her eyes closed, a slight smile playing on her lips, gazing motionlessly at the stage. She was wearing white pajamas, and she looked particularly eerie at that moment. "Lure these cultists away first." Nikolai immediately gave the order. Although we still don't know what the other party is up to, saving lives is the most important thing. Just as he was about to rush out, a flash of light suddenly shone on Nick Fury. Several men in black robes on the stage slowly stood up, their eyes fixed on Nick Fury and his group. The man in the middle, dressed in a black robe, slowly raised his hand and removed the hood from his head. What was revealed was a withered, wrinkled face like the bark of a tree that had been dead for many years. In the dim light, the face looked particularly terrifying. The old man smiled slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "What brings you here, guests? You charlatans, release everyone right now." Hill pulled a stick from beside his leg and looked at the old cult leader with a serious expression. You really have guts." The old man grinned, a smile so sinister it sent chills down one's spine. He slapped his hands on the ground, and a cloud of black mist suddenly rose from where they had just been. The dark fog exploded instantly, like a large rock hitting the ground. After the fog dissipated, a giant scorpion appeared before everyone. The scorpion was entirely black with a sharp tail, which was swaying gently, as if it might pounce at any moment. When Nick Fury and the others saw this, their expressions immediately changed. Summoning spell? Hold immediately became interested and began to ponder, stroking his chin. I didn't expect these cultists to actually have some skills. Very few people can use this kind of summoning spell. Moreover, these people were stronger than he had imagined. Attack. They only have one scorpion. Nick Fury took a deep breath, gripped the frying pan in his hand, and prepared to charge forward. Although the scorpion is over 3 meters long, they should still be able to handle it. But just then, the giant scorpion let out a furious roar. Suddenly, countless tiny scorpions emerged from the ground, swarming towards them like a dark, surging tide. Brush! How disgusting! Zero. Gowen shuddered, his face turning extremely pale. She was most afraid of seeing things that were so densely packed. Without saying a word, she jumped onto the wall and shot out spider silk from her hands in an attempt to block it. But the scorpions still swooped down on them. The few small scorpions stuck in the spider silk were nothing to worry about. Among so many scorpions, this is but a tiny fraction. Asterisk, asterisk. Nick Fury didn't care about anything else and directly pulled out his gun. Other agents immediately pulled out their guns and began firing. Initially, they didn't use scalding because they were afraid of harming civilians. The reason we can fire now is because we can take down a large number of scorpions by simply firing at the ground. Damn it, no matter how many we kill, they just won't all be gone. Nick Fury's expression changed drastically. No matter how they killed, the scorpions kept swarming in. The spot where the scorpion had just been killed was quickly filled with new scorpions. It looked like wave after wave of erotic music, the sound so dense it sent chills down your spine. They really didn't expect there to be so many scorpions. Woof! They looked at Wanda. They simply couldn't handle so many scorpions with their strength. Right now, the only one who can deal with the scorpion is Wanda. Drink! A red light emanated from Wanda's body. The light quickly spread across the ground and rushed towards the swarm of scorpions. The moment the light touched the scorpion swarm, the scorpions were burned to ashes as if they had encountered a raging fire. Phew! Thank goodness Wanda is here. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Wanda, they really wouldn't have been able to deal with this group of scorpions. After all, using a scalding gun to kill these small creatures is like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. Even if you kill a few, it won't be of much use. Chaos magic! A greedy glint flashed in the old man's eyes. Excellent. If I offer you to Lord Nightmare, I'm sure I'll receive a great reward. He never expected to encounter such a great opportunity at this time. The old man suddenly raised his withered hand. Lord Nightmare, grant me supreme power. I will offer you the magic of chaos. The next second, a large amount of black mist gathered wildly in his hand. Then, a sudden burst of black mist erupted from the top of his head, seemingly mixed with countless ghosts. During the release, faint ghostly cries and roars can even be heard. Damn it! Faced with this attack, Wanda could only hastily withdraw the red light, and at the same time, raise an energy shield to defend itself. Boom! The moment Hay Mist collided with the protective shield, Wanda's expression changed drastically, because this force was much stronger than she had imagined. Moreover, scorpions kept crawling out of the ground. It's over. Without the red light, they were utterly powerless to resist. Retreat. Holt said something indifferently, then took a step forward. Holt's hands flashed with red light, and in the next moment they were surrounded by raging flames. The entire room was illuminated by the blazing flames. A raging fire erupted from his hand, engulfing the entire swarm of scorpions. The terrifying flames, glowing with an eerie dark red light, blasted the old man away. That guy, Nick Fury, was astonished. Wait, he really does know how. Isn't this guy just an ordinary person? 16.2%. Gee, 2146. You actually know magic? Nick Fury's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He never expected that Wanda would have such a person by his side. Furthermore, there is no information about Holt in the Shinto Bureau's files at all. This person was hiding his true intentions too well. Now he finally understands why Wanda insisted on bringing Hugh along. It turns out this kid is actually a sorcerer. He really misjudged him. Who would have thought this kid was so capable all along? No wonder his judgment was absolutely correct. And yet, I foolishly thought I'd send someone to protect him. But who knows who would end up protecting whom? Thinking of this, his expression became a little awkward. If he hadn't brought Holt along, they might really be finished. Phew! Those disgusting things are finally dead. Gawain jumped down from the wall, his face pale, before slowly regaining some color. The old man, standing on high ground, looked at the terrifying flames with fear in his eyes. He never expected that this man would possess such profound magical power. Although he had only released a small amount of fire, he noticed that the flames spread out like a carpet. Achieving such precise control over the flame is no easy feat. You wouldn't happen to be a sorceress from Kamataki, would you? The old man stared intently at Holt, his voice lowering. Your method is somewhat similar. If he really is Kamataki's sorcerer, then he will probably have to abandon his plans. He didn't want to provoke Kamataki's people. Once he was targeted, he would be in big trouble. Kamataki? I'm not one of those monks. Holt grinned and said, let me see what else you've got up your sleeve. After saying that, Holt waved his hands, and black gas slowly seeped out from the cracks in the ground. These dark fumes rose up and quickly gathered, transforming into several vicious wolves that charged at the old man. Oh, it seems you really aren't one of Kamataki's people. In that case, there's no need to hold back. The old man sneered, pulled with both hands, and black energy surged behind him, instantly condensing into a black beam of light that shattered the wolves. If Holt hadn't released the wolf first, he really wouldn't have been sure. But after seeing that it was magic, he finally felt relieved. Since she's not one of Kamataki's people, that makes things much simpler. His expression became extremely ferocious, and the veins on his originally withered skin throbbed like earthworms. He opened his hands, then slammed them together in a grotesque gesture. Instantly, a large amount of dark energy surged from the magic circle behind him, and this dark energy quickly enveloped the entire ceiling of the room. It was as if dark clouds had appeared out of thin air, and a suffocating evil aura continued to spread. The entire room began to shake violently, and dust on the ceiling slowly fell with the tremors. Go to hell. The old man laughed maniacally, his face contorted in a terrifying way. The black mist on the ceiling began to spread along the walls, and the black fog became more and more abundant. The ceiling and the surrounding walls showed signs of corrosion. As the old man continued his ritual, the black aura in the room grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, the four cultists next to him also made their move. The four of them stood in the four corners, their hands constantly forming hand seals, and purple smoke was emanating from their bodies. The smoke quickly gathered among them, and the next moment, a dark space appeared before them. A giant snake suddenly emerged from within. This snake has 3 horns on its head, and its eyes gleam with a red light. Its whole body twisted and struggled in the narrow space, trying to climb out. Nick Ferry immediately grabbed the automatic rifle from the agent next to him and quickly opened fire on the cultists. This thing doesn't look simple. If we can take care of those 4 cultists first, we can interrupt their spell. Just as the bullets from the automatic rifle were about to hit them, the bullets struck the steel plate as if a transparent black barrier had appeared around it. The bullets exploded, sending up small plumes of black smoke. It's impossible to penetrate this eerie black barrier. Interesting. Are they trying to trap us all here with magic? Holt's lips curled slightly as he watched the old man's movements. These cultists are clearly helping the old man buy himself enough time to complete the spell. Once the spell is complete, everything in the room will be completely corroded by the black energy. Beep, beep, beep. The agent's personal equipment emitted urgent alarms. Damn it, the energy field here is showing extremely unstable fluctuations. Nick Ferry's expression changed because the data displayed on the instrument had exceeded the limit. If converted into weapon power, the energy here is equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. This guy really wants to meld us all. Hill's face turned pale. If it weren't for so many people present, she would have already prepared to retreat. Even more terrifying, this mad old man actually planned to sacrifice them all. At the current rate of diffusion of the black fog, the entire room will be covered in black fog in less than a minute. The surrounding buildings also melted rapidly at this time. At the same time, the other 4 giant snakes summoned by the sorcerer also emerged from that strange space. This is a giant snake over 10 meters long, with its scales standing up densely like a burst pine cone. It looks disgusting. Hiss! As soon as the giant snake appeared, it pounced on the group. Its wide-open mouth shows that it is very different from ordinary snakes, because its mouth is full of sharp teeth. Once bitten, your body will feel like it's being crushed by a shredder. The Kinesia moss serpent? That's quite interesting. Holt immediately recognized it as a type of black magic. The summoned giant snake has extremely strong defense. It's probably meant to buy time. He raised his right hand, and a giant hand of fire appeared out of thin air. He suddenly grabbed the giant snake and slammed it against the wall. Bang! The impact shook the entire room. Then the giant hand of fire pressed the 10-meter-long snake directly against the ceiling. When the giant snake came into contact with a black mist, its flesh was corroded by the mist and quickly melted away. In less than 3 seconds, the entire giant snake was corroded into bones. This thing is more terrifying than the devil. Hill shuddered, his face turning to one of extreme terror. This was a 10-meter-long giant snake, and it was dealt with so quickly. Upon witnessing this scene, the 4 sorcerers patted the bear's mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. The blood transformed into countless tiny insects, which swarmed over everything. The sound of their flapping wings was so loud it made even a bear's mouth feel muffled. The sound echoed continuously in the basement. As expected of the nightmare sorcerer, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Holt looked at the black magic they were unleashing, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. It must be said that these magic spells have all been modified. Not only did the method of release change, but it also involved sacrificing a portion of its own life. Once you come into contact with these insects, your body will be drained of its life force. By the way, I haven't tried the power of ice element yet. Holt remembered this. He hadn't used the power of the ice element since he obtained it. He slowly raised his hands, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. The temperature in the room dropped sharply in an instant. Although it was already autumn, Nick Ferry and the others even wondered if they had entered a freezer. A biting cold spread down their backs. A layer of frost quickly formed beneath Holt's feet. The terrible frost quickly condensed along the ground, and even tiny snowflakes appeared in the air. These snowflakes didn't fall. Instead, they remained suspended in the air. Condense. As soon as Holt finished speaking, the snowflakes falling from the sky instantly froze into ice spikes. With a flick of his index finger, the ice spikes flew swiftly toward the blood-red mosquitoes. Once they come into contact with mosquitoes, they are immediately frozen and then turn into specks of powder in the air. His strength is actually this great. Nick Fury's eyes widened. He could tell that Holt's strength even surpassed that of Wanda. Despite the opponent's fierce attacks, Holt remained calm and composed throughout. I didn't expect you to have some skills. The old man remained calm upon seeing this. He continued to release black mist with his right hand, while his left hand suddenly struck the mouth of a cultist next to him. The withered hand pierced through the other person's body like a sharp sword. Even more strangely, after being hit, the cultist revealed a strange smile on his face. It is my honor to sacrifice myself for Lord Nightmare. The cultist looked up, stared, and let out a strange laugh, spitting out foamy blood. The next second, a large amount of black gas gushed from his face, and his whole body began to melt rapidly, eventually turning into a pool of blood mixed with black gas, which seeped into the ground. Then, strange, dark figures crawled out from underground. They waved their dark arms, like ghosts struggling out of hell. As soon as it emerged, it let out a terrifying roar. Are they crazy? Nick Ferry felt a chill run down his spine as he watched this bizarre scene. That guy was laughing before he died. They're a bunch of lunatics. He even felt that death was an honor for them. As these shadowy figures emerged, they quickly pounced on the sleepwalking crowd, seemingly trying to drag them into a terrifying hell. Another group of shadowy figures, like Kayako, twisted and turned, charging suddenly towards the group. Damn it, what are these things? Goen kept shooting out spider silk, but these spider silks which were originally invincible, could only barely block He Ing-ho for a moment. The spider silk stuck to the shadowy figure, but was quickly corroded and broken. Moreover, these shadowy figures seem to be unaffected by gravity and can climb up the walls. "Get out of my way!" Wanda's hands emitted a red glow as he prepared to knock all the shadowy figures away. But at that moment, Hold stepped forward first. "Let me do it." He finally came across something so interesting. Since we've already made the move, we might as well take the reward. With a flick of his right hand, a phoenix the size of a fingernail appeared at his fingertip. This phoenix is dark red all over and looks just like a real phoenix. Even each feather is clearly visible. But this phoenix, only the size of a fingernail, sent chills down the spines of everyone present. This is a fear that wells up from the very core of one's being. The threat of death spread rapidly in their hearts. Although it was only a little bit, everyone could clearly feel that this phoenix could easily kill them all. If the power unleashed by the old man in front of them frightened them, then the phoenix in Hold's hand brought them an irresistible sense of oppression. A chilling aura of death emanated from the phoenix, mixed with terrifying destructive power, filling the entire room. Even the dark energy that was rapidly eroding the surroundings stopped spreading and even began to shrink, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. "Go," Huda said calmly. Suddenly, the phoenix flew forward. When it flaps its wings, thin, dark red lines that are difficult to see with the naked eye fly out of its feathers. These thin lines seem to have their own consciousness, lashing out fiercely at the shadowy figures. In a single, swift motion, all the shadowy figures were sent flying. The moment it hit the ground, it exploded into clusters of black mist, accompanied by countless shrill screams. The phoenix circled the room once, letting out a deafening cry. Bang! 5.5. Countless dark red rays of light burst forth from the phoenix. The spreading black aura vanished without a trace the moment it touched the dark red light. The once dark basement was now as bright as daytime under the midday sun. Everyone involuntarily squinted. The dazzling light, like a flame, completely dispelled the chill in the basement. This is the power of the phoenix. The old man's heart raced, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He never expected to encounter the power of the phoenix and chaos magic here. At that moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and Nick Ferry just shouted out what was on his mind. You are that mysterious person." Nick Ferry's pupils contracted sharply, and his body trembled slightly. He knew this very well because he had watched the mysterious man's videos repeatedly. What impressed him most was the phoenix. It was so distinctive. He recognized him at a glance. He never expected to run into that mysterious person here. He subconsciously looked at Hold. Am I getting senile? The only person Wanda would protect like this is her boyfriend. Although he had previously suspected that Hold might be Wanda's boyfriend, he had kept the thought to himself because the possibility was too small or even impossible. One of the shareholders of the Sea-Tacker Group turned out to be the legendary mysterious person, and he was also Tony Shitak's best friend. He had heard Tony mention Hold before, but he didn't remember him well. He never imagined that this person was the mysterious man. This news is probably unknown even to Tony himself. Nicholas Fury was in complete turmoil. I originally thought he was a powerful figure, but it turns out he was just that mysterious person. Moreover, this person is ridiculously strong, and he still appears calm and composed. Boom, sizzle. When the phoenix, the size of a fingernail, released its powerful energy in the basement, the entire basement suddenly became stuffy and hot. A howling wind swept through the entire space, and dark red light filled the air. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the phoenix. Even space itself began to distort and deform under the influence of the red light. If the power had not been deliberately suppressed, everything around would have been wiped out the moment the phoenix appeared. As the power of the phoenix spread, the dark aura at the top of the basement gradually dissipated. The destructive force is rapidly eroding the top of the basement. The entire room shook continuously, and then with a crack, the basement suddenly collapsed. It's over. Nicholas Fury clenched his fists and held them above his head. But the collapsed soil didn't fall down. Instead, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The collapsing sand and soil, upon encountering the power of the Phoenix, transformed into dark particles that flew into the sky like rainwater flowing backward. From a distance, one could see countless dark particles slowly rising into the air in this area. As a dark red light emanated from the ground, these particles rose continuously within the pillar of light. When the dark clouds in the night sky came into contact with these black particles, they were actually penetrated directly. This power, is this the Phoenix Force? The old man looked up at everything before him, his pupils contracting sharply. The fear of death spread rapidly through his mind. Although he had watched the live stream before, in his opinion, no matter how strong that power was, it couldn't possibly be stronger than Lord Nightmare. But now he realized that this person's power far exceeded his imagination. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but back away step by step. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when he fell to the ground. The old man raised his head and looked at the remaining 3 cult members. Hurry up. Even if it costs you 24 lives, you must sacrifice them for Lord Nightmare. These 3 cultists have been brainwashed, and all they have left in their hearts is their worship of Lord Nightmare. But at that moment, the old man's expression froze, because fear was visible in the eyes of those 3 people. In other words, this destructive pressure is more frightening than death itself. No, I have to escape. The old man suddenly had this thought. He has cultivated himself for so many years, he absolutely cannot die here. If we can escape, there's still a chance to release Lord Nightmare. Although he had gone to great lengths to find these people, anything is possible as long as one is alive. With a sudden wave of his right hand, the dark energy that had just appeared in the magic circle vanished instantly under the dark red light. How is this possible? At that moment, the old man completely gave up resisting, because he couldn't even muster his strength. Faced with this power capable of destroying everything, his magic was simply a joke. This guy is terrifying. I was wrong. Please spare me. I can be your most loyal servant. The old man immediately knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he had no other choice now. I'm willing to do anything to survive. The other 3 cult members, seeing this, suddenly realized what was happening and all knelt down. Their fear of annihilation had made them oblivious to everything else. They kept kowtowing, even as blood seeped from their foreheads. How stupid. You killed so many people, and you still expect to live? Hold realized that these people weren't good people even before they were controlled. They're extremely crazy black magicians. He merely glanced at it coldly, and the phoenix hovering in the air immediately transformed into a beam of light. A flash of dark red light pierced through the bear's chest of the 3 men. The 3 men looked down at their gaping wounds in the bear's mouth, their eyes wide with disbelief. A force rapidly spread from the wounds, and their bodies began to slowly turn into black particles. Like a piece of paper that has been set on fire, the intense pain caused them to let out deafening screams. In just 4 or 5 seconds, these people had turned to ashes and disappeared from the world completely. Is there anything else you want to say? With his hands in his pockets, Holt walked calmly to the old man and looked down at him. He was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. He could only stare at Holt with fearful eyes, as if trying to imprint his face deeply into his mind. It's pathetic that life has been reduced to nothing more than the pursuit of power. Holt only glanced at him and knew that all that remained in this old man was his desire for immortality and power. In his view, this was a very sad thing. After all, there are many things in this world worth enjoying besides power. Can you please let me live? The old man finally couldn't help but plead. But looking into Holt's cold eyes, he already understood his fate. Holt simply turned around and snapped his fingers. The surrounding red light immediately contracted, suddenly enveloping the old man. At this moment, the old man resembled a human-shaped light bulb emitting a red glow. Bang! With a crisp sound, the old man instantly transformed into countless specks of light and scattered in all directions. It's finally over. Gawain touched the goosebumps on his arm. Although she had witnessed Hold's power, the disgusting images from earlier still lingered in her mind. At the same time, she was also glad that she had never encountered such an opponent before. All right, your mess is solved. Hold yawned and slowly walked up to Nick Ferry. This was a bit of an accident, but it wasn't that interesting. And these people were even more disgusting than he had imagined. They actually use human sacrifice to gain power. They're a bunch of lunatics. I'm sorry, I was very rude just now. Nick Ferry was taken aback at first, then immediately stepped forward to apologize, his face full of ingratiating expressions and his body slightly bent down. There are a lot of troubles at the Shinto Bureau right now. If we can get the mysterious person to help, most of the problems can definitely be solved. Even if Hold doesn't intervene, as long as he lends a hand at a crucial moment, the safety of Earth will be guaranteed. Moreover, he really didn't expect that this was a mysterious person. Hill, who was standing nearby, opened his mouth slightly and was filled with shock when he saw this. Is this still the same arrogant and conceited Nick Fury? She's been with Nicholas Fry for so long. She knows his personality very well. But this was the first time she had seen him like this. It should be noted that even when those higher-ups with greater power oppressed him, he did not show such a humble attitude. It's all right, just don't disturb our vacation from now on. Hold's lips twitched. Actually, I preferred your old, unruly self. After all, Nick Fry has always been very arrogant. He was a little unaccustomed to his sudden change in attitude. Although he understood why the other party apologized, this attitude still exceeded his expectations. No, don't worry. We'll cover all your vacation expenses. As he spoke, Nick Ferry hurriedly pulled a hay card from his pocket and handed it to Wanda. A fawning smile was always on his face. Embarrassing? You're kidding. This is currently the most powerful being on Earth. This person could easily defeat Odin without any chance to fight back. Putting everything else aside, if Holder were willing, Blue Star could disappear tomorrow. He is indeed very stubborn, but it depends on the situation. He didn't want to wake up one morning to find the entire organization had vanished as soon as he arrived at the Shield Bureau. Moreover, he already feels quite lucky that such a ruthless character can still allow him to have a peaceful vacation. Putting everything else aside, if Holder really wanted to rule Earth, it would be a simple matter of saying a few words. So if you want to mess with him, you'd have to be crazy. Although Holt is a major shareholder of the SeaTac Group, he is not short of money at all. But Wanda is different, so he specially got Wanda a hay card. This has two meanings. First, it's an indirect way of currying favor with Wanda. Second, it's helping Huda conceal his identity. Although it's unclear why Holt had been hiding his appearance all along. But he knew that if a strong person didn't want to talk about something, he shouldn't ask. Woof, why didn't you tell us? Hill couldn't help but twitch his lips. If they had known it was a mysterious person, they wouldn't have treated them this way. Even using a sedan chair carried by 8 men wouldn't be excessive. What's there to say? You didn't even ask. Wanda spread his hands innocently and shrugged. She has not yet revealed Holt's identity and hasn't figured out how to explain that she and Go are good friends. All right, you guys go find someone to send these people back. Holt snapped his fingers, and the person who was standing just moments before collapsed to the ground. Nicholas Fury immediately nodded and instructed the agents to arrange vehicles to take these people back. It's getting late. I should head back. Holt stretched and yawned. He had to admit, this trip had been quite interesting. The Shield Bureau was very efficient. They quickly sent someone to take the sleepwalker to the hospital and only allowed him to go home after confirming he was all right. I never expected that I would do a good deed while on vacation. Holt mentally scoffed, thinking this was part of the vacation. But these guys did affect Glenn and her friends' moods. After all, what they released was really disgusting. Ding! You have eliminated Nightmare's minions. Reward. Hey Shadow Legion, Alien Legion. Hey Shadow Legion, Alien Legion. You can summon the Alien Legion from the Hey Shadow Legion, and they will obey your every command. The Shadow Alien Clan is the most terrifying in appearance. Its body can stretch and deform like chewing gum, with amazing elasticity and formidable strength. Alien, Hold was taken aback when he heard about the reward. He had already obtained the ninja group from the Black Shadow Legion. But later, due to other matters, I forgot about the reward, and I haven't found a suitable time to use it. Unexpectedly, I got the Alien Core again. Actually, these guys from the Shadow Stalkers are really pretty good. They will carry out the task diligently once an order is given. More importantly, each of them is very strong. Pick any one of them, and they'll all be at least at the level of a tech expert. Let's go back and study it more carefully. Hold shook his head, clearing his mind of all the jumbled thoughts. It has to be said, there are a lot of crazy people in the world of Manway. I was just out having fun, but I ended up running into this. It seems that Shijing Town is not peaceful either. Wanda sighed. Where in this world is there truly a peaceful place? They came here hoping to find a quiet place to live. I never thought even this small wish couldn't be fulfilled. But Wanda glanced at Hold. Thankfully, Hold still existed in this world. Everyone went home. It was already very late. Do you want some late-night snacks? After moving around outside for a while, Hold suddenly felt a little hungry and looked at the three of them. I'll eat what you made. Wanda was the first to raise his hand, saying that Huada's cooking was indeed delicious. Moreover, he never makes the same dish twice. I'll eat too. Gawain jumped up excitedly and raised his hand. No problem. Holt smiled and patted the two of them on the head before turning and walking toward the kitchen. This time he plans to make hot pot. When he opened the refrigerator, Holt paused for a moment. I almost forgot this isn't home. He scratched his head. Usually, maids would prepare the ingredients, but he couldn't remember them right now. It's already 1 a.m. The supermarkets in Shijing Town must be closed. Hold stroked his chin and thought for a while, then muttered to himself, "Looks like I'll have to buy it somewhere else." With that thought, he waved his right hand, and a bright dimensional portal appeared before him. It's daytime there, and at this time only the Eastern Hemisphere has suitable ingredients. As for the ingredients for hot pot, it's still most reliable to buy them back in your hometown. Once inside the supermarket, Hold quickly bought everything he needed. It has to be said that hot pot is much simpler than other dishes. All you need to do is wash and slice the ingredients and prepare a broth. He made a hot pot with 2 broths, one side clear broth and the other spicy broth. When it was served, everyone's eyes widened. It wasn't that they had never eaten Chinese food before, but it was completely different from the American-style Chinese food they ate outside. Wanda, Gawain, and Lorna ate until they were covered in sweat, but they kept praising the food. "Mr. Holt, may we try a little bit of peach and plum wine?" Gwen mustered up his courage and asked Holt. Although she only drank it once, the taste remained in her mind. "All right, you can all have a small cup today." Holt hesitated for a moment, then finally agreed. After all, this wine has health benefits. Compared to Wanda, Gawain and Lorna are still quite a bit behind. After a few rounds of drinks, Gwen and Lorna lay on the sofa, their faces flushed. Those 2 guys, helpless. Hold stood up and, together with Wanda, escorted them back to their room. After escorting the 2 back to their room, Hold and Wanda went to the second-floor balcony. Hold sat in a rocking chair with Wanda in his arms, gazing at the moon in the sky. "Ow!" Wanda looked at Hold and drew circles on his bare mouth with her finger. "What's wrong?" Hold asked in confusion. Wanda seemed to have something to say, but didn't say it just now. Wanda took a deep breath and, emboldened by the alcohol, voiced his thoughts. "Could I introduce you to my friends in the Avengers?" Looking into Wanda's big, watery eyes, Huda knew what she was thinking. After defeating Odin last time, Wanda's eyes showed some disappointment when the Avengers members were mentioned. He was a little confused at the time, guessing that the Little Witch had wanted to say this for a long time, but just hadn't said it yet. "Aren't we already together? We can be together any time you're ready." "I'm laughing," Holt said, pinching little Noah's pert nose. "Really?" Wanda was surprised that Holt would agree so readily. Actually, after spending time together, she realized that Holt really hates trouble. Once Taoni and his group find out about Holt's identity, trouble will definitely come knocking. Even so, Holt agreed without hesitation. This moved her to tears. "Of course it's true, because you are me." Just as Holt was about to say something, The woman in his arms suddenly raised her head and kissed him. At the same time, he realized that his weakness had been exploited by Wanda. He was stunned. This must have been the most proactive little which had ever been. Immediately afterwards, a surge of heat rose within his body. He picked up Wanda and went into the room, whereupon the dark red power closed the door behind him. As the lights went out, the pale red and dark red glows flickered alternately like flames. On the morning of the second day, a sliver of golden light appeared on the horizon. Sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, like a golden pillar, adding warmth to the room. Hold opened his eyes groggily, looked at Wanda beside him, and a smile appeared on his lips. This little girl, Wu Yi, becomes much bolder after drinking. He sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that this truly represented a different path of development. Even he was startled last night, and he guesses little which won't be able to walk today either. Get up and make breakfast first. Holt glanced at the clock on the wall and tiptoed out of the room. I guess it's because everyone drank alcohol yesterday. Gwen and Lorna were still asleep in their room. After making a simple breakfast, Holt ate something himself first. Now, even if he doesn't eat anything, he won't have any health problems. Because his current physique is far beyond that of ordinary people, coupled with his world-destroying bloodline power, he does not need to rely on food to sustain his life. Absorbing just a little external energy, such as sunlight, is enough to revitalize the body. But that doesn't mean he doesn't eat anything at all. After all, eating is a very enjoyable thing. Moreover, for Hold, if he didn't even eat, he would basically cease to be human. It's rare to have such a leisurely time. A slight smile appeared on Hold's lips as he casually turned on the television. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the news, he always felt that having the news on made the atmosphere more lively. He sat on the sofa, waved his right hand, and took the Shiso-Ah scroll. To be honest, I haven't looked at this scroll carefully since I got it. Although he had already copied a portion and given it to Wanda, he hadn't studied it in depth himself. As his strength grew, his need for the Shin scroll gradually decreased. Since I have nothing to do now, I might as well take some time to take a good look at this scroll. It must be said that many of the spells in the Shiso-Ah scroll are quite interesting. Hold was more interested in this scroll than the Book of Ashanti, because the Book of Ashanti contains mostly white magic and defensive magic, primarily for self-protection. The Shiso-Ah scroll, on the other hand, is completely different. It contains a wider variety of spells, and almost all black magic originates from it. That is why, despite being a type of magic, this scroll still holds immense appeal for all magicians. Although there are many spells in it, Holder can remember most of them with just a glance. This is the advantage of God-level magical talent. In fact, most magical principles are interconnected. The more he saw, the more he gained, and the deeper his understanding became. Some spells may seem simple, but the truths they contain enlightened him. Just then, Hold's gaze fell upon a spell. Dreamwalking. This spell seems quite interesting. As Holder looked at the description of dreamwalking, he subconsciously touched his chin. Simply put, dreamwalking allows one to find their counterparts in the multiverse and control their bodies for their own use. In the comic book, the female shaman Fei Hong Nu Wu once used a similar method to enter the multiverse. I never expected this move to appear in the Shiso-Ah scroll. Unfortunately, I don't know if I have a counterpart in the multiverse. Hold couldn't help but start to ponder. After all, he was an anomaly in this world. In other words, a person who suddenly appears in this world should not have a counterpart. However, this also involves too many complex issues. He had no idea whether his counterpart from another world would also travel to this world. The more you think, the more your head aches. Never mind. Let's look at the next spell first. Hold shook his head, banishing all those chaotic thoughts from his mind. The next spell is an advanced version of dreamwalking. Multifaceted travel. After learning this spell, one can travel directly between multiple universes without needing a counterpart. Just like Captain America's ability, but this kind of teleportation is more precise and won't have too much deviation. It has to be said that this is much more convenient than dreamwalking. That's something I can learn. although most superheroes nowadays appear in their own worlds. But other worlds are quite interesting too. What's more, if I could bring a dog back? Thinking of this, the corners of Hold's mouth turned up slightly. Although Lorna and Wanda are sisters, they are half-sisters and do not look very similar. But it's different if there are two dogs. Getting back to the main point, this spell is far more difficult than dreamwalking. This is why Hei and Wanda didn't choose multidimensional travel in the first place. Moreover, there is another difference. Dreamwalking controls a self in another universe. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. It won't affect me much. But multiverse travel means personally traveling to different universes. This would certainly be very risky, since no one knows what the enemy in another universe would be like. However, I really should study it properly. Holt, in all honesty, didn't do it because he wanted to bring back one or two WandaGwen or anything. He simply hopes that more righteous heroes will come into this world. Thinking of this, Holt slowly sat down cross-legged, memorized all the spell's contents, and then slowly closed his eyes. Dark red energy and black mist surged from his body, and he slowly floated into the air. These energies quickly intertwined, yet remained incompatible, like two vortexes of different colors constantly swirling around him. A mysterious feeling welled up in my heart. He seemed to be able to clearly feel his body and mind. Although they were originally one, they can now be separated. This is completely different from the spirit leaving the body. It feels as if something forcibly pulled him out. Only when you are pulled out of the shadows do you feel like your true self. Just then, his spirit, carrying his consciousness, suddenly shot into the sky, leaving the house directly, and a distorted space appeared in the sky. The moment the spirit entered, it vanished instantly. "Logan, this way." Hey, in the shadows, Hold heard a shout in his ear. He opened his eyes. Rumble. A barrage of firecrackers rang out from all around. It turns out this was a battlefield, filled with smoke and fire. The ground was littered with the bodies of Spencer, and shells kept falling. Looking at the scene of corpses strewn across the land, Hold merely frowned slightly. He had just turned around when he saw a man with steel claws moving through the firelight in the distance. The man had a thick beard and several wounds on his body, but his speed did not decrease at all. A group of people were chasing him, firing bullets at him like they were free. The man gritted his teeth and charged straight toward Hold. Hold frowned, about to dodge, but found that the person passed right through his body. He looked back and saw that the man had gone mad and plunged headlong into the depths of the woods. 16.6%, 2148. Uncle Wolf. Hold frowned. That guy was actually Wolverine, Logan Howlett. He hadn't expected his spirit to come to this world. Moreover, the world was completely different from what he had imagined. It seems we failed after all. Hold originally thought he could travel through time in his physical body, but he found that he was just a spirit who had arrived here. Since the physical body hadn't arrived, he didn't intend to continue exploring. With a single thought, his spirit vanished instantly, like a whirlpool. Huff! After a moment of dizziness, Hold suddenly opened his eyes. He fell heavily onto the sofa from midair. Phew! I'm back. Looking at the familiar living room, Hold's vision returned to reality. Although it didn't succeed, it at least proved that the spell was effective. It seems that I really will be able to travel to different universes in the future using my physical body. Hold stared at the Shisua scroll in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, footsteps came from upstairs. Wanda, still half asleep, came downstairs in her pajamas. How? She walked up to Hold and tried to sit in his lap. Since Hold agreed to her request yesterday, their relationship has become even closer. Exclamation point. She had barely sat down when she jumped up, instantly becoming fully awake. She vaguely remembered what had happened yesterday. Come on, let me treat you. Let's have breakfast first. Hold held her hand, and as the horse talisman took effect, her body slowly recovered. Should we go out and have some fun today? Wanda leaned against Huda in a coquettish manner. Where are we going? Let's go too. Before Hold could speak, the sound of Lona and Gwen's hurried footsteps came from upstairs. The two of them had expressions of excitement on their faces. After Lorna and Gwen spent time together, Lorna's mood finally improved. Whenever they were together, Lorna always had a faint smile on her face. "Let's go to the amusement park today." Hold hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Although Shijing Town doesn't have an amusement park, the existence of a dimensional gate makes it a non-issue. "Great! I've never been to an amusement park before." The happiest person was Lorna, who had only seen it on TV but had never actually been there. Although Wanda had never been there before, he seemed more composed because of his age. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Huda took them directly to the amusement park. To avoid attracting too much attention, he specifically chose his hometown. In the following period, they traveled around, mainly focusing on Shijing Town, because this is a place that Wanda has always wanted to go. In the offices of the Avengers base, "You look a little nervous." Hold sat on the sofa, legs crossed, biting into an apple. From the beginning, he noticed that Wanda's legs were shaking and his eyes were glancing towards the door every now and then. "That's true." Wanda clenched his fists tightly, his expression clearly showing some unease. Since their return, Hold has offered to take her to see his true identity. Even though she arrived, Wanda still had an indescribable feeling in her heart, like a child who received a gift but dared not open it. "Don't be nervous. It's just a brief introduction." Hold held Wanda's hand and comforted her gently. This was something Wanda had always wanted to do, so he brought her over as soon as he got back. "Thank you." With Huda's encouragement, Wanda's initially panicked mood gradually calmed down. Click! The two pushed open the door as they talked. Steve and Natasha walked in. "Hey, Wolf, you're back." Steve was about to greet him when his smile froze instantly, because he clearly saw that the person next to Wanda was none other than Tony's friend, Hold. If it were Holder, it wouldn't be a big deal. But what shocked him even more was that Hold was actually holding Wanda's hand. Judging from the distance between them, his mind went completely blank. Natasha was also in bad shape. Her eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets. This is a shareholder of the SeaTacker company. Although she didn't meet Holt last time, she had read his information. Judging from their intimate actions, this is clearly Wanda's boyfriend. As Wanda previously mentioned, her boyfriend is a mysterious person. In an instant, their minds were in complete chaos, as if they had been hit by something. "Hello, I'm Wanda's boyfriend, Hold." Hold stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to greet everyone. After a long while, they cautiously shook hands with Hold. "I'll send a message to Tony first and tell him to get ready." Natasha suddenly snapped out of her daze, realizing that Tony would likely be even more shocked by what she saw. Soon after, hurried footsteps could be heard outside. Then, Tony and Rod rushed in. He had just received a message from Natasha saying that the mysterious man had finally arrived, but he didn't understand why Natasha wanted him to prepare himself mentally. Could it be that Wanda's boyfriend is a devil? But when he pushed open the door, he was completely stunned. There stood Wanda in the office, holding Huda's hand. Tony's mind went completely blank for a moment. What's going on?" This is your boyfriend." When Tony learned that Hold was Wanda's boyfriend, she seemed to freeze in place. He should have been happy if his friend and Wanda were together. But Hold just happened to be that mysterious person. He never expected Hold to be that person. "Well, I didn't know how to tell you before." Wanda pursed her lips, lowered her head, and looked a little embarrassed. She knew that Tony must be feeling very conflicted right now. Given the situation, she really didn't know how to bring it up. "Tony, are you surprised?" Huda raised an eyebrow, looked at Tuo and I, and had a faint smile on his lips. It was quite unexpected. Tony felt a mix of emotions, both surprised and happy. To my surprise, my good friend was so amazing, and I hadn't even realized it. If Wanda hadn't brought him back, he would never have guessed that this mysterious person was actually Hold. However, he couldn't help feeling happy because he knew very well what kind of person Holt was. This means he doesn't have to worry about that mysterious person doing something to destroy the world. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down at this moment. In short, it's always better to have someone you know. This way, one potential threat is eliminated. I wanted to tell you before, but I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it. Hold walked up to Tony with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. There are not many people in this world who can be called his friends, and Tony is one of them. After all, this guy's personality is quite similar to his. I should have guessed it long ago. You've been keeping it a secret for a long time. Tony casually swung his hand, hitting the holster bear in the mouth, a helpless smile on his lips. Actually, he had felt something was off before. After all, there were energy fluctuations nearby at that time, but nothing happened. In addition, Hold later said that he could ask him for help if needed. He initially thought that Hold was just an ordinary person who couldn't be of much help. What was even more unexpected was that this guy actually had a superhuman by his side. You can't hire someone like that even if you have money, but you met him so easily just because he's a friend. So I've never thought about it in that direction. As I said before, you will know when the time is right. Hold spread his hands, shrugged, and said with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Indeed, he wasn't very interested in the Avengers either. Nothing is more important than making himself happy. Dealing with so many things every day is not the life he wants. So, when you said I could come to you if I had any difficulties, you weren't joking. Tony suddenly remembered what happened at the hotel that day. Even he himself was startled at that time, but Holt remained calm. Even when the stone was about to fall, he remained calm and did not dodge or flinch. At first, he thought that Holt was frightened, but he didn't expect that it was because he wasn't afraid at all. You're my good friend, so I definitely won't refuse if you need anything. Holt looked at Tony intently, because Tony was one of his few friends, which was why he took the initiative to say those words. You've been hiding your true colors, but congratulations anyway. You've taken away our Avenger's nymph. After composing herself, Tony offered her blessings. After all, these two are his best friends, and seeing Wanda with such powerful people puts his mind at ease. Moreover, that mysterious person was originally his friend, so he didn't need to worry about those powerful people. All right, let's throw a party and celebrate. Tony raised his hand. Now that he had heard such good news, of course he had to celebrate. This celebration isn't just about Hold and Wanda. It's also about all the troubles we've been going through, which are finally over. They played all night and didn't go back to sleep until dawn. The next day, in a room in the manor. Although he had drunk some alcohol last night, he still left the Avengers base via dimensional teleportation. On the clean, soft bed, Hold opened his eyes groggily. Although alcohol and sleep had little effect on him, he still obediently fell asleep, as it had become a habit. Looking at Wanda beside him, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, he couldn't help but gently kiss her face. Let's continue practicing multi-dimensional travel. With that thought in mind, Hold tiptoed into the study. After that experience, with multiple modes of travel, he became particularly interested in it. He wanted to see what other worlds were like. However, he couldn't help but sigh that the difficulty of traversing multiple dimensions was truly too high. He can learn most spells with just a glance, because he has godlike magical talent. However, he failed in his last attempt to travel through multiple dimensions, only managing to send his spirit to another place. Moreover, it is not very stable and cannot accurately select different worlds. Let's try again. Hold recalled the contents of the Shisoa scroll. He slowly closed his eyes, and dark red and black energy began to seep from the pores of his body. These energies quickly spread around him, transforming into countless fine threads that danced around him. From a distance, Hold looked as if it were enveloped in a dark red and black sphere. The energy gradually distorted the surrounding environment, and even cracks appeared in space itself. Buzz! With a soft sound, some of the energy, like the base of a wine glass, connected to the ground. A faint light quickly outlined a runic array on the ground, the light like the beam of a flashlight, enveloping Hold from below. The next second, a burst of light erupted, and Hold's body vanished instantly. The room immediately returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Hold saw images flashing by rapidly around him, various colored lines sweeping across his body, as if he had entered a different world, where time and space surrounded him like flowing water. This is it. Hold sensed another world, and a thought crossed his mind. After a moment of dizziness, he opened his eyes again and found himself standing in a dark alley. A strong smell of alcohol mixed with the stench of decay hit me. I've successfully traveled through time. Hold looked at his hands, a look of surprise on his face. However, he also realized that his cultivation level was not high enough, and he vaguely felt that the original world was constantly pulling him away. If left unchecked, it could be pulled back at any time. Ding! Congratulations on successfully traversing a parallel universe. Reward: time machine. Time machine. Time travel is always fascinating, but be careful. Some universes' timelines cannot be altered at will. This time, the time machine can be used once every 90 days. Time machine? Hold was taken aback when he heard about the reward, feeling that it seemed rather useless. After all, the timeline in Manueli cannot be altered arbitrarily. It is overseen by the Time Management Bureau. However, the Time Management Bureau is not a big problem for Holt. But where is this place? Holman still focuses his attention on the present world. He planned to see what interesting things were around, and maybe even bring some gifts for Wanda. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a huge roar came from afar, and the ground shook. What is that sound? Hold frowned and turned around, carefully examining his surroundings. Although it was a small alley, the surrounding area was dilapidated. He frowned slightly as he walked out of the alley, because all that could be seen were ruins, a desolate scene. The stone slabs on the street were all overturned, and the surrounding houses were in ruins, looking like they had been bombed. There were ruins everywhere, like the end of the world. What exactly is going on? Hull was a little confused. What happened here to make it like this? There's not a soul in sight. However, he had no intention of leaving. Since he was already here, he might as well take a look and maybe discover some surprises. And he really wanted to know what was happening in the world. With a thought, he flew directly into the sky. After flying to a high altitude, he saw a city in ruins, with skyscrapers in the distance broken in half by something. It seems this city used to be quite lively. Hold couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just then, he noticed a small black dot flying in the distant sky. He frowned, then quickly recognized what it was: a massive aircraft carrier, like a mobile fortress, its cannons constantly firing at the ground, destroying cities one by one. A moment later, he saw streaks of black shadows fly out of the aircraft carrier and head straight for the ground. That is, when he saw the figures clearly, he immediately understood. These shadowy figures were entirely black, except for their orange eyes and bellies, which glowed orange. Their bodies were covered with small, scale-like dots, and some even had their right hands transformed into sharp, long cones, giving them a very high-tech look. Isn't this Xiaobin? Hold immediately recognized these things. The Sentinel robots are specifically designed to combat mutants. Their right hand can transform into a long cone and can also burrow into the ground. They inherited Mystique's abilities, allowing them to freely transform their weapons for attacks and possess incredible strength. Furthermore, they have self-repairing capabilities, and their bodies contain absolutely no metallic components. Could it be that I've traveled to the old timeline of X-Men? Holt suddenly thought, because the appearance of the Sopin is so representative. Want to go over and have some fun? A hint of interest flashed in Hold's eyes. He was curious whether these Sentinels could evolve indefinitely, and he himself also possessed the bloodline of the ancient destroyer, which also gave him the potential for infinite evolution. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly felt a huge suction force pulling him back. Before he could react, he was swept away. In an instant, he vanished from the spot. How'd I end up back here again? Hold looked around. This was clearly his study. He subconsciously looked down and saw the rune array on the ground flashing intermittently. He immediately realized that he had just learned this technique and was not yet proficient enough, which was why it was so unstable. The runes on the ground are not fully arranged. If there is any disturbance, he will be sent back immediately. It seems that things are still not very stable. Hold hadn't encountered such a failure in a long time. Both of his teleportations just now had been in vain. Even with top-tier talent, if you don't have that talent, who knows how long it would take to master it. However, compared to other magicians, his rate of progress is already ridiculously fast. Horde, are you there? The sound of barking came from outside the study. They're here. Hold opened the door and saw Wanda standing outside, looking anxious. Come out with me. Inmeda said that Hela is looking for us. Wang Dei grabbed Wada's hand and started walking outside. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Hela, Thor, and Loki already waiting outside. Loki, aren't you dead? When Wang Dei saw Loki, he was completely stunned. She remembered very clearly that Loki should have died long ago. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense in the future. Thor frowned and glared at Loki, who always loved playing pranks. This is the strong person you were talking about? Loki saw Hold, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Well, I advise you to behave yourself. Thor shrugged helplessly. Loki would never behave unless he was taught a lesson. Oh, Loki casually lowered his hand. The next second, his body disappeared and appeared directly behind Hold. But before he could make a move, his body was suddenly pulled up and thrown into the mud, leaving only his head sticking out. All of this happened very quickly. I've said it before, don't challenge the strong. Thor's tone was sarcastic. Hela, what brings you here? Hold turned his gaze to Hela. Logically speaking, she should be very busy right now. So why would she have time to come see him? This surprised him a bit. Odin is dead, and I would like to invite you to his funeral. When Hela spoke, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Although she didn't like Odin, she never expected the old man to actually leave like that. Odin is dead. Hole was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening. This is reasonable, considering that Odin is getting old. What he didn't expect was that Hela would actually hold a funeral for Odin. Well, although I don't like this old man, he is, after all, a follower of the gods of Asgard. Hela seemed to be explaining, or perhaps comforting herself. So, if you have time, would you like to come and participate? Chapter 79. Hold hesitated for a moment before looking at Wanda. Let's go together. Asgard, the realm of gods. Celestial Palace. He was quite eager to see what the Celestial Palace looked like. In the vast universe, a massive mothership is speeding through the sea of stars. On the throne, a terrifying figure sat down steadily, calmly surveying the surroundings with his eyes. Great Father, now is the perfect time for you to carry out your great plan. Ebony Maw knelt on one knee and respectfully raised the Infinity Gauntlet. Odin and the Ancient One are both dead. They have reached the end. General Corvus Glaive bowed slightly to the side and said with a smile. Proxima Midnight, standing nearby, couldn't help but chime in. Now is the perfect opportunity for us to make our move. Thanos remained silent, slowly putting on the Infinity Gauntlet, the gems emitting a dazzling light. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. It was as if the entire universe was enveloped by it. Asgard, the realm of gods. On a raised balcony at the top of the fairy palace, Hela, along with Hold and Wanda, looked down at the divine realm below. The divine realm remained as beautiful as ever, like a fairyland. But at this moment, everyone in the divine realm had a face filled with sorrow and grief. Their eyes were filled with only gloom and death. Looking around, all that could be seen was despair. The death of Odin, the king of the gods, had left all the people of Asgard heartbroken. To them, Odin was the supreme god, the father of all gods. But the father of the gods left them just like that, and they never even thought that this day would come. It's fair to say that everyone believed Odin was an immortal being. But not long after, Odin passed the throne to Hela and left them forever. The sorrow of the gods was intertwined, and even a faint dark mist permeated the sky. The divine realm was now eerily quiet, devoid of its usual joy and laughter. The only sound that could be heard was the occasional sobbing. Odin's death has indeed saddened the people of Asgard. Hela's expression was somewhat complicated. She never expected that Odin would actually mold himself into a wise ruler. These people all believed without reservation that Odin was right. She couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, because she herself hadn't expected Odin to be able to gain everyone's trust so much. Even when he returned to Asgard and passed the throne to her, many people stood up to oppose it. However, Odin stopped her, only saying one thing: "You must manage Asgard well." Odin finally came to his senses in his later years. While admiring the beautiful scenery before him, Hold calmly said, "It must be said that Odin used to be very irritable, fierce, and easily angered. Perhaps it's because people get older that their thoughts change. At least it must be admitted that the 9 realms have always been under his protection. Moreover, now that the person is gone, there's no need to keep dwelling on these accusations. Moreover, Hela has now taken control of Asgard." Suddenly realizing the truth? That's a joke. Hela's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. She shouldn't have ended up like this in her life, and even now, she still harbors resentment towards Odin. Logically speaking, she should be living a peaceful life like her foolish younger brother, instead of gradually ending up like this. I have to say, he is not a competent father at all. Hold couldn't help but nod. Although Odin later governed Asgard quite well, he neglected too many things. More accurately, he was only concerned with his own power and authority. While this is a quality a king should possess, it is by no means the whole story. If it weren't for Frigga, Thor probably wouldn't have grown up so carefree. It could even be said that the reason Thor and his friends didn't become so extreme was because of Frigga's existence. Father? I've never considered him my father. Hela withdrew her gaze and turned to look a Hold beside her. Although she now has everything Odin has, she is surprised to find that she is not as excited as she had imagined. Instead, he was very calm, as if he felt empty and lost after achieving all his goals. But it doesn't matter anymore. Hold shook his head slightly. He knew very well what Hela had gone through. There's nothing we can do about it now. Moreover, one has no right to comment without having truly experienced what others have gone through. Rumble. At this moment, large patches of dark clouds gathered on the horizon. Dark clouds rolled in and out, with flashes of lightning within them. As the dark clouds spread, they quickly enveloped the entire divine realm. Swish! Some damp black spots appeared on the ground first. The raindrops also stirred up the dust. The next second, countless raindrops fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire divine realm was covered by rain. Looking around, all you can see are dark clouds filling the sky. The gale-force winds, mixed with torrential rain, lashed the buildings of the divine realm. The sudden storm caused everyone present to frown. The divine realm. It's raining this hard? Hela frowned as she watched this scene, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Although it rains in the divine realm, it has never rained as heavily before. Moreover, she knew that because of the existence of the divine realm itself, the rain could be controlled. Even without control, the unique nature of the divine realm can keep the weather sunny. The scene before her was so unusual that her heart began to race involuntarily, as if she had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. I have never seen such heavy rain in the divine realm. Thor stretched his hands out from the balcony, feeling the cold raindrops, his eyes becoming unusually serious. He had never seen such heavy rain since he could remember. The torrential rain and strong winds have now created thin puddles on the streets, which are flowing down the stairs and hillsides. Hold stared wide-eyed at the sight before him. A scene suddenly flashed into his mind. Was it Ragnarok from the divine realm or the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Ragnarok! He suddenly remembered something. After Odin's death, Asgard was struck by a great calamity, Ragnarok. This was the first time in a long time that Asgard had suffered such a severe blow. But he didn't expect this day to come so quickly, completely beyond his expectations. In the original world, after Ragnarok, the entire Asgard would be destroyed. Asgard is the source of Hela's energy. Without Asgard, Hela would no longer be the goddess of death, and her power will disappear, followed by terrible consequences. Thinking of this, Hold's expression grew increasingly serious, because he remembered that their only way out was to escape by spaceship. Thor only truly matured after experiencing Ragnarok. Ord, The food is ready. Let's go back and get something to eat. Hela withdrew her gaze, suppressed her doubts, and turned to Hold. After all, the most important thing right now is to treat Hold well. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to become the queen of Asgard. Okay, let's go. Hold took a deep look at the torrential rain. It was as if a torrential rain was about to engulf Asgard. The banquet hall was already filled with all kinds of delicious food. The aroma of wine wafted from the oak barrels of the divine realm not far away. To properly entertain Hold, the best food from Asgard has been prepared here. After the group sat down, Hold took a deep breath and slowly said, Hela, have you ever heard of Ragnarok? This matter is very important, and he must tell Hela immediately. Ragnarok? Hela was taken aback at first, a memory flashing through her mind. Are you talking about that legend? She vaguely remembered this legend. It is said that when Ragnarok arrives, the entire realm of the gods will vanish. Asgard will be plunged into a state of utter devastation, and in the end, only death awaits them. Thor picked up his glass, downed the wine in one gulp, and looked at Hold with a puzzled expression. I've heard this legend before, but isn't it just a story? He had read about the legend of Ragnarok in ancient books before, but that's just a story that's been passed down through generations. Although the arrival of Ragnarok is regarded as the end of the realm of the gods, but Thor simply wouldn't believe these rumors because they were too far-fetched. While they weren't as powerful as Hela, they were still formidable. He couldn't even fathom what could possibly destroy Asgard. Asgard has existed for so long and has endured many hardships. At this point, there is absolutely no force that can threaten Asgard. Ragnarok is coming. Hold spoke slowly, his eyes serious. He knew very well that Ragnarok was fast approaching in the original timeline. Although the exact time is still unknown, that day is not far off. Moreover, after Odin's death, there was no one stronger than him in Asgard. In other words, they lost their most powerful trump card. At this point, once the enemy learns of this news, they certainly won't let this opportunity pass. After all, what they feared most was not Asgard, but Odin, the king of the gods. So when this news came out, the countdown to the end of the divine realm began. Hela looked to Hold, her eyes filled with hesitation. She didn't believe these mystical claims, but she couldn't help but believe Holder's words. If Ragnarok really happened, she herself didn't know what to do. After all, although her current strength is not bad, she is still far behind Odin. So what should we do? Thor's expression also turned serious. After witnessing Hold's strength, he knew that Hold wasn't just talking nonsense. This is very likely true. Even he felt that something was off about the divine realm lately. It was as if the whole world was about to be destroyed. Surtur is the mastermind behind Ragnarok. Hold didn't hide anything and told everyone what he knew. Surtur. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that the culprit was actually the Torchman. Yes, so we must start with him. Holt tapped the table lightly with his index finger, his tone heavy. If Surtur is not dealt with, the divine realm will eventually be destroyed. I'll go and seal him away. Thor stood up after speaking and said in a loud voice. Although Surtur was a formidable opponent, he was still able to handle him. We could just seal him away then. No, we have to kill him. Hold shook his head and rejected Thor's offer without hesitation. Surtur has not fully recovered yet, and this remains a potential threat. And sometimes the prophecies actually come true. The only way to completely alter the timeline is to kill Surtur, the Torchbearer, to ensure Asgard is not destroyed. Surtur is the Torchman, and even Odin could not destroy his divine power. Hela frowned. She knew all too well how terrifying the Torch people were. If he could truly resolve the issue, Odin would never allow this menace to remain. Sister's right. We simply don't have that ability. Thor nodded in agreement. All they could do was seal it. Even at Odin's peak, it took 9 tigers and 2 wolves to barely trap Surtur, and he couldn't even destroy him. Although he knew that Holder had defeated his father was already old by then. The difference between the two was too great. Although Odin had barely recovered to his peak using his power, it was only for a short time, and he was not as good as before in any aspect. I can do it. I'll say it calmly, Hold said, without the slightest hesitation in his voice. Although Surtur is indeed very strong, he is not without options. After he said that, everyone present was stunned. Who will come with me to see Surtur? Hold stood up and stretched. Putting aside the fact that the scenery in the divine realm was beautiful, Hela was his person, and he couldn't just watch them go to their deaths. Besides, he was quite curious about this Torchman. Perhaps he could even gain something from it. Wow, I'm going too. Hela, Wanda, Thor, and Loki all expressed their desire to go together. If Ragnarok was caused by Surtur, then it must be stopped. Volcanic lava zone. Heat waves rolled. The air was so hot it was distorted. The rocks underfoot were red hot, and lava was constantly gushing out in the distance. But the few people walking here felt as comfortable as if they were in spring. With each step Hold took, frost would form around him. This thing actually works pretty well. Hold used the ice element casually. Although he has ancient blood, this temperature is nothing to him, but Wanda is also nearby this time. I heard that the Torchman is down there. Thor stood on a rock, looking down into a cave. Then go down and clean it up properly. Hela waved her hands, and the Sword of Night Sky immediately appeared in her grasp. Since this guy wants to destroy Asgard, let's deal with him first. Don't worry, it came to us on its own. Hold held the bear in his arms and looked down with great interest. Boom! As the lava churned, countless figures crawled out from every corner. Those were clearly a group of lava monsters. They ran very fast, and at the same time, a giant dragon slowly emerged. A giant fire dragon, chained and heavily laden, emerged from within. So excited? I thought it was a party. Hela casually tossed out her twin swords, which seemed to come to life and began to spin in the air. As soon as the green light surged, everything that touched the lava monster was blasted away. Not to be outdone, Wanda unleashed a wave of energy that blasted the lava monsters that hadn't yet crawled out of the cracks to pieces. Loki, on the other hand, looked around arrogantly. Their tempers are all. Thor was a little embarrassed. He hadn't even made a move yet, and the woman had already stolen the spotlight. Shoo! Holt signaled to everyone to be quiet. Roar! A loud bang came from underground. The ground suddenly shook violently, and a huge figure crashed through the rocks and slowly appeared. It was a figure wearing a helmet with ram's horns and dragging a twilight sword that emitted a deep red light. The moment it appeared, the surrounding lava seemed to be welcoming its master, continuously gushing out. The flame torchman stood before the crowd, his body engulfed in flames, the terrifying heat and pressure distorting the very air. With each step, a burning mark is left beneath one's feet. Surtur, the torchbearer, raised his head and met the gaze of the person above him. Flames surged around his head, as if it were made of magma. So this is what the Torchman looks like. It really exists. Wanda looked down at the tall figure below, his face full of surprise. What surprised her even more was that this was just Surtur, who had not fully awakened. She couldn't even imagine how terrifying Surtur would be when he truly unleashed his power. She had heard of Surtur before, but always thought it only existed in mythology. Although I had heard Thor and the others talk about it before, I was still shocked to see it with my own eyes. It is said to be one of the most powerful demons in the 9 realms. Now, this terrifying being is right in front of them. So this is what Surtur looks like. Loki stroked his chin, staring with interest at the Torchman below. He had heard of Surtur before, but this was the first time he had ever seen him. I initially thought this guy had been killed by Odin, but later I learned that he wasn't dead at all. But that's not surprising. This guy's divine power is too strong, making him practically immortal. It would be great if we could treat it as an unlimited energy source. As Holder looked down at Surtur, which was constantly bursting into flames, this strange idea suddenly popped into his head. After all, this thing is too hot. If it could be locked up and put directly into the spaceship, it would be an inexhaustible source of energy. You look much weaker than you did in your prime. Hela looked down at Surtur and spoke calmly. She certainly knew Surtur the Torchbearer. Hela. Surtur's voice came from its mouth, and it seemed surprised when it saw Hela, Weren't you sealed away? It never expected Hela to appear here. Looks like you're quite famous. Even Surtur, who's been locked up in this godforsaken place like 803, has heard of you. Hold turned to Hela beside him and said, his tone slightly teasing. After all, nobody comes to this place, so it's already quite remarkable that they even know the news. Not to mention that this guy was imprisoned before Hela, so it's quite surprising that he knows about this. Of course, Hela didn't feel embarrassed at all. On the contrary, she puffed out her chest and looked proud. She didn't think it was anything shameful, but life inside was indeed difficult. Back then, who didn't know her formidable reputation? Did you come here to be my fuel? Surtur could tell that the other party was not a good person, and his tone was filled with anger. His strength is far less than before, so his temper has become irritable. Hey, Thor punched the approaching lava monster away. Big guy, let me see what you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a few steps and pounced on Surtur from the air. He gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch in midair. This punch sent Surtur staggering backward, flames dancing on his face. Whoosh! This thing is really hot. Thor patted his burnt hands and complained in dissatisfaction. Damn it, you'll get what's coming to you. Surtur swung his twilight sword down with a fierce strike, and countless sparks ignited on the blade. Thor was stunned by what he saw and quickly rolled away to barely avoid it. The next second, a huge foot kicked him away. Thor! Loki appeared from the void and quickly helped Thor up. He didn't expect Thor to be unable to even last the first round. He had originally planned to take advantage of Thor's distraction to secretly deliver a severe blow to Surtur. It seems this is completely impossible. Damn, this thing has huge feet. Thor clutched his stomach and cursed through gritted teeth. Without Thor's hammer, he is now completely helpless and unable to unleash his divine power. People of the divine realm, you will pay a heavy price for your recklessness. Surtur raised the twilight sword in a low voice, flames burning continuously on its blade. It's so annoying. You talk like a megaphone. A hint of impatience appeared on Hold's face. He raised his right foot and stomped down hard, and ice instantly spread along the ground. Even the scorching lava was frozen. As the ice spread to the lava monster's feet, ice spikes pierced through them and shattered them. The next second, Holder's gaze turned to Surtur. A beam of golden light shot out and pierced directly through Surtur's body. This terrifyingly bright light tore through the darkness of the lava cave. This cave hasn't felt real light for a long time. Huff! With a loud bang, the torchbearer collapsed to the ground. His entire body turned into flames and was sucked into the giant horn. Only a ram's horn-shaped skull mask remained on the ground. The Torchman doesn't seem to be as powerful as the legends say. Wanda was stunned for a moment, never expecting that the other party would be gone in the first encounter. She originally thought it would be at least 300 rounds of fighting. Then, amidst the flames, Surtur slowly collapsed. But just now, in a single moment, Surtur was defeated. Your strength is just too exaggerated. Thor got up, walked to the front, and picked up the sealed Surtur. He looked at the giant horn in his hand, a strange expression on his face. Although Surtur's strength has been greatly reduced, he was able to see through him with just a glance. This is so unreasonable. Roar! Before Thor could continue his rant, a furious roar suddenly came from behind him. He turned around and saw a huge mouth lunging at him. The next second, Loki blasted the dragon away. My silly brother, you're so careless. Loki twirled the short sword in his hand with a smug look on his face. Horde, have we completed our mission? Wanda asked with a questioning tone. Resolving the crisis in Asgard was much simpler than she had imagined. It seems that Ragnarok will not happen. Hela deftly took the giant horn from Thor's hands. Looking at the giant horn in her hand, she still had some apprehension in her eyes. It must be said that Surtur was not strong just now, but at his peak, this guy was absolutely terrifying. It could even be said that even Odin had to go to great lengths to deal with it. No, as long as this guy isn't dead, Ragnarok can't be stopped. Hold shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. As long as this guy isn't dead, he'll escape again someday. After all, there are just too many possibilities for accidents to happen in this world. No one can be sure when Surtur will wake up again. Therefore, the only way to completely eliminate Surtur is to utterly destroy it. So what should we do next? Thor frowned and asked seriously. Surtur was truly terrifying. He knew very well that this guy was difficult to eliminate. It could even be said that there are almost no ways to eliminate it. Moreover, you could tell from the expression on Holt's face that this was no joke. Perhaps we really will see Surtur reappear. It's very simple. Holt made Hela hand over the giant horn to him. He was seen gripping the giant horn with both hands, and dark red energy emanated from his body. These energies churned rapidly around the holmium. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from him. This aura, mixed with a dark red light, slowly began to erode the horns. As this aura spread, the lava monsters that kept charging in from afar seemed to see something extremely terrifying. They only hesitated for a moment before frantically turning around and running away. What kind of power is this? This was the first time Loki had ever experienced such terrifying power. An indescribable fear seeped from his pores. He even couldn't resist the urge to use invisibility to hide his body. When the power of the phoenix completely enveloped the giant horn. Click! Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the giant horn. Like glass, it shattered instantly into countless powders, which drifted away in the wind within the cave. That's it. Thor swallowed hard, staring intently at Hold with wide eyes. How could Surtur have vanished in just a few seconds? You know, an opponent that even my father couldn't handle was now eliminated so easily. This power is terrifying. How did they manage to do that? Loki, suppressing his fear, asked in a trembling voice. He had just clearly sensed two completely different forces. One is the ultimate vitality, the other is the ultimate destruction. But these two opposing forces actually appeared at the same time. The power of the Phoenix is beyond your imagination. Hela was somewhat surprised, but not unexpected. The Phoenix force could destroy everything. However, the result came much faster than she had expected. Holt brushed the remaining ashes off his hands, his expression calm. With his current strength, destroying a giant horn with divine attributes would be a piece of cake for him. Surtur, the torchbearer, he can even fight Odin, let alone this. He had deliberately suppressed his power when he fought Odin before. Putting everything else aside, he also has a skill that is almost a one-time use. That is a serious punch. That punch could even make Odin understand what true power is. It seems we don't need to worry anymore. Thor finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, once Ragnarok truly arrives, they will lose their homeland. He absolutely could not accept losing his divine power. We should tell this news to the entire divine realm. Loki rolled his eyes and offered his idea. The entire realm of Asgard is now grieving over Odin's departure. More than anything, there was fear and anxiety. Odin has always been the strongest being in the realm of the gods. After he left, without the protection of the God King, they didn't even know if they could maintain their current peace. If this news gets out, I believe many people will feel much more at ease. In any case, this is Surtur, whom even Odin couldn't defeat. But now it has been completely eliminated, which means they have solved a major hidden danger. At the same time, it can restore the faith of the people of the divine realm. You're genuinely smart for once. Hela smiled slightly and looked at Loki beside her. It's time to go back now. After all, Loki has always been using his clever tricks, but this time he finally came up with a good idea. She didn't want the people of Asgard to be constantly thinking about that guy Odin. Buzz. Just then, boom, in the open space next to everyone, a semi-transparent frame appeared, and a group of men in black armor walked out, each with a yellow TVA badge on their shoulder. Who? Thor and Loki immediately became alert, subconsciously adopting a defensive posture. This power. Hela frowned. Although these people didn't look like much, they gave her an inexplicable sense of oppression. Even her intuition was screaming warnings. Wanda secretly clenched his fists. These people appearing at this time were definitely up to no good. Time Mutation Administration Bureau. Porter recognized them at a glance because they were very famous in Manway. The scene where an entire drawer of gems was used as a paperweight was particularly memorable. This is the Time Mutation Administration, an organization responsible for monitoring the multiverse and ensuring that timelines are kept as undisturbed as possible. I didn't expect them to come here, and judging from their expressions, they were clearly here for Holt. "Are you Holmium?" A plump, black woman walked up to Holt with a small notebook and looked him up and down. "It's me." Holt nodded calmly. "You have violated the order of time. I am arresting you for the crime of disrupting the sacred timeline." "Hands up." The fat woman took a step back, and the other TVA members slowly approached. They were also holding something that looked like a stir-fry. "Horde, who are these people?" Thor lowered his voice and asked in a heavy tone. Hella's expression was unusually solemn, because she felt the night sky, sword in her hand, trembling. This shows that the identities of this group of people are definitely not simple. "Please come with us." "Hey," the woman said, holding up something that looked like a spice. "Don't be nervous. I'll go with you." Holt did not refuse TVA's request. These people have a device to restart the timeline. He didn't want to anger them and cause the entire timeline to reset. So he plans to find a place and then figure out a way to solve the problem. Moreover, he had a question. Why had he caused the plot to fall apart countless times over the years? Unfortunately, it was only this time that the Time Management Bureau discovered it. Wait a minute. Holt finally understood that no matter how he tried to change the course of the story, the final outcome would remain the same. For example, the Civil War still broke out. Although something was missing, it only allowed the Avengers to reunite earlier. This time, he ended Ragnarok directly. How? Wanda's face was full of worry and tension, because the identities of this group of people are too mysterious. "It's all right, you guys go back first. I'll be there in a bit." Holt patted Wanda's head to reassure her. "Okay, be careful." Looking at Holt's calm demeanor, Wanda could only grit his teeth and nod. Judging from Holt's expression, there shouldn't be any major problems. This guy, the fat woman, was somewhat surprised. They had never seen such an obedient criminal before. Moreover, Holt was unusually calm this time. "Let's go." "Hey," the woman glanced at Wanda and the others, then casually put down a small cylinder. Holt recognized it as the time loom, used to reset the timeline. Reset the timeline. After the fat woman finished speaking, she pushed Holt directly into the teleportation portal. But she didn't notice the glint of dark red in Holt's eyes. The time loom was never started, and the timeline was never reset. Little did she know that she had brought a disaster back to the Time Management Bureau. Hey, Time Management Bureau. In the judge's office, an African-American woman sits at a table reviewing documents. As she continued to correct mistakes, her expression grew increasingly grim. What exactly is going on? She couldn't help but mutter to herself, her face full of confusion. "Linsari, what's wrong?" The bald man next to her noticed her unusual behavior. Rinsriel rarely showed this expression. "Mobius, take a look at this information." Lunsler stood up and handed the document to Mobius beside her. "Let me see." Mobius took the document, subconsciously touched his beard, and then began to read it. When he saw the content, the smile on his face vanished instantly. He flipped through the documents quickly, his expression growing increasingly serious. How is this possible? After reading it, Mobius's expression turned very strange. His mind was in complete chaos. He couldn't understand what was going on at all. Logically, this shouldn't be the case, but everything before my eyes is too illogical. I was just thinking about that too. Lunsler took a deep breath, walked to Mobius's side, and turned to one of the pages. "Look, this person violated the rules of the sacred timeline more than a year ago, but we only discovered it now." She felt something was wrong the first time she saw the document. It can be said that such a situation has never occurred before in the entire Time and Space Administration, because once the timeline is altered, they can perceive the anomaly through the future. The machine will also immediately issue an alarm to help them correct the timeline. But this sacred timeline is different. It had clearly been problematic for a long time, yet there had been no indication of it. This is absolutely unprecedented. I don't understand how he did it. Did he change the timeline and then restore it to its original state? Mobius could only guess at this, but it seemed unlikely. Because timelines are difficult to control, this situation has never occurred before, at least not until now. It's not clear yet, but you should understand what that means. Rinsire shook her head, tapping her fingers on the table. She had seen many outrageous things, but no matter how outrageous, she couldn't hide them from them. Since the establishment of the Time Administration, they have been able to detect deviations in the timeline. This deviation refers to things that shouldn't have happened. For example, it should have died, but inexplicably survived, or it should have done something but didn't do it at all. They can detect even the smallest details. But what happened this time was completely beyond their expectations. Lunsler stared at the document for a long time, but still couldn't figure out how it had evaded their investigation. The perpetrator in this file not only failed to do what he was supposed to do, but also did many things that he shouldn't have done. Even this document is incomplete. For example, titles like Mountain Climbing Champion should belong to someone else, but he took them. Therefore, from any perspective, this information is highly problematic. It even affected the entire timeline. And look at what's written above. This is clearly wrong, because although he changed the events, the timeline hasn't changed. Mobius pointed to a sentence on the document and said, because, judging from the circumstances, this person seems to be an exception. No matter what he did, the timeline seemed to completely disregard him. What's meant to happen will happen. Even if it's modified, it won't affect subsequent developments. It's strange, as if the timeline allows him to do it, and it doesn't have any effect at all. Even if a huge change occurs, and people who shouldn't have died die, and people who shouldn't have lived live, it won't have any impact. Something just doesn't look right. Yes, I always felt that there was some kind of force helping him. Rinsel also shared her thoughts. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why the information they saw was so disorganized. Generally speaking, if the timeline is wrong, it will start to become chaotic in a short period of time. This is no joke. The butterfly effect is truly terrifying. It's like running a program where someone accidentally changed part of the path. Although the program may run for a while, it will eventually run into problems very quickly. But now, the program has not only not crashed, but it is running in a way that no one can understand, and it is running very smoothly, even better than before. There might be some powerful entity controlling all of this. Mobius slowly revealed his thoughts. Now only this possibility remains. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain everything that is happening right now. So what should we do now? What's giving Lunsley the biggest headache right now is how to deal with this strange, time-traveling criminal. Let's see what his current situation is. Mobius took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Only by figuring out what's wrong with this guy can they find solution. B-15 is carrying out the arrest. Lunsler returned to his seat, tapped the keyboard a few times, and the information appeared on the screen. The surveillance footage showed a young man being led into the Management Bureau lobby by B-15. Is this the young man who changed the timeline? Mobius looked at his face, stroked his beard, and said in a low voice, "They're back." Lunsley nodded and casually closed the file. The first page of the file contains information about this time offender. Name, Wanda. Race, human. Inside the Time Management Bureau lobby. Sherbin stood on either side of Holt. But these spies showed no sign of tension, looking as if they had just casually brought someone back. The Administration Bureau really does have a retro vibe. Holt looked around, curiously observing his surroundings. In fact, he had long been curious about the Time Bureau. I never expected to be brought here. Moreover, it has an old-fashioned European style from the 1970s and 80s. Kong is really nostalgic. Holt thought to himself, this style is so outdated. Even the walls are slightly yellowed, almost making you think you've walked into an old-fashioned video studio. Looking at everything around him, he felt as if he had traveled through time. After all, apart from the man next to him, everyone else was dressed very simply. The power within me is being suppressed. At this moment, Holt suddenly felt the powerful force within his body gradually disappearing. No, it was suppressed. It is being gradually compressed and rendered unusable. This is interesting. Upon sensing this power, Hold did not panic. Instead, he revealed a thoughtful expression. He had actually heard of this situation before. This is the zero time zone, a space that exists outside of normal time and space. This place contains remnants of abandoned timelines and universes that have long since disappeared in normal time. It is a very special place without the rules of the ordinary universe. Even the Infinity Stones are unusable here. That is why everyone who comes here is directly suppressed. No matter how strong they were originally, they were helpless here. After all, once you enter this place, you can't use any of the power that was originally stored in your body. Not to mention, there are devices here that can adjust the flow of time, making it impossible to resist. But it seems that the special space cannot completely suppress the power of the Phoenix. Hold could clearly feel that the suppressed power within his body was slowly recovering. It seems their suppression isn't all-powerful. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. If that were true, things would be interesting. Because if he can control the power of the Phoenix, it means he can unlock other powers. After regaining his full strength here, the people from the Time and Space Administration were no different from ordinary people in his eyes. You can't do this. The iron gate next door opened, and a man struggled to run out. This is illegal detention. Let me go. I am the heir of the Shengxi group. He shouted as he cautiously looked back. The desperate shouts echoed through the registration hall. The time offender openly defied the ruling, and the judgment was enforced. The chaser, a spitting man, attacked him with a weapon. The man stared at Bin in disbelief, then looked down and saw his body being swallowed up and disappearing bit by bit. Hold, on the other hand, watched all of this with a calm expression. The weapon they used was quite interesting. It was like deleting a file, directly formatting the person. If you dare to resist, the outcome will be the same. The black woman standing nearby suddenly spoke up. My name is B15. You'd better not even think about resisting. Because there were many instances where intruders attempted to resist after entering the area. People who can change time are generally not good people. So this kind of thing is all too common here. Huda remained calm, showing no reaction to the death of the person he had just witnessed, and even seemed somewhat unsatisfied. B15 was surprised by Holder's composure when it saw this. She had never seen anyone so calm, not even those who considered themselves gods. After all, it's like making a powerful person disappear out of thin air. Even the most powerful person would feel fear. But B15 still followed the rules and reminded him, in the Time Management Bureau, no superpowers can be used. You're just an ordinary person now, so don't think about running away or disobeying. These people are waiting to be judged by them. If you can cooperate obediently, that would be the best outcome, as it would save you a lot of trouble. After all, there are just too many things to deal with every day. Holt glanced at the B15 briefly, then turned his gaze to the surroundings, carefully examining them. He seemed to completely ignore B15's words, focusing intently on observing everything around him. B15 frowned slightly upon seeing this, because the timing of the incident was too strange. It's fair to say she'd never met such a calm person. Whatever happens, let it take its natural course. I initially thought they were brave to follow them, but it seems that's not the case at all. In the judge's office. Why is this person so strange? Every movement he makes is so calm. Mobius frowned, observing carefully. In the past, some people would pretend to be calm when they first arrived, but once they saw what happened to the rebels, they would tremble with fear. Even those self-proclaimed powerful gods are as fragile as a sheet of paper here. But something about this man, named Hold, made him feel uneasy. I think so too. He's too calm, as if he already knew what was going to happen. Rinsel agreed. This person seems to obey everything. But in reality, he didn't take the matter at hand to heart at all. It even gives the impression that he's just a tourist here. Although it sounds a bit strange, this person really gave them that feeling. Is there something special about this person? Mobius stroked his beard and slowly revealed his guess. Generally speaking, only those who are confident can be so indifferent to everything. He didn't believe that anyone would be indifferent to their own life. I don't know. Let's take a look first. Maybe we can find some clues. Lunsler shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her voice. After all they can do now is continue to observe. Put this on. B-15 took a collar from the side and handed it over casually. Because Hold was so obedient, she didn't even need to use force. He has an attitude of saying whatever comes to mind. Hold took the collar and examined it carefully. This collar is probably used to control the flow of time. He stared at the sign with curiosity. Why don't you put on quickly? Do you want me to help you? B-15 was taken aback again. This guy was too calm. But as she watched Day fiddling with the collar, her expression gradually changed. Upon hearing B-15's words, Hold slowly raised his head. How do I wear this? Can you teach me? You can't even do this? B-15 took a deep breath, walked up to Holt with a displeased look, and prepared to put the collar on him. But just as she approached Hold moved. He moved with lightning speed, putting the collar directly around B-15's neck. What are you doing? B-15 snapped out of his daze, his face contorted with rage. He ripped off his collar, then yanked his gun from his waist and swung it at Holt. With a loud bang, in an instant, a golden light flashed in Holt's eyes, and two beams of heat melted the hands of both Thea and B-15. B-15 crouched on the ground, clutching his hand, and cried out in pain. It happened so suddenly that she didn't even have a chance to react. When Lunsire and Mobius saw this scene through the surveillance cameras, they were instantly chilled to the bone. How could this be? People in the Zero Time Zone are completely unable to use special abilities. Even the Infinity Stones will fail. Claim 1,600 gold coins. Inside the main hall of the A Fairy Palace. I hope Huda's all right. He hasn't come back yet. Wanda paced back and forth anxiously, her face full of worry. She didn't even know how that group of people had appeared. Moreover, their mere presence exudes immense pressure. It's as if they can easily do things that I can't. I don't know, but what I do know is that those people are very strong, even stronger than us. Hela shook her head grimly, forcing a smile. But I believe Holder can definitely handle them. When that group of people appeared, even her night sky sword trembled slightly. Even though they looked like ordinary people, their clothes and appearance gave her a great sense of oppression. She knew that if she took action herself, she would be no match for them. Moreover, the way that group appeared was also very strange. They were clearly after Hold. More importantly, Hold seemed to know them and even calmly followed them without any intention of resisting. But the more this is the case, the stranger it becomes. Hold's personality shouldn't be this good. I hope so. Wanda clasped her hands together and prayed silently in her heart, hoping that Huda would return safely. That's enough as long as he can come back. That guy's so powerful. No one could possibly touch him. Thor looked indifferent. He believed that anyone stronger than his father must be the most powerful being in the world. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry about anything going wrong. There's an emergency. Just then, a golden-armored warrior rushed in from outside, his face showing a look of panic. You're a soldier. Why are you so flustered? Thor scolded loudly, frowning. He felt that this appearance was a complete disgrace to Ashgard. All right. Hela waved her hand, interrupting Thor, and then asked, what exactly happened? She knew that while the golden-armored warriors of Ashgard weren't particularly strong, they were always disciplined and obeyed orders. They would never normally act like this, she thought. Something big must have happened. Heimdall just spotted an unidentified mothership approaching Asgard. Moreover, judging from its actions, it is very likely an enemy. The golden-armored warrior tried to calm himself down and quickly explained what had happened. Because that mothership was not only enormous, but also covered with all sorts of weapons, it was clearly not a benevolent vessel. An unidentified mothership. Hela's expression immediately turned serious. She hadn't expected to encounter something like this at this time. It's important to remember that Odin has just passed away, and it's not a good thing for an enemy to break in at this time. Moreover, the fact that they came in such a hurry suggests that they are likely after Asgard. Let's go see. Hela gritted her teeth and strode outside. She needed to figure out the other party's purpose before deciding on her next move. After Thor and the others saw Hela go out, they quickly followed. After all, we don't know the exact situation yet. If it really is an enemy invasion, then it will be a real problem. Soon, they arrived at the Rainbow Bridge. Hela, the goddess of death, you've finally arrived. Heimdall's tense expression eased slightly upon seeing Hela. Hela simply nodded, then immediately looked at the unidentified mothership through Heimdall. What appeared to be a colossal mothership, its massive wings seemingly capable of obscuring the entire sky. Even more terrifying, it was loaded with all sorts of weapons. And this appearance was surprisingly familiar to her. When she caught sight of the mothership, her pupils contracted instantly. That's Thanos. When Loki saw the terrifying temple mothership, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He never expected it to be Thanos. Damn it, this guy finally couldn't hold back anymore. Hela's expression turned extremely ugly. They had heard that something had happened to the dwarves, but hadn't sent anyone to investigate yet. Because Odin had just passed away during this period, no one could spare the time to investigate. Now that Thanos has arrived, she roughly guessed that this guy could no longer suppress his ambition. Furthermore, now that Odin is dead, this is indeed an excellent opportunity for them. Inside the Time Management Bureau, this is impossible. Lensler stared at the monitor screen and couldn't help but scream. This was the first time she had ever witnessed something like this. Everyone's power was suppressed upon entering, making it impossible for them to use their abilities. But what she was seeing shattered her worldview. She couldn't comprehend what was happening. My God, what on earth is this thing? Mobius was so shocked his eyes almost popped out. This was impossible. They had never encountered anything like this before. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he was dreaming. Time Zone Zero is a place existing outside of normal space-time, containing the remnants of abandoned timelines and a universe that no longer exists in reality. It is an extremely special space. Holmium's supernatural powers shouldn't be able to use it at all, and this has been the way things have been for so many years. So why is there suddenly an exception? But now, Hold has completely overturned their understanding, leaving them momentarily at a loss for what to do. Something's not right with this guy. There's definitely something wrong with him. Rensler grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "A time prisoner has escaped. Go there immediately. Wei Bin, get there right now." The most important thing now is to arrest Huda. If he gets away, the consequences will be unimaginable. Meanwhile, in the registration hall, my hand is gone. B-15 was terrified. A sharp pain shot through her wrist. She clutched her bleeding wrist and looked at Holt with a face full of fear. She wondered if she had encountered the legendary devil. How could someone still use their abilities even when their power is suppressed? That's simply impossible. Looking into Holt's calm eyes, she trembled with fear. Fear and pain spread like vines. She looked at Holt, who was so close to her, and involuntarily stepped back. Although she was in a lot of pain, she wanted to get as far away from this monster as possible. Be more mindful of your behavior in the future. I don't want to fight, Holt said expressionlessly. He hadn't expected this person to dare to attack him. He never tolerated being taken advantage of, so he instinctively retaliated. "You devil!" B-15 retreated in fear, crashing into the wall. She finally understood why Holt seemed so calm. Because his power was not restricted at all. Although she didn't know how the other person did it, she was certain that this guy had the ability to kill her easily. "He's over there." Hurried footsteps sounded outside, and then a group of guards in black armor surrounded Holt. They all wore wary expressions because the prisoner's power had not been sealed. This means this person is extremely dangerous. After all, although the people here have the ability to modify the timeline, however, they will definitely get hurt when facing someone with special abilities. "Surrender now," one of the guards shouted loudly, waving his weapon. If it weren't for the danger posed by Hold, they would have rushed up long ago. "Don't get so worked up. I just want to take a look around." Hold helplessly spread his hands, looking at the group of people with a speechless expression. Why can't they understand what I'm saying? and all I wanted to do was protect myself. If that woman hadn't made the first move, he wouldn't have acted without hesitation. Since you won't surrender willingly, don't blame us. The guards grip their weapons and move closer to Holt. They are ready and waiting to eliminate Holt. The risk of committing this crime at this time is too great. It cannot be delayed any longer. You're planning to challenge me with these little gadgets? Holt frowned as he looked at the guard around him and took the initiative to approach them step by step. Although their technology is somewhat interesting, they are still too inexperienced to deal with him. If he wanted to, he could destroy the entire Time and Space Administration right now. The guards were relentlessly pursued by Holt, and they retreated in fear. They were human too, and they were afraid of death. They had witnessed the fate of the B-15. No one dares to act rashly without absolute certainty. They just hoped that the criminal in front of them would behave. "Stop him!" B-15 cried out in agony, clutching his bleeding, severed hand. How could so many people not be able to deal with this guy? She wished she could erase this damn thing from time. This is the first time she's encountered this situation in all her years of working here. The guards gasped for breath when they heard the roar of the B-15. Then they gritted their teeth and rushed forward. After all, this was their superior, and subduing this time offender was their duty. Why are you all so agitated? Faced with the swarming Wei Bin, Wanda helplessly spread his hands, and his body erupted with dark red energy waves, directly blowing them away. The instant they were thrown into the air, countless dark red energies, as if finding food, rapidly spread upwards along their bodies. Upon contact with the dark red energy, their bodies began to rapidly collapse, turning into dust in midair amidst agonizing screams. At the same time, more guards rushed in from outside and rushed toward Holder, but they all stopped in their tracks after seeing this scene. The dark red aura that permeated the air was still slowly spreading outwards. What on earth is this thing? They were so frightened that their legs went weak and they knelt down on the ground. Although they wanted to get up, fear prevented them from moving at all. Hold's body was gradually turning into dust, drifting away with the wind. In the blink of an eye, all the guards who approached him turned into black particles and slowly dissipated. "No, don't come any closer." Only one guard remained, trembling as he raised his weapon, not daring to take a step forward, his eyes filled with fear. He's filled with deep regret now. That demon was terrifying. He didn't even dare to get close. Those dark red energy bodies were simply terrifying. Having worked here for so long, this was the first time he had ever seen anything so terrifying. "Come over." Hold waved at him impatiently. These people are really asking for trouble. Their strength is so weak that if it weren't for technology, they would have no way to deal with those time criminals. But they just happened to run into him, and their luck turned terrible. Weibin trembled all over, dared not move, and kept shaking his head. "Call." Hold appeared in front of him in an instant, his movements so fast that they were almost invisible. He raised his fist, and dark red energy churned around it. Upon witnessing this scene, Weibin was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his weapon trembling uncontrollably. The expression on his face was like that of a little girl who had been caught, pitiful and helpless. Although he had weapons, he didn't even have the courage to resist. Hold raised his fist, but instead of smashing it down, he stabbed himself with the weapon. The Time Management Bureau uses this kind of thing against me. He knew perfectly well that this thing couldn't hurt him at all. After all, he wasn't from this world. Wei Bin was so frightened that his scalp tingled and his face was filled with terror. Hiding in the corner, B-15 stared at Holder in disbelief. How could anyone in the world escape the erasure of the timeline? Escape the erasure? Lunsler was also shocked. She had never seen anything like it before. It completely overturned her understanding. Impossible. No one can stop it from being erased. Mobius stammered, his hands trembling. Fear spread from his back to his head. Because they themselves were all members of the Time Management Bureau, they could not escape the fate of being erased. But what they saw completely shattered their beliefs. This weapon is called Retcan, and the person chosen for it will be completely erased from reality. Okay, Zhao. Judge Rinsler felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat poured down his back, soaking his clothes. Her mind went blank. She didn't know what to do. He cannot be erased. B-15 even forgot the pain and only wanted to back away, but she was already against the wall with nowhere to escape. Wei Bin, who rushed to provide support, was completely dumbfounded. They used to be fearless because they had weapons. But now, weapons are of no use to hold. B-15 seemed to suddenly remember something, glaring at Wei Bin and roaring, "Damn it, use the time remote control." Wei Bin immediately pulled out the time remote control. This remote control can interfere with living beings and can even pause the timeline or the actions of a particular life form. Wei Bin then realized what was happening and frantically pressed a button in the corner. But Hold seemed completely oblivious to their movements and continued striding forward. Is this guy a robot? B-15 was utterly desperate. This is not human. This method has never failed before. No one can escape it unless the other party is an inanimate object. Don't waste your energy. Hold looked at them, shaking his head and sighing helplessly. The existence of a single universe has long transcended time and reality. The Time Mutation Administration's methods were completely ineffective against him. Even outside the zero-time zone, the Time Stone would have little effect on him. Can anyone tell me what's going on with this guy? Lunsler stared at the screen, completely shocked and at a loss for what to do. This kind of guy is simply impossible to control. Mobius's voice trembled, and he sat limply in the chair. There is only one possibility now. This guy has transcended the timeline. Land, 17.4%. Orchid, reported at 2153. Mobius has worked at the Time Management Bureau his entire life. He has seen countless people, including many gods. In their eyes, so-called gods are not worth mentioning at all. He has personally arrested countless people, and anyone who appears on the sacred timeline is treated equally. However, there is one type of person who is not subject to the jurisdiction of the Time Administration. That is something that transcends the timeline. They were powerless against this existence. That's why they usually don't arrest these kinds of people, because these people are no longer under their control. But he just couldn't understand how someone like that could remain so unknown. There is not even any record of it in the documents. What a headache. How do we bring him in here? Lunsire stood up, rubbing her temples, her face full of helplessness. But this is really strange. Generally speaking, such a person should affect the timeline, but Holt did not affect the timeline at all. Moreover, that timeline is operating in a way that has never been seen before. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem with Holder's behavior. As long as it doesn't interfere with the timeline, it's not a big deal. Linsorel, let's go together. Mobius made a decision immediately. The most important thing now is to prevent this person from continuing to cause trouble. Inside the lobby. What the hell are you? B-15 was trembling uncontrollably, and his voice became stammering. So many guards couldn't do anything to him. Even their most prized weapons seemed to be non-existent in front of Hold. Putting aside everything else, Holder can even evade the changes of time. As for the other guards, needless to say, this person in front of them was completely different from the ones they had encountered before. All weapons are useless. Even if they swarm in, they will only face certain death. So now they're stuck in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward, and can only stare blankly at Hold. Their faces were filled with fear. Their former arrogance and confidence had vanished. All that remained was fear of the person in front of him. Hold, on the other hand, looked nonchalant, his hands in his pockets, staring at the corner of the corridor. Two people walked quickly toward him. Shut up. B-15, 023. A live figure quickly approached Hold and turned to loudly rebuke B-15. This person was Lunsler, and she was furious. Your Honor. Upon hearing this, B-15 immediately covered his severed hand and lowered his head. These are high-ranking figures from their time and space administration. All right, that's enough. Hold's lips curled up slightly. He wasn't stupid. This was clearly an act. To put it bluntly, we're afraid he'll take direct action and take out the B-15 as well. In other words, it was to save the B-15's life. "Hello, Mr. Holmium." Luan Silier gave a wry smile. It seemed that this person had already seen through her intentions. But that's normal. If she didn't yell at her, she wouldn't be able to explain herself even if B-15 died. Fortunately, the person in front of them had no intention of blaming them at all. When Holt saw the two people walking towards him, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was deeply impressed by the two people, but he never expected that they would come and pick him up in person. So he simply nodded in response to Lunsir's words. "I'm so sorry. We didn't recognize Mr. Holt earlier." Lunsler immediately bowed and apologized. After all, this happened because they didn't do their research carefully enough. Otherwise, we should be able to stop this. Speaking of which, this is clearly not the place to talk. Holt spread his hands, feigning helplessness as he looked around at the people around him. Although Lunsler had arrived, those around him still eyed him covetously. But there was nothing we could do. What we just witnessed was truly terrifying. "Then we'll trouble Mr. Holt to come to our office and have a proper chat." Upon hearing this, Luan Silei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the B-15 had just really annoyed Holt. If things really came to blows, there was really nothing she could do. Fortunately, this person was still willing to sit down and have a proper talk. "I have some good tea here which Mr. Holt can try." Mobius, who was standing to the side, quickly chimed in, and the tension on his face eased a little. If they had known it was something like this beforehand, they would never have gotten involved. But there's nothing they can do. This might be the first time they've brought back someone who's transcended the universe. The people around them were stunned by the two people's attitude. The guests exchanged glances, surprised that these two men were so respectful to Holt. The B-15 was stunned by what it saw. It had expected a fight to break out. But these two actually backed down immediately, which shows that this person's strength is indeed ridiculously strong. Otherwise, why would the Time Management Bureau swallow its anger? You should know that no one has ever dared to cause trouble at the Time Management Bureau, because this place is usually protected by the Guardians of Time. Even so, they not only did those things, but they also received no punishment whatsoever. Today is truly unprecedented. "Let's go. I'm quite curious about this place." Holt nodded casually. He had to admit that the Time Management Bureau really did have quite a few interesting things. In the office. "What? You want to see the Time Guardian?" After sitting down, Lunsuriel opened her mouth wide in surprise. She didn't expect that this was the first thing Hodei said. "You should know that the Time Guardians are the most supreme beings here." Even they themselves had only seen it once from afar. "Yes, I need to discuss something with him," Holt said without hesitation. He said that because he wanted to have a good talk with that bastard. Let that damn thing stop interfering with his timeline. After all, he's doing quite well now and doesn't want to be bothered by these annoying guys every few days. Moreover, he knew he would definitely leave eventually, and he didn't want to see the timeline reset or destroyed after he left. In that case, everything he did would disappear completely. Although he has an infinite lifespan, it doesn't mean he wants to repeat the same experience. He has come to regard this timeline as his home. While dealing with the Time Management Bureau is useful, they're actually the ones doing all the work. But the one who truly controls everything behind the scenes is the Time Guardian. Only his words could stop the Time Management Bureau. No, absolutely not. Lunsire frowned. Although Holder was powerful, even if he has already transcended the universe, it doesn't mean he can meet the Time Guardian. Yes, if that's the condition, we can't agree to it. Mobius, standing beside him, nodded slowly with a serious expression. The Holy Guardian does not meet with outsiders casually. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the background wall, not far from the office. That was a sculpture with 3 faces carved on it, the Guardian of Time. But I'm different. If he refuses to see me, I really don't know what I might do. As he spoke, Hold slowly extended his hand, and dark red phoenix power flowed gently from his fingertips. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive as soon as a small amount of power was released. Even the white walls changed the moment the phoenix force appeared. Just like being scorched by flames, the originally white wall has now turned black. "Mr. Holmium, we really don't want to oppose you." Looking at Holder's current state, Linsler understood his intentions perfectly well. Even so, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and refuse. If you have any concerns, you can tell us, and we can make a decision. Mobius took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, although it's unclear what Holder is up to, they've always handled matters related to the timeline. You can't solve these problems at all. Holt sneered, looking at the two with a mocking gaze. Besides, I don't believe he won't come out if I destroy the Time Management Bureau. Although these two people wielded considerable power, that was all they were capable of. It has to be said that the dangerous aura emanating from Hold made the two of them turn pale instantly. Because Hold truly possessed the power, they didn't even have a chance to resist. Mr. Holmium, it's not that we're unwilling. There's another reason. The Guardian isn't here. Mobius sighed, his tone full of helplessness. Even if you destroy this place, the Time Guardian will not come back. He had already realized that the person in front of him was determined to see the Time Guardian. Rather than be destroyed, it's better to honestly tell the truth. Not here. Where's that guy now? Hold frowned, not expecting that the Time Guardian had left the Time Administration Bureau. And, judging from their expressions, they were telling the truth. He is in the lens of time, in the void. Rindsire gritted her teeth and told him what she knew. The void. Hold was taken aback at first, then said, "Open the portal and let me through." "That won't do." Lunsler immediately waved her hand to stop her. "It's not that we don't want you to go, but the void is too dangerous." As she said this, her face showed a hesitant expression, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. It seems there are still some things that haven't been said. Mobius, standing to the side, looked utterly bewildered. He had never heard of the word nothingness before. He could only stare wide-eyed as the two spoke, feeling that the topic was completely beyond his comprehension. Danger? Where do you even begin? Holder had indeed heard of the void. It was a place formed from the head of a god, vast and boundless, a very special celestial body that later even became a collector's treasure. But while this place was dangerous, it shouldn't be that serious, right? Rindsiriel looked at Holder, a hesitant expression on her face. After a long while, she slowly said, "Because Eliohis is there." Eliohis? Holder paused for a moment, then remembered the origins of Elioth. Elioth existed in multiple timelines, capable of causing massive temporal chaos and dimensional destruction. It would expand and attack specific creatures or locations, sucking in time travelers to increase its size and mass. Once it occupied a point in time, the surrounding timelines would be affected. Eliosh will also deny time energy, preventing it from traveling to time before its own existence. After hearing what she said, Hold finally understood why the Time Guardian wasn't here. Therefore, you will not see the Time Guardian yet. Lunsire shook her head helplessly. Although Holder was powerful, he was still no match for LEOC. Open a portal. She hadn't expected Hold to say that. Looking into his determined eyes, Lunsley could only nod in agreement. As the portal opened, Hold stepped inside without hesitation. He passed through the passage and came to a gloomy world. Ruins surrounded him, and dark clouds rolled in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Mobius wanted to go over and take a look, but was stopped by Lunsire. Just then, a portal appeared behind them, and a green figure rushed out, joining Hold in entering the void. Sivir. Lunsley recognized the figure, but it was too late. The portal had already closed. Was that Sivir just now? Mobius was also completely baffled. Well, she's gone now, which solves one problem. Luan Surreal didn't seem to care. She didn't believe that Hold could survive the Time Guardian scheme. Meanwhile, on Holmium's side, he was bumped by something soft. Looking back, I saw a blonde woman with short hair and a pointed headband. Sivir. Holt recognized her glance. It was Sivir. To be precise, it was female Loki. How did she end up here? This. Sivir covered her head, looking at Hold with a puzzled expression. Are you made of stone? How can you be so hard? It's not on top, it's on the bottom. Hold made a joke while sizing up Sivir. Sivir looks more than 10 years younger than she does in the show, appearing to be in her early 20s. It seems that this may be the early stages of the Time Management Bureau. Aren't you afraid of dying? Come along. Hold said with a smile. I live to meet the guardian of time. Siver's eyes were gloomy. She had been hiding in the shadows, originally planning to sneak into the Time Management Bureau today to find clues about the Time Guardians. But instead, she ran into Holt. Holmium said. Siver smiled and said, the people from the Time Administration are all ordinary people. It's nothing for superhumans to deal with them. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky. On the distant horizon, dark fog rolled in like a wall. With his extraordinary eyesight, Holt instantly saw the scene thousands of miles away. Through the thick black fog, he could vaguely see a castle standing above the void. What are you looking at? Siver stared at the dark fog on the horizon, unable to see anything but the wreckage of the ground torn apart in the distance. I'm going to find a Time Guardian. You stay here and watch over things. She didn't look at him again and turned to leave. Idiot, the Guardian is behind the black mist. If you want to find a Guardian, follow me. After speaking, Holt strode directly toward Heiwu. Siver stopped, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted her teeth and followed. 17.6%, 2154. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind swept past, carrying dust with it. The sound of the wind echoed in their ears. Meanwhile, the dark fog on the distant horizon had completely covered the earth, even merging with the ground. A terrifying aura enveloped this void. The closer they got to that thick fog, the more they felt its razor-sharp pressure. As the two drew closer, they finally saw the true nature of the dark fog. Countless purple lightning bolts danced and roared within the dark fog, their faint purple light illuminating the entire area. What's even more shocking is that this wasn't just ordinary black fog, but a black storm. Boom! A dark storm, mixed with lightning, was accompanied by roars. Moreover, this cloud of fog is constantly moving. 3 red dots kept appearing in the dark fog. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a pair of scarlet eyes and a terrifying blood-red mouth. Are you sure the Time Guardians would be in that kind of place? Siver gazed at the dark storm in the distance and involuntarily took a step back. Just looking at it gave her the creeps. She even had an urge to run away immediately, because the pressure exerted by this thing is simply too terrifying. It's like standing below and looking up, seeing an endless city wall. What's even more terrifying is that this black fog seems to be alive. The incessant roars seem to want to swallow up any creature that approached. Judging from the aura emanating from inside, if she were to force her way in, she would likely be crushed to pieces by that terrifying dark storm. Stop arguing. If you want to go, hurry up and follow me. Holt calmly looked up at the dark storm, the wind whipping against his face. But there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was an indescribable emotion. He had a vivid memory of that black storm, but he never expected to see it again here. This kind of thing exists across time, and it's very difficult to find even if you want to. Why does this dark storm seem to have a life of its own? Siver spoke her thoughts in a trembling voice. She could clearly see the eyes flashing inside. She had never seen anything so bizarre. Moreover, if this is the black storm, why is she afraid? It must be alive because that's the Elio here that Lunsler was talking about. Holder smiled slightly, turning to look at Siver beside him. Ario, aren't you afraid of me? Those people terrified me. The hiss will devour everything in the void. He now admires this little girl a bit. She dared to rush in without knowing anything. What? Siver instantly recalled the records about Elio Hiss. But she never imagined she would encounter such a monster. She finally understood why Lunsel hadn't stopped her earlier. It turns out they deliberately brought her along to her death. Worse still, there's no way to retreat now, even if we wanted to, because the portal is already closed. Boom! Just then, the oppressive black storm rapidly approached the two of them. Although it looks far away, it moves very fast once it starts moving. The hill not far away looked as if it had been crushed by a giant bulldozer the moment it encountered the black storm. In the blink of an eye, the entire hill collapsed, and even the rocks were blown into the air. After countless stones and soil were leveled, only a thin layer of powder remained. Damn Lunseriel! Sivir immediately flew into a rage, her face contorted with rage. She never imagined that she would be deceived by that despicable guy. Faced with such an existence, she had no chance to resist. Although she always considered herself very strong, she couldn't possibly be so strong as to easily flatten a small mountain. Moreover, as Elio's hiss drew closer, the terrifying sense of oppression made it difficult for her to breathe. Sylvie, you're really something. You've known nothing about the Time Bureau all these years. Hold pursed his lips, looking at Sivir, who was on the verge of a breakdown beside him. Only Sivir would do something so reckless. They barged in without knowing anything about it. As soon as Holder entered the Time Management Bureau's office, he noticed Sivir's presence. At first, he thought it was one of the employees causing trouble. You're talking as if you know me very well. Sivir, like a cat with its fur standing on end, stood with her hands on her hips and stared intently at Hold. Actually, she also thought this person named Hold was a bit strange. After all, people who enter the Time Management Bureau are usually very cautious. Those who disobeyed were dealt with long ago, but this person is not only powerful, but also commands the utmost respect from Lunserial and Mobius. More importantly, even though he saw someone like Elioth, he wasn't flustered at all. I didn't know you quite well. Hold looked at Sivir with a half-smile. It has to be said that this female Loki is much more interesting than the Loki who likes to stab people in the lower back. Then tell me, what do you know about me? Sivir looked up at Hold and asked with a disdainful expression. Although Hold had just called out her name, she wasn't too surprised. She's Sivir, so it's normal for some people to know her name. When you were a child, TVA forcibly took you away from Asgard. Later you successfully escaped, but you could only hide in the post-apocalyptic environment, far from home and all alone. You once tried to rebel against TVA's tyranny, wanting to reclaim your freedom and dignity, but ended up being labeled a fugitive and forced to hide. Hold recounted everything that Sivir had experienced. It has to be said that Sivir is actually quite pitiful in front of us. You must have looked at the Time Management Bureau's files. Sivir was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, and then said without any politeness. She hadn't expected that Hold knew so many details. However, in her opinion, it was just that someone happened to see her profile while causing trouble. No, I don't need to know everything, but I'm clear about most things. Hold wasn't joking, because he had read Monway's storyline. He was very familiar with most events and trends. Snort. Sivir hugged the bear, pouted, and muttered under her breath. So what if you know? Unless you can handle Elio's hiss, nobody can get past you. And now Elio's hiss is getting closer and closer. She had already prepared an escape plan. After all, she could always find another way to deal with the Time Guardian. Meanwhile, in the Time Management Bureau's office, Lunsler sat there alone, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, which showed Hold and Sivir. How foolish. He actually went to his death. Lunsler chuckled coldly and muttered under his breath. She had originally planned to send this Jinx back first, and then find an opportunity to deal with him. Unexpectedly, this guy actually volunteered to go to the Void. Her stopping us earlier was just for show. For such powerful individuals, the more you try to stop them, the more stubborn they become. She simply used reverse psychology to push Hold into the portal. As for dealing with Elioth, that's just a pipe dream. No one in this world can escape the devouring power of Eliohis. Even among beings that transcend the universe, there are differences in strength. So what is Hold, this nobody, compared to them? Let him get eaten by Eliohis right there. Rin Serial couldn't wait to see Hold and Sivir being devoured. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. In the Void, the dark storm was getting closer and closer to Hold and the other man. A fierce wind howled, whipping up clouds of dust that blew ever further into the distance. The entire sky was covered in dust, and as far as the eye could see, it was all gray and hazy. When Eliohis approaches, it will also let out a terrible roar, a sound with a terrifying aura that echoes endlessly in the void. Oh no, it's here! Sivir watched the approaching Eliohis, a look of terror on her face. Let's run. If we don't get out of the way, it'll definitely eat us. Just thinking about it made her tremble with fear. You stand behind me. Hold stretched his body and looked at the menacing Elio hiss in the distance with a relaxed expression. However, a dark red tinge gradually appeared in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. You're not really planning to fight this guy, are you? Sylvie was stunned. She never expected Hold to be so bold. That's Elio. There's no way we can beat him. What's the difference between going up there to fight and committing suicide? Have you ever heard of absolute zero? Hold's tone was tinged with excitement. He opened his arms, his eyes filled with anticipation. When he was on Earth, he never dared to use his abilities casually. Even the simplest elemental power is too powerful because of his immense strength. If misused, the consequences will be very serious. Therefore, he has never really used his abilities much. Although he had dealt with Domum before, that guy was immortal in the Dark Dimension, so he couldn't be bothered to deal with him. But the Elioth before him now was different, especially since this was a void. At least it allows him to unleash his power and have some fun. Absolute zero? Sivir's eyes were full of confusion. She had never heard of such a thing before. Just then, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. The surrounding temperature began to drop sharply, and white snowflakes even began to fall from the sky. A layer of cold air surrounded Hold, and even his long eyelashes were covered with a thin layer of frost. Since you've never seen it before, then let me show you. As soon as he finished speaking, Hold waved both hands. In an instant, the earth turned into glaciers, and the gale stopped abruptly, as if it had encountered an irresistible force. The dark clouds in the sky were also still, and the whole world seemed to be frozen. Sivir could even see the air freezing, making a crackling sound. An endless chill spread rapidly, sweeping towards Eliohis, even overwhelming the dark storm and swallowing it up. Roar! Eliohis sensed the intrusion and let out a deafening roar. It accelerated toward Hold, the black fog rolling in like dark clouds, red eyes flashing within it, closing in on them. Its massive body was like an unshakable city wall. Just then, the cold air intensified, and countless white crystals formed within it, looking from afar like a giant silver dragon swimming in the air. The snowflakes in the air grew larger and larger, gradually turning into huge ice slabs. As the snowflakes danced in the air, they quickly transformed into a terrifying blizzard. In the blink of an eye, everything except the area around Hold was covered in snow. But the temperature continued to drop, and the snowflakes fell slower and slower until they finally turned into fist-sized blocks of ice. Go! Hold pointed to Elio's hiss in the distance. The ice crystals seemed to understand the command, rushing towards Eliohis with lightning speed, freezing the air wherever they went. The storm of black mist was being frozen at a visible speed. Holmium not only froze the air, but it even froze space itself. How'd he do that? As Lunsley watched the surveillance footage in her office, her eyes widened in disbelief, completely baffled as to how Hold had managed to do it. You must understand that this is Elio Hiss, a being who cannot even control time. Even more terrifying, she discovered that time was gradually being frozen because of this absolute zero. In other words, Holmium can actually freeze time. She never imagined that Hold would possess such terrifying power. It's important to know that even the Time Guardians cannot do this. Meanwhile, the dark storm in the distance could not advance even half a step further. That terrifying absolute zero not only froze its body, which was composed of black mist, but also even the lightning that was constantly striking stopped. Elio hissed, his mouth agape as if to roar, but in absolute zero, it becomes extremely difficult for it to even move. Its only sensation was that its body was breaking apart bit by bit. At absolute zero, it is utterly powerless to resist. Stop! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the two of them. This is clearly a black man wearing a purple robe. Guardians! When Lensler saw this scene in the office, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She never expected that the sacred guardian of time would actually appear. But despite the Time Guardian's attempts to stop him, Holder did not stop. Instead, he made the frost freeze even faster. "Sir, please stop. If you have any requests, just say so." The survivor bent down, gritted his teeth, and spoke in the most sincere tone. "Because if things continue like this, not only Iliohis, but even the void will probably be frozen. The Time Guardian actually needs to ask for help. This is impossible." Rinsiri thought she had misheard. These are the sacred guardians. Just how powerful is Holder that he could make the Holy Guardian do something like this? Snap! Holt snapped his fingers, and everything that had been frozen instantly began to melt. In the blink of an eye, the frost and snow that filled the sky quickly dissipated. The void returned to its original desolate state. The fear on the faces of those who remained only slightly subsided when they saw that everything around them had returned to normal. "Why did you come here?" The survivor took a deep breath. Having lived in the multiverse for so many years, he knew that beings of this caliber existed. It certainly wasn't meant to scare him. Moreover, in some respects, Hold is already considered relatively easy to talk to. If Hold continues his attack, he'll probably be dead. He had already sensed something was wrong when he teleported in front of Hold. That is, time around him was frozen. What's even more terrifying is that this didn't even use any magic. It was simply a matter of using elemental power. This alone is enough to show how powerful Hold is. Hold calmly stated the purpose of his visit to see the survivors. After all, he didn't have much hostility towards this person. Moreover, he came only to prevent the remaining people from getting in his way. After hearing the whole story, the expression of the survivor gradually turned ferocious. He suddenly looked up at the sky. "Linsari, come here and apologize right now." He never imagined that such a trivial matter would almost cause the void to disappear. Moreover, getting involved with such a being is practically suicide. Upon hearing this, Hold smiled and looked up at the sky. In fact, he could always sense that Lunsire was observing them from the shadows. The perception granted by the Phoenix Force allows one to immediately detect even the slightest peeping. But he never took it seriously. Not long after, a portal slowly opened. Lunsler walked out with her head down and a grim expression. "Mr. Holmium, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." She never expected that even the Time Guardians couldn't do anything to Hold. "Fine, I won't hold it against you. Just don't cause me any more trouble." Hold waved his hand and calmly forgave Lunsire. He had no interest in making trouble for a nobody. Besides, the objective has already been achieved. "Mr. Holmium, would you have time to come and visit my castle?" As he spoke, the survivor waved his hand, and a massive castle shrouded in dark mist appeared before everyone's eyes. The castle has a typical old European-style exterior, but it looks dilapidated. However, Hold still nodded and accepted the invitation. He had always been very curious about what it was like inside. Besides, he rarely comes out, so he should at least go in and take a look. "Oh, right, Sivir, you should come with me too." Hold noticed Sivir standing to the side, looking nervous, and casually remarked, "We can't just leave her here alone. Moreover, without my help, she definitely wouldn't have left this noisy place." After all, Sivir had caused quite a bit of trouble at the Time Administration before. Otherwise, Rinsiriel wouldn't have deliberately not stopped her at that time and let her rush over. Sivir nodded without hesitation, but her eyes remained fixed on the remaining person, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. Meanwhile, in the 9 realms of gods, tens of thousands of warriors clad in golden armor stood before the Rainbow Bridge. Everyone stared solemnly at the giant warship slowly approaching from afar. At this moment, the giant ship has approached the border of the divine realm. Everyone's eyes were filled with vigilance and solemnity. They understood that this was definitely the attack of a powerful enemy, and this battle could determine the survival of the divine realm. A landing craft slowly descended from the giant warship and came to a stop on the Rainbow Bridge. As the hatch opened, a tall figure with purple skin, wielding a giant sword, strode out. Behind him were 4 other people: Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Haydwarf. Although there were only a few of them, their aura was suffocating. Thanos and his companions looked at Hela and her group, who were already in battle stance, and a contemptuous smile appeared on their lips. This is a real problem. Loki was breathing rapidly, and his eyes were trembling uncontrollably. He instinctively gripped the weapon in his hand tighter. His actions revealed that he was not merely wary, but filled with fear. Is he that good? Wanda frowned and asked with a puzzled look. She had never heard of this mission before. The only thing that caught everyone's attention was that when Thanos appeared, everyone present had a solemn expression, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. This guy is known as the Lord of the Universe. Loki took a deep breath, trying to suppress his inner fear. Nevertheless, his face remained pale, and he was extremely nervous. Wanda had never seen Loki, who was always so playful, so serious. It was as if I had witnessed death approaching. Coward! Hela snorted coldly and glanced at Loki. They're already this scared before it even starts. Loki was so anxious he couldn't speak, but he couldn't find a reason to refute him. Because Hela was right. But this is Thanos. He's the strongest being, who dares to say they're not afraid. It seems you prepared quite well. Thanos casually planted his giant sword in the ground and looked at the warriors with a cold smile. Although they were well prepared, they were not worth mentioning in his eyes. After all, Odin is no longer around, and no one can stop Asgard now. Thanos, you came all the way to our Asgard just to spout this nonsense, didn't you? Hela stepped out of the crowd and said calmly, although Thanos is very strong, she is never afraid of any strong person. I came here only to retrieve something. Thanos looked directly into Hela's eyes and said firmly, take something? What could possibly be worth the Lord of the Universe making a personal trip? Hela sneered. Thanos ignored her sarcasm and calmly said, I want your Tesseract. Impossible. Hela refused without hesitation. Don't even mention the Tesseract. We won't give you even the junk from Asgard. She knew the importance of the cosmic cube to the Asgard and knew it absolutely could not be handed over. Sigh, I don't like killing people indiscriminately. Thanos shook his head and sighed, looking regretful. But why did you have to force me? After saying that, he gripped the greatsword beside him and pulled it out with a swift motion. The instant he made that move, all the golden-armored warriors drew their weapons. Everyone knew that a battle was about to break out. As expected, Thanos simply nodded. Yao Wu immediately rushed forward and launched an attack without hesitation. Ebony Maw had one hand behind his back, and his right hand clenched tightly. The stones on the ground quickly surrounded and enveloped the dozen or so golden-armored warriors. Snap! After a dozen or so crisp sounds, scarlet blood began to gush out from the cracks in the rocks. Kill! Upon seeing this, the golden-armored warriors charged forward without hesitation. Faced with this fierce attack, Dwarf was the first to rush out. The weapon in his hand instantly lengthened, sweeping across like a whip. With a single strike, dozens of golden-armored warriors were sent flying. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight moved swiftly through the crowd like ghosts. Wherever they went, blood-splattered or golden-armored warriors were sent flying. Despite their large numbers, the golden-armored warriors were unable to advance under the attack of these four individuals. Let me deal with these damn bastards. Thor grabbed a hammer from the armory and charged forward without a word. Although this hammer is not as powerful as Thor's hammer, there's nothing we can do about it. I'll go with you. Loki gritted his teeth, twirled his weapon, and the two of them immediately charged forward. Thor focused his attention on the rampaging Dwarf. The dwarf star also sensed Thor's arrival, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He stomped his foot and swiftly swept his weapon toward Thor. Thor didn't dodge. He gritted his teeth and slammed his hammer down on the opponent's weapon. Bang! The sound of metal colliding exploded. Both of their weapons were deflected simultaneously. That's interesting. The dwarf star grinned maliciously and pounced on Thor again. Buzz! Just as Thor was preparing to retaliate, he suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying killing intent. The murderous aura transformed into a point of light, heading straight for his head. At the critical moment, Thor turned his head away based on his keen intuition. The sharp spear grazed his cheek, leaving a deep wound. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his head would have been pierced by that strange spear by now. Damn it! They ambushed me. Thor never expected that the enemy would launch a sneak attack during the battle. Looking back, it turned out to be Corvus Glaive. A strange smile appeared on Corvus Glaive's lips, and he charged at Thor again. At the same time, attacks from Haedwarf also came one after another. At this point, Thor could only grit his teeth and face the attack from both of them, without even a chance to fight back. Hey, Dwarfstar's moves are domineering, and Corvus Glaive is cunning and treacherous. At this point, Thor could only wryly smile and lament his predicament. Who would have thought that the enemy would play by no means according to common sense? Not far from him, Loki directly confronted Proxima Midnight. You look all right, but you look a little strange. Loki didn't rush to make a move, but instead looked at Proxima Midnight with a hint of mockery. Thank you for the compliment, but you really do look like an ugly lizard. As soon as Proxima Midnight finished speaking, she swung her blue-glowing weapon at Loki. Every move and every stance carries astonishing power, and every swing produces a deafening whooshing sound. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you just sit down and have a proper chat? Loki said, grimacing as he blocked the attack with his weapon. He really didn't want to fight such a crazy woman. Moreover, the other person was stronger than him, and he couldn't understand how this guy grew up like that. If you want to chat, fine, but you'd better die first. As Proxima Midnight spoke, its attacks grew increasingly fierce. Her movements were incredibly fast. The two exchanged blows several times almost instantly. At this moment, Ebony Maw, who was not far away, saw this scene and slowly raised his hands. His hands tapped the strings a few times as if he were playing the piano. Suddenly, two stone statues in the distance flew towards Thor and Loki. The speed was so fast that the two of them barely had time to react. But at the critical moment, they managed to shield themselves with their weapons. The stone statue crashed down on them, sending Thor and Loki flying backward. This immense force even knocked down several golden-armored warriors, and even with the cushioning effect, the two still coughed up blood. Die, you pathetic Asgardians! With a slight flick of his finger, Ebony Throat caused the dust on the shattered boulder to slowly fall away, revealing sharp stone spikes. With a mere wave of his hand, the stone spikes shot towards Thor and Lokitsa, their target being their hearts. However, Thor and Loki were already too weakened by the impact to dodge it. It's over. Thor and Loki could only watch helplessly as those terrifying stone spikes hurtled toward them. Buzz! Just when things were at their most critical, a buzzing sound rang out. A dozen or so stone spikes were suspended in midair, enveloped by a dark red energy. The next second, these stone spikes instantly turned into powder. Ebony Maw calmly turned his head to look at the person who released the energy. A blonde woman wearing a dark red battle suit stood opposite them, her energy fluctuating slightly. You wretched monster, die! A red light flashed in Wanda's eyes, and he suddenly pulled with both hands. A terrifying dark red light erupted from her body, rushing towards the four of them like a tidal wave. What's going on? Ebony Maw originally intended to directly control those crimson lights, but unexpectedly, his power was shattered by the terrifying dark red light as soon as it appeared. This terrifying energy distorted and deformed space itself. This was the first time he had ever seen someone with such a high level of skill and magic. Although his control over energy was not refined enough, this power was far greater than his. Boom! When the dark red light struck the group, it instantly blasted them away. Moreover, just as they were about to land, a dark red light rapidly spread, directly entangling them as if to tear them apart completely. Even Ebony Maw was powerless against this power. Only one thought occupied his mind. This mysterious person was incredibly powerful. Boom! Just as Wanda was about to kill them all, a beam of purple light suddenly shot out. This Wanda sensed this terrifying power and immediately turned to the side to avoid it. Even though she wasn't hit head-on, the sheer force of the attack still affected her. "Who is it?" Despite the pain, Wanda turned her head to look, still shaken. That force was terrifying. If she had been any slower, she would have been seriously injured. Thanos remained calm, his fist clenched, the gem emitting a dazzling purple light. Although his face remained expressionless, everything around him trembled the moment he clenched his fist. When he realized it was Thanos, Wanda's expression turned extremely ugly. She had initially thought that the attack was from a shell fired from a mothership. "You guys really have no sense of mortality," Thanos coldly said. "Since you insist on resisting, then I will personally take the Tesseract." After he finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand. As he clenched his fist, the gems on his glove shimmered. An endless purple light swirled like a vortex. The dazzling light made the surroundings seem dreamlike, but concealed a terrifying power. Power continuously gathered in his right hand, causing the surrounding ground to crack, and even the surrounding rocks to seem to lose their gravity and slowly rise. The next moment, countless purple lights suddenly contracted into a sphere. Thanos suddenly swung his right fist, and in that instant, the surroundings were plunged into darkness. A burst of purple energy erupted from his fist, stirring up a purple storm, and dust quickly spread in all directions. Even more terrifying, the aftershocks of this force caused the ground to crack open, and in an instant, it swept towards Wanda and his group. Boom! 18.1%. Hela spread her arms and waved them, while black gas churned around her. Soon, the black mist gathered in front of her, forming a wall of black fog in the blink of an eye. The moment the purple light storm crashed into the wall of black mist, countless wisps of black mist were instantly shattered. At that moment, Hela stopped maintaining the black fog wall. With a tug of her right hand, she separated a cloud of dark mist from the dark mist and sent it hurtling toward Thanos. The moment the black mist was released, one could vaguely hear the howling of the spirits of the dead emanating from it. Thanos, however, did not react at all, only looking at Hela, struggling with contempt. "If this is all you're capable of, then there's no need to resist any longer." No sooner had he finished speaking than the fog storm crashed into Thanos. But when Hela saw this, her face turned deathly pale. Because Thanos didn't dodge at all. He simply used his body to withstand the storm of black mist. He stood still, simply gripping the greatsword calmly, coldly watching Hela in the distance. How is this possible? Thor leaned against a nearby pillar, his expression changing drastically. He knew very well how strong his sister was. His strength was already considerable, but it was no match for Hela. Although Hela is not as powerful as Odin, she is still a top expert in the 9 realms. This was her all-out attack, yet Thanos was completely unharmed. This is simply unbelievable. This is the reality stone. Loki's gaze fell on Thanos' gauntlet. 2 gems gleamed on his glove, one purple and one gold. The purple one is the Power Stone, and the gold one is the Reality Stone. In other words, Thanos must have used the power of the Reality Stone to counteract Hela's attack. Damn it, how does this guy have a Reality Stone? Hela's voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from between her teeth. She never imagined that Thanos possessed the Reality Stone in addition to the Power Stone. Thanos waved his right hand, and the surrounding black fog storm was instantly dispersed by a gust of wind. How foolish. You'd better just admit defeat. Thanos stared coldly at Hela and the others, as if pronouncing the final verdict. He didn't care much about them. He only wanted to get the cosmic cube. If they were willing to hand them over, he wouldn't mind letting them live. Admit defeat? Are you dreaming? Without saying a word, Thor leaped up and swung his warhammer high at Thanos. But at this moment, Hadeworf and the others did not stop Thor. Instead, they revealed a hint of mockery. Just as the hammer was about to strike Thanos, a hint of surprise flashed in Thor's eyes. However, the next second, a huge hand grabbed the hammer. Then, With a casual flick of his wrist, Thor was thrown out with great force. Thor crashed to the ground, and Thanos looked at him coldly. "You're not even good enough to be considered trash, yet you dare to lay a hand on me?" These words pierced Thor's heart like a sharp knife. "And what about me?" Just then, a voice rang out from behind Thanos. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind him. Two sharp swords of the night sky suddenly pierced Thanos' back. These two swords carried an aura of death and exuded a dark, menacing smell. Even the sword in the night sky gleamed with a dark, murky light. This terrifying black light even corroded the surrounding rainbow bridge, turning it completely black. Thanos' expression remained unchanged despite the powerful blow. With a powerful push of his right foot, he spun around and simultaneously swung the giant sword he was gripping upwards. Boom, sizzle. With a loud bang, the energy exploded upon impact. The ground shook continuously under this force. The black light and the purple light collided instantly. This terrifying energy created a hurricane, scattering even the surrounding objects in all directions. Damn it, how can this power be so strong? The strong wind made Hela's hair fly wildly. She continuously released the death power within her, her eyes filled with astonishment. They initially thought this was a sneak attack, and even if it couldn't hurt Thanos, it would at least catch him off guard. But reality completely exceeded her expectations. Even a temporary parry could easily block her attack. Snort! Thanos pulled hard, and the giant sword slashed upwards. Hela was blasted away by this force. Thanos stood quietly in place, as if he had just casually swatted a mosquito. He gripped the great sword in one hand, coldly watching Hela through the billowing dust. Hela stared intently at Thanos, preparing to step forward again, but Thanos launched an attack. He swung his great sword rapidly, and when he reached Hela, he smashed it down on her. This was no longer a chop. The great sword was more like a blunt weapon. The strong winds and immense pressure caused Hela's body to sink involuntarily. In an instant, all Hela could do was raise the night sky sword with both hands, trying to block the giant sword attack. Bang! Buzz! This almost made her kneel down. This force made her exert all her strength, even to resist. The power of death spread rapidly around her, but it was still no match for Thanos' attack. Hela clenched her teeth, her whole body trembling. She tried to stand up, but she couldn't. It's already quite an achievement to be able to barely hold on. She could even hear the roar emanating from her own bones. This power is far greater than Odin's. As the giant sword drew closer, her expression grew increasingly grim. At the critical moment, a crimson light suddenly rushed towards Thanos. This sudden burst of crimson light undeniably helped Hela at a crucial moment. Thanos was distracted, giving Hela a brief respite. She forcefully raised the Sword of Night, preparing to deliver a backhand blow to Thanos. Thanos raised his foot and kicked Hela away. At the same time, he punched the crimson light with his right hand, shattering it. This is quite interesting. This must be chaos magic. A cold glint flashed in Thanos' eyes. Luckily, he had noticed it earlier, or he might have actually been injured. He had felt that the crimson light looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Only now did he realize that this was actually chaos magic. However, this guy is too weak right now, and he doesn't interest him at all. Hela gritted her teeth and got up from the ground. It's fair to say that Thanos is far more powerful than Odin. That kick just now almost seriously injured her. She never imagined that this guy was this strong. Hela, do you still want to struggle? Thanos slowly walked towards Hela, casually slinging the giant sword he was holding over his shoulder. Do you think you can make me back down like this? Hela waved her hands, and instantly, a cloud of black energy filled the air. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were completely enveloped in black smoke. Suddenly, dark-colored holes appeared in the surrounding ground. Countless wails and roars came from inside, and terrifying arms stretched out from within. The scent of death. The next second, countless spirits of death flew out from all directions. They hurtled towards Thanos like dark, sharp swords. These spirits kept emitting piercing cries, even causing Thanos to frown. Thanos swung his giant sword violently, shattering all the approaching spirits. But just as they dealt with the immediate threat, even more spirits of death pounced upon them. He was about to jump up and dodge, but at that moment, more than a dozen spirit beasts emerged from the ground and tightly hugged his legs, preventing him from leaving. Damn hella! Thanos' expression finally changed from indifference to anger. He swung his great sword swiftly, while simultaneously using his other hand to knock away all the approaching spirits. But even if his stamina is limitless, Hela's spirits are clearly far greater. These spirits are like maggots that gnaw on bones, never retreating. Even after being shattered countless times, more will surge up and tightly entangle Thanos. While this won't do much good for Thanos, it can at least temporarily restrict his actions. Thanos could only peel the spirits off his body one by one and throw them away. But there was no end to it. Even as he kept throwing them out, more and more spirits would climb up. These spirits clung to Thanos' body like drowning people. In just a moment, Thanos was engulfed by countless spirits of death, looking like a black mountain that kept growing bigger and bigger. Looks like this guy's really out of options. Thor clenched his fist, a look of excitement flashing in his eyes. With so many spirits of the dead, even the most powerful person wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, the power of each spirit is at least equivalent to that of a golden-armored warrior. This is equivalent to countless golden-armored warriors pressing down on Thanos. Even if Thanos is incredibly powerful, he can't defeat an endless array of golden-armored warriors. This matter is probably not that simple. At this moment, Loki gritted his teeth and said with a grim expression, because he noticed that the 5 generals of Heiyao, not far away, were not making any movement at all, but were simply watching the battle calmly. Moreover, there wasn't a trace of worry on their faces. I want to go up and help. Thor gritted his teeth and was about to rush over when Loki stopped him. You can't interfere, because you can't help at all right now, Loki said coldly. He knew very well that Thor's current strength was not even as good as his own. Without Thor's hammer, he couldn't hurt Thanos at all. Meanwhile, Thanos, tightly bound by the spirits, tried to grab his left hand, which was wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. But the spirits kept tearing at him, trying to snatch the Infinity Gauntlet away. Because there were so many spirits, he couldn't even make a fist. The inability to clench a fist means the inability to use the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos, you will stay here forever. Hela waved her hands, and more spirits of the dead rushed out. Her only goal was the Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' possession. As long as she gets the gloves, she'll have a chance to fight. Thanos gritted his teeth, his entire body bound. Even his head was pulled back by the spirit. If it weren't for his exceptionally powerful eyesight, these spirits would have gouged them out. Many spirits even tried to pry the gems off his gloves. Thanos roared, his eyes filled with determination, and he abruptly released the giant sword in his right hand. The moment he released the great sword, he swung it violently in a fit of rage. He actually managed to fling the spirit on the right away. The next second, Thanos suddenly slammed his hand on the left side of the Infinity Gauntlet. With a forceful tug, he ripped the power gem off. Then, he grasped the power gem with his bare hands, and the gem continuously emitted an aura of destruction. He used his hands to continuously compress this destructive force. The next moment, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. The moment the power erupted, all the surrounding spirits were blasted away. Damn it! Hela never expected that this guy could use the power gem directly with his hands. But before she could command the death spirits to charge forward again, Thanos' face had already turned extremely ferocious, and the aura of destruction was scorching his body. Using the power gem with bare hands can cause great harm to the body. But at this point, he couldn't care less about any of that. Once the gem was stolen, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, he unleashed the destructive ray without hesitation. The dazzling beam of light swept across the spirits of the dead as if it had no end. Millions of spirits couldn't withstand this sharp ray of light for even a second. Wrong. Thor immediately realized that this damn Thanos wanted more than just to destroy these undead. He also set his sights on Hela, who was in the distance. No, it's too late. Wanda continued to cast spells, but he was still some distance away from Hela. This distance is like an insurmountable chasm. Hela was kicked and injured by Thanos, so she had no chance to escape. In that final moment, she suddenly opened her arms wide. The destructive light instantly engulfed her. Boom! After a loud bang, the mountains collapsed and the earth split open. A land of nothingness. Floating rocks surround the castle. Inside a classic, luxurious office, the floor is covered with a carpet made of the fur of some unknown monster. The firelight flickered in the fireplace, and glittering gemstones adorned the ceiling. Please have a seat. This is my favorite black tea from 1821. After the remaining person brought in Hold and the other man, he personally poured them 2 cups of black tea and placed them in front of them. Then, he recounted in detail the origin of this cup of tea. It must be said that very few people can enjoy such treatment. Meanwhile, Lundsire stood to the side, obediently standing still. Then Hold was about to taste his black tea when he noticed that Sivir next to him seemed a little off. Damn it, you ruined my life. Sivir abruptly knocked over the tea on the table, and at the same time, a sharp blade appeared in her hand. She pointed the tip of her sword at the survivors, her eyes filled with rage. She had been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. Since being arrested as a time criminal, she has made countless efforts to survive. She endured each day in this apocalyptic environment, persevering for the sake of this damn Time Management Bureau. Now that she has seen the Time Guardian in person, how can she control her emotions? The survivor looked at Sivir, who was pointing a short sword at him, and calmly walked to the side and brewed another cup of black tea. You disrupted this sacred timeline. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. His tone was very calm. To him, this was simply his duty. As for Sivir, sometimes she couldn't care less. She couldn't just stand by and watch time be disrupted. You never thought about my future. You're only thinking about yourself. Sivir was so angry she could hardly breathe, and her eyes turned red. No one knows how she got through it. She was always thinking about bringing down those damn people. I never did it for myself. I did it for all timelines. The person left behind calmly placed the black tea on the table, his expression turning extremely cold. Although he knew what Sivir had been through, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. In the end, different prices must be paid for the future. You still think you're right even today? Seeing his cold demeanor, Sivir gripped her short sword tightly, her body trembling involuntarily. She leaped onto the antique tea table and brandished her sword, ready to stab the survivor. Calm down. As soon as Holder spoke, he released his mental energy, which calmed Sivir down. He knew of Sivir's suffering. She had lived a happy life, but it was destroyed by the Time Bureau. This is unacceptable to anyone. Sivir immediately felt her emotions calming down rapidly, and the anger and pain in her heart disappeared in that instant. She glanced at Hold beside her and understood what had happened, but she did not put down her short sword and continued to stare intently at the remaining people. Sivir looked at the person left behind. Although her emotions had calmed down, it didn't mean she could forget everything. I can take you back to your own timeline. At that moment, Hold suddenly said those words. Really? Sivir asked cautiously, her tone hesitant. All she did was try to go back to the past, because she wanted very little, only family and happiness. Impossible. A time traveler can never return to their own timeline. Before the survivors could speak, Lundsire firmly denied it. This is a rule of the Time Management Bureau, so Sivir absolutely cannot go back now. Oh, a cold smile crept across Holt's lips as he said coldly, If Time Fault can't go back, then what about me? Upon hearing this, Lundsire was instantly stunned. In her excitement, she completely forgot about Hold's current situation. After all, strictly speaking, Hold can also be considered a time offender. If Sivir can't go back, then Holder can't go back either. Hold's strength was simply too great. They couldn't stop him at all. Lencerie, shut up. When did it become your turn to speak? As soon as the topic turned to Hold, the survivors' expressions changed immediately, and they turned and roared at Lou and Cyril. If they don't send Holt back, they're really going to die. He had just realized that Hold's power was far more than just ice element. He didn't want to see the void destroyed by Holder. Therefore, the best solution is to send Hold back to his own timeline. If one of Lunsley's words angered Hold, he would want to tear her apart. The reason he remained so calm towards Sivir was because he knew Sivir's background. But unexpectedly, this chance encounter with Hold actually led him to help Sivir. Since that's the case, he didn't intend to stop him. As long as we can get Holt back, that's fine. Let's not cause any bigger trouble. Mr. Hold, you can go back with Sivir about this. At this point, the survivor took a deep breath and continued, and we will no longer disturb your timeline. He had already observed this timeline, and Hold had not had any impact. Since this person has already spoken, he naturally won't refuse. Upon hearing this, Luan's Siley Eye was stunned, staring at the remaining person with a shocked expression. How could this be? The Holy Guardian of Time would actually make such a concession? It even broke the original principles. This is unbelievable. She couldn't understand it all. Holder was not surprised at all by the result. After all, this shady-looking thing certainly doesn't want him to stay here. Putting everything else aside, his strength alone is enough to give his opponent a major headache. Ding! You have successfully persuaded the remaining individuals to stop interfering with your timeline. Reward: Phoenix Force Fragment, no willpower. Phoenix Force Fragment, 5/12. There a reward for this too? Huda was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but smile. The 4 Phoenix Force Fragments had already made him this strong. Now that he has one more piece, it means he is one step closer to collecting all the Phoenix Force Fragments. If he can collect all the fragments of the Phoenix Force, the power will be unimaginably strong. With the acquisition of the 5th fragment of the Phoenix Force, a torrent seemed to surge through Hold's body. This power erupted from within the body, permeating every cell along the meridians. He could even feel the cells inside his body cheering and jumping for joy. He slowly closed his eyes, and the phoenix in his mind slowly lowered its proud head. That terrifying phoenix power could no longer cause any damage to his spirit. After obtaining the fragments of the Phoenix Force, Hold's internal energy became increasingly abundant. The next second, he felt something inside his body suddenly explode. Bang! With a soft sound, the indestructible power of the Phoenix erupted from Hold's body. A terrifying aura, mixed with dark red energy, spread outwards. The air is constantly stirred up whenever it comes into contact with the power of the Phoenix. In the blink of an eye, the power of the Phoenix swept across the entire void, even affecting countless sacred timelines and causing turmoil in countless worlds. Is this true power? Hold took a deep breath. He could feel that his power had already reached the level to influence the multiverse. In other words, he now possessed multiverse-level power. This power gave him a strange feeling, as if he could do anything with just a thought. The person sitting opposite him, who was left behind, was startled. He had no idea what had just happened. Hold had simply closed his eyes for a moment, and the terrifying aura around him had rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, he could feel that Hold was much stronger than before. He didn't even know how he did it, because cultivation is supposed to be a gradual process, but this was completely beyond his imagination. Luckily, I didn't provoke him. The survivors looked at Holt before them and secretly rejoiced that they had made the right choice. Because with Holder's current power, he could very well turn this universe to ashes with a single thought. What frightened him even more was that this guy's strength increased dramatically simply by sitting down and drinking a cup of tea. Your strength has increased again? Sivir, standing to the side, asked in a trembling voice. She had just felt that terrifying force pass through her body as well. Fortunately, this force did not intend to harm her, otherwise she might have died in that instant. Moreover, she also realized that if Hold's strength in the past was like a bottomless sea, then now it was like an endless night sky, and she could not see through Hold's current level of power at all. Congratulations, Mr. Holmium, on becoming even stronger. The survivors immediately stood up and offered their congratulations. It's no big deal. Hold waved his hand, his expression calm. But the more this is the case, the more shocked those who remain are. He could tell that Hold wasn't showing off, but genuinely considered it a small matter. I should go now. Hold stood up and stretched his body. After being away from home for so long, Wanda must be incredibly worried. Won't you sit a little longer? I have quite a few fine wines in my collection. The survivors quickly invited Hold to stay. After all, if you can get along well with a powerful person like him, it will definitely be very beneficial to you. No, Hold shook his head. I'm going back now, but you'd better not go back on your promise to me, or you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. I walked around for a while, but didn't see anything interesting. Since that's the case, there's no need to waste any more time. Don't worry, I will absolutely not disturb your timeline. The survivor nodded repeatedly, saying that he would only provoke Hold if he were mentally unstable. Okay, I'll visit again when I have time. Holder raised the corner of his mouth, gave Lundsire a meaningful look, and then opened the portal. After obtaining the 5th fragment of the Phoenix Force, he gained the ability to travel through any time at will. After seeing Hold leave, the remaining people felt a wave of fear. The sacred guardian of time, who exactly was that person just now? As Lunsley watched Hold leave, her brows furrowed and her face full of displeasure. The survivor stared coldly at Lunsurreal. This guy had really gotten himself into big trouble. He slowly walked to the side and casually pressed a button. The next second, blue flames instantly entangled Lundsire. The intense pain made her tremble all over and scream and cry incessantly. In less than 10 seconds, she was engulfed by flames amidst her shrill screams. 9 realms. On the Rainbow Bridge in the Divine Realm, Hela collapsed to the ground, her battle suit burned, losing her former coldness and majesty, and fell into a coma. Thor stared at the scene, his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with disbelief. Although he knew Thanos was very strong, he did not expect that he could defeat Hela with just one move and leave her life hanging in the balance. It's over. It's all over now. Loki's eyes twitched wildly when he saw this. They had the upper hand just now, but suddenly the tide turned. What he didn't expect was that although Thanos was surrounded by the spirits, the only injury on his body was a burn caused by the Power Stone. Now even the strongest Hela has lost. In other words, they have no chance of turning the tide. Go save her. Wanda immediately realized what was happening and flew towards Hela. The most important thing now is to protect Hela. Thor and Loki realized what was happening and quickly followed. But Thanos had already reached Hela's side. He raised his greatsword, hovering it high above Hela's head. Hand over the Tesseract, or she will die. Thanos, you'll regret this. Thor stared at the scene with a ferocious expression. When Holder returns, he will never let you go. Who? Never heard of him. Li Zhao. Thanos revealed a disdainful expression. At this moment, he was already an invincible being in the entire universe. Moreover, he had never even heard of this so-called Hold. Are you sure you don't want to hand over the Tesseract? Thanos spoke calmly as his giant sword slowly approached Hela's neck. Even if they don't give it to him, he can kill them one by one until he finds the cosmic magic. Give it to him. Wanda took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and looked at Loki and the others with a serious expression. But Loki once served Thanos. He knew Thanos' purpose in collecting the Infinity Stones. The more gems Thanos has, the stronger he becomes. Thanos is now beyond their ability to stop. Not to mention Thanos after he collected all the Infinity Stones. Give it to him. Wang Da's tone was resolute, and his breathing became rapid. They couldn't just stand by and watch Hela die like that. Loki reluctantly stretched out his right hand, and the Tesseract slowly appeared in his hand. He gritted his teeth and threw the Tesseract directly at Thanos. Very good, you made the right choice. Thanos took the Tesseract. A slight smile playing on his lips fulfilled his promise and turned to leave. Seeing Thanos cause such a ruckus and then leave, Everyone was so angry that veins bulged on their foreheads. Cough, cough, cough. Inside Asgard, Hela opened her eyes in anguish. Where's Thanos? Thanos is gone. Thor lowered his head, his face full of resentment. If that guy collects all the Infinity Stones, we're all doomed. Loki pouted in dissatisfaction. Don't worry, as long as Hulk comes back, he will definitely be able to solve the problem. Wanda reassured everyone in a gentle tone. She always believed that Holder was the strongest. Loki remained silent, but inwardly he thought, Horde is indeed very strong. But even if he is strong, can he be more powerful than the 6 Infinity Stones? What happened? Just then a familiar voice came from inside. Ow! When Wang Dei saw Hold, her eyes instantly turned red. She ran over and threw herself in Hold's arms. Although Hold was very strong, she was always worried that something unexpected might happen. Although she kept saying that Holt would come back, she herself wasn't really sure. The moment she saw Hold appear, her anxiety finally subsided. Don't worry, I'm back. Hold held Wanda and comforted her gently for a while before Wanda remembered that they were in front of everyone. She blushed and released Hold. After all, she was always worried that something might happen to Hold. How did Hela get injured? Hold noticed that Hela, who was lying on the bed, was pale and her attire showed that she was badly injured. His expression also turned gloomy at this moment. Moreover, he had just discovered that the Rainbow Bridge outside had been reduced to ruins. Many people from the divine realm looked dejected, their faces filled with pain. Just now, a person claiming to be the overlord of the universe appeared, named Thanos. Wanda recounted the entire incident. Thanos? Hold paused for a moment, his face turning grim. He never imagined that he had actually forgotten about this damned giant purple sweet potato. More important than these things right now is to cure Hela. He strode over to Hela and grabbed her wrist. As the horse talisman within her body began to circulate, a large amount of life energy rapidly repaired Hela's injuries. With the help of the horse talisman, Hela's body quickly regained its vitality, and her originally pale complexion gradually became rosy. Horde, Thanos has stolen our Tesseract, and his target is the space stone inside. After Hela recovered, she immediately told Hold the news. She understood Thanos' intentions. Once he collected all the Infinity Stones, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the entire universe would be plunged into catastrophe. Therefore, Thanos must be stopped no matter what. Don't worry about that. I'll handle this. Holt said coldly. Just Thanos. He was doomed to die the moment he dared to hurt Hela. Upon hearing this, the tense expressions on the faces of those present lessened considerably, as they all knew how powerful Hold was. By the way, Hold, who is this? At this moment, Loki, standing to the side, asked with a slightly strange expression. For some reason, he always felt that this girl was very similar to himself, and the energy surging within him was almost the same. He had actually noticed her long ago, but because of the urgency of the matter, he hadn't asked her. Upon hearing this, Wanda noticed that there was another girl who had followed Huda in earlier. Well, you went out and brought a woman back with you. Wanda gritted his teeth and glared at Hold. Did this guy really think he was an energy station? It hasn't been long, and they've brought back another one. At this rate, it won't be long before I have hundreds more sisters. Thinking of this, she suddenly reached out and pinched the flesh on Hold's waist. Ouch! 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 Hold feigned pain and begged for mercy repeatedly. Hela, on the other hand, wore a meaningful expression, watching Hold with a look of amusement. After all, the master she served was indeed a good man, and she didn't feel there was any problem with having many women. She has always believed in the supremacy of the strong, and even if she has many women, it is a symbol of strength. All right, stop pretending. Wanda gritted her teeth and withdrew her hand. How could she not know that Huda was tough and resilient? Forget about pinching him. Even using chaos magic wouldn't hurt him. Actually, this girl, Hold revealed the whole story of Sivir's origins. When he finished speaking, the people present all showed expressions of sympathy. What surprised them even more was that Sivir was also the god of tricks. Is she me from another universe? Loki wasn't angry. Instead, he showed a curious expression, but it still doesn't seem to compare to me. Although he knew that there were many parallel worlds, he still couldn't help but feel curious when he actually saw such a world. But just as Loki finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Just then, Sivir slowly appeared behind Loki. With a puff, Loki suddenly clutched his waist and squatted down. He just realized that if the other party was also a god of trickery, then this person was definitely not someone to be trifled with. You'd better watch your mouth, or next time you'll have 2 kidneys. Sivir looked at Loki, who was kneeling on the ground, clutching his back, with a hint of amusement. All right, it's about time to wrap this up. Holt sighed and rubbed his forehead. He walked over and used the horse talisman to heal Loki. But neither of these guys are good people, so Loki deserved it. Because of Sivir's tragic past, Wanda no longer harbored as much hostility towards her. After all, she was so pitiful having to grow up in that kind of environment since she was a child. Meanwhile, Blue Star Girl was in the sky above Manhattan. A massive, circular landing ship pierced through the thick clouds and slowly hovered in the air. The moment the ship appeared, everyone looked up at the sky in terror. Did he take some kind of stimulant in Chapter 97? It's like a huge steel monster. Just looking at it makes you feel breathless. What is this thing? Could it be an alien civilization? Want to attack us? Is something big about to happen again? Look, the monster up there looks like it's about to land. At this point, the civilians on the ground were still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. As the landing ship descended, a huge airflow followed. The next second, boom, a loud bang shook the earth. Even buildings were blown down. In that instant, the common people knew that these people were not there to help. The streets instantly descended into chaos. Countless people ran around screaming. In no time, the streets were completely blocked. Boom! A beam of light descended from the sky. After the beam of light disappeared, 2 figures emerged from inside, one large and one small. Is this Earth? Hey, Dwarf Star stretched his joints, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. It looks good. It's a vibrant planet. With his hands behind his back, Ebony Maw took a deep breath, head held high, and calmly looked at the terrified crowd. This is where we belong. Hey, Dwarf Star excitedly brandished his giant axe, his expression turning ferocious. He preferred this place to that so-called divine realm. He prefers to destroy things that seem beautiful. Looks like someone's coming. Ebony Throat cast his gaze toward the distant horizon. A dark golden figure descended from the sky, followed by another dark figure. The moment they landed, the stones beneath their feet were sent flying. These 2 guys really don't suit my taste. Tony removed his mask, looking at Ebony Maw and Hey Dwarf with disdain. Tony, these 2 guys don't seem so easy to deal with. Rod didn't relax. He observed Ebony Maw and his companion with a serious expression. Their actions clearly indicated they weren't there for a casual stroll. Squidward, no matter where you come from, Earth is closed for business today. Tuoni still spoke to the enemy with a sarcastic tone. So you'd better hurry up and leave. In fact, he had already realized that the other party was very strong, otherwise he would not be so calm. Tony Shirtak. Ebony Throat was not angry at Tony's mockery, but simply said calmly, I didn't expect even Squidward to know my name. Tony looked at Rod beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Although his words were still sarcastic, his eyes had become serious. He is ready to strike at any moment if the other party makes a move. Moreover, judging from the other party's behavior, this matter is definitely not that simple. Buzz. At that moment, a buzzing sound rang out. A gleaming golden portal slowly opened behind Tony. A man in a red robe led out a fat man with an overweight figure. Can anyone tell me what you're doing at the gates of my temple? Steve raised an eyebrow and looked at Ebony Throat in a strange tone. Magician, aren't you practicing your magic tricks today? After seeing the score, Tony felt much more at ease, even though he was joking. With someone's help, the chances of dealing with the other party are much greater. Stay behind your armor and don't come out. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. Steve gave Tony a cold glance, his face full of arrogance. Just because of your magic tricks? Tuoni spread his hands and shrugged. Enough. Ebony Maw noticed that the two were ignoring him, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. He pointed at Steve and said, "Hand over what's in front of the bear." "What? You want it? Dream on." Steve looked at the eye of Agamotto, pointing at his bear with a disdainful expression. Now anyone can point fingers at him. Ebony Throat's eyes darkened, and he slowly raised his right hand. The pebbles on the ground slowly rose into the air, and with a slight flick of his finger, specks of stone dust fell down. Dozens of sharp spikes hung in the air. With a flick of his wrist, the sharp spikes shot out like arrows towards Tuoni and the others. Damn, this guy just started hitting me without warning. Seeing this, Rod immediately stepped forward, his left hand swiftly conjuring a shield to block the crowd. The terrifying spikes struck the shield, producing loud bangs. With each explosion, the spikes turned to ashes. Even so, Rod was forced to take a few steps back by the continuous impact. Such immense power. Rod couldn't help but curse inwardly. It was just a flying stone, but it almost made him lose his balance. "Rod, bow your head." Tuoni roared loudly, and the light in the bear's mouth quickly gathered. The next second, an extremely dazzling beam of light shot out, heading straight for Ebony Maw. Just when things were at their most critical, Haydwarf stepped in front of Ebony Maw. He raised his giant axe and forcefully blocked the terrifying beam of light. Bang! This terrifying beam of light was easily blocked by the Haydwarf. Interesting. Hey, a glint of excited fighting spirit flashed in Dwarf Star's eyes. He grabbed a car and threw it at the crowd. When Tuoni saw the car flying towards him, his pupils suddenly contracted. He could only barely hold his hands in front of the bear before being knocked away. "Magician, where's your magic trick? Are you just here to watch the show?" Tuoni gritted his teeth and got up. The impact had left him feeling suffocated. He never expected that this guy was so strong. As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned ugly again. Then the big guy picked up another car and smashed it down on Thor with all his might, this time even more terrifying than before. The car made a sonic boom when it flew off. Damn, what weird stuff did this thing eat when it was a kid? How come it's so energetic? Tuaw and I gritted his teeth, determined to take the hit. But just then, a dimensional portal suddenly appeared in front of him. Wong opened another dimensional portal, and the car was immediately sucked in and smashed towards the Black Dwarf Star. Hey, the dwarf was clearly caught off guard and could only raise his hand to cover his head. Even so, it was still smashed and sent flying. "All right, stop fooling around. Let's go." Rod snorted coldly, leaped into the air, and his armor carried him toward Ebony Maw. He had long realized that he couldn't defeat that big guy by sheer strength alone. Therefore, his target is Ebony Maw. Once he gets close, he can suppress him with his power. Boom! He unleashed his full power the moment he made his move, spewing blue flames from his entire body as he charged toward Ebony Maw like a cannonball. Multiple small missiles rapidly rose from the armor behind it. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of missiles were launched at high speed, their exhaust flames obscuring Rhodes' figure. Dying. Rhodes had already planned his next attack. At that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Ebony Maw slowly raised his left hand, grabbed at the air, and then casually tossed it aside. The dozens of small weapons were completely out of control and crashed into the adjacent building, exploding one after another. Just then, he gently flicked 2 fingers of his right hand upwards. The ground cracked open instantly, and a steel pillar shot out from underground, slamming heavily into Rod's body. The immense impact sent Rod flying high into the air. Beep, beep, beep. Flight system malfunction detected. High in the air, Rhod's mouth was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with shock. Reboot. Rod gritted his teeth and roared, but no matter what he did, the flight system couldn't be restored for a while. A generous gift of crab, carried in mud. Watching his body plummet rapidly, he could only place his hopes on Tuoni. "I'm coming right away." When Rhod's flight system malfunctioned, Tony had already accelerated toward him. But just then, countless steel spikes suddenly shot out from the building next door. Tuoni quickly dodged the spikes and flew rapidly upwards. Just then, a steel ball wrapped around his right foot like a venomous snake. Damn it! Tuoni's expression changed drastically, and he immediately blasted the steel with his right palm cannon. But in that instantaneous delay, Road had already begun to fall. Road! Tuoni roared loudly. Just then, a white figure darted quickly through the buildings. At the same time, several spider silks shot out quickly, pulling Rod from the air and carrying him to the wall to the side. At the same time, the spider silk was quickly flung out and firmly wrapped around Ebony Maw's hands. The spider of the ghostly spirits? When Tuoni saw the Yulingzi spider appear, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even if he were wearing armor, falling from such a height would definitely be too much for Rod to handle. Fortunately, Yuling Zhizhu arrived at that moment. It has to be said that this was completely unexpected for him. Mr. Seatacker, I knew there was trouble when I saw a donut in the sky, but I never expected there to be such an ugly octopus here. After landing, Gervin Sidzi kept talking and nagging. She knew something was wrong when she saw the enormous object in the sky. So I arrived as soon as possible, just in time. You've come at the perfect time. Just as Tuoni was about to express his gratitude, he saw a car speeding towards him in the distance. Look, behind you. Gowen immediately turned around and saw a car crashing head-on into him. She could only brace herself with her hands in an attempt to block the impact, but she was still knocked flying. This was clearly a car thrown by Ebony Throat, who had broken free of the spiderweb. Seeing that the spider spirit was about to get up, Ebony Throat waved his hand angrily. The rubble of the nearby building suddenly crashed down on Yuling Zhizhu. Bang! Damn, this thing is really heavy. Fortunately, at that moment, Tuoni stood in front of Yuling Zhizhu. The heavy rubble crashed down, leaving 2 deep footprints in the ground before Tuoni could barely stop it. He couldn't help but think to himself, this guy is a monster. It's amazing that they can so easily control such a large piece of ruins. He took a deep breath and tossed the piece of rubble aside. But just then, a huge figure rushed over. With every step you take, you can clearly see the footprints on the ground. Has this guy gone mad? Tuoni was about to crash into it, so he could only grit his teeth and put his hands in front of him to block it. The next second, Hey Dwarfstar crashed hard into Tuo and I. Bang! Tuoni felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train. He was instantly thrown into the air and crashed heavily into the nearby Ijia supermarket. It then flew straight through the wall, even crashing into the next block. Hey Dwarf didn't stop. He shielded the bear with his arms and crashed through the wall to the next block. It pounced on Tuoni like a terrifying ancient beast. Damn it, is this guy on some kind of performance-enhancing drug? Tuoni felt a sharp pain all over his body. As soon as he got up, he saw the huge creature rushing towards him. He suddenly conjured a shield with his right hand and held it in front of him. All that could be seen was Hey Dwarfstar's giant axe continuously hacking at his shield. The vibranium shield was slashed, and sparks flew everywhere. At this point, Tuo and I couldn't stop it at all. What exactly happened in Chapter 98? Every time he raised the shield, it was ruthlessly pressed down by Hey Dwarf. He could even see the crazy, excited expression on Hey Dwarf's face. Damn big guy, I'm not some curvy beauty. Tuoni gritted his teeth. His left hand suddenly left the ground, a dazzling light emanating from his palm, and he punched Hey Dwarfstar hard in the face. The sudden attack made Hey Dwarf instinctively release one hand to cover his face. The next second, Hey Dwarf suddenly felt cold steel tightly wrapped around his waist. Then a powerful force shoved him violently toward the building next to him. The thrusters on Tuoni were operating at full capacity. The golden armor seemed to treat the dwarf star as a shield and charged diagonally through all 4 walls. This terrifying force caused the entire building to shake. I'm going to buy another apartment. Tuoni couldn't help but curse inwardly, but his hands didn't stop moving. As the thrusters turned, he pushed the black dwarf directly into the sky. It traced a beautiful arc, smashed through several of the building's spires, and soared straight into the sky. Just then, Hey Dwarfstar finally came to his senses and grabbed Tuoni with his right hand. Tuoni was originally full of momentum, soaring straight into the sky, but it was pulled off course and crashed headfirst into a tall building. Immediately afterwards, Hey Dwarf's roar came from inside the building. Hey Dwarfstar grabbed Tuoni and threw him out of the building. He then jumped down and clung tightly to Tuoni as they fell. Just as they were about to hit the ground, Tony's armor suddenly emitted a blue light, and several small missiles exploded between the two of them. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Tuoni barely managed to break free from Hey Dwarf's control and rushed into the building next door. Rumble. Although Hey Dwarf had fallen from a height of dozens of stories, he simply shook his head and stood up. Then he rushed towards the mud inside the building. Damn it! As Steve watched the battle in the distance, his expression grew increasingly grim. He knew this opponent would be difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. He just noticed that Hey Dwarfstar was almost unharmed. In other words, Tuoni is now completely on the defensive. You have received a gold coin reward. Click to claim it. Times. Hand over the time stone. Ebony Maw calmly looked at Steve in the distance. You were sent by Thanos? Steve immediately realized that the other party was after the Infinity Stones. Ebony Maw did not answer, but slowly raised his hands, and countless steel bars rushed towards Steve like snakes. Steve used his levitation cloak to dodge in the air, while simultaneously manipulating Ceratoc's crimson chains to lash out at Ebony Maw. The scarlet chain flew from his hand and instantly wrapped around Ebony Throat's right hand. What a hassle! Ebony Maw was pulled and staggered. With a gentle swipe of his left hand, the dark energy snapped the chains. What kind of magic? It can even break Ceratoc's chains? Steve's expression changed drastically. This was the first time he had failed to use the chains. The next second, he saw the ground beneath Ebony Throat's feet churn, carrying him rapidly towards him. He tried to dodge, but two steel bars suddenly emerged from the ground and tied his feet together. The next second, Ebony Maw grabbed the eye of Agamotto from a distance and pulled hard. The eye of Agamotto suddenly emitted a beam of light, directly interrupting his spell. Did you add magic to this? Ebony Maw frowned. He hadn't expected the eye of Agamotto to be enchanted. It's just a little trick, Steve sneered, using Vishanti's mystical sword to cut the steel bars binding his feet. The eye of Agamotto is protected by Vishanti. No one but the Sorcerer Supreme can touch it. Since you won't hand it over, then go die. Ebony Maw's face turned extremely ugly. He pulled hard with both hands, and a large number of steel bars grew rapidly from both sides like vines, rushing towards Steve, obviously try to grab him directly. Drink! As Steve flipped and dodged in the air, he suddenly pushed his hands forward, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from his palms, rushing towards Ebony Maw like a silver dragon. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw pulled with his right hand, and a huge concrete slab immediately slammed into the lightning bolt, while he quickly retreated. In that instant, the lightning pierced through the concrete slab and slammed heavily onto the spot where Ebony Maw had just been standing. Instantly, flying cement fragments scratched Ebony Throat's face. Damn it! I swear you'll regret being alive. Ebony Maw's rage had reached its peak. As Thanos' subordinate, he absolutely could not allow the Space Stone to fall into the wrong hands. He suddenly pushed outwards with both hands, then pulled hard, causing the walls of the buildings on both sides to crack and crash into Steven, who was flying through the air. Immense force and pressure quickly pressed down on Steven. Faced with this fierce attack, Steve stretched out his left hand and drew a circle in the air with his right hand. A dimensional gate opened instantly, swallowing one of the flying wall panels, while another appeared directly above Ebony Throat's head. Ebony Maw's eyes widened, and with a sudden pull, a large amount of soil surged from the ground, blocking his head and forcefully catching the wall panel. However, due to the great impact, some debris still landed on him. Seeing this, Ebony Maw was utterly enraged, and everything around him trembled. He never imagined that he would be driven to this point by a tiny cockroach. The surrounding buildings emitted a tremendous cracking sound, and countless steel bars rapidly sprouted like sharp spikes. Looking up, all the buildings had become a forest of steel. These steel bars spread quickly, surrounding Sherdiefen in the blink of an eye. "You won't get the eye of Agamotto." Sam frowned and asked, puzzled. Steve gritted his teeth and summoned the mysterious sword of Vishani, but the steel bars were impossible to cut. In the blink of an eye, he was tightly bound. At this moment, Yuling Zhizhu regained consciousness. She leaped up, and several strands of Zhizhu's silk shot swiftly towards Ebony Ho. However, Ebony Ho was in a state of rage, and the Zhizhu silk was intercepted in midair. The next second, a pillar formed from the soil suddenly rose up, sending Gu when flying into the building next door. Hand over the space stone, Ebony Maw soared into the air, coldly staring at Steve Jobs. "Bullshit. I absolutely will not. Give it to you." As Steven refused, the steel bars wrapped around him tightened even more. Ebony Maw didn't ask any further questions, and directly used the steel bar to suffocate Steve, causing him to lose consciousness. At the same time, he used a cement slab to carry Steven away quickly in another direction. The Emperor's division. Wang's expression changed drastically, and he quickly formed hand seals. The wind magic rapidly condensed on the ground and swiftly rushed towards Ebony Maw. But this move was so powerful that Ebony Maw only pulled lightly, and a violent wind was forcibly torn apart. Ebony Maw had no intention of getting entangled with Wang Duo and was about to leave when Wang suddenly thrust out a palm, causing the surrounding space to begin to crack. But before the spell could be cast, the boulder controlled by Ebony Maw came crashing down on him. 18.6%, 2159. At the critical moment, the king disregarded the attack and immediately raised his shield to protect himself. But this gave Rod, who was lying on the ground, an opportunity. He fired a rocket and hit the concrete slab hard. The massive impact caused Ebony Maw's spell to freeze for a moment, and in that instant, the cloak of levitation seized the opportunity, wrapped Statham in it, and flew away swiftly. This sudden change startled Ebony Throat. He never expected that the red cloak on Steve's doppelganger would have its own consciousness. But seeing this, he could only hurry after them. Meanwhile, Tuoni and Hey Dwarf were locked in a fierce battle, turning the surrounding streets into ruins with dilapidated buildings everywhere. Tuoni was being tightly gripped by Hey Dwarf Star by the neck, and was being rubbed against the wall, sparks flying everywhere, leaving a deep mark on the wall. Tuoni no longer has the strength to speak. Zero. He felt that this guy was just like the Green Torch Man, not only incredibly strong, but also able to use weapons. Tuoni used the palm of his right hand to bombard the mouth of the dwarf bear, finally blasting him away. He simply doesn't have time to pay attention to what's happening on Steven's side right now. Moreover, his armor was severely damaged. Fortunately, he dodged the chop from Hey Dwarf Star's axe. Otherwise, he would have been finished long ago. Tuoni watched as Hey Dwarf Star flew backward and quickly stood up again, and he was on the verge of a breakdown. Armor damage has reached 30%. Upon seeing the notification, Tuoni couldn't care less about anything else. The armor plates behind him quickly dispersed, emitting a blue light. Boom! The next second, a huge beam of light shot straight towards the dwarf star. Faced with such a fierce laser cannon, Hey Dwarf's expression hardened, revealing a resolute look, and he charged forward head-on against the beam of light. That's why I hate these monsters. Tuoni's face turned pale. He hadn't expected this guy to be so resilient. You should know that this laser cannon can even blast through buildings. At that moment, Hey Dwarfstar rushed up to Tuoni and kicked him to the ground. At the same time, Hold swung his giant axe and chopped it down hard on Tony's head. Bang! At the critical moment, a white figure rushed to Tuoni. Then, she caught the falling giant axe with both hands. Under the mask, her face instantly turned bright red. She had just been thrown onto the side street and happened to see Tuoni being bullied, so she rushed over immediately. But this guy's strength was far beyond her imagination. Hey, watch out behind you. At this moment, Wang gritted his teeth and shouted. Gowen immediately saw a portal of light appear below her, and she quickly rolled backward to dodge the attack. Wang created a dimensional portal beneath the dwarf star and sent it to the North Pole. Hey, the dwarf star felt weightlessness and immediately reacted. He leaped forward, trying to jump back into the dimensional portal. But the moment his right hand reached out, the portal slammed shut. Hey, dwarf star only stretched out one hand, and its arm was instantly severed. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief as the heavy arm fell to the ground. Where's the magician? Tuoni only realized one person was missing after he relaxed. Over there. Gowen turned his head and pointed to the distance in a hurried tone. There, Stevens had already been taken back to the donut-shaped spaceship by Ebony Maw. Damn it! Tuoni immediately sensed something was wrong. They're definitely after the Infinity Stones. I heard Thanos is collecting them, Wang said with a serious expression. After all, the information we have is far too limited, which is definitely not a good thing. Holmium can solve this problem, Gowen said in a solemn tone. If Holder were here, things wouldn't be so complicated. We can't wait for Hold. He's probably still having fun in the Divine Realm. After finishing speaking, Tony flew directly into the airship in the sky and told Wang to go find Steve. Wait for me. Seeing this, Gowen quickly followed. At this very moment, inside the Avengers base. Damn it, Tuoni went after the spaceship. Steve paced anxiously back and forth, holding the report that Torny had sent back. They wanted to stop it, but there simply wasn't enough time. Now, they don't even know what to do. Have you managed to get in touch with Wanda? Sam looked anxiously at Natasha beside him. If Wanda were here, maybe he could find a way. No, our communication equipment simply can't transmit the signal to the Divine Realm. Natasha shook her head helplessly. If she could get in touch, she would have done so long ago. It's fair to say that they're truly powerless right now. We can't just sit here and wait, Sam said through gritted teeth, his face grim. By now, Tony and the others should already be on that damn donut-shaped spaceship, and they can't even catch up with it, let alone know what the current situation is. That damn donut has now flown off Earth. Buzz. Just as everyone was anxiously discussing, a portal suddenly appeared in the office. Wang and Luoda emerged from inside in a disheveled state. What exactly happened? As soon as Steve saw them come out, he quickly went up to ask, because they were the first to arrive at the scene, and only they knew the specifics. Although I received a message from Tuoni, the content was too brief. This time it's Thanos' minions. Wang clenched his fist and explained the situation in a heavy tone. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. You mean this Thanos wants to steal the Infinity Stones? Right. Wang nodded, and then 193 said, we must now destroy or protect the Infinity Stones. Although Thanos' true purpose is unknown, it is certain that if he obtains all the Infinity Stones, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, they had to put the gems away in advance. Only in this way can we prevent Thanos from taking away. Keep in mind that Thanos is already this powerful even before he arrives. If he does come, there will be no match for him. Let's call Vision over first. Rod took off his helmet, wiped the blood off his face, and said he knew how serious this matter was. Moreover, they realized that this was merely the enemy's advance force. In other words, it will be even more troublesome once all the other party's people arrive. However, they must prioritize destroying the gems regardless. Natasha hesitated for a moment, but still dialed Vision's number. Soon, Vision landed on the balcony and walked in. How is the situation? Vision asked as soon as he came in. He also heard that Tony had been taken aboard the spaceship. Vision, I have something very important to tell you. Wang stepped forward and said in a serious tone, I need to remove the Infinity Stone from your head. Vision was stunned. Remove the Infinity Stone from my head? Yes, we have to prevent Thanos from taking the Infinity Stones. Wang nodded without hesitation. As long as it could be dismantled, they could decide whether to destroy it. Only by destroying the Infinity Stones can Thanos' plans be stopped. Steve has now been taken away. Although the situation with the Eye of Agamotto is unclear, they must act in advance and absolutely cannot let Thanos obtain the gem. No, I disagree. Upon hearing this, Steve immediately stepped in front of Vision. Vision is their friend. How can they risk their friend's life? Captain, do you know what we're going to face next? Wong glared at Steve and roared. We are facing an attack from the cosmic overlord. So what? Does destroying it mean no one will come? Steve stood firmly in front of the king. He had no intention of giving up so easily. Moreover, how to destroy it is also a problem. We can't make such a decision so casually. If we destroy it, his plans will be disrupted, and this is our only chance. Wong Ming understands that Thanos' current goal is the Infinity Stones. If he loses the stones, he has no reason to be an enemy of Earth. This is the only way to truly protect Earth. What about Vision? Have you ever thought about Vision's life? Steve clenched his teeth so tightly they made a grinding sound. He absolutely cannot lay a hand on Vision because of this. 18.7%, 21.59. Furthermore, no one knows whether Vision will disappear after losing the gem. That's why they can't take risks. If handled properly and with care, there shouldn't be any problems. Wong took a deep breath and stared at the illusion not far away. They had no time to hesitate. If sacrificing one person could save Earth, he was willing to do it. Although Tooni and his group have arrived, the outcome is still unknown. Besides, even if the situation is still unclear, a plan must be made. Bang! A loud bang shook the entire Avengers base. Everyone immediately looked outside. A large crater was blasted into the yard outside the base, followed by a loud roar, like a giant engine running overhead. Warning! Intruder detected, currently over the base. Friday's voice echoed in the office. Everyone rushed to the balcony. When they looked up, their expressions instantly turned serious. I had just reached the balcony when the defense system was already activated on Friday. More than a dozen anti-aircraft guns quickly rose up across the base, their dense firepower drawing more than a dozen arcs, pointing directly at the circular spaceship in the sky. The emergency deployed missile silos were also launched simultaneously, with their target being the spacecraft. Just as the missile was about to hit the spaceship, a light blue barrier appeared around it. The moment the missile hit the barrier, it burst into a dazzling burst of light. The falling debris made everyone instinctively cover their eyes with their hands. They're here. Wong formed a circle with both hands and said in a heavy tone. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the spaceship, shining directly onto the ground. After the beam of light disappeared, the enemy appeared before everyone's eyes. Two tall figures emerged, armed with weapons, followed by a pack of strangely shaped wild beasts. They didn't seem very friendly either, but they were much better than that Squidward. Rod, who was the last to emerge, spread his hands and complained helplessly. He just went back and changed into a new mech suit. After all, his mech had already been damaged in several places during the previous battle. Sorry, this is official territory, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Steve jumped down from the second floor, landed on the lawn, raised his shield, and stared at the men with a serious expression. Blue Star people, hand over the Heartstone. Corvus Glaive brandished his spear-like weapon and said slowly, "We'll leave once we get the gems." It seems you don't want to leave. Steve bent down slightly, his face full of vigilance. Since the other party had ill intentions, he had no choice but to take action. Patton took the longbow from his back, drew the bowstring, and was ready to fire at any moment. Natasha slowly moved to the side of the bunker, and at the same time took out a laser beam produced by the SeaTac company. The others were also armed and ready to fight at any time. Now that the enemy has appeared, they can only drive the enemy away first before deciding what to do next. Bring the Infinity Stones back to me. General Deadblade raised his spear and gave the order. The vanguard immediately rushed out from behind. These were creatures modified by Thanos, walking on four legs, like wolves but larger, with sharp teeth and claws on their limbs. The vanguards ran swiftly across the lawn. Their numbers were overwhelming, and the scene was extremely frightening. In just a few seconds, they had already rushed over 100 meters, "Row!" Steve shouted and took a few steps back. "Fire the rockets!" "Roger that, Captain." Rows of rockets popped out from the back of Rod's armor and blasted towards the Vanguard group. With a sharp sound, all the rockets were launched instantly. The rockets flew rapidly toward the densely packed area of the Vanguard guards. Boom! With a violent explosion, countless Vanguard guards, mixed with mud, were blasted into the sky. Looking out, it resembled a fireworks display on the ground. The land was scorched, incredibly hot. Dust and smoke filled the sky. "This new thing feels so good." Rod looked at the weapons with excitement. Having just learned some combat experience, he immediately used his strongest equipment. It has to be said, it was far more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, because of the intelligence system, these weapons do not require manual control at all. They will automatically aim at different locations and fire. However, these Vanguard guards did not retreat and continued to rush towards the crowd. Damn it! General Corvus Glaive looked at the wreckage scattered on the ground, his face growing even more grim. He raised his battle blade, roared, and hurled it directly at Rod. Boom! The battle blade flew out like a cannonball, carrying terrifying power that even shattered the air. A faint light appeared at the tip of the blade. Like a shooting star, it arrived in front of Rod in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Rod's pupils contracted sharply. The speed was simply too fast. He could only desperately dodge to the side. Despite his best efforts, the blade still struck the bear's mouth like lightning. He was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall before sliding down to the ground. "Rod!" Steve's face turned grim, and he immediately ran over to Rod to see how he was doing. Huff! A figure suddenly blocked his way. Immediately afterwards, a long spear came crashing down. Steve raised the shield at the last second. Boom! The two forces collided, sparks flying everywhere. Even Steve was so shocked that he took a few steps back. "Your opponent is me." A graceful figure appeared before him. It was Proxima Midnight, and a cold smile played on her lips. "Get out of my way." Steve threw his shield, but Proxima Midnight simply swung it lightly, and his trident-like weapon blocked the attack. "You're quite capable." Proxima Midnight sneered as she slammed her weapon down on Steve. This attack was so powerful that it tore the air apart. Steve rolled away to dodge, picked up the shield, and raised his hand to block. Bang! The blow was so powerful that it made Steve shrink in size. Steve wasn't afraid of Proxima Midnight, but he was worried about Rod's situation. Proxima Midnight swung its weapon again, and he could only hurriedly turn his head to dodge. The blow struck the wall squarely, causing it to explode and leaving a large hole in the entire wall. Just as Steve and Proxima Midnight were locked in combat, Corvus Glaive charged toward them. Damn it, those bastards! Patton charged toward General Corvus Glaive, drawing his bow rapidly. Several arrows were shot out quickly, but General Corvus Glaive easily dodged them. This guy's a monster. Patton couldn't help but curse. His archery skills were usually very accurate, but he hadn't hit a single shot just now. Just as he gritted his teeth and drew his bow again, he caught a glimpse of a vanguard rushing towards him from the side. These guys are so annoying. Patton could only quickly roll away to avoid it. The forwards kept making saves, and Barton's expression grew increasingly grim. These guys seem endless. He takes down a few, and then more rush in. This is so annoying. Patton rolled backward and then jumped up. He suddenly drew 3 arrows from his quiver and fired them simultaneously, hitting the Vanguard guards in 3 different directions. Bang! The 3 arrows exploded simultaneously in 3 directions. As the arrow detonated, the surrounding Vanguard guards were instantly wiped out, but more forwards continued to charge towards him. Meanwhile, Falcon Sam used his high-altitude advantage to evade the Vanguard's attack and relentlessly fired his 3.6mm gun at Corvus Glaive. Buzz! General Corvus Glaive raised his hand, and the blade that had been stuck in Roadbear's mouth flew back into his hand. He raised his battle blade high, and golden light gathered from the tip of the blade. With a buzzing sound, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from the tip of the blade, pointing directly at Sam in the sky. Sam could only dodge the laser-like beams of light by flipping and twisting in the air. "Hey, over here!" Luo, who was hiding in the corner, gritted his teeth, got up, and shouted. He was lucky. The needle only pierced a few centimeters and just happened to avoid his heart. Otherwise, he would have been finished. He raised his hand, and 2 bombs suddenly sprang from under his wrist, heading straight for General Corvus Glaive. Boom! 2 bombs exploded on General Corvus Glaive. "Well done!" Sam clenched his fist and shouted excitedly. Turns out these enemies weren't so scary after all. This time he should finally be dead, right? Rod let out a long breath and was about to stand up when his expression suddenly turned serious. The armor indicated that there were still signs of life. Amidst the dust, Corvus Glaive glowed with a purple light, having blocked most of the damage. However, his body was covered in scars. Court death. General Corvus Glaive roared and charged at Rhodes. He crashed into Rod like a cannonball. Rod was knocked backward and tumbled in midair. The next second, Corvus Glaive caught up and swung his blade down fiercely. Bang! Rod was sent flying backward by the blow, and even the bear's mouth in his armor was cleaved open with a crack more than 30 centimeters long. Your armor is 40% damage bear power core deactivated. Bang! Rod was slammed into the ground by the blow, and the bear's mouth was also slashed open by the battle blade. He gritted his teeth and tried to get up, but the violent impact made it feel like all the bones in his body were about to shatter. Corvus Glaive had no intention of letting him go. His blade spun continuously before descending from the sky, striking at Rod, lying on the ground with all his might. He moved at an incredible speed, so fast that the air seemed to be torn apart as it flowed rapidly along his body. Damn, this guy is simply... Rod knew very well that he couldn't dodge this attack. But in his final moments, he gritted his teeth and launched the rocket from his shoulder. Even if it means death, I'll take this damn monster with me. As Corvus Glaive drew closer, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Buzz! At the critical moment, a shield suddenly flew out from the side. The shield struck General Corvus Glaive squarely in the side, sending him flying. "Rod, are you all right?" Steve quickly walked over to Rod and squatted down beside him. "I'm not going to die yet." Rod lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, trembling as he spoke. But in the time that followed, he was no longer able to stand up and fight. "That's good. Leave the rest to me." Steve picked up the shield, held it in front of him, and looked at Corvus Glaive. "I can fight you all day long." Meanwhile, Proxima Midnight was already entangled with Barton and his men, and his target was Corvus Glaive. "Foolish Earthlings, this kind of power is simply no match for us." General Corvus Glaive got up from the ground and had to admit that the blow had broken his ribs. But this injury had no effect on him. On the contrary, it fueled his fighting spirit. The blade in his hand gleamed with an eerie light as he charged suddenly towards Steve. Steve was not to be outdone, and the two collided instantly. Buzz! Steve's muscles were taut, and the veins on his arms were clearly visible, as if flowing under his skin. The collision was like a rhinoceros suddenly stopped. The general's blade slashed down with a sudden, powerful thud, the sound of air being torn apart echoing through the air. But Steve didn't dodge. Instead, he used a shield to cover his side. This strike sent him flying several meters away. This guy's strength is too great. How could he do that? Steve's face turned grim, and he cursed inwardly. Although I blocked it with a shield, my arm was still very numb. Before he could react, Corvus Glaive had already rushed in front of him. Faced with this swift attack, Steve didn't even have a chance to fight back. Moreover, Corvus Glaive is not only incredibly strong, but also incredibly fast. He was almost completely unmarked, and every strike forced Steve to retreat. The most terrifying thing was that Steve knew in his heart that he was no match for this monster. In other words, all he can do now is hold on and buy time. Right? Just hold on and wait for your teammates to finish off the other enemies and come to help. How foolish. You think defending all the time will work. I like to see who gives up first. General Corvus Glaive brandished his sword while sneering and mocking. His blade was specially crafted, and every strike carried immense power. With the added energy, even if he can't cut down Steve, he won't last long. Steve was sent flying by the heavy blow. However, he noticed that Corvus Glaive was not in very good condition. Judging from his profile and the fight just now, his strength is gradually weakening. Even so, they still suffered a great loss. These Vanguard guards seem to be in endless battle, and in addition, Rod is no longer able to fight. They've already started to suffer casualties, and the more this happens, the harder it will be for them to hold on. You're almost at your limit too. Steve gritted his teeth, rolled over to his feet, and charged at General Corvus Glaive. His muscles were taut all over, and he even looked more muscular than usual. No matter what, he couldn't give up. He had to share the burden with his teammates. If he fails, his teammates will be unable to withstand the enemy's relentless bombardment. But by this time, the situation of the others was almost as bad. The king wielded the mysterious sword of Vishanti, swiftly slashing and killing these Vanguard guards. His clothes were soaked with blood, and he was panting heavily. "Come here, you damn monsters!" He cleaved a monster that lunged at him with a single blow, then charged into the crowd and began a frenzied battle. Even when a Vanguard guard injured him, he only frowned slightly. As for Proxima Midnight, it was entangled by Natasha and Patton. They couldn't get close at all and could only hide behind cover. At the same time, they continuously launched ranged attacks on Proxima Centauri using stun guns and bows and arrows. But Proxima Midnight was too fast, and despite their continuous firing, they were unable to harm him. Meanwhile, Sam circled back and forth in the air, eliminating the monsters that approached Rod one by one. The scene was extremely intense, with everyone fighting fiercely and evenly matched. Boom, sizzle. Just then, a golden light descended from the sky, sweeping directly towards General Deathblade in the distance. Steve, who was in the middle of the battle, immediately crouched down and rolled, and the golden light hit General Corvus Glaive directly. In a single strike, General Corruptor was sent flying by the golden light. Heartstone Gem. General Corvus Glaive got up from the ground and looked toward the source of the golden light. When he saw the heart gem on Vision's forehead, a crazed expression appeared on his face, because he couldn't wait to steal the gem and offer it to the Supreme Thanos. Vision stood high above, coldly staring at Corvus Glaive not far away. "I can sense your desire for gems, and I know everything about you. You actually want to sacrifice half of your lives in exchange for your so-called future. What an incredibly foolish wish." Vision's tone was icy. The reason these people are desperately collecting the Infinity Stones is to fulfill Thanos' wish. In his view, these people were simply insane. What? The Avengers members who were in the middle of the battle were all shocked when they heard the news. They never imagined that Thanos' plan would be so insane. Originally, it was thought that Thanos was only trying to control the world, but now his actions are far more than just control. He intends to completely wipe out the other half of the innocent people. These guys are insane. They actually dare to make this a plan. Barton couldn't help but curse. If Vision hadn't appeared in time, they would never have imagined that the other side's plan would be so vicious. Moreover, it now appears that the other side is not bluffing at all. They have already begun their operation. "We must not let them succeed," Natasha said through gritted teeth. "This is so unfair to the other group. Ha ha. This sacrifice is nothing for the sake of a grand plan." Corvus Glaive brandished his blade, laughing loudly, his face full of a matter-of-fact expression, as if he had only sacrificed half the lives of the universe. For him, it was all worth it. And who can move forward without making sacrifices? To die for Thanos is an honor for them. You have completely lost your minds. Vision frowned, his tone turning serious. This was clearly a selfish act. If we can help Thanos complete his mission, we don't need any rationality at all. General Corvus Glaive looked at him coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. "Besides, there's no way you can stop us. After all, no enemy, however strong, could be a match for Thanos. Many races tried to rebel in the past, but they all eventually disappeared. If humanity insists on fighting, he wouldn't mind wiping out everyone on Earth after obtaining the gem. Moreover, this planet is quite nice. Perhaps their descendants can thrive here. I will never bow down to you bastards who have lost their sense of self. Vision's eyes blazed with fury, and he charged down at Corvus Glaive. When he reached him, Vision punched him hard, sending him flying. But he didn't stop. He caught up with General Corvus Glaive, who was flying backwards. Do you think you can beat me? Even as he was flying backwards, Corvus Glaive still swung his blade at Vision. The spinning blade seemed capable of tearing through space, and it arrived in front of Vision in an instant. Faced with this fierce attack, Vision grabbed the blade with both hands and then forcefully pressed Corvus Glaive to the ground. With a loud crash, a deep dent was dragged into the ground. Let's finish this quickly, then go help Vision. A flicker of excitement crossed Steve's eyes as he witnessed this. It's clear that Vision and Corvus Glaive can hold out for a while. If they can quickly deal with the remaining Proxima Midnight, they can wipe out all of these people. At this moment, Proxima Midnight looked at the excited Steve with a hint of contempt in its eyes. As Steve rushed over, a blue light suddenly flashed from the tip of the blade in her hand. Steve was caught off guard and was sent flying by the blue light. Faced with the combined attack of Natasha and Barton, she spun her battle blade rapidly and kicked Barton away. At the same time, the battle blade slashed fiercely at Natasha, but at the critical moment, Natasha drew his long sword from his waist and blocked the attack. Even so, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and she was still knocked backward by the shock. Proxima Midnight had no intention of continuing the fight. After forcing the others back, she leaped into the air and rushed towards Vision and Corvus Glaive. Their mission was not to kill all these people, but to obtain the Heartstone. Meanwhile, Vision, who was locked in combat with Corvus Glaive, had no time to stop Proxima Midnight from rushing toward him. Proxima Midnight, kill him. General Corvus Glaive also noticed this scene, a slight smile playing on his lips, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot out from the blade in his hand, sending Vision flying into the air. Vision, flying backwards, collided with Proxima Midnight, which was rushing towards him. If this attack hits, Vision will definitely be pierced through. At this moment, Vision tried to twist his body, but the force of the backward flight was too strong, and he couldn't control it all. Die, you fool! Proxima Midnight's lips curled up, and its expression turned ferocious. She could almost see the image of Vision being pierced by herself. No! Illusion! Steve struggled to his feet and ran desperately toward Vision. His eyes were bloodshot. If Vision dies, they will not only lose their teammates, but also have their Heartstone stolen. Although they could barely hold their own against Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, they were helpless if the enemy wanted to escape. Barton got up and pulled an arrow from his quiver, but it was clearly a no-go bow. He had run out of arrows, and if he used it, Vision would be injured. Everyone's face was filled with worry. Don't forget I'm here. Just then, a dark shadow streaked across the sky. Sam suddenly charged toward Proxima Midnight and slammed into her waist. Proxima Midnight crashed into the ground with tremendous force. Vision breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost thought he was finished. At that moment, Proxima Midnight kicked Sam, sending him flying. He immediately stood up, his face full of anger as he glared at the crowd. She stood firmly on her feet, and the weapon in her hand emitted a blue light. The next moment, a beam of blue light shot out from her hand, pointing directly at Natasha and the others. Since you're blocking my way, I'll deal with you first. The blue beam passed directly through the vanguard in front. Doesn't she even care about her own people? Natasha's eyes widened. The situation was completely beyond her expectations. Moreover, the beam of light was extremely fast, reaching her in the blink of an eye. Just then, Steve rushed in front of Natasha and blocked the attack with his shield. Nevertheless, the energy of the blue beam still pushed him backward repeatedly. Patton did not miss the opportunity. He drew his bow and shot an arrow toward Proxima Midnight. As the arrow flew in, Proxima Midnight could only retract its beam and leap away in an attempt to dodge it.